Chapter 1 Opening Reward: A personalized female secretary. Harder. Harder. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Harder. In a high-class private restaurant, Ye Kun was opening a bottle of wine and struggling to pull the cork. Pulling a wine cork is so slow. Let's break up. Annie had a smelly face, as if Ye Kun owed her money. Because of a little thing, she was clamoring to break up with her boyfriend. Stop it. Ye Kun was a bit speechless. This girlfriend of his, who wanted to break up with him at the drop of a hat, was really too much. If he expected well, Annie would soon ask for money. I wonder what excuse she would find this time. It's fine if you don't break up. Today is Labor Day. You send me a big red packet. Sure enough, Annie opened her mouth again to ask Ye Kun for a red packet. Breaking up was just a front. Asking for money was her real purpose. Oh, Ye Kun laughed bitterly in his heart. The excuse this time was Labor Day. Today, did you labor? Just dare to manage me to ask for a red packet? Labor Day also want to send red packets? And didn't I already buy you a $16,000 Prada bag today? More than $8,000 Dior heels, and invite you to a private dinner of $2,000 per capita? Ye Kun couldn't help but frown. Although he was young and promising, like the group of pretty boys who added the book to their shelves, he was bound to get rich. However, he couldn't withstand his girlfriend building it up like that. I don't know when it started, but almost all holidays became women's holidays. This is too strange, too ironic. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not in the right place. Whether it's Children's Day, Women's Day, Christmas, New Year's Day, Spring Festival, or Army Day, National Day, Double 11, Double 12, Arbor Day, wherever there is a holiday, the girlfriend will ask Ye Kun for holiday red packets. At first Ye Kun was refused, but could not withstand her fuss. It gave her a red envelope. This hair cannot stop. In order to the so-called expression of love, he almost every holiday will give his girlfriend a red envelope, and the amount of red envelopes is getting bigger and bigger. From the beginning of 13, 14 yuan, to 52, 0 yuan, then 131, 4 yuan, then $520, then $666, then $888, then $1, 314 in red envelopes. Do you think 1314 is the biggest red envelope he's ever sent? However not. He also sent out 888 red envelopes. Big red envelopes can't be sent. They are all direct transfers. Whenever the red envelope is less than 500 yuan, she will also be disliked. He had a psychological shadow on all kinds of festivals. And these red envelopes, in fact, just a small meaning. Ye Kun at least once a month to take her to travel. Sometimes domestic tour, sometimes international tour. The minimum standard of accommodation must be a 5-star hotel. And in Dubai they all live in 6-star and 7-star hotels. Tourism can not only be so simple as tourism, but also accompanied by crazy shopping. Ye Kun every month to buy her a single price of more than 10,000 bags, more than 5,000 shoes, and clothes, as well as more expensive women's watches, etc. This girlfriend's appetite is also getting bigger and bigger, as if a bottomless black hole, never satisfied. After only a year of dating, he had already spent more than $1 million on her. Ye Kun is not a rich second generation, he is just a mediocre pretty boy. Only before the investment earned 100 million points of small money. Just like those handsome readers who gave 5-star reviews, as long as they stepped on the wind, they could likewise earn a few million, tens of millions, or even 1 billion points of small money. This is not a matter. When fortune comes, you can't stop it. Although Ye Kun makes money fast, this girlfriend spends money even faster. Is she a scumbag? Is she PUAing him? Has she been cheating? If it is a woman who just met a short time ago, such an inch, insatiable, he would have long ago slapped and hollered over. There was no way he would have put up with it. Ye Kun had always treated Annie as his first love, and only then did he continue to fulfill her various requests, and she was getting more and more insatiable. Are you sending a red packet or not? When Annie saw Ye Kun's delay in sending the red packet, she even got impatient and put on a smelly face. Then send you a 520, Ye Kun said, expressionless. At this time, he was actually very upset, feeling like he had been kidnapped by the red packet. 520? What about you sending a screamer? Nowadays, girls casually buy cosmetics and lipstick for more than 520. Annie rolled her eyes and said in dissatisfaction, you can't even take a red packet for 520? A bowl of poisonous chicken soup was poured in. In her opinion, the way to measure how much her boyfriend loves her is how much money he spends on her. The more money he spends on her, the more he loves her. And everything else is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He. The problem is that all your cosmetics are also bought by me for you. Ye Kun couldn't help but laugh. His girlfriend's cosmetics, as small as a lipstick, as big as a skincare set, all of them were bought with his money. The skincare products that he bought for her are all aquamarine mystery sets, a set of tens of thousands of dollars. On this, she still has many complaints. Feeling unsatisfied, Ye Kun is very cold. When everything has to be measured by money, this relationship has completely deteriorated. More like a transaction. And since it is a transaction, it depends on whether the other party is worth the price. Go to the supermarket to buy things but also clearly marked price. Comparison of goods. There is a scale in anyone's heart. Don't treat the other party as a little cutie. I don't care. If you truly love me, send me a red envelope of 5,200. Annie didn't notice the change in Ye Kun's expression and once again opened her mouth with a lion's mouth. Another bowl of poisonous chicken soup was dried. She felt that if Ye Kun loved her, he should send her a big red packet. Otherwise he didn't love her. Time and time again, constantly asking for it, there is no time to feel satisfied. And never thought, what did she really give? Could it be that with a face and body, one could go on demanding endlessly? No. This time, Ye Kun refused. He felt that his bottom line had been breached time and time again, and he could no longer tolerate it. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to spend money on women, but the other party taking the initiative to ask for money would make him feel cheap and inferior. What made him feel disgusted was that the other party was never satisfied and took everything he gave for granted. Where was he looking for a girlfriend to get by? He was clearly a vampire. Insatiable, endlessly demanding, not knowing satisfaction, just like a vampire, lying on top of him and constantly sucking blood. Just the moment Ye Kun opened his mouth to refuse, a beep sounded in his head. Ding! Detected a godly hero seed. Billion trillion godly hero system binding in progress. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Ye Kun. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Physique, 8. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. Peak attributes of an ordinary person, 10. God's luxury reserves, billions and billions of trillion Chinese coins. Ye Kun had read countless books and was a novel taster like those pretty boys. Thus after being surprised, he quickly accepted the fact that he was bound to the system. Ding! Detected that the host rejected the unreasonable demands of a scum woman, rewarding a well-behaved and capable personal female secretary. Explanation: becoming a godly hero and going to the peak of life starts with rejecting a scum woman. Chapter 2: Face-punching gold-worshipping green tea. Rewarding the $100 billion group. Ye Kun didn't care about the reward for the personal secretary. Instead, he noticed the blinding word scum. Scum girl. It turns out that Annie is really a scum girl. Previously, Ye Kun did not want to think this way, but the system had certified that she was definitely a scum. At the loss of his own will she spoiled to the sky. Treat her like the first love. Really blind. What? Don't give me red packets? You can earn tens of thousands of dollars every day, and you're not even willing to send me a red packet of 5,200. You don't love me at all. Annie started to lose her temper again, revealing an ugly face, as if it was only natural for Ye Kun to give her money. Not giving money was not loving her. Another bowl of poisonous chicken soup was poured in. I don't know if she was brainwashed again by the idyllic female wood, or is it just her nature? Ding! Detected a green tea whore is performing a moral abduction on the host. Choice 1, be a licking dog and send 5,200 red packets to the green tea. Reward, a titanium alloy dog leash. Worth 9 yuan. Free shipping. Choice 2, face the gold-worshipping green tea whore and reward a group company worth over $100 billion. Trenchant, a 9 free shipping titanium alloy dog chain and a group company worth over $100 billion. What to choose? Those pretty boys who gave 5-star reviews were able to make the right choice. Stop morally abducting me in the name of love. Ye Kun stood up and looked at Annie and spoke coldly. I won't send you a 5,200 red packet. Not only will I not send you a red packet this time, I will never send you a red packet again. The scum girl really only gets an inch. Bullying. Take your good to him as a matter of course. Even if there is a little bit of her dissatisfaction, then randomly throw a tantrum. This kind of scum should not be spoiled. Should have rejected her. It's time to smack her in the face. When Annie heard Ye Kun's words, she was directly confused. Frozen like a wooden chicken. Wooden chicken. In the past, Ye Kun had doted on her, giving her whatever she wanted, never refusing her. This gave her the illusion that she really thought she was the queen, taking others' goodness to her for granted, and asking for it without measure, without any sense of gratitude. Ye Kun, if you dare not send me a red packet, I'll break up with you right away. After Annie was confused, she offered the breakup killer. In the past, as long as she proposed to break up, Ye Kun would retain her and curry favor with her. This in turn gave her the illusion that Ye Kun couldn't leave her and couldn't do without her. Breaking up is breaking up. I treated you like my first love, but you set me up at every turn. Cheating money in color. You scum girl, green tea whore. Ye Kun exploded. He kind of saw the true face of this woman. It was playing a setup with him. Cheating money and sex. He had given his heart and treated her like his first love, but what he got in return was deception. Me. I'm not really going to break up with you. I'm just talking for fun. Let's not break up. Annie saw that Ye Kun really wanted to break up with her and directly panicked. Confused. She only wanted to break up to blackmail Ye Kun into giving her money. She didn't really intend to break up. However, Ye Kun didn't follow her routine. Doesn't follow the usual path anymore. Oh, you are worried that after you break up, you can't find a wrongdoer like me who treats you well and is willing to spend money on you, right? Ye Kun laughed coldly, having seen the face of this green tea whore. Don't think how clever your routine is, treating everyone else like a little cutie. I love you. You're the queen. If I don't love you, you're nothing. Ye Kun looked straight at Annie and coldly said, when a man was sober and rational, he wouldn't fall for the green tea bimbo's trap at all. The reason why they are cheated by scum women is because they mistakenly pay true love. And some scum men and scum women prefer to take advantage of each other's true love to pay. But unscrupulous, inordinate demand, cheating money and sex. No, I don't want to break up. Please, don't break up with me. And was stupid, grabbing Ye Kun's hand, begging bitterly, dying to break up. The one who mentioned breaking up was her. And the one who was afraid of breaking up was also her. This kind of scum girl is a paper tiger. She doesn't want to break up because she loves Ye Kun? Of course not. She loves Ye Kun's money. She loves only herself. Scram! Ye Kun spat out a word and directly shook off Annie's hand. He had already seen this woman's true colors, and would never be deceived and cheated by this woman again. This was an extremely selfish and self-interested green tea whore. A slag woman who tried every possible way to get money from men. No, I don't want to break up. Don't break up. Ye Kun, you don't want to dump me like this. Annie saw that the plea was ineffective, and directly splashed, and the nature of the scum woman was exposed. Oh, still want to cheat the breakup fee from me, right? Dating for less than a year. I won't talk about the more than $1 million I spent on you, but you also cheated away more than $1 million in cash and a Porsche from me as well. If I call the police, you'll have to spit out all of this money in the car, and you'll even go to jail for fraud, so behave yourself. Ye Kun stared at Annie and said in a cold voice, he had already seen through this woman's nature. A green tea whore who cheated money and sex. The reason why he had been cheated by her in the past was not because of how clever her methods were and how deep her schemes were, but because he had treated her with a piece of his heart. Really day dog. You, me. Annie saw that Ye Kun completely demolished her mind. She was dumbfounded, her face twisted, half unable to speak. If Ye Kun really called the police, the money and car she had cheated her way into would have to be spit out again. However, she was not willing to. Ye Kun, you're bluffing me, right? I'm telling you, if you don't pay the breakup fee, don't think you can get rid of me like this. Annie completely revealed her ugly face, and even yelled loudly, causing the people in the restaurant to look sideways. In the end, she was still unwilling to give up this money tree of Ye Kun, and wanted to cheat a final breakup fee. Ye Kun only felt a coldness in his heart. A few $1 million to feed a dog is also fed. This green tea whore is simply insatiable, and after being dismantled for her true colors, she actually still has the face to look for him to ask for a breakup fee. Scum woman. This woman is scum. Simply shameless. This lady, you are suspected of fraud and extortion. Please return the proceeds of fraud immediately and apologize to my boss. Otherwise I will sue you. You will receive a lawyer's letter within 3 days. At this time, a pretty woman in an OL professional outfit walked over, her eyes blazing as she warned Annie. Who are you? Annie was shocked, looking at the young woman in front of her whose figure and temperament were above hers. I am Mr. Ye Kun's personal lawyer. He is my boss. The woman laughed, confident and calm. A private lawyer? How come I didn't know that Ye Kun had a private lawyer? And looked at the woman in front of her with a suspicious face. This doesn't need to be explained to you. Please return all the proceeds of the fraud to my boss and apologize to my boss. Otherwise I will prosecute you. You will face a prison sentence of more than 3 years and less than 10 years. The woman opened her mouth, her tone resounding. This, Ye Kun, you're not really going to sue me, are you? How can I say that I also followed you for a year? A year of youth. How can it be worth a few $1 million? And was so scared that her face turned pale for a while and begged Ye Kun. In her mouth, she also had a vibrant, scummy girl theory set. Scram, looking at you makes me feel sick, Ye Kun coldly said, already completely disheartened by her. Good, I'll roll right away. Annie panicked, grabbed the Prada bag and Porsche car keys to escape. Wait, the bag you can take away. The car keys stay. That Porsche is mine. You still have the face to take it away? Ye Kun said in a cold voice. This woman is too shameless. Still want to drive away that Porsche of his. Annie gritted her teeth and dropped the car keys of the Porsche, grabbed the bag and fled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of hitting the gold-worshipping green tea whore in the face and obtaining a group company worth over $100 billion. Chapter 3, the $900 billion Quinpan Group. Company name, Quinpan Group. Registered capital, 900 billion Chinese dollars. Company address, Quinpan Mansion in Lujiazui, Magic City. Comes with a security team and a luxury fleet. Slap the gold-worshipping green tea whore in the face and reward the 900 billion Quinpan Group. Super 100 billion. Turns out it's 900 billion. This one I like. Just love such a posh system. Just very favorable. Quinpan Mansion. The number 1 building in Mordor, totaling 136 floors. This building alone is worth more than $100 billion, and is also the property of the Quinpan Group. Now, the entire Quinpan Group is his. This is to spread the wings of the Quinpan, to rise 90,000 miles. This was the super god magnificent system. It's too arrogant. Moreover, not only did he become the owner of the 900 billion group of companies, even the security team was arranged for him. It was really thoughtful of this system. In his heart, Ye Kun silently gave a nod to the every billion million magnificent divine master system. At this time, the beautiful woman who had relieved Ye Kun walked over. Hello boss, I'm Chen Wenwen, your newly recruited personal secretary. Chen Wenwen revealed a smile and greeted Ye Kun with an extremely respectful attitude. She had a melodious voice and spoke softly. She was a far cry from her previous sharp appearance of angrily disliking green tea whores. This was a woman who could be cute and defendable. Ding! The host's personal secretary has finished reporting for duty. Ye Kun was slightly stunned as he could view Chen Wenwen's personal information. It turned out that this beautiful woman who stepped forward was the personal secretary rewarded by the system. She was only seen to have the face value of a schoolgirl and a devilishly proud body. Her petite body was shapely and delicate, with a convex front and curved back. Wearing an OL professional outfit with black silk, and having a pair of sexy long legs, as if she had walked out of a game cartoon. The key is 36D. This no need to explain. Understand, all understand. This girl, absolutely rippling. Personal female secretary? Ye Kun is still a little puzzled. Female secretary he understands. However, not very understand the meaning of this close. Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. In addition to helping you deal with daily work matters, but also personal care of your life and living. Chen Wenwen straightened her puffy chest and revealed a healing and charming smile towards Ye Kun, and with this inadvertent action, she nearly burst the 2 buttons of the white shirt in front of her chest. The amazing curvature that was displayed was breathtaking, the shocking waves, and her identity was actually Ye Kun's 24-hour personal female secretary. Just very cool. Ye Kun silently gave the female secretary's broad-mindedness a nod in his heart. This was a woman who did great things. Nice job just now. Ye Kun complimented Chen Wenwen. If it wasn't for Chen Wenwen stepping forward just now, he would still be harassed by that gold-digging green tea. He was still satisfied with Chen Wenwen's performance just now. Such a female secretary was what every boss wanted. You're welcome boss, it's my duty and honor to help you out. Chen Wenwen laughed, looking humble. By the way, what is your salary? Ye Kun asked. He was still unclear about how much salary he had given to this personal female secretary. This was still necessary to know. After all, the salary would be paid by him as the boss in the future. Boss, I am your 24-hour full-time personal secretary. The salary is $10 million a year. Chen Wenwen replied. With a salary of $10 million per year, she was very interested in this job. Even in this international metropolis of Magic City, it was enough for her to live a good life. Well, from now on, your salary is doubled, Ye Kun said. He was now a super godly man with over $900 billion in assets. It wasn't too much to give his personal secretary a little raise in salary, was it? It was just capricious. It was just bold. Boss is so nice. I will continue to work well and serve my boss wholeheartedly. Chen Wenwen was overjoyed, her waves of excitement rising and falling. It was magnificent. With a single word, the boss let her go from an annual salary of $10 million to $20 million. The surprise came too suddenly. Ding! The host shocked the personal female secretary, causing her favorability to increase, earning her a cash reward of $10 million. The funds have been deposited into the Godly Black Gold card, giving the female secretary a raise in salary and getting a $10 million reward himself. Just very cool. It's worthy of being the billion trillion dollar Godly Ho system. How horizontal. Ye Kun was ready to settle the bill. So Chen Wenwen called the waiter from the private restaurant over for him. Sir, with the drinks, you spent a total of 8,800. The waiter said. The meal cost 4,000. A bottle of wine 4,800. A meal had cost more than 8,000. If it was before, Ye Kun might still feel a bit of a meat-ache. However, for him now, a godly man with assets of over $900 billion, it was just a piece of cake. When Ye Kun swiped his card to pay the bill, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! The host has spent 8,800 yuan, and has obtained a 10 times consumption cashback card. Cool. Although the consumption spent 8,800, but obtained a 10 times consumption cashback card. Super value. However, the surprises continued. Immediately after, the system triggered a new task. Ding! Triggered mission, say goodbye to the past and start a new life as a godly hero. Bullseye mission, start the God Magnate's buying journey. Spend all $10 million within 3 hours. Description: a qualified divine magnate should know how to invest money in himself and build himself into a quality divine magnate with good taste. Requirement: the $10 million must all be spent on yourself. Requirement: the $10 million must all be spent on yourself. Mission reward, charm +1. A set of duplex mansion worth more than $500 million. Spending money and having rewards. Cool. Whether it's the charm value or the mansion, it's all good stuff. Especially the charisma value. Money can't even buy it. Of course, a set of duplex mansion worth over $500 million. He also wanted it. Spending all $10 million in 3 hours. This didn't seem too difficult. The key point of this mission was to spend it all on himself. As long as it was for himself, there was no limit. This is very positive. Why should I please others when I'm rich? Doesn't it smell good to please yourself? Doesn't it smell good to treat yourself? He should have invested his money in himself long ago. In the past, Ye Kun gave all the good stuff to that green tea whore, buying each other thousands and thousands of dollars of clothes. He himself wore just a few $100s of ground goods, buy each other tens of thousands of dollars of bags, their own a few $1,000s of wallets are not willing to buy, give each other to buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of women's watches, but they do not spare a watch. With his economic strength, could have lived a very dashing and powerful, for a scum woman hard to live into a. He won't be that anymore. Investing money in himself, improving his taste and image, attracting quality women. Doesn't it smell good? 1-1. Accompany me to go shopping at the IFC. Ye Kun waved his hand towards Chen 1-1 and spoke domineeringly. It's quite boring to go shopping alone. Call the personal female secretary as well. Okay, boss. Chen 1-1 smiled and nodded her head. Very docile and obedient. She was Ye Kun's personal female secretary, and she would listen to any command from her boss. Chapter 4 Rolls-Royce Fleet. Wine and Beauty. After leaving the private restaurant, Ye Kun took out his Porsche car keys and was planning to go and open his own copy of Cayenne. However, he was seeing 2 rows of Rolls-Royce Phantoms parked outside the door. The grandeur was extraordinary, blinding the eyes of countless passers-by. Who is this so grand? So many Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Ye Kun was also shocked in his heart when he saw the 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms neatly arranged in 2 rows outside the door. 1 or 2 Rolls-Royces might not be anything. However, with 6 Phantoms placed together in front of him, it would be a visual impact and shock. Especially one of the Rolls-Royce Phantoms was a special extended version, much wider than the ordinary Phantoms, and appeared to be very luxurious and atmospheric. At a glance, one could tell that it was the seat of a big brother. Which big shot owns such a fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms? Boss, please get into the special extended version of the Phantom in the center. Right at this moment, Chen 1-1 was speaking respectfully towards Ye Kun, and even reached out to point at the most luxurious extended edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. No way. No way. These 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, they are all my cars? It turns out that I'm the big guy who owns the entire fleet of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Awesome. It's too luxurious. However, Ye Kun quickly relieved himself once he thought about it. Now that he was already a $900 billion godly man, it wasn't too much to ask for a few Rolls-Royces, right? It turned out that this Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet was the one gifted by the system. The attached fleet was so powerful, those other godly magnates were all scum. Ha ha ha. Ye Kun was shocked in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move. Steady, steady. He had to adapt to his new identity as a super godly hero as soon as possible. With the Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet, he didn't even bother to drive the Porsche Cayenne. Driving by himself was ultimately not as comfortable as sitting in the backseat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Especially, there was a hot-bodied personal female secretary beside him. Boss, please get in the car. A driver wearing a black suit and white gloves, with a stout figure and sharp eyes respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom for Ye Kun. Ding! The host's security captain Zhao Hu has finished reporting for duty. Name, Zhao Hu. Height, 190. Face value, 65. Loyalty, 95. Proficient in all kinds of fighting arts, firearms, detection, tracking. This stout driver turned out to be his security captain. Not bad, not bad. Makes him feel safe. $900 billion group of companies. Bodyguard secretary fleet of cars one-stop service. Just very cool. Ye Kun nodded slightly towards Zhao Wu, then calmly sat in the back seat of the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Chen 1-1, on the other hand, sat close to Ye Kun's side, and the faint fragrance of a woman floated in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The spacious and comfortable leather seats were sitting on her buttocks, the luxurious and noble starry sky roof was above her head, and the beautiful and attractive personal female secretary was sitting beside her. It would be boring, plain and simple. So, Ye Kun opened the Rolls-Royce Phantom's wine cabinet and casually took out a bottle of wine, intending to have a small drink. However, when he took a serious look, he could not help but be slightly shocked in his heart. The wine he held in his hand was actually a bottle of 90-year-old Romane Conti. To know, this is a 90-year-old Romane Conti. Just this bottle of wine, the price will be over $1 million. Moreover, this wine is not something that can be bought with money, but is limited to certain honorable people. 90 years of Romane Conti, generally is the collection of the rich and powerful. There is no significant day. Simply cannot take out to drink. Ye Kun is very casual. Directly let the female secretary for him to open the bottle of Romane Conti. Today was the first day he became a super god magnate. He had to drink a bottle of Romane Conti to celebrate. Sitting on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, wrapping his arms around the luscious female secretary, and drinking a glass of Romane Conti wine, this divine hero's compulsion came out at once. The key is that the back seat of Rolls-Royce Phantom has absolute privacy. Once the curtain was pulled, it became its own space. No matter what Boss Yi and the female secretary were doing in the back, the driver would turn a deaf ear. 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, 2x2, drove side by side towards the Magic City IFC. Ye Kun was sitting in the middle of the most luxurious one, the extended version of the Phantom. There were 2 Rolls-Royces in front of him, 2 Rolls-Royces escorting behind him, and a Rolls-Royce guarding beside him. The grandeur was extraordinary, and the president's trip was nothing more than that. It was simply imposing and shook the whole scene. This was much more powerful than any sports car blowing up the street. The pretty boy drove a sports car, and the big brothers were all sitting directly in the Rolls-Royce. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which godly big brother is this traveling? Magnificent. 6 Rolls-Royces, and all of them are Phantoms. Awesome. Each of these Rolls-Royce Phantoms costs $10 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. See, the Phantom in the middle is a private customized extended version, luxurious and atmospheric, unique in the world. Along the way, the Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet shocked the eyeballs of countless passers-by and drivers. Ding! The Rolls-Royce Phantom fleet shocked the passers-by, rewarding them with a domestic red flag supercar worth $30 million. Red flag, Tang, concept supercar, dual W16 engines, all carbon fiber materials, 0-100 acceleration in 1.9 seconds, the fastest speed up to 360 km per hour. The world's limited to one of a kind. Red flag, Tang supercar has been deposited into the system space. The host can extract it at any time. I actually rewarded a red flag, Tang supercar. Ye Kun was shocked. Red flag, Tang is a new concept supercar from the domestic red flag. Whether it's styling or power, it's not inferior to the Ferrari Rafa kind of car. The fastest speed is 360 km per hour, even more than the Porsche 918. Domestic car, must be praised. Those God-ho protagonists are driving Lamborghini Poison, Ferrari Lafa, Pagani Wind God, and Bugatti, Wind son of what? All Rotten Street. A pretty boy should drive a domestic car. The red flag supercar is a favorite. Right now, he can't withdraw the red flag, Tang supercar, or first enjoy the luxury of Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ye Kun wrapped his arms around Chen Wenwen's willow waist while sipping a Romane Conti. It would be very boring. The speed of the car was very stable. Ye Kun couldn't feel a single bump while sitting on the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Come on, Wenwen, have a drink with me, Ye Kun said to the female secretary. Chen Wenwen, how could you drink alone? It would be more fun to drink with a beauty. Okay, boss. Chen Wenwen smiled and poured herself a small glass of Romane Conti. This was a 90 vintage Romane Conti that cost over $1 million, and a single sip would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Many rich people couldn't drink this famous wine, and it was only because of her boss's favor that she was able to taste this kind of good wine. The two gently clinked their glasses and drank together with a different flavor. Chen Wenwen's posture is very elegant when she serves the wine, and when she drinks, she tastes it slowly in small bites, full of flavor. Flaming red lips, car and wine. 2 cups of red wine went down. Ye Kun suddenly felt a little dizzy. Wine does not intoxicate people, but people get drunk. Boss, if you feel dizzy, just lean on me and rest for a while. Wait until we get to the IFC. I'll call you again. Chen Wenwen smiled and opened her mouth with a gentle tone. It was just very considerate. Good, then I'll rest for a while. Ye Kun nodded, put down his wine glass, and gently leaned on Chen Wenwen's plump and delicate body. Right now, he actually needed comfort. Having one's heart broken by a scum girl was not so easy to heal, unless there was a gentle and well-behaved girl who was willing to comfort him wholeheartedly. With her gentle hands, she soothed the trauma in his heart. With her big heart, Give him a warm harbor. Boss, let me give you a massage. Chen Wenwen was very good in understanding, thoughtfully massaging Ye Kun. She understood that her boss needed comfort the most at this moment. Understanding girls were the most adorable. Chapter 5, Crazy Shopping. Boss, the Gujin shopping center is here. Reaching her destination, Chen Wenwen leaned over and said in a soft voice, this is it? Ye Kun was also slightly surprised, only feeling that staying inside the Rolls-Royce made time pass especially fast. The IFC is one of the top luxury shopping centers in Magic City. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Hermes, Prada, Dior, Gucci, Armani, Van Cleef & Arpels and other luxury goods all had stores here. Unlike ordinary shopping malls where people come and go, IFC shopping center was a bit cold. There are not many people in the stores with extremely luxurious decoration, because not many people had the ability to come to IFC to shop. Most of them were the so-called elites. If the wallet is not big enough, ordinary people really do not have the courage to step into the IFC. This kind of luxury mall is positioned for a small number of high-end customers. Ordinary people wouldn't go to the IFC shopping center to wander around if they had nothing else to do. Looking at the expensive luxury goods in one's own shriveled wallet would undoubtedly be a great torment, easily creating a psychological gap. Ye Kun was also considered young and talented, and he hadn't come to the IFC shopping center for shopping in the past. However, he bought things for his ex-girlfriend every time. Buy each other bags, buy shoes, buy clothes, buy jewelry. Just didn't buy a good outfit for himself. This time, Ye Kun didn't want to please anyone and only invested in himself. From today onwards, he is going to live for himself, and he is going to live a life of spontaneity. He is going to be a suave and dashing man. Ye Kun led Chen Wenwen into the luxury store and was received with great attentiveness. There was no such thing as being despised or mocked like in novels. In fact, as long as you straighten your back and step into the luxury store, those sales will be very attentive to serve you. They will treat you like a god. Their mouths are like honey. Their words are super nice and their service will be extremely attentive, whether you have money or not. When you enter this kind of luxury store, you can't lose in the atmosphere. Even if there is only one coin in your pocket, you should fantasize that you are a big man with hundreds of millions of assets. That way, the aura will be up, and can easily suppress the sales of those luxury stores and make them smile. Of course, a man should have money in his pocket to really have the courage to straighten his back. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen first walked into a luxuriously decorated Gucci store. The most conspicuous position in the store was several rows of the latest fashionable women's bags that had just participated in the International Fashion Week. Any bag here would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Are you picking a bag for your girlfriend? We have the latest women's bags that just arrived here. A female salesperson greeted her very attentively. Although Ye Kun was dressed in very ordinary clothes, his waist was straight, glowing and full of aura, and he was accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman. Generally speaking, people who brought beautiful women to luxury stores, 9 times out of 10 were customers who really wanted to spend money. This kind of customer would often throw away money in order to please a beautiful woman. Moreover, some licking dogs would not mind even hemorrhaging money in order to lick a goddess. The price for licking the goddess once may be a few months of eating instant noodles in silence in no one's corner behind the back. Nonetheless, there were still some people who willingly went to be licking dogs. That saleswoman saw Ye Kun accompanied by an extremely beautiful woman, so she subconsciously assumed that he was buying a gift for his female companion. Not buying a bag. I'm looking at sunglasses, Ye Kun said indifferently. Just out of the ordinary, he entered the store not to buy a woman's bag, but to pick out a pair of fashionable sunglasses for himself. Right now, he didn't need to please any woman and only bought for himself. Buy whatever you like for yourself. Just very cool. A dashing man is the most charming, and licking dogs are humble. Oh, well, our Gucci sunglasses are also very trendy. The saleswoman showed an embarrassed look. This horse's ass didn't seem to be in the right place. She secretly glanced at Chen Wenwen again. A very pretty and sexy girl. Could it be that this school beauty is not that gentleman's girlfriend, but a lover? However, even if the two were lovers, it should be the man buying gifts to please the beauty. However, Ye Kun was just bland and very spontaneous, without the slightest intention to please the beauty. Instead, this made the charm on Ye Kun increase greatly. How can a man who can remain so calm beside an extremely beautiful woman be an ordinary person? The saleswoman labeled Ye Kun as a quality man in her mind. A real quality man will not go on his knees to lick a woman. Their target is a woman of comparable quality. The kind of baby girl and the kind of woman with princess disease often only attracts licking dogs and scum men. Quality men couldn't look at them. Chen Wenwen was an extremely beautiful woman, and Ye Kun didn't deliberately try to please her. Obviously, in the relationship between the two, it was dominated by Ye Kun. This saleswoman's vision was still very sharp, and she immediately went to serve Ye Kun attentively. Chen Wenwen noticed the saleswoman's eyes and just smiled, not explaining anything. She very obediently followed behind Ye Kun and helped pick out the glasses. This further validated the saleswoman's judgment and served Ye Kun even more attentively. In the end, Ye Kun just picked a pair of fashionable sunglasses with blue lenses. It wasn't expensive, 8,600 yuan. There were no other goods in the Gucci store that could attract Ye Kun, so the two left after swiping their cards. Next, Ye Kun entered the Armani store and started buying. Although Ye Kun wasn't short of money now, he didn't act like a profiteer and buy randomly for a while. He would only buy the goods that he favored. The saleswoman enthusiastically recommended several seasonal fashion trends to Ye Kun. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, on the other hand, was very considerate and thoughtful as she chose the match for Ye Kun. Although Chen Wenwen is only a female secretary, but she has a unique vision, very fashion sense. Matching clothes make Ye Kun very satisfied. Chen Wenwen, this female secretary, is still very real. This Ye Kun was very vocal. In the end, Ye Kun spent more than $1 million at the Armani store. The saleswoman who received Ye Kun was happy in her heart and face, treating Ye Kun as a god and bending her waist to 90 degrees when she finally gave her compliments. A big customer like Ye Kun who could spend millions of dollars at will was a quality customer that they, the luxury goods salesman, had to grasp by all means. Mr. Yi, this is my business card. Please be sure to notify me the next time you patronize Armani. I will be happy to serve you. The saleswoman deliberately pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing the cleavage in front of her chest, and attentively handed over her business card. On the card, there was the saleswoman's personal phone number and microsignal. Ye Kun did not refuse in person, but after receiving the business card, he didn't even look at it and handed it directly to the female secretary Chen Wenwen. This makes the self-professed female sales heart is very lost. She also expected Ye Kun to contact her individually in private, but it seems that the hope is very slim. Not to mention the others, the face value and figure of the beautiful woman beside Ye Kun was not something that she, a luxury goods saleswoman, could compare to. Her face value also has 7 points. After makeup can be on 8 points. And hot body, fashionable dress, is the goddess in the eyes of some hangers-on. However, in Ye Kun's eyes, she was completely inadequate, can only be considered a vulgar powder. Pretty click on the author's avatar to see all of the author's books. Chapter 6, Green Tea vs. Pseudo-Rich Second-Generation Scumbag. Boss, this outfit of yours is really super handsome. Chen Wenwen's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun, her eyes full of little stars. Successful men were the most attractive. Not to mention that Ye Kun was originally a pretty boy. After changing into a fashionable hipster outfit, the air of a pretty boy was revealed in Ye Kun. Just handsome. That's right, he is as handsome as those who added the book to the bookshelf. Just as much wealth and billions as those pretty boys who gave 5-star reviews, and flat billions of people. You mean I wasn't handsome before? Ye Kun purposely made a face and said, No, boss is the most handsome even if he is wearing flip-flops and beach pants. Chen Wenwen immediately changed her words and even started to be cute. No matter when, the boss was the most handsome. That's more like it. Ye Kun rubbed the female secretary's head. This personal female secretary of hers was very uptight and could be cute or defensive. It was just very favorable. Boss, let me take these bags. Chen Wenwen saw Ye Kun carrying various bags and took the initiative to help. Ye Kun didn't say anything, so he distributed a few bags to Chen Wenwen. The main reason was that it was really inconvenient for him to carry too many bags by himself. That man actually let such a delicate beauty carry bags for him. Simply inhuman. If I had such a pretty girlfriend by my side, I would definitely take the initiative to help her carry her bags and give her crazy buys. That's right, girls are all little princesses. How can you let a little princess carry bags to carry bags? This kind of person is a straight man, no gentlemanly demeanor at all. A few Lemon-essence men and women could not help but sour when they saw an extremely beautiful woman like Chen Wenwen carrying several bags in her hands and following beside Ye Kun in a well-behaved manner. Just then, 4 bodyguards in black suits greeted Ye Kun. Take the stuff to the car first. Ye Kun waved his hand at the few bodyguards and said, Yes, boss. The several bodyguards quickly took the various bags in Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen's hands. Coming out to buy things, all followed by several bodyguards in suits. This is a real big shot. Only seen it on TV. Trenchless What's wrong with a beautiful woman carrying down the bags? Give me a godly man and I'd be willing to carry cement. Ye Kun ignored those people's shock and led Chen Wenwen into the Hermes store. Suddenly, Chen Wenwen's body approached Ye Kun and affectionately took his wrist. Just as Ye Kun was wondering why the female secretary was suddenly so proactive, he saw the green tea ex-girlfriend. She was accompanied by a man with a big belly, looking not too old, but his body had already blossomed in advance. Lu Bai, I'll give you a chance to turn your life around today, as long as you buy this latest Hermes bag and send it to me. I'll agree to be your girlfriend, Annie said with a condescending look, pointing at a Hermes bag. The guy next to her was called Lu Bai, a rich second generation, one of Annie's spares. After she was dumped by Ye Kun, who revealed her true colors, she immediately found a rich second generation spare tire to top her, and brought the spare tire to a luxury store to buy a bag. Annie wanted to prove that there was a market for her, even if Ye Kun didn't want her. There were people who rushed to love her and rushed to buy her bags and gifts. This bag is too expensive. It costs $20,000 to $30,000. Is it okay if I don't buy it? However, Lu Bai was frowning for a while and shaking his head, not wanting to be the wrongdoer. He had never bought only high imitations when picking up girls, not the real thing. Today, and suddenly said that she wanted to give him a chance to change his career, and asked him to come out for dinner and a movie, but she ended up bringing him to the IFC shopping center. This is to let him pay the bill to come. He felt that he was caught in a trap. The scum girl's setup was too deep. It was impossible to defend against it. Didn't you say you are a rich second generation? You can't even afford a $20,000 bag? So you don't love me at all. And revealed a foxed look, glaring at her dead fish eyes, with a look that she would not stop until she bought it. Moreover, she pulled out that usual theory of green tea bimbo again. If you love me, you have to buy me. Only if you are willing to spend money on her can you prove that you love her. And if you don't spare money for her, or don't spend enough to meet her expectations, then you don't love her. Everything is measured in material things now, but she doesn't understand what it means to have a lustful desire, and is only interested in fulfilling her own desires, and doesn't understand what is mutual respect and giving to each other. To put it bluntly, she's a green tea who only asks for what she wants. My monthly pocket money is only $35,000 to buy you a $20,000 bag. My brain's sick. Lu Bai, however, was very shrewd, belonging to the type that doesn't see a rabbit without a hawk. After he realized that he had fallen into the green tea's trap, he was firmly unwilling to pay. This Lu Bai is barely a rich second generation. His family assets have a few tens of millions of dollars. However, he really didn't have much money at his disposal. He had nothing to do, but relied on his family to give a little pocket money to live. To put it bluntly, he is only wearing the halo of a second generation rich man to go around picking up girls. The surface scenery is just. The cost of picking up girls is very low. Let him buy a woman a 20,000 plus bag. That's absolutely impossible. Whenever a woman asks him to send a gift of more than $3,000, he will directly categorize the other party as green tea, and will not eat any loss. These rich second generation green tea Seymour are very ghostly. Don't money sweet words casually say. However, to let them pull out real money to lick women. No door. This kind of rich second generation scum, but not as easy to fool as honest people. Honest people pour everything to meet the scum woman, and often end up being cheated, and get hurt all over, and finally people and money are empty. What is worse is that the scum woman cheated away the money, and the color has not been cheated away. Didn't you say you love me? More than 20,000 yuan of bags are not willing to buy. You're too frustrated. Really let me down. I've misjudged you. Bah, scum. Annie couldn't help but be very angry when she heard that Lu Bai wasn't willing to buy her a bag. Previously, Lu Bai claimed to love her, all kinds of oaths, sweet words and good words, saying that he was willing to do anything for her, even if it is on the mountain of knives, under the sea of fire. Also do not hesitate. As a result, as soon as you bring to buy a bag, you turn your face away. Lu Bai, this kind of rich second generation, is also too unreliable. She just asked to buy a few tens of thousands of dollars of bags. Excessive? I can't believe that she won't even shell out more than $20,000, and she still wants to pick up girls. Annie immediately labeled Lu Bai as a scum. Although this Lu Bai was indeed a scummy guy, he hadn't actually started to freak out yet, and before that it was all Lu Bai who was trying to please her. He was only unwilling to pay real money to pay for her. Che, what's the oath? Casually say words you also believe. More than 20,000. I go to the club to find a few young models to drink tea. Does not smell? Why spend on you? Who knows you're a piece of trash that's been transferred a few times. Lu Bai was struck by the green tea and couldn't help but burst into a cold laugh, revealing a look of disdain as he began to fight back. This green tea hadn't even let him get laid yet, and she wanted to cheat him out of his 20,000 plus bag. No way. He wouldn't fall for this kind of ruse. This kind of woman, even if he got his hands on her, he would still lift his pants and deny it. Wanting him to pay for the bill out of his pocket was absolutely impossible. You asshole. Annie's face turned green with anger when she heard Lu Bai say such harsh and revealing words. This Lu Bai had been tanning luxury cars and houses in his circle of friends all day, flying around and traveling, going in and out of 5-star hotels, and eating a meal for tens of thousands of dollars. She also thought that Lu Bai is a strong rich second generation. It just so happens that she has been dumped, so she wants to give Lu Bai a chance to turn around. I didn't expect Lu Bai to be so ungrateful, and refused to buy her even a 20,000 plus bag. That's right, she thought Lu Bai was insensitive. You can't even afford a 20,000 plus bag. You're a pseudo-rich second generation. Poor scum. And was so annoyed and furious that she slapped Lu Bai's big pie face. Pa! Lu Bai was slapped solidly, and he was also angry and evil. The green tea bitch had failed to set him up, and actually became enraged and struck him. This he absolutely could not endure. Everyone is a scum of the scum road. Scum man to scum woman. Half a catty. Why should he spoil this scum girl? Pa! Lu Bai returned a loud slap to Annie with his backhand, sending her staggering hard. The slap was not light, leaving red 5 fingerprints on her face. Ugh, green tea whore. Don't let you. And you still want to set up old me. Lu Bai threw in a slap before spitting at her again. Green tea he had seen a lot. The one who set up others and still beat them up so justifiably was the first time he had met. Dead fatso. You dare to hit me. I'll fight you. Annie's nature was originally very spirited, refusing to eat any losses. She was hysterical after being hit. Going crazy and rushing up to Lu Bai was a burst of scratching and clawing. Scratching Lu Bai's head. Asterisk 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 bitch. You psycho. Lu Bai is also a lord who refuses to take a loss, and immediately threw a king punch to Annie, and the two of them wrestled together in public. Chapter 7, Mission accomplished. Reward in hand. Boss, that green tea ex-girlfriend of yours is fighting with his spare tire. Should we go up and help? Chen Wenwen wrapped her arm around Ye Kun's arm, looking like she was watching the fun. The boss was young and handsome. Why did he fall for that green tea horse trap before? As long as the boss is open. What kind of woman can't be found? There are many quality women, and it's really bad luck to mess with this kind of green tea. Fortunately, the boss woke up in time and saw the true face of that green tea whore. Going up to help? Help step on a few feet? Ye Kun was also speechless for a while. He wasn't a saintly mother, so when he saw the green tea and the spare tire dog-eat-dog, he naturally wouldn't sympathize. He didn't expect to come to the shopping center to buy something and see such a farce, and was really a scum girl, and after being dumped, she immediately found a rich second-generation spare tire to top it off. This kind of green tea is the same as the scum guy, and will raise a lot of fish, usually all kinds of show off the circle of friends, clocking all kinds of luxury hotels, in and out of high-end restaurants, flying everywhere, traveling everywhere, also disguise themselves as high-end independent women. In fact, all for fishing. The money spent is all cheated from men, but also to disguise as an independent woman, being a and trying to make a name for yourself. Also delusion of this way to catch a golden son-in-law, married into the rich family. This kind of scum girl, no matter what the end is self-inflicted and does not deserve any sympathy at all. However, that fat man is also ghostly and smart, and didn't fall for the green tea's trap. The rich second generation has seen too much green tea because of the circle, and has seen too much green tea. Green tea want to set up the rich second generation, from them to cheat money, but rather difficult, because a lot of rich second generation is the surface scenery, living in the family mansion, driving the family luxury car, but in fact the pocket is not a few money. They spend a little bit of money to cheat those green tea who want to hook up with the rich second generation and marry into the rich family. What's more, there are a lot of pseudo-rich second generation nowadays. Just like those spellbound celebrities, they are all in disguise. They don't have much money themselves, and they even have to cheat from the women's side. It's all a setup. That Lu Bai, perhaps because of his lack of strength, was also unwilling to hemorrhage money to satisfy green tea's unreasonable demands. He and green tea both refuse to suffer. Both feel that they have been cheated and set up by the other party, so they made a big fuss, and finally wrestled together. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained, only set up to win the hearts of the people. However, there are times when a setup fails. Green tea usually does not end well. Sooner or later, you have to pay back. Green tea can cheat 10 or 8 honest people, but encountered a ruthless person, may be directly ruined, or the reputation of the body is broken, everyone spit on, or the jade stone is burned. The same death. Wasn't it just reported a while ago that a female sea king cheated, and as a result, it was made into a 66-page PPT, which became famous, and was on fire all over the internet. Moreover, green tea usually does not think they did wrong, because green tea want money, not face. They just want to live a more luxurious, higher-end life. What could be wrong with that? What could be wrong with them cheating money from men with their skills and bodies? They just want to be on top and use dishonorable means to get to the top. What can be wrong with that? Even if they are exposed and their reputation is stigmatized, they can still live on, or even, continue to find honest people to take over. However, if you encounter a ruthless person, it is a jade and stone. Another scripted story. Do people still want to be kind? More a silk sincerity, a little less set. Boss, what I mean is to go up and step on it 2 more times. This kind of green tea is the most detestable. Chen Wenwen revealed a bad smile, and a little belly laugh. Forget it, although I won't sympathize with green tea, I won't fall on a well either. Ye Kun shook his head. Where's the security guard? Where is the security guard? Fatty and Annie fought in the Hermes store and were surrounded by a group of people who were laughing at them. However, the two of them battled to the darkness, scratching and hammering each other, fighting red-handedly, not caring about the eyes of the onlookers. The two fought and lost, staged a farce. Soon, a store clerk came over to stop it and called security. When Annie was forcibly taken away by the security guards, her eyes happened to see Ye Kun in the crowd, revealing a stunned look. Then, she actually broke away from the security guard and rushed towards Ye Kun. Ye Kun, let's not break up, okay? I'll never make it again. Please don't break up with me. I know it's wrong. I won't make it, ever again. Annie hugged Ye Kun's thighs and begged bitterly. At this time, she was cloaked in hair, all kinds of slap fingerprints and footprints on her body. Her clothes were also torn, woeful, like a ghost. Leaving Ye Kun, she really was nothing. There was no one else who would spoil her like Ye Kun did. She was never a queen. There was no princess life, favoring a princess disease. We've already split up. We can't go back. Please respect yourself. Ye Kun shook his head, unmoved. Since he had already seen the other party's true colors, there was no turning back. When Annie still wanted to continue to pester her, two bullish bodyguards had already stopped in front of her. In the end, both Annie and Fatty were driven out by the mall security guards, out of the shopping center. These two didn't know if they would fight again. Green tea versus pseudo-rich scum. Flagging. Boss, shall we continue shopping? Seeing that Ye Kun seemed to be a bit moody, Chen Wenwen opened her mouth and asked, continue. Of course we should continue shopping. Ye Kun laughed. He was going to say goodbye to the past and start a new life as a godly hero. Next, Ye Kun purchased a men's wallet and a bottle of men's perfume in the Hermes store. Then, he led Chen Wenwen in a sweep of the major luxury stores in the IFC. Whatever he saw, he bought. It was just casual and there was no need to care about the price at all. This feeling was really super cool. More than an hour later, Ye Kun changed into a fashionable fashion brand from head to toe. From the sunglasses on his head, to the clothes on his body, the leather shoes on his feet, and his wallet and whatnot, all new. The man's equipment is expensive and fine, not in many. Ye Kun only bought 3 or 5 sets of equipment. It wasn't expensive. It cost less than $2 million. What is expensive is the watch that is worn on his wrist, worth more than 8 million Patek Philippe. It was said that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. This watch could be worth a Lamborghini Bull. In fact, Ye Kun had no feelings for watches and was not keen on famous watches. He was just trying to complete the system's mission as soon as possible so that he could get the reward. Ye Kun changed into a brand new outfit, and the whole person looked radiant and fashionable. Just like a handsome man who could charm thousands of girls, he was just as handsome as those pretty boys who had given 5-star reviews and had more wealth than billions of dollars. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing and spending $10 million on himself. Ding! The host has used the 10 times consumption return card to obtain $100 million. Ding! The host's charisma value is +1, and the current charisma value has increased to 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of penthouse duplex villas in Building A of Quintillionaire on the Bund in Magic City, with a market price of $880 million. Ding! Reward beeps rang out one after another, making one's heart pound and blood boil. Chapter 8, Quintillionaire Mansion. $100 million rewarded. It was already very cool. Not to mention that a set of Quintillionaire duplex mansion worth $880 million was also rewarded. The Quintillionaire mansion was located on the Bund, in a unique location overlooking the entire scenery of the Bund in Magic City, and it was a top-class mansion that was even more luxurious and expensive than the Thompson-Epine. Most importantly, his charisma value had also increased. Charm can't be bought by any amount of money. It's a kind of temperament and aura that radiates from the inside out. Of course, a man with the ability to spend money will be even more charismatic. Let's go back to Quintillionaire. Ye Kun said towards Chen Wenwen, and couldn't wait to go back to Quintillionaire mansion to have a look. The Rolls-Royce Phantom directly drove Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen into the basement of Quintillionaire. The basement of Quintillionaire was filled with luxury cars, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Aston Martin, Mercedes Maybach, and various supercars. It made people feel as if they had entered a mega luxury car show. From the scale of the luxury cars in the basement, you can see the economic strength of the owners of Quintillionaire. The price of a random set of luxury apartments in Quintillionaire was over $200 million. The owners who were able to live in Quintillionaire were all either rich or noble. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen took the elevator to the 66th floor of Quintillionaire. Entering the living room of the mansion What met their eyes was the huge floor-to-ceiling windows with a 270-degree view, as well as all kinds of top-notch luxury supporting furniture. There is also a valuable piano in the living room. The decoration and design of the entire mansion was very fashionable, trendy and tasteful. The most crucial thing was extremely luxurious. Wow, so beautiful. This view is unrivaled. Across the street is the Oriental Pearl Tower. Sitting at home, you can overlook the entire Magic City Bun night view. Chen Wenwen was even more excited and thrilled than Ye Kun. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious oversized mansion. This is the top mansion in Magic City. There is no one. Ye Kun laughed. Not to mention those single-family villas. Just in terms of mansions, Quintillionaire was the topmost in the entire Magic City. And it was cool when he directly became the owner of this mansion. The view here was truly unrivaled. Whether it was in the living room or the bedroom, one could see the beautiful splendor of the Bund in Magic City. In the Bund of Magic City, where every inch of land is expensive, owning such a super large area of top-class mansion, it felt like life had reached its peak. Chen Wenwen followed Ye Kun around the entire mansion, including the huge garden on the roof and the open-air private pool. The entire top floor was Ye Kun's private space, and helicopters could even be parked on it. Ye Kun was already calculating when he would buy a few helicopters. After all, with a super godly man like him, driving a luxury car or something was already too common. Boss, can I also live amongst the Kunpeng first-class mansions? After circling around and returning to the mansion house, Chen Wenwen was still as if she was dreaming. It was too luxurious. This was the kind of house that only a godly tycoon could live in. And Boss Yi was that divine tycoon. She followed the light. Of course, you are my personal secretary. Of course you can live in. You can choose any room. Ye Kun laughed. The personal secretary Chen Wenwen's loyalty level was as high as 96, and she was a school beauty. She was even more considerate and gentle to him. He was naturally willing to let Chen Wenwen live in the Kunpeng first-class mansion. With such a large mansion, wouldn't it be boring if there was no beautiful woman accompanying it? And through his short time together, he was still quite satisfied with Chen Wenwen as his personal female secretary. Boss, I am your 24-hour personal secretary. Oh. Chen Wenwen revealed a flirtatious smile. She had a beautiful face, a sexy body, and her knitted brows were full of charm. Little secretary. Ye Kun directly walloped Chen Wenwen against the wall. It was just very domineering. Chen Wenwen is worthy of being a school beauty with a face value of up to 92. Her face is stunningly beautiful. Her features are exquisite. Her skin is fair, and her skin is glowing. Boss, you are hungry, right? How about I make you food first? Chen Wenwen instantly panicked and fled in a panic. Ye Kun laughed. Just the small kind still dared to tease him. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Ye Kun asked Chen Wenwen. No, haven't talked about it. Single from the mother's womb until now. Chen Wenwen did not hide. Honestly said. Didn't expect. Chen Wenwen, this delicate and attractive female secretary with a sexy and hot body, was actually still a blank sheet of paper, worthy of being the personal female secretary that the system had arranged for him. It was really pure as water. Chapter 9, the entire Kunpeng first grade is Ye Kun's. Ha ha, you're actually quite adorable in this stupid way. Ye Kun reached out and pinched Chen Wenwen's pretty face that was blowing up and laughed. Chen Wenwen was really a girl who could be cute, imperial, or sexy. Let's go eat first. I'm a bit hungry. Ye Kun said. Well, boss, I'll make you something delicious. Chen Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief and said, Boss, the refrigerator at home is empty. There are no ingredients at all. After going through the refrigerator kitchen, Chen Wenwen realized that there were no ingredients at all in the house. Not even rice. It was really hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. We'll buy the ingredients tomorrow. We'll eat outside first. Ye Kun said. He had also just moved into Kunpeng, so of course he hadn't prepared any ingredients. He was considering whether to recruit a few maids or something. After all, the mansion was so big that it would be hard to take care of it with just one Chen Wenwen. Moreover, Chen Wenwen's status was that of her personal secretary, not a maid. The Kunpeng neighborhood had a matching high-end clubhouse, gym and restaurant. Ye Kun had never been there, so he could take Chen Wenwen for a stroll and learn about the supporting facilities of the Kunpeng neighborhood. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen came to the lobby on the first floor and found the housekeeper of the neighborhood. This housekeeper was wearing a blue uniform, with a slender figure and young appearance, looking like a stewardess. As a matter of fact, a housekeeper of the Kunpeng first-class mansion was found according to the standards of a flight attendant in terms of appearance and image, and then went through strict training before being able to take up her post. Beauty, may I ask where the neighborhood restaurant is? Ye Kun asked the neighborhood housekeeper. Her tone was casual, only to see her name written on her badge, called Wang Jingtong. She was at least 172 in height, with a dignified demeanor and an awesome figure and face value. Sir, May I ask which floor you are the owner of? Wang Jingtong saw that Ye Kun was a bit of a stranger and seemed to have not seen him directly, so she could not help but ask. Top floor. Ye Kun faintly spat out 2 words. Top floor. Wang Jingtong's voice trembled after hearing Ye Kun say that he lived on the top floor. You are the chairman of Kun Pang Group? Boss. Wang Jingtong's body trembled as she stared at Ye Kun with an excited face. The top-floor duplex mansion of the Kunping mansion was reserved by the boss for himself to live in, and was not for sale to the public. In other words, Ye Kun was the mysterious big boss of Kunping Group. She finally met the legendary big boss, who turned out to be so young and handsome. Ye Kun nodded his head slightly as a way of recognizing his identity. When he saw the name Kunping mansion, he already knew that this most luxurious neighborhood in all of Magic City was actually the property of Kunping Group. In other words, the entire Kunping luxury residence neighborhood belonged to him. He was that big boss behind the scenes. Dong, Chairman, I will inform the leaders to come over to greet you. Wang Jingtong was so excited that she trembled after confirming Ye Kun's identity. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and was still afraid that the makeup she had put on today wouldn't look good. Anyway, she was just very excited. No need. You just need to tell me the location of the restaurant, Ye Kun said indifferently. After having a meal only, he didn't want to get into a laborious situation. Loki is the king. Oh, good. Wang Jingtong hurriedly showed Ye Kun the location of the neighborhood restaurant. Thanks. After Ye Kun thanked him, he went to the restaurant with Chen Wenwen. Oh, wow. Big boss is so handsome, so young, and so down to earth. After Ye Kun left, Wang Jingtong was still staring at his back with a flowery face. Kunping's restaurant was equivalent to a 5-star standard. Ye Kun and Chen Wenwen ate a meal in the restaurant in a very low-key manner. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Ye Kun answered a phone call. It was from one of his college buddies, Lin Su. Everyone stayed in Magic City after graduation and would occasionally come out to get together. Brother Kun, it's been a long time, come out for a few drinks tonight? I know a new high-grade nightclub bar. The field is very big. Soon vacation, come out to get high. Lin Su said on the other end of the phone. This guy is a rich second generation. The family conditions are good, but will not be domineering. People are very righteous. People are also bold and generous. Just like to pick up girls and go to the bar to play. Which bar in Magic City is fun? He basically knows. Okay, let's get together. What bar? Send a location over. Ye Kun said. This newly opened bar is called TX Bar. Principal Wang and many stars will go there. The field is very hot. The beauty is super. Buddy treats at night ha. Lin Su couldn't help but say excitedly when he heard that Ye Kun was willing to come out. After hanging up the phone, soon Lin Su sent Ye Kun the location of TX Bar, not far from the Bund. Chapter 10 Divine Car Skills, Kunping Short Video. In the underground parking lot of Kunping, a dazzling blue supercar slowly opened its butterfly door, stunning the eyeballs. This one is the domestically produced Red Flag, Tang Concept Supercar, limited to 1 globally. It turns out to be your car, boss. Chen Wenwen looked at this Red Flag, Tang supercar, only to see that this supercar has a cool appearance, full of a sense of technology. Then Ferrari Laffa kind of god car more windy. Red Flag, Tang's butterfly door opened, like a blue butterfly with open wings, so people can't help but like it after just one look. It was too beautiful, too dreamy, too cool. You also recognize this Red Flag, Tang sports car? Ye Kun laughed. He thought that girls like Chen Wenwen didn't know about cars. Since Huawei started building cars, domestic cars had developed rapidly. Now, some of the top models of domestic cars were not inferior to those imported luxury cars. Moreover, the prices were more affordable, without having to pay those expensive import taxes. Of course I know, the last Magic City International Auto Show, Red Flag, Tang Supercar was displayed for 3 days, causing a huge sensation. Red Flag, Tang was officially priced at 30 million Chinese dollars, unique in the world. At the auto show, tycoons from all walks of life competed to buy the Red Flag, Tang Supercar. Even a tycoon bid up to $80 million, but failed to take this divine car. It is said to have been taken by a certain mysterious tycoon, so that tycoon is the boss. Chen Wenwen looked at Ye Kun with a face of adoration. It turned out that the boss liked domestic godly cars. Ding! Gained female secretary Chen Wenwen's worship value plus 99. The worship value was the currency of this godly hero system, which could be used to exchange for goods and lucky draws. Go, take you to experience the domestic god car. Ye Kun laughed and sat in the Red Flag, Tang's driver's seat. Chen Wenwen also sat in the passenger seat with an elegant posture. Just at this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected a schoolgirl-level beauty sitting in the passenger seat of a divine car, rewarding the host with divine car skills. In an instant, Ye Kun had a large amount of additional knowledge of car skills in his brain, and he directly took control of the divine car skills. Chen Wenwen, a school beauty, sat in the passenger seat and actually directly rewarded a divine car skill. This was also too bullish. One must know that although he was also an old driver, he was still 100,000 miles away from a god-level car skill. It was just a pleasant surprise. When Ye Kun started the divine car and gripped the steering wheel, he immediately had a magical feeling of unity between man and car. At this moment, he was the god of car. Sit tight, the boss will take you flying. Ye Kun lightly stepped on the gas pedal, and the godly car rushed out like a nimble cheetah, with unparalleled maneuverability. After leaving the Quintillionaire neighborhood, the red flag, Tang became the most beautiful car on the streets of Magic City. Ye Kun drove the divine car all the way through the wind, and soon arrived outside the TX bar, only to see that there were also luxury cars like clouds outside this bar, especially Porsche, Ferrari and Lamborghini sports cars, which were everywhere. However, as soon as Ye Kun's red flag divine car appeared, it shook the whole place. This is the same red flag from the auto show, Tang Concept Supercar, limited to one globally, with a price tag of tens of millions of dollars. Awesome. This car is also cool. Domestic cars can look so good. It's not only good looking, but the red flag. Tang's test results on the track are better than the Porsche 918. It's definitely a domestic car. For a while, red flag, Tang's supercar became the focus of the whole venue, attracting crowds of spectators to marvel and worship. Ding. Worship value plus 66. Ding. Worship value plus 88. Ding. Worship value plus 99. Ye Kun drove the domestic god car around in a small circle, and then he madly harvested a wave of worship value in the crowd. Hey, brother Kun, have you arrived yet? Ye Kun had just parked his car when his buddy Lin Su called. I'm here, just parked the car. Xiao Linzi, where are you? Ye Kun said. When he was in college, Lin Su was one of his followers, and Ye Kun was calling him Little Linzi. Although Lin Su was a rich second generation, he was completely temperless in front of Ye Kun. I just arrived too. Right in front of the bar, Lin Su said, and there was a net-faced beauty standing by his side. Soon, Ye Kun brought Chen Wenwen to the entrance of the bar and saw Lin Su. Brother Kun, this beauty beside you is too pretty. A new girlfriend? Lin Su couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Chen Wenwen beside Ye Kun. Chen Wenwen's face value was originally school flower level, plus her body was extremely hot. No matter where she appeared, she could immediately stun the entire audience. Female secretary. Ye Kun faintly spoke. Female secretary? Brother Kun Bulbach, you really are my idol. Little brother is willing to worship you too much. Lin Su was stunned, then gave a thumbs up towards Ye Kun, showing a face of worship. This university graduation is less than a year. Brother Kun even has a female secretary, and it's still a superb beauty. Brother Kun is Brother Kun. Too awesome. Although he was a rich second generation, he didn't have a female secretary either. In the past few days, he smashed hundreds of thousands of dollars down on the live streaming website before he got an appointment with a female anchor. However, after meeting her, he realized that the real person was more than a notch worse than in the video, and couldn't even compare to a beauty of Chen Wenwen's level. At once, he felt that the female netizen around him didn't even smell good anymore. Ding! Gained Lin Su's worship value plus 666. Without any surprise, Lin Su contributed a worship value to Ye Kun. Quickly call Brother Kun, Lin Su said to the net-faced beauty beside him. My brother Kun earned millions in the capital market on his own during his college days. He's a person with real skills. My entire pocket money during my college days was earned by Brother Kun for me. Lin Su still admired Ye Kun. During the university period, when most of his classmates were busy falling in love or playing games, Ye Kun had already entered the capital market and started to make a lot of money. Moreover, Ye Kun was not a rich second generation, and had started his business completely from nothing. Hello Brother Kun, my name is Wu Dan. I'm a female anchor of Kun Pong Short Video Live. Please take care of me. When Wu Dan heard that Ye Kun was so powerful, she immediately greeted him attentively. Not only was Ye Kun handsome and dashing, he could also make money. This kind of person was the kind of thigh that female anchors needed to hug. Kun Pong Short Video Live broadcast? Ye Kun was slightly stunned. This Kun Pong Short Video Live should also be a subsidiary of Kun Pong Group. In other words, it was also his company. Just how many other companies were under Kun Pong Group? This was something that even Ye Kun himself wasn't clear about. Perhaps when he was free, he would have to go to Kun Pong Group's headquarters to take a look. Yes, Brother Kun. This Kun Pong Short Video Live streaming has only recently risen, although it is currently not able to be compared to the three giants of Magic Sound Short Video, Shark Live, and Tiger Live. But Kun Pong live streaming is backed by the Kun Pong Group, and has risen very quickly. Lin Su also said. He often watched short video live streams and gave rewards to female anchors. And he seemed to be very clear about Kunpeng short video. Is that so? Then I'd like to download a Kunpeng short video. Ye Kun laughed. He, the big boss of Kunpeng Group, actually hadn't downloaded a Kunpeng short video yet. Saying it out, would you dare to believe it? Must download There are a lot of interesting videos on Kunpeng short video. And there are a lot of beautiful female anchors, Lin Su said. The few people chatted briefly for a few more minutes before walking towards the TX bar together. Chapter 11 The trenchiest bar in Magic City. The Bund Bar Street in Magic City was brightly lit. At this time, the nightlife had just begun. Brother Cohen, let me tell you, this TX bar is the biggest, most expensive, most trenchant, and top-notch bar in the entire Magic City. Talking about TX bar, Lin Su began to gush, looking very excited. TX Bar has also invited celebrity endorsements. Many top rich second generation, including Principal Wang, are all regular customers of this TX Bar. Oh, it seems very impressive. What level is the card seat consumption? Ye Kun asked. He seldom went to bars. He didn't know this TX Bar very well, and he wasn't very clear about the consumption quotient. TX Bar, the lowest card seat minimum consumption starts at $30,000. District 1's minimum consumption is $100,000. The minimum consumption for Zone 0 is $300,000. The minimum consumption of the Supreme Zone is $1 million, Lin Su said. This bar was so expensive. With a minimum consumption of $30,000, ordinary urban white-collar workers couldn't really afford to spend money. Most of the people who could come over here to spend money were rich second generation and rich people. Oh, this Magic City's most trenchant bar doesn't seem to be very expensive. Ye Kun, however, said without thinking, now that he was already a 900 billion godly billionaire, he really didn't take this consumption into consideration. Even before he bound the system, he could afford to spend. Brother Cohen, you're a big brother. Little brother, my monthly pocket money is only 100,000 or so. Lin Su bristled and said. He knew that Ye Kun was in the capital market and could probably earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in a few minutes. Rich second generation like him envied Ye Kun's ability to make money. Well, which section of seats did you book? Ye Kun digressed and said. Brother Cohen, I booked seats in Zone 1. This bar is too damn hot. Except for the Supreme Zone. The other seats are almost full. They were booked long in advance. Lin Su said. He also managed to book a seat in Zone 1 at the bar's marketing. Other bars were all about marketing, begging customers to book a seat. TX Bar was a bar where the customers had to strike a good relationship with the marketing to be able to book a seat. It was too damn hot. There were a lot of rich kids who came to TX Bar to spend money. And naturally there were a lot of beautiful women, all of whom showed up in piles. This made the bar's business hotter and hotter. It was estimated that the owner of TX Bar had made a lot of money. Suddenly, a commotion came from the front, as if there was some big internet celebrity appearing, attracting a wave of people to watch and see. Principal Wang. The one in front is Principal Wang Tsong. I heard that he recently changed another netizen girlfriend. Lin Su pointed at a figure in front and said in surprise. He had heard that Principal Wang would often come to TX Bar to play, and he didn't expect to run into a real person this time. It was important to know that apart from being a top-tier rich second generation, Principal Wang was also a super netizen himself. The places where he appeared often caused onlookers and heated discussions. Ye Kun looked forward and only saw a man wearing pajama-style clothes walking towards the passageway of the TX Bar. He was followed by a coolly dressed long-legged female companion. There were many other people around. Ye Kun just casually glanced at him and withdrew his gaze. Although Principal Wang was considered a super-rich second generation in China, he was only average to him. Yes, just average, ordinary. Right now, Ye Kun owned the $900 billion Kunpeng Group. Old Wang wasn't even as rich as him, let alone little Wang. Unconsciously, the super-rich second generation in the eyes of ordinary people had become commonplace in his eyes. Several people entered the TX Bar, and their ears were filled with explosive electric sounds. The bar was huge and was divided into several distinctly different areas. Many coolly dressed nightclub beauties walked through it, swaying their bodies wildly to the electric music. The more expensive the area, the higher the face value of the women, the better their bodies, and the less they wore. Lin Su led a few people towards Area 1. Then, a bar marketing greeted Lin Su with a not-so-pleasant face. Young Lin, I'm sorry, your card seat was taken. That marketing said towards Lin Su with an apologetic face. What's going on? Who the hell dares to snatch my book seat? Lin Su instantly exploded with anger. He had invited Cohen and a female netizen over to have fun tonight, and to have his book seat snatched by someone else made him how not to be angry. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. Xiao from the Supreme District has spoken. There's nothing I can do. Marketing said with a bitter face. There were some people he couldn't afford to offend. Therefore, he chose to offend Lin Su. These nightclub marketing also looked at people. I don't care if he's Xiao duo. Robbing my seat just won't do. Lin Su wasn't one to be messed with either. He was also a rich second generation with an inherently bad temper. It was even if he didn't provoke others, but others still rode on his head. How could he tolerate this? Soon, Lin Su rushed to the card seat in Zone 1, only to see a few young men and women sitting on the card seat that originally belonged to him in Area 1, drinking over there. One of them, a fat guy, still had quite a few scratches on his face and neck, and some of them had band-aids on them, which was very funny to look at. Asterisk. Isn't this guy that green tea's spare tire? Ye Kun recognized that fat guy at a glance. It was the spare tire rich second generation who had a big fight with her green tea ex-girlfriend in IFC Mall before. It was really a narrow road between enemies, coming this way and still running into this fat guy. Asterisk. Lu Bai. So it's you Yakuza, just you also dare to rob the old man booked seat? Lin Su obviously also recognized that Lu Bai and yelled at him nonchalantly. Although this Lu Bai is also considered a rich second generation, but only belongs to the unimpressive level. Usually, he was quite good at pretending to show off his wealth, but in fact, his family didn't have many assets. One had to know that even rich second generation was divided into grades. Lin Su, this card seat was booked for me by Xiao. If you have the ability, go find Xiao and argue. Lu Bai glanced at Lin Su and had no intention of giving up his seat. Although he belonged to the lowly class amongst the rich second generation, he hung out with Xiao. He had a fight with green tea bitch at the mall today. He was in a depressed mood and was about to borrow a drink to drown his sorrows. I don't care what Xiao you are. Stealing my position is a no-no. Get out of my way. Lin Su saw that the fat man didn't have the intention to get up and couldn't help but say angrily, Yo, isn't this Lin Xiao? What? Not even giving face to me, Xiao Tianyuan? At this moment, a young man with earrings walked over from the side of the Supreme area. His name was Xiao Tianyuan, the youngest master of the Xiao group. His family's assets amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars, and he was one of the top rich second generation in Magic City. He was a rich second generation who loved to smash money, spending money in bars and making a lot of friends. Young Master Xiao, this card seat was reserved by me a long time ago. Lin Su's face was a bit ugly. The Xiao family's industries spread across all walks of life, and they were very well connected in Magic City, so he didn't dare to offend them easily. However, he was also not willing to suffer this aggravation, being robbed of his seat and still not saying anything. That would be too cowardly. Chapter 12, 1000 Cups Not Drunk Skill. I want to pack the house. Lin Su was robbed of the card seat by Xiao Tianyuan, but his heart was very unwilling. Xiao, this card seat was reserved by me. I invited my friends here today. Give me face. Lin Su said to Xiao Tianyuan. Ye Kun was on the side. If he was robbed of his seat like this, it would be too much of a loss of face. Xiao Tianyuan swept his gaze over Ye Kun, feeling that the other party was very faceless. Obviously not someone from the circle of top second generation in Magic City. These rich second generation had their own circles. Within the same circle, or at the same level, they would also give each other face. When they encounter each other's level is higher than their own, they will concede, and even deliberately befriend to please. And when they encounter a level lower than their own, they tend to be disdainful, and even deliberately step on the pressure. Xiao Tianyuan was the top rich second generation in Magic City, and when he saw that Ye Kun was obviously not in the same circle as him, he naturally would not give this face. However, when he saw Chen Wenwen beside Ye Kun, he couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. Beautiful, too beautiful. This was an extremely beautiful woman. Especially, her figure was too hot. Any man would not be able to help but be dumbfounded when he saw it. This beauty. My name is Xiao Tianyuan, the youngest master of the Xiao group. I've booked a seat in the Supreme Zone. Are you interested in going over for a drink? Xiao Tianyuan directly targeted Chen Wenwen and started flirting with the girl. The girls who came to the bar to play were usually very open, and most of them were gold digging and wanted to catch a rich second generation. He directly revealed the identity of the Xiao family's youngest son and set a seat in the Supreme area. Very few girls could resist the temptation. Ye Kun's gaze was cold. This Xiao Tianyuan actually dared to tease his female secretary in front of him. The guts were a bit fat. However, it was destined to be futile for him to tease Chen Wenwen. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Chen Wenwen's complexion was ice cold as she decisively rejected Xiao Tianyuan's invitation. So what if he was the youngest master of the Xiao family? Compared to Mr. Kun, he was just a brother within a brother. The rich second generation could not be compared to the rich generation of gods and goddesses. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Tianyuan was obviously stunned, as if he did not expect to be rejected by this beautiful woman after he revealed his identity. Such a situation would rarely occur to him. However, He was at least a young man of $100 billion group, and did not continue to pester Chen Wenwen after being rejected. Lin Su, don't say that I, Xiao Tianyuan, am bullying you. I'm a VIP in the Supreme Zone and have the privilege of picking a card seat first, unless you also book a seat in the Supreme Zone. This card seat cannot be given to you today. Xiao Tianyuan turned to Lin Su and said. Chen Wenwen's merciless refusal made him feel disgraced, and this card seat could not be given to Lin Su even more so. Otherwise, what kind of card would he, the Xiao family's great young man, have, reserving a seat in the Supreme District? Lin Su couldn't help but frown. The minimum spending in the Supreme Zone was $1 million. Although he was a rich second generation, he hadn't inherited the family business yet and didn't really have much money at his disposal. What? You can't even afford to spend in the Supreme District? Then don't disgrace yourself in TX Bar. Why don't you get lost while you can? Xiao Tianyuan's gaze swept over Lin Su and Ye Kun, and he couldn't help but snicker. He was a rich second generation who liked to smash money, and he also liked to pretend. When he encountered someone richer and more domineering than him, he would resolutely concede. When he encountered people who were not as rich as him and whose status was not as good as his, he would sometimes step on them ruthlessly. Right at this moment, Ye Kun's system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Triggered random mission, face-punching Xiao Tianyuan, the eldest young man of the Xiao family. Mission reward, 1. 1,000 cups of drunkenness skill. 2. Alcoholic beverage consumption. 1 cash 10-fold return card. 1,000 cups not drunk skill. Ye Kun's heart was slightly happy. Was this intended to make him a wine fairy? The 1,000 cups of drunkenness skill seemed to be of little use in normal times, but it was useful at critical moments. For example, having the 1,000 cups not drunk skill in a bar nightclub would allow him to be like a fish out of water. If you can't afford to consume, don't force yourself. TX Bar is not suitable for you. Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but show a look of contempt when he saw Lin Su holding his red face and not opening his mouth for half a day. He waved his hand and was about to leave this card seat location in style. Slow down. Isn't it just the Supreme Zone? Lin Su was enraged. Isn't it the Supreme Zone with a minimum consumption of $1 million? Today, even if he gritted his teeth, he had to fight for this breath. He couldn't lose face in front of Kun. Wait, tonight I'm chartering the venue. Ye Kun, however, stopped Lin Su and preempted him. What? Pack the venue? Everyone present thought that their ears had heard wrong. TX Bar is the most expensive bar in Magic City. The most trenchant bar. A one-night package. At least 10 million up. Brother Cohen, don't be impulsive. I know you want to take the heat for me, but it's not necessary to pack the field. Really, it's too expensive. Lin Su was both shocked and moved. Cohen must have seen him being bullied and couldn't help but step in. But, it's really not necessary. $10 million? Wouldn't it smell good to take it to buy a Lamborghini Bull? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You said you want to charter the TX Bar? Xiao Tianyuan also stopped and stared at Ye Kun with a surprised face. Spending more than $10 million to package TX Bar. Even he didn't dare to play like this, packing the entire bar. This was much more bullish than booking a Supreme Zone location. Ye Kun didn't pay attention to Xiao Tianyuan, but said to the marketing guy next to him, tonight, I'll cover the TX Bar. I'll pay for all the customers' drinks. However, I have conditions. First, all the people in this card seat get lost. I don't want to see them appear in TX Bar tonight. Ye Kun pointed at the fat Lu Bai in the card seat and said, tell me to get lost? Do you have so much money? Dare to pack TX Bar. Lu Bai was also shocked. He now also recognized Ye Kun as the ex-boyfriend of Annie's green tea. That green tea was exactly the one who was dumped by Ye Kun and found him as a spare tire. However, he didn't believe that Ye Kun could really pack TX. Sir, are you sure you want to charter the entire TX Bar? That marketing also had a look of astonishment on his face. Ye Kun wasn't a regular customer of TX Bar, and he wasn't sure if the other party was joking. Where's all this nonsense? Call your boss. Ye Kun waved his hand and spoke in a domineering manner. When he raised his hand, he also inadvertently revealed the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. At once, that bar marketing was directly dumbfounded. He had paid special attention to those top luxury cars and watches in order to develop his eyesight. What Ye Kun was wearing on his hand was clearly that Patek Philippe diamond watch worth more than $8 million. Even Xiao Tianyuan's gaze was condensed, revealing a cautious look. A person who could wear a Patek Philippe watch worth more than $8 million was at least at the same level as him. This boss, I'll take you to the Supreme Zone to wait first, and immediately have someone inform the general manager to come over to greet you. That bar marketing's attitude towards Ye Kun and the others immediately became respectful. However, the most he could do was to notify the bar's general manager. As for the mysterious boss behind the TX Bar, even he had never seen him before, and naturally, he was not capable of inviting him over. A large number of fresh characters waiting to appear. To tailor the role of the pretty boy, Go to the book review area to leave a message. Chapter 13, Goddess Beauty. Chang Yueshio, Ye Kun, Lin Su and the others were respectfully and incomparably brought to the location of the Supreme Zone by another bar staff. This was the most prime location in the entire TX bar. Not only were the seats the best, the view was also the best. Yi Xiao, Lin Xiao, please wait a moment. Our general manager will be right over, that bar staff said respectfully. Order the drinks first, Ye Kun said indifferently. Since he was already seated in the Supreme area, it was impossible to wait here dryly. He definitely needed to serve a little bit of wine first. Okay, young Yi, what kind of wine would you like to drink? Marketing respectfully said. Little Lindsay, you order. Ye Kun asked Lin Su to order some wine. How about a Divine Dragon set first? Lin Su hesitated and asked Ye Kun. The so-called Divine Dragon set was the Champagne Ace of Spades set. The Divine Dragon set in 6 colors such as black gold, pink, and violet cost 888, regardless of which bar. Ordering this Divine Dragon set would surely light up all kinds of lighted signs, triggering gusts of cheers and becoming the most beautiful boy in the entire bar. God, Divine Dragon set. Wu Dan beside Lin Su couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement when she heard that she was going to order the Divine Dragon set. This was an 888 yuan Divine Dragon set. If she took a picture and sent it to her friends, it would be enough for her to blow it for a while. How is one Divine Dragon set enough? Be confident. 10 Divine Dragon sets first. Ye Kun patted Lin Su's little brother's shoulder and laughed. One Divine Dragon set was only 6 bottles of Champagne Ace of Spades. Completely insufficient. 10 Divine Dragon sets. That marketing was surprised and happy. One Divine Dragon set was 888 yuan, and 10 Divine Dragon sets were smashed out at 888 yuan. Only a godly tycoon would dare to play like this. Brother Cohen, you're too trenchant. Opening with 10 Divine Dragon sets. Lin Su was shocked and stared at Ye Kun with a face of adoration. He was a rich second generation, but he wouldn't dare to order Divine Dragon sets like this. Wu Dan was even more dumbfounded. She had seen what a divine hero was today. She thought that ordering one dragon set was bullish, but Ye Xiao opened his mouth with 10 dragon sets, and there was no pressure at all. This is the real godly hero. She must take a few more pictures in a while and take them out to show off. Drinking with Xiao Yi once today was enough for her to blow off a whole year. Yi Xiao, the black gold version of the Ace of Spades is limited to only a few thousand bottles globally. We still have some stock at TX Bar, and it's only available to the most honored guests. I'll have someone serve the Divine Dragon set right away, the bar staff attentively said. The black and gold version of the Ace of Spades was not available in most bars, but TX Bar had it. However, it was only offered to certain honorable and special customers. Ye Xiao was going to pack the entire TX Bar, so of course he belonged to the ranks of the most honored customers. On the other hand, next door, Xiao Tianyuan was sitting on the sofa in the Supreme area, but his face was a bit gloomy. Xiao, that Ye Xiao wants to kick me out of TX Bar. This is not giving you face. He wants to hit you in the face. Fatty Lu Bai said with a crying face. It would be too humiliating if he was kicked out. He was Xiao Tianyuan's #1 lapdog and could only beg Xiao Tianyuan to shelter him. Today, he was really unlucky. He fought with that green tea during the day, and he had to be driven away when he came to the bar to drink at night. It was all because of that. Now, Lu Bai could be said to hate Annie to the bone. It was simply a case of stealing fish without success and causing a stink. Shut up. As long as you follow me, no one can drive you out, Xiao Tianyuan said in a cold voice. Even if Ye Kun had chartered the bar, he couldn't kick out everyone present. Moreover, he was also the supreme VIP of the TX Bar. Who would dare to kick him out? Right at this moment, the 10 Divine Dragon sets ordered by Ye Kun were sent up by some bar staff wearing glowing glasses and strange costumes. Behind them, there were also groups of people holding all kinds of shiny light signs and electronic fireworks, pushing transparent champagne cabinets. The battle was quite big. Along the way, it attracted countless gazes and drew bursts of cheers and exclamations. ******** 10 Divine Dragon sets. It's a divine hero from the Supreme District. Awesome. It would be great if I could go over to the divine hero side to rub a card and take a picture. The Supreme Zone where Ye Kun and Lin Su were located became the center of attention of the entire venue. 6 bottles of Ace of Spades of different colors were opened, and Ye Kun and Lin Su drank them casually. The taste of this Ace of Spades was a bit better than ordinary champagne. However, it might not be necessary to say how good it was to drink. Drinking it was just lonely and boring. Ye Kun was still waiting for the owner of TX Bar to come over so that he could punch Xiao Tianyuan in the face. Just then, another commotion came from the crowd, only to see a slender, very beautiful, extremely beautiful woman walking towards the Supreme area under the flank of many bodyguards. She walked with the wind. Her aura was full and very cold. and she immediately became the center of attention of the entire crowd once she appeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of person is she? So many bodyguards following, and it's also too beautiful, simply a goddess. See, the general manager of TX Bar is carefully following behind her. She can't be the mysterious big boss of the legendary TX Bar, right? I heard that the big boss behind TX Bar is an extremely cold and beautiful woman. Under the crowd's shocked gazes, that cold and beautiful woman walked to the supreme area. Chang Yueshi, the female president of Chan Group? Xiao Tianyuan directly stood up from his seat in the supreme area, his eyes showing surprise. Chang Yueshi was none other than the mysterious big boss behind TX Bar. However, Xiao Tianyuan knew that she also had another identity, which was the female president of the Chang Group, as well as the eldest miss of the Chang clan. She was cold, mysterious, and intelligent, and the Chang's group was rapidly developing and growing in her hands. Xiao Tianyuan often came to TX Bar to spend money and threw away a lot of money. Why not to have the opportunity to get close to this Chang family's big miss? However, he hadn't seen Chang Yueshi once in TX Bar before. Miss Chang, my name is Xiao Tianyuan, the heir of the Xiao Group. I've admired you for a long time. Xiao Tianyuan saw Chang Yueshi walking over and immediately greeted her, instantly transforming into a licking dog. However, Chang Yueshi did not even look at him and directly walked past him. She was simply high and cold, actually paying no attention to the Xiao family's youngest. This caused Xiao Tianyuan to be very embarrassed and instantly petrified. Chang Yueshi walked straight to Ye Kun's side, stretched out a jade hand, and said, I am the owner of TX Bar. Chang Yueshi, I heard that you wanted to see me? At this moment, she was still very cold and colorful. Ding! A goddess-level beauty detected. Name, Chang Yueshi. Face value, 97, goddess level. Height, 172. Circumference, 88, 60, 92. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 10. Character, flirtatious, generous, magnificent. Ye Kun could not help but be surprised in his heart. The woman in front of him was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her face value was actually as high as 97, reaching the level of a goddess, and her figure was also perfect. However, she was clearly called Chang Yueshi. Why did she call herself Chang Yueshi? Moreover, she looked very cold and colorful on the outside, but the evaluation given by the system was charming, generous and bold. Something was wrong. This was very wrong. Chapter 14, grabbing the goddess's small hand and not letting go for 10 seconds. Even though Chang Yueshi was trying her best to put on a cold appearance, however, the flirtatious flavor between her brows and demeanor was something that could not be covered up no matter what. That's right, her coldness was a disguise, and Ye Kun had already seen through everything. The names of Chang Yueshi and Chang Yueshi differed by just one word, so he guessed that these two people should be sisters. This Chang Yueshi was a bit naughty. However, Ye Kun did not have the intention of breaking down Chang Yueshi's identity. Ye Kun stared at Chang Yueshi's stunningly beautiful face, and gently held her hand that reached out to him. Very soft, very slippery. My name is Ye Kun. I intend to charter the TX Bar tonight. Ye Kun opened his mouth and said, a handsome smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. He was confident and calm, and did not show any shyness because of Chang Yueshi's beauty and status. It wasn't like Xiao Tianyuan, who put on a dog-licking demeanor when he saw Chang Yueshi. Such a man was much more attractive. Just as Ye Kun was holding Chang Yueshi's small hand, the system's beep sounded out. Ding! Triggering random task, holding the goddess Chang Yueshi's small hand for 10 seconds without letting go. Reward, 5 points of physique. Holding Chang Yu pupil's small hand for 10 seconds rewards 5 points of physique. System, you're a bit skinny. However, this reward was also really heartwarming. One must know that his physique was only 8 points in total, and an ordinary human's peak physique was only 10 points. Completing this small task of shaking the goddess's hand rewarded 5 points of physique. Just very cool. This task must be completed. Thus, Ye Kun held Chang Yuexi's small, soft and boneless hand without letting go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chang Yueshi gently drew her hand back, realizing that she didn't draw it back. Her eyebrows couldn't help but slightly knit. However, because only 3 seconds had passed, she couldn't be sure if the other party was deliberately grabbing her hand and not letting go. I'm going to charter the TX Bar, but I have requirements. Ye Kun could not help but speak when he noticed Chang Yueshi's movement to withdraw her hand. By talking and making demands, he diverted her attention. It had only been a mere 3 seconds. To hold on, can't let go. Customer is God. Since Mr. Yu wants to charter our TX Bar, of course he can make demands. Please speak. Chang Yueshi was indeed diverted and tried her best to act like a female president. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, another 2 seconds passed. Tonight, all the customers who come to TX Bar, all the alcohol consumption will be paid by me, Ye Kun said. still grasping Chan Yueshio's jade hand. Moreover, he had intentionally slowed down his speaking speed. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but it dragged another 3 seconds for Ye Kun. At this time, Chan Yueshio had another action of drawing her hand, because a normal handshake would not last more than 5 seconds. Her handshake with Ye Kun was already on the long side. I want that fatty and Xiao Tian Yuan to get out of TX bar. Ye Kun finally said his demand. At the same time, showing emotional excitement, he tightly grasped Chan Yueshio's small hand again. It wouldn't let go. Deadly grip and won't let go. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. KO. It's done. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of holding the small hand of the goddess beauty Chang Yuhsan for 10 seconds. Ding. Rewarding 5 points of physique. Congratulations to the host for raising his physique to 13. In an instant, it was as if a magical energy was injected into Ye Kun's body, and his physique instantly increased. It was just very refreshing. A strong physique is really strong. Ye Kun instantly felt energized, vibrant, full of vigor, full of energy. He felt that even if he was allowed to bounce for 3 days and 3 nights now, he wouldn't be tired. Most importantly, his physique had increased and his fighting strength had greatly improved. When Chan Yueshio saw Ye Kun holding her hand, revealing a look of intoxication and enjoyment, she couldn't help but be shy and annoyed. Fortunately, at this time, Ye Kun released her hand in time, so she didn't go into a rage. At this time, Xiao Tian Yuan, who had been paying attention to Ye Kun's side of the situation from the side, also heard what Ye Kun said. What? You're telling me to get out of TX bar as well? Xiao Tian Yuan rushed over and said with a defiant face. Just now, when he saw that Ye Kun was holding onto his goddess's hand and not letting go, his heart was already very upset. Ye Kun, however, was trying to drive even him out. This made him feel like he had lost face in front of his goddess. The other guests can stay, the few of them must go. I've chartered the entire TX bar. It's not too much to ask for this, right? Ye Kun ignored Xiao Tian Yuan and said to Chang Yueshio, well, it does seem like it's not too much. Chang Yueshi revealed a thoughtful look, then nodded her head with great approval. She was not the owner of the TX bar and did not have the experience to deal with this kind of thing. However, she felt that Ye Kun had a point. People had spent more than $10 million to charter the entire TX bar, so what was wrong with kicking out a few people who were in the way? This was a very reasonable request. Moreover, she also knew that it was Xiao Tian Yuan who started the trouble, and there was nothing wrong with Ye Kun making a counterattack. Instead, she felt that Ye Kun was very domineering. Mr. Chang, I'm the youngest member of the Xiao family. I'm a regular customer of the TX bar, and I'm also a VIP of the Supreme Zone. You can't kick me out. Xiao Tian Yuan was anxious. If he was kicked out today, this would be a big loss of face, and in the future, his prestige inside the circle of the second generation in Magic City would be greatly reduced. Today, your consumption in the Supreme Zone can be waived. Please leave the TX bar, and you are not allowed to set foot in it again tonight. Chang Yueshio followed her sister's example and put on a cold demeanor, directly making a decision, completely not giving Xiao Tian Yuan, the Xiao family's eldest young man, any face. Right at this moment, Ye Kun's brain resounded with the system's wonderful beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of punching Xiao Tian Yuan in the face. Reward 1,000 cups of drunkenness skill. Reward 2, 1 10 times cash back card for alcohol and beverage consumption. Cool. The task of punching Xiao Tian Yuan in the face was actually completed so easily. This was also thanks to Chang Yueshio, the boss of the TX bar. Chang Yueshio's work was too beautiful, and he really liked this girl. He liked this girl very much. No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Xiao Tian Yuan, can also pack the venue. Xiao Tian Yuan couldn't help but get anxious when he heard that Chang Yueshio wanted to drive him away from the venue. However, it was only a venue package, and he, the great young man of the Xiao family, was also capable of packaging a venue. Isn't it just smashing money? Who is afraid of who? The sooner you leave a message, the sooner you will have a chance to appear, he said. Chapter 15, $100 million package. Slap in the face. Xiao Tian Yuan loved smashing money the most. As the eldest young man of the Xiao family of the $100 billion group, every time he came to play in a nightclub bar, he was the one who smashed the most money and was the most generous. As a result, there were a lot of second-generation Magic City juniors who hung out behind his ass. Right, isn't it just chartering a venue? Isn't it just smashing money? Our Xiao can also pack the venue and can offer a higher price. Xiao Tian Yuan's number one lapdog Lu Bai jumped out and said, smashing money? Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Yes, young Xiao can also charter the TX bar. A few of Xiao Tian Yuan's rich second-generation followers also voiced their solidarity behind him. This Ye Kun wasn't from the Magic City's second-generation circle. He didn't know where he came from, and actually dared to compare more money with Xiao Xiao, simply do not know the sky and the earth. They guess that Ye Kun might be a second generation from some small place. Strong dragons don't suppress local snakes. Only when they arrived in the magic city would these second generation from small places realize that they didn't have enough money. That's right. I'm willing to bid $20 million to bag the TX bar for one night. The condition is that they get out. Xiao Tianyuan crooked his mouth and stretched out 2 fingers, his eyes glancing disdainfully at Ye Kun. At this moment, he had found that feeling of smashing money and pretending to be a pussy again. $20 million. He was willing to pay $20 million to play this pussy. He believed that at this moment, he was the prettiest guy in the room. He believed that Miss Chan Yueshi would definitely be convinced by his domineering spirit. Chang Yueshi didn't say anything, but her beautiful eyes looked towards Ye Kun. Now, Ye Kun has not paid the money. Theoretically, Xiao Tianyuan can pay a higher price to package the venue. Previously, Ye Kun was very aggressive and wanted to pack the entire TX bar. Now, how would he respond to Xiao Tianyuan's provocation? How about it? Our Mr. Xiao is willing to bid $20 million to package the venue. Do you guys dare to bid higher? Get out of TX bar if you don't have the money. Little Yakuza, dare to compete with Mr. Xiao for more money? You guys aren't qualified enough to throw money at him. The lapdog Lu Bai jumped out and clamored again. Previously, Ye Kun threatened to pack the venue and kicked him out, causing him to hold a grudge. Now that Xiao Xiao had the upper hand, he immediately stood out and clamored like a jumping clown, as if he was the one who had paid for the entire bar. Dead fatso, who are you calling a little Yakuza? Be careful of tearing your stinking mouth. Lin Su pointed at Lu Bai's nose and said angrily. This dead fatso didn't have much ability, but his ability to be a lapdog was first-rate, and his mouth was still cheap. What? Don't have money and still dare to act like a pussy? You guys are just little Yakuza. That's what I'm talking about. Lu Bai looked like a villain, a dog in power. You guys speak civilized. Don't make trouble in TX bar. Chang Yueshio frowned slightly and spoke coldly. The several burly bodyguards behind her took a step forward, ready to step in and stop the several people from causing trouble. Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but tense up when he saw that Chang Yueshi seemed to be getting angry. Snap! Xiao Tianyuan slapped Lu Bai's head fiercely and lectured. Dead fatso, don't speak foul language. We are all civilized people. This dead fatso is too eyeless. The Chang Yueshi female president was standing on the side, and still dared to talk nonsense. This was destroying his magnificent image. He decided not to bring this dead fatty to play next time. Xiao Xiao, I was wrong. I don't dare. Lu Bai immediately nodded and admitted his mistake and retreated to the side. Well, I'm offering $20 million to charter the TX bar. If you dare to offer a higher price, I'll dare to follow. Whoever concedes is a grandson. Xiao Tianyuan looked at Ye Kun with a provocative face. Today, he had to take out the pushiness of the top second generation of Magic City and use money to smash Ye Kun into submission. Smashing money, he never wimped out. He was the strongest godly man in the entire TX bar. Ding! Trigger random mission, hit Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Mission reward, strength +3. He had just felt like punching Xiao Tianyuan in the face, and he hadn't gotten over it yet. He actually triggered the task of punching Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Although the mission reward was a bit small, only 3 points of strength, but a mosquito is meat even if it's small. This face must be punched, only to see Ye Kun very calmly drink a mouthful of Ace of Spades champagne, then slowly stretched out a finger. What does it mean? 10 million? No way. It's definitely not 10 million. Could it be 100 million? Everyone present was shocked. Could it be that Ye Kun is going to offer 100 million to cover a bar for one night? Impossible. 100 million. I'll bid 100 million. At this time, Ye Kun opened his mouth. He was the one who was going to offer 100 million to bag the TX bar, because he had a 10 times alcohol consumption rebate card. Spending out 100 million could earn back 1 billion. He can also hit Xiao Tianyuan hard. Why not? The whole room was shocked, petrified, outcry, exploded. Crazy, he's crazy. He actually spent $100 million to pack the TX bar for one night. $100 million can all buy a dozen supercars. That is, in this inch of land in the Magic City, to buy a mansion are no problem. And Ye Kun actually directly smashed out 100 million to pack a bar. And, shouldn't everyone be increasing their offer round by round? Ye Kun was completely out of line and directly smashed out $100 million. If Ye Kun wasn't crazy, then he was a true godly hero. At this moment, Xiao Tianyuan was dumbfounded. Although he was the top rich second generation in Magic City, his family's assets were over $100 billion. However, most of those assets were virtual assets like real estate and stocks, not cash. Let him smash out 100 million to pack the field. He simply do not dare to play so, and a time also cannot come out. Of course, if he really wants to get the money together, he can definitely get it together. However, He was only a second-generation rich man, not a rich generation. His old man would definitely break his dog's legs and lock him up for a few more months. Therefore, Xiao Tianyuan wimped out. Chapter 16, the entire consumption is paid for by Yi Xiao. Xiao, why don't a few of us put together some money and raise the price upwards? Yes, Xiao, you can't admit defeat. A few of Xiao Tianyuan's followers opened their mouths. All of them were rich second generation. All of them were very good at saving face. So they would definitely have more than $100 million if they put it together. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Ye Kun and saw that the other party looked calm and collected. He could not help but shake his head. Ye Kun can easily smash out 100 million. Who can guarantee that he will not smash out 200 million? So what if a few of their rich second-generation people came up with the money? They had already lost in terms of momentum. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the truth was that he had been crushed. Crushed completely. Yi Xiao, I concede. If you can really come up with 100 million, I'll admit that I'm a grandson. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Ye Kun and conceded. There was no shame in conceding defeat when one encountered someone more bullish and domineering than oneself. They, the top rich second generation, were generally able to do what they could, and will not head iron, with people to die. Especially when they come across a big brother who is more domineering than themselves. They tend to admit their weaknesses decisively. However, he still had to see if Ye Kun could really swipe $100 million. Ye Kun smiled lightly, took out a black gold bank card and handed it to the general manager of the bar. He only had $100 million in this black gold card. If Xiao Tianyuan had raised the price again just now, he might have had to admit defeat. However, by directly bidding 100 million, he had directly shocked this group of rich second generation in terms of momentum. It made them not dare to raise the price at all. The general manager of the bar discreetly received the black gold bank card in Ye Kun's hand. This card was made of a very special material. It had a lot of weight in his hand, and he didn't know what material it was made of. He had never seen this kind of black card before, but this was not important. The key was to see if there was money inside the card. Soon, the bar staff swiped away $100 million from the black gold card. Young Yi, please keep your bank card. The general manager of the bar respectfully handed the black gold card back to Ye Kun. Now, you are already the most honored guest of TX Bar. Tonight the entire TX Bar is chartered by you, and you are in charge. The general manager of the bar said with an attentive face. Someone like Ye Kun who could casually swipe $100 million at the bar to charter the venue was definitely a big shot that he needed to flatter. Chang Yueshio was also impressed with Ye Kun and became very curious about him. Ding! Goddess Beauty Chan Yueshio's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess level Beauty Chan Yueshio's favoritism towards the host is plus 10. Ding! Goddess level Beauty Chan Yueshio's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Ding! Chan Yueshio's favorability towards Ye Kun directly increased by 20 points. Young Yi is really bold. Come and play often in the future. I'll buy you a drink. Chang Yueshio revealed a charming smile to Ye Kun and said generously. Good, as long as you're in TX, I'll still come. Ye Kun laughed. Chang Yueshi, a goddess-level beauty, shook hands with him for 10 seconds and contributed 5 points of physique to him. If their relationship was one step closer, wasn't there a bonus? For example, hugging, like kissing, what would be rewarded? Aha, you'll see me again. After leaving behind a sentence, Chang Yueshio left in style with her bodyguards. Right at this moment, the entire scene was quiet and the bar's music stopped. Then, the exciting voice of the bar's DJ rang out from the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you an exciting news, TX Bar has been chartered by Supreme District's Yi Xiao. Tonight's entire alcohol consumption will be paid for by Yi Xiao. Let's party, get high. At once, the entire venue exploded. Awesome. Supreme District's Yi Xiao has wrapped up the venue. This is the legendary entire venue consumption paid for by Mr. Yi. Magnificent. It's too damn bossy. Countless adoring gazes were thrown at Ye Kun in the Supreme Zone. And the screams continued. Especially those coolly dressed beauties in the TX bar looked at Ye Kun with incomparably hot eyes, itching to throw their arms around him right away. This kind of godly man, if he could even look at them, it could make them so excited that they couldn't close their legs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking the entire audience. Reward spirit plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 12, breaking through the limit of ordinary people. In an instant, Ye Kun felt refreshed and energized. Moreover, his powers of observation, perception, and so on were significantly improved. It was just very refreshing. At this time, Ye Kun waved towards the general manager of TX Bar. What else does Young Yi have to say? The general manager of the bar asked respectfully. Ye Kun had spent $100 million on the venue, so he would definitely have other requests. He, the general manager, had to personally stay and entertain them all. Pass a message out that any beauty with a face value of 80 points or more can enter the TX bar for free tonight to consume. As for the men, don't let any more in. Ye Kun fatally opened his mouth and made a new rule for the bar. In addition to the customers who were already present, the customers who were going to enter the TX bar later on could only be beauties with a face value of 80 or above. As for how to screen beauties with a face value of 80 or above, it was left to TX bar. Okay, Yi Xiao, I will arrange it. The general manager of the bar nodded his head. The entire venue was free. If the rules weren't set up, TX bar would definitely be packed tonight. Setting up rules so that high-value beauties could come in and play for free. Tonight, those beauties with face value and body in Magic City would definitely rush to TX bar in a frenzy. Chapter 17 Until You're Convinced. Ye Kun turned his gaze to Xiao Tianyuan and looked at him with teasing eyes. He was still waiting for this Xiao Xiao to concede and contribute PowerPoints to him. Young Yi, you're too domineering. I, Xiao Tianyuan, am convinced and will punish myself with 3 cups to admit my mistake, Xiao Tianyuan said, letting someone take a wine glass and pouring a glass full of Ace of Spades spadesuit champagne. He conceded today. Ye Kun was indeed more trenchant and domineering than him. Slow down. Since you are admitting your mistake, you have to be a bit sincere. Ye Kun stopped Xiao Tianyuan from drinking the champagne and turned to the general manager of the bar. Put on 10 bottles of Louis XIII. Good. The general manager of the bar nodded his head and then ordered the staff to get the wine. Louis XIII was a very expensive foreign wine in a bar, with a bottle selling for tens of thousands of dollars. Usually, if someone went to a bar and wanted to act tough, they would order a bottle of Louis XIII and put it on the card seat, and then they would not open it, so they would purely act tough and use it to fish for girls. When Ye Kun casually opened his mouth, it was 10 bottles of Louis XIII, just like ordinary people ordering beer. Yi Xiao, isn't playing like this a bit excessive? Xiao Tianyuan was frowning. His face was very ugly. The other party was clearly refusing to let him go, and wanted him to toast with foreign wine. Yeah, you've gone too far. Xiao Xiao has already conceded. Why are you being aggressive and bullying? We're all second-generation people with faces in Mordor. We're not to be messed with. Don't push us too hard. Otherwise we'll use our family's connections to make it impossible for you to gain a foothold in Mordor. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan's lapdog, Lu Bai, jumped out and clamored again. Ye Kun disdainfully glanced at Lu Bai, that fat guy. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Xiao Tianyuan and said, is this what you mean? He really didn't take this group of rich second generation in his eyes. That fatty Lu Bai was a scum, not even qualified to talk to him. Xiao Tianyuan seemed to have some eyesight and could barely talk to him. If Xiao Tianyuan didn't know how to behave, he didn't mind cleaning up as well. Xiao Tianyuan couldn't help but shiver when he was glanced at by Ye Kun's eyes. A big shot like Ye Kun who could casually smash out 100 million packages in a bar was obviously at a higher level than him. He didn't dare to offend easily. The dead fat man had eaten his bear's heart and leopard's gall and actually dared to threaten the other party. Wasn't this looking for trouble for him? Snap! There was a crunching sound. Xiao Tianyuan fiercely slapped Lu Bai, sending him staggering. Yi Xiao and I are talking. Where is your turn to interrupt? Slap! Xiao Tianyuan flung another slap over, sending Lu Bai bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Dead fatso, not even a little bit of eyesight. Get the hell out of here. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai to the ground. The more he looked at Lu Bai, this lapdog now, the more he felt that he was repulsive and had no eyesight. This kind of eyeless lapdog was better to get as far away as possible in the future. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. I was wrong. Lu Bai was lying on the ground towards pleading, with a snotty nose and tears. He hadn't kissed the right spot several times today, causing Xiao Xiao to punch and kick him for a while. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Apologizing to me is useless. Apologize to Yi Xiao. Xiao Tianyuan kicked Lu Bai again. Today, if he hadn't been dragged down by this dead fatty Lu Bai, he wouldn't have had to be punched in the face by Xiao Yi. Moreover, he had lost face in front of the goddess. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Thus, Xiao Tianyuan viciously kicked Lu Bai a few more times, spreading all his anger on him again. Yi Xiao, I'm wrong. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. Lu Bai curled up on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. Get lost. Ye Kun waved his hand, signaling Lu Bai asshole. This fat guy was not a good thing. He was a spare tire for his green tea ex-girlfriend, so it was a chance to teach him a lesson. Thank you Yi Xiao. Thank you Yi Xiao for sparing me. Lu Bai hurriedly climbed up and fled in fear. He was just a fox-fake dog's leg. Now that Xiao Xiao had conceded in front of Ye Kun, how could he dare to mess with Ye Kun? At this time, 10 bottles of Louis XIII foreign wine had been sent down by the hotel staff. Yi Xiao, are you really going to let me toast with the foreign wine? Xiao Tianyuan's face was unsightly. He had already conceded and lowered his stance many times, but this young Yi still refused to let him go? Young Xiao, I know that you are now convinced by your mouth. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll drink as much wine as you drink. I'll drink all of you by myself. Dare you? Ye Kun swept his gaze at Xiao Tianyuan's several people and spoke in a domineering manner. The system's rewards hadn't arrived yet, indicating that the level of punching Xiao Tianyuan in the face wasn't enough. This Xiao Tianyuan was only convinced by his mouth and not by his heart. Today, he must be convinced. What? You're drinking all of us by yourself? Are you sure you're not joking? Xiao Tianyuan was shocked. Ye Kun actually said that he would drink all 7 or 8 of them, by himself. The whiny mortal didn't even dare to boast about this. They had to know that they were the regulars of the nightclub bar. All of them were not bad drinkers, and there were even a few of them who were very capable of drinking. Brother Cohen, it's too much of a loss for you to drink so many of them alone. Count me in. Lin Su also stood out. Although he didn't know why Ye Kun dared to make this request that was clearly unfavorable to him, he believed that Ye Kun wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Boss, add me one. Chen Wenwen also stepped forward, although she was a woman. But how could she stand idly by while her boss rushed ahead? She also wanted to wish her boss a favor. Brother Cohen, count me in as well. Even that Wu Dan stood out and volunteered. Today, Ye Kun had shown her what a true godly hero was. Now, there was a chance to perform in front of a godly hero. How could she miss it? Ye Kun gazed at Chen Wenwen, Lin Su and Wu Dan and nodded. The few of them had come together and were considered a temporary small group. It was only right to advance and retreat together. Although he alone could drink down the entire other party, there was no need for one person to take the lead. How about it? 4 people on our side. Drink 8 of you. Dare you? Ye Kun picked up a bottle of Louis XIII and looked at Xiao Tianyuan playfully. He planned to spar for alcohol and directly dry out these few rich second-generation people. Chapter 18, 1,000 cups never drinks. Godly heroes really know how to play. 8 people on our side. Drinking 4 of you? Xiao Tianyuan smiled. There was actually such a good thing. He had thought that Ji Xiao was going to force him to take a foreign wine toast alone. Then he would naturally be very upset and unhappy. As a result, Ye Kun was the one who said that he would spar with them, and it was still a case of fewer people against more people. There were a total of 8 people on their side, all of whom could drink, so it was clearly in their favor. Xiao, spar with them and dry them out. Right, it's just drinking. We've never been afraid of anyone. The few rich second generation beside Xiao Tianyuan also could not help but rub their fists together, thinking that this was a great opportunity to fight back against Ye Kun. There was no reason why the 8 of them would lose when they drank 4 people from the opposite side. Good, then we'll spar for drinks. Young Yi, what do you say about drinking? Xiao Tianyuan also clenched his teeth and said, if they still conceded in this situation, then they wouldn't need to mix in the second generation circle in Magic City. It's simple. Louis XIII poured full. Cheers, Ye Kun said, pouring a bottle of Louis XIII into his own glass, then signaling the bar staff. He poured each wine glass full. Cheers with Louis XIII. The corner of Xiao Tianyuan's mouth could not help but twitch. This pure, unadulterated Louis XIII was not an easy thing to bring for a toast. However, there was no turning back now. One had to spell out the wine. Young Yi, I will toast you first. Xiao Tianyuan was still considered to be bold. Raising a cup of Louis XIII, directly gulp and poured it in one gulp. By the time he was halfway through the drink, his face was already red from holding it in, but he still gritted his teeth and poured it in. Yi Xiao, I'm done drinking. It's your turn. Xiao Tianyuan poured the wineglass over, signaling that he had already drank clean. Without saying a word, Ye Kun raised a full glass of Louis XIII and finished it in one gulp. He had the skill of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups. Drinking Louis XIII was similar to drinking water. It's no big deal. Just drink it. Then, Chen Wenwen, Lin Su and Wu Dan had a cup of Louis XIII with each of the other rich kids. Ye Kun drank another 4 cups and dried the 4 rich second generation. During the second round of drinks, Ye Kun let Chen Wenwen rest and drank a cup for her. During the third round of drinks, Xiao Tianyuan's side had already fallen too, and Lin Su couldn't stand it anymore. 1 cup after another, round after round, until someone collapsed or voluntarily quit. It didn't take long for the few rich second generation on Xiao Tianyuan's side to all get drunk. Only Ye Kun still looked like a light-hearted man. It was as if what he drank was not foreign wine, but plain water. The 1,000 cups not drunk skill was just as strong. Yi Xiao, Xiao Tianyuan obeyed. My heart and soul, I am a grandson. Spare me. Xiao Tianyuan finally admitted defeat and begged for forgiveness after spitting a few times. His words were not even clear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of punching Xiao Tianyuan in the face again. Reward strength +3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his strength to 11, surpassing the limits of ordinary people. In an instant, Ye Kun felt that his body was infused with a magical energy. Filled with strength, and his muscles seemed to have become stronger. With 11 points of strength, it had already exceeded the peak level of an ordinary human. In other words, if he threw out a punch now, it would be at least at the level of a boxing champion. Just very cool. Next, Ye Kun checked his basic information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 11. Agility, 7. Physique, 13. Spirit, 12. Charisma, 8. Note, the peak attributes of ordinary people are 10. God's reserve, billions and billions of trillion Chinese coins. Disposable gold, 1. 000. 000. Skills, divine car skills. Never drunk from 1,000 cups. Props, none. Divine magnificence points, 1. Note, for every $100 million spent, you can add 1 divine magnificence point. Divine magnificence points can be used to enhance the 4 basic physical attributes of strength, physique, agility and spirit, and cannot be used to enhance charisma. System, add my divine magnificence points to agility. Ye Kun read silently in his mind. He had wanted to use the divine magnificence points to enhance charisma. Unfortunately, charisma could not be raised with divine magnificence points, and the reason why he chose to use the divine magnificence points to raise his agility was because he didn't want to leave behind shortcomings. Right now, his strength, physique and spirit had all surpassed the peak level of ordinary humans. Only agility had yet to reach 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending a divine magnificence point to raise his agility to 8. At the same time, a message quickly spread amongst the young groups of Magic City. I heard that the most expensive TX bar in Magic City has been chartered by a divine hero. It said that the package fee is as high as 100 million. I'm blown away. This is the real godly man. It said that beautiful women with a face value of over 80 points can enter the TX bar for free drinks and free play. God Ho really knows how to play. In the freshman dormitory of the Magic City Film and Drama Academy, several cool beauties wearing pajamas and shorts were playing short videos and brushing their friend circles. Suddenly, one of the beauties exclaimed, "Look everyone, that TX bar, the most expensive one in Magic City, has been chartered by a godly tycoon tonight. As long as the beauty with a face value higher than 80 points can drink and play for free, there are also stars on the scene. Super high. TX bar is super expensive. The minimum consumption is tens of thousands of dollars. Usually no one can afford to go. As long as you brush your face, you can play for free. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Let's go. I don't like drinking and bouncing. I mainly want to get to know the godly." In addition to some pretty female students, there were also some urban female white-collar workers who thought they had a good face value. All of them were rushing to TX bar. Some of them wanted to drink and play for free, and more of them wanted to take the opportunity to get to know the godly man. In case you are taken in by a god, won't you be able to fly up to the branch and become a phoenix? The name of the character is solicited. Want all kinds of beautiful characters of the pretty boy? Go to the book review area to leave a message. The character characteristics and name left can be Chapter 19, School Girl Class, Yang and I and Tangro. Tonight, TX bar was high as a kite, and there were so many beautiful girls, and Ye Kun was destined to be the most beautiful boy in the room. As soon as he sat down there, the gazes of countless beauties converged, and each and every one of them was eager to jump into his arms. However, on the periphery of the supreme area stood a whole row of black-clothed bodyguards arranged by the bar, with an extraordinary aura. Ordinary people could not step in at all. The divine magnate was not something that those demonic ES could approach if they wanted to. Ye Kun set another rule that only school flower level beauties could come to the supreme area to toast him. Below the school flower level beauty, do not disturb. The divine magnificence was full of force. In the beginning, there are always some self-proclaimed some of the vulgar powder over the harassment, fantasizing to be Ye Kun this god hero in the match. As a result, Ye Kun set the rule of non-school beauty do not disturb. Brother Kun, you are too trenchant. By relying on hard power, you completely ed over Shao Tianyuan and a few of their rich second generation. You are my idol for life. Lin Su raised his wine glass and looked at Ye Kun with a face of worship. Shao Tianyuan is the top second generation in Magic City, usually very arrogant, but in the end, he was cleaned up by Kun, and in the end, he not only conceded, but also drank too much and was carried out. Ye Kun's ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk also shocked everyone. Ding! Gained Lin Su worship value blast plus 666. Now, Lin Su had just become Ye Kun's most loyal little fanboy. Young Yi, you've shown me what a true godly hero is. I'll toast to you. Wu Dan also toasted towards Ye Kun and threw a wink as if she was intentional. She was an anchor woman with millions of fans, a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in front of Ye Kun, she didn't dare to put on the slightest bit of a goddess's stance. Instead, she had to deliberately curry favor with Ye Kun. Feel free. Ye Kun raised his glass. and Lin Su. Wu Dan gently clinked their glasses, and took a small sip of Spadesuit Ace of Spades champagne. At the same time, a few beauties from the theater academy were constantly stealing glances towards the location of the Supreme Zone where Ye Kun was. They had learned through their circle of friends that TX Bar had been chartered by a godly tycoon, and as long as a beauty with a face value of more than 80 points, she could come over to play for free. So, all four of them from one dormitory rushed over. They are from the Magic City Theater Academy, and it just so happens that all of them are beauties in one dormitory, so they easily got the entry qualification. As soon as they entered TX Bar, they found that the drinks were all free, and there were many beautiful women on the scene, and the atmosphere was very high. That handsome guy in the black shirt, is he the godly man who bought the whole TX Bar? He's so handsome, so cool, so young. See, the table is full of Ace of Spades Spadesuit champagne and Louis XIII wine. Those wines alone cost over $1 million. If only I could get into the Supreme area to take a few photos to send to my friends. Let's go over and get to know the godly men. But there seems to be bodyguards over there. These girls were also very bold, and after realizing that Ye Kun was handsome and young, they decisively walked towards the Supreme area. This kind of young and handsome godly man wasn't something you could encounter every time you had the chance. However, just as they walked to the Supreme area, they were stopped by a few black-clothed bodyguards. I'm sorry, Ye Xiao said that only schoolgirl-level beauties with a face value of 90 points or more are allowed to go over. The black-clothed bodyguards swept their gazes at the four beauties in front of them. You need a school flower-level beauty to pass? A few girls were shocked. That godly hero's vision was too high. At once, two of the girls revealed a lost look. They were both class flower department flower-level beauties, but they were not up to school flower level. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were already extreme beauties, but they actually didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Supreme area to meet that divine magnate. It was just shocking. However, there were still two girls who held their heads high as if they were proud swans. This was because they had both reached the school flower level. Don't worry, after we go in, we'll ask that Ye Xiao to let you guys in as well. If he's not willing, we'll take a few pictures and come out. Those two schoolgirl-level beauties also comforted their other two companions. You guys wait a bit, I still have to go over and inform young Yi, one of the bodyguards said cautiously. Then, he walked towards Ye Kun. Young Yi, there are two schoolgirl-level beauties who want to toast to you, that bodyguard said in Ye Kun's ear. Sure it's school flower level? Ye Kun raised his eyebrows. Previously, these bodyguards had brought some mediocre girls, making him very skeptical of these people's aesthetics. Young Yi, this time, it's guaranteed to be schoolgirl level. It's too pretty. That bodyguard patted his chest and assured. Alright, then bring it over and take a look. Ye Kun nodded and said. Soon, there were two slender, fashionably dressed beauties walking over holding hands. One of them was dressed sexy and walked in front with her head held high. The other one was dressed innocently and followed behind with a timid expression. Ye Xiao, we are first-year students of the Magic City Theater Academy, and we would like to take a few pictures over here, can we? That sexy dressed girl stared at Ye Kun for a while before she opened her mouth. She was calm on the surface, but in fact, she was panicking a lot inside. The handsome man in front of her was the godly man who had spent $100 million on the TX bar. To say that he wasn't nervous, it was definitely a lie. Oh, what are your names? When Ye Kun saw these two girls, he immediately felt his eyes light up. They weren't that kind of mediocre girls, and their appearance and image had definitely reached the school flower level. My name is Yang and I. The sexy and delicate girl opened her mouth. Ding! Detected a school flower level beauty. Name, Yang and I. Face value, 94, school beauty level. Ye Kun looked at Yang and I and nodded slightly. Her face value was as high as 94, and her body was curvy. In particular, she was born with a pair of peach blossom eyes, which gave her a bit more of a delicate feeling. I am Tang Ro, a freshman in the dance department. At this time, another girl with an innocent appearance also opened her mouth, her voice with a bit of timidity. Chapter 20 Golden Gun Unstoppable Skill. Name, Tang Ro. Face value, 96, goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 169. Circumference, 85. 60, 90. Bust, 34c. Favorability, 30. Characteristics, delicate body, soft body features. This Tang Ro's face value was actually as high as 96, reaching a goddess level rating. Moreover, the body is delicate and soft, worthy of being a girl from the dance department. Ding! Trigger a randomized mission. Invite Yang and I and Tang Ro to sit down and drink. Reward, agility +5. One chance at a random draw. This triggered the mission. As expected, Ye Kun guessed correctly that the chances of triggering a quest and reward were high when encountering beautiful women above the school flower level. Yang and I and Tang Ro were a school flower level beauty and a goddess level beauty, so their face value and figure were naturally top-notch. However, The lighting inside the bar was a bit dim, so it wasn't very clear to see. Instead it had a hazy beauty. Ye Kun stared at Yang and I and Tangro, patted the seat beside him, and laughed. Taking pictures is naturally no problem. Why don't you guys sit down and drink together? He knew very well in his heart that since Yang and I and Tangro took the initiative to come over, of course they wouldn't just think of leaving after taking pictures. They definitely wanted to sit down and play. After all, being able to sit down and drink with a godly man was a rare opportunity in itself. Good. Yi Xiao. When Yang and I heard Ye Kun invite them to sit down, she couldn't help but look very excited and pulled Tang Ro to sit beside Ye Kun. They were all towering goddesses in school, surrounded by countless licking dogs. However, there was really no chance to meet a man of God's caliber. In school, at most, they encountered the kind of rich second generation who drove a few $1 million of luxury cars, and none of their wealth was free. The second generation of rich people is just spending the family's money, and the real God is still 100,000 miles away. Yang and I stared at the various colors of spadesuit ace of spades heartsuit champagne placed on the table, his gaze becoming fiery. A divine dragon set was 888 yuan. The normally rare divine dragon set champagne seemed to be placed here as casually as ordinary beer. It was just very trenchant. This is the god's rich ah. Ye Kun noticed Yang Ni's eyes, so he casually took a bottle of pink ace of spades spadesuit champagne, poured 2 glasses, and handed them to Yang and I and Tangro respectively. This champagne isn't bad. Have a drink. Ye Kun laughed, just casually. Young Yi, I toast to you. Yang and I was not timid and raised her glass to toast Ye Kun. Tangro hesitated for a moment and also picked up her wine glass. Feel free, there's no need for a toast. Ye Kun laughed. A few gently clinked their glasses, then took a small sip. Right at this moment, Ye Kun's mind rang with the system's wonderful beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Yang and I and Tangro to sit down and drink. Ding! Reward agility +5. Congratulations to the host for raising his agility to 13, surpassing the limit of ordinary people. Rewarded with 1 chance at a random draw. It was so easy to complete this task. This system is really just like hanging on. It's just great. System, I want to draw a prize. Ye Kun murmured in his mind, intending to directly use up this lucky draw opportunity. Instantly, a huge carousel appeared in his mind with all sorts of dazzling rewards. 1 beauty card, 1 health card, 1 lucky charm, bad luck charm, 1 peach blossom charm, 2 personal maids, golden gun skill, divine magnificence points +1. Inside the giant roulette wheel, it's full of goodies that money can't even buy. I wonder which prize those pretty boys chasing the book want the most. Beauty card. A pretty boy like him doesn't need something like a beauty card, just very handsome and has money power. However, the beauty card can be used for women. It's a good thing that can make any woman go crazy for it. The health card was good. Ye Kun's body was as strong as a cow now, very healthy. However, if you drew a health card you could give it to your parents and elders. It was definitely a good thing. There was no need to mention the lucky charm. If you drew it, it was a Euro Emperor. If you draw a bad luck charm, you can give it to your enemy. And if you see someone who is not happy, you can put a bad luck charm on him. It's definitely great. Peach blossom charms are also good. Have a peach blossom charm, peach blossom luck immediately come. Personal maids are great, and there are 2 of them. The golden gun will not go down. This is good. This is definitely a divine skill that all pretty boys are eager to obtain. In addition to the above prizes, there are many more goodies inside the carousel. You can leave a comment here if you want to know what prizes you want to see in the carousel. The author will be interacting with you for a long time, and will choose the prizes to appear in the book. Those dazzling prizes made Ye Kun's eyes water when he saw them. Host, is it time to start the lottery? The system prompted. Start the lottery. At that moment, the big carousel in Ye Kun's mind began to slowly rotate, and then accelerated. Stop! As Ye Kun shouted stop, the carousel in his mind rotated more and more slowly, and finally the pointer stopped on top of a prize. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a health card. Prize description: once the health card is used, minor illnesses will be eliminated and major illnesses will not occur. A health card can maintain the effects of physical health for 1 year. A health card can be given to yourself and others. The health card can be used for yourself and others. Health card can be used for yourself and others. Although I didn't draw the golden shot skill, it's a little bit of a pity. However, the health card is not bad and can be used for parents. Modern people's bodies are sub-healthy. All kinds of problems constantly. With the health card, you cannot get sick. Yi Xiao, our dormitory originally had 4 girls coming over together, but the other 2 can't come over to the Supreme area. Can we let them come over to play together too? After sitting down and drinking a glass of wine, Yang and I bolstered his courage and opened his mouth to ask. I know this might be a bit presumptuous. If it's not possible, Yang and I said a little apprehensively. She had wanted to say, forget it if it's not okay. After all, Ye Xiao had already given face by inviting their 2 schoolgirls for a drink. Why should he still invite her 2 classmates to drink? Ye Xiao had set a rule that only school flower level or above beauties were allowed to enter the supreme zone. It was obvious that Ye Xiao's eye for beautiful women was very picky. Not all beautiful women could enter his eyes and be qualified to drink his wine. She regretted saying the words and felt that she was a bit ungrateful. What if Ye Xiao got angry? She didn't want to just sit in the supreme area and have to leave. However, Ye Kun was very level-headed. It didn't get angry because of this. You have 2 more classmates with you? Then let them come over. Ye Kun laughed. Anyway, the supreme area was very spacious, so 2 more people weren't much. Yang and I and Tang Rou had swiped a wave of rewards for him, so this small request could still be satisfied. Chapter 21 Kun Pang live streaming. Opening a Kun. Ye Kun waved at one of the bodyguards and told them to let Yang and I and Tang Rou's roommates in. Young Yi, you're so nice. Yang and I saw that Ye Kun agreed to her request, and couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and spoke with a bit of a petulant flavor. Ye Xiao really has a lot of money and a lot of billions of dollars, and he is very close to people. Ding! The school flower level beauty Yang Ni's favorability to the host plus 10. The favorability to the host increased to 40. Favorability has increased this much. It seemed that it wasn't too difficult for him, a godly man, to raise the school beauty's favorability. With his handsome face and money ability, he could do no harm. Are you sending me a good guy card? Ye Kun laughed. No Ye Xiao is really approachable. There's not a bit of the godly hero stance. Yang and I revealed a delicate smile and said, she originally thought that a godly magnate like Ye Kun must have a big stance, eccentric temper, egotistical, and not easy to get along with. She didn't realize that Ye Kun was easygoing when he talked and laughed with her. Ye Kun just smiled. He had a good temper, but it also depended on who he was dealing with. Soon, Yang and I and Tang Rou's 2 female classmates were led into the supreme area. Both of them were at least class flower level beauties. Ye Kun greeted them and gestured for them to sit down as well, which gave them a feeling of being flattered. Young Yi, can we take some pictures to send a short video? Yang and I asked. Drinking together with divine greatness in the supreme area, taking some photos and sending them all to a short video could attract a lot of traffic. Yes, which short video site are you guys sending? Ye Kun nodded and then asked. Send it on Kunpeng short video. Recently this short video site is very hot, and it can also be live broadcast. The 4 of us in the dormitory all play Kunpeng short video, and occasionally live broadcast. Yang and I said. They were all students of the Magic City Theater Academy, and had accumulated a lot of fans by playing short videos. Moreover, live broadcasting could also make money. Although they were still only freshmen, they had already earned tuition and living expenses by playing short videos to receive advertisements and live broadcasts. This has given them a taste of the sweetness of playing short videos and doing live broadcasts. Self-media like short videos and live broadcasts are a new windfall that is rapidly emerging. As long as they stepped on the wind, even a pig could take off. Not to mention, they are all beautiful women. Tonight, the 4 of them in the dormitory came out in full force and rushed to TX bar, also for the purpose of filming short videos to increase their powder. Then you guys shoot it. I'll download a Kunpeng short video, so I can follow your accounts. Ye Kun laughed. This Kunpeng short video belonged to the Kunpeng group. He was the big boss behind the scenes and had to download a Kunpeng short video to have some fun. Really? Young Yi is going to follow our Kunpeng account. That's great. Yang and I and Tang Rou several people couldn't help but rejoice when they heard that Ye Kun, a godly man, was going to follow their accounts. It was important to know that a godly tycoon casually cupping them could make them take off straight away. Ye Xiao was definitely a godly tycoon when he was able to pack the TX bar with $100 million. Yang and I and Tang Rou several girls took out their cell phones and very excitedly started to take pictures and shoot short videos. Ye Kun, on the other hand, opened an application and started to download the Kunpeng short video. Very quickly, Ye Kun downloaded the Kunpeng short video software and then followed Yang and I and Tang Rou's Kunpeng short video accounts. Yang Ni's account name in Kunpeng short video was NINI, while Tang Rou's account was called Xiaorou. Ye Kun was drinking with a few beauties while casually flipping through Yang and I and Tang Rou's short videos. Yang and I took the sexy route, and would do some hot dances in her short videos, as well as some short scenario dramas. She was a student of the acting department of the Magic City Drama Academy. Her acting skills were still good, and she was very malleable. Tang Rou took the route of purity. Her specialty was classical dance, so most of the short videos were her dancing classical dance. In the short video, she danced, her movements elegant and agile, just like a genie. Moreover, the flexibility of the body is amazing. All kinds of one-horse movements show to fly. Fire! This short video of mine is on fire. Suddenly, Yang and I exclaimed, only to see that the short video she had just shot already had tens of thousands of likes and many comments. Asterisk 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 This is the Magic City TX bar. I heard that it's been chartered by a mysterious tycoon for $100 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10 divine dragon sets, 10 bottles of Louis XIII. The price of these wines on the table alone is over $1 million. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Only beautiful women with a face value of 80 points or more can enter TX to play for free. I was ugly rejected. Asterisk 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 asterisk. NI is drinking with a godly man. Really? I want to watch the live stream. I want to see Godho. I want to see Shinhao. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. Ding. Worship value plus 10. As the short video caught fire, the system prompted that the worship value was growing. Yi Xiao, can I start a live broadcast? So many fans are asking me to start a live broadcast. They all want to see Godly Ho. Yang and I asked Ye Kun. The live broadcast can be opened, but I won't be in the picture. Ye Kun said. He wasn't a public figure. There was no need to show his face. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. Okay. Yang and I was happy for a moment when she heard that she could open a live broadcast. However, it was a bit of a shame that Ye Kun, a godly man, wasn't in the picture. Soon, Yang and I opened the Kun Pang livestream. A few hundred people quickly flooded into the live broadcast room. Hello everyone. I'm live streaming to everyone at TX Bar. To my left sits my best friend Xiao Ro. To my right sits Yi Xiao. He is the Godly Tycoon Big Brother who wrapped up TX Bar tonight for $100 million. But the Big Brother is very low-key and doesn't want to show his face yet. Yang and I spoke eloquently in front of the live camera. Ding. Trigger mission. Become NI's list 1. Quest reward, charm value plus 1. Note, the maximum limit of charm value is 10. Once the charm value is raised to 9, it will trigger the charm aura of love at first sight, flowers at first sight, and the goodwill of beautiful women towards the host will be rapidly increased. This reward was actually an increase in charisma. It was important to know that charisma could not be raised with divine magnificence points, and the maximum limit was only 10. People love people, flowers bloom. This charisma halo. I'll take it. Ye Kun immediately entered the Kun Peng short video live streaming software and gave his account a name opening a Kun. Why did he name his account starting a Kun? It was because he had gotten the Kun Peng group as a reward from the system at the start. Kun Peng Live was his company, with the word Kun in it. Moreover, his name also has the word Kun in it. He was very close to this Kun. Starting a game with a Kun, eating all sizes, transforming into a rock, rocking upwards and traveling 10,000 miles. It's very cool. Chapter 22, Super Trenchant Platform, 1 million gifts. When Ye Kun entered NI's live room, he saw many people swiping small gifts for her. Want a hug? Want a hug? Want a hug? To cuddle was the smallest gift for Kun Peng Live. 1 cuddle for 1 diamond. The diamonds in Chinese coins in Kun Peng Live are 1:1. Someone swiped Superstar Face for 10 diamonds. Someone swiped Mamma Mia, 52 diamonds. Some people used the big gun, 100 diamonds. NI was the school beauty of the Magic City Drama Academy, and there were a lot of people who swiped gifts for her. However, very few people swiped more than 100 diamonds. NIMI. Let that godly man appear in the movie. I'll give you a lightning supercar. An admin with the title of Regent sent out a pop-up screen. A lightning supercar costs 1888 diamonds. Spending 1,000,000 on Kun Peng Live is the only way to get the title of Regent. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. Divine Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. God, 300 million. God of Illusion, 500 million. God of War, 1 billion. Godly War God, 10 billion. Trench, 2 Trenchant. The divine magnificent God of War, actually wanted to spend 10 billion. Ye Kun, as the big boss behind Kun Peng Live, was shocked. I'm sorry, but the divine magnificent Big Brother refuses to appear on camera yet. NINI apologized to that Regent management. NIMI. I'll give you 10 elopements to the moon, and you'll let Shinhao appear in the movie. The admin with the noble title Regent was unforgiving and sent out another pop-up. 1 elopement to the moon costs 5,000 diamonds. 10 elopements to the moon is 50,000 diamonds. That's $50,000. Regent Big Brother domineering. We want to see the God Ho. We want to see the God Ho. Some of the water users followed suit, all wanting to see the godly tycoon who spent $100 million to charter the TX bar. Yi Xiao, they want you to appear in the movie. Is that okay? Yang and I looked at Ye Kun with pleading eyes. Ye Kun, however, shook his head. Just kidding. Is Divine Magnate something you can watch just because you want to? Smashing out $50,000 just to get him to appear in a movie. He wasn't that cheap. I'm sorry. The godly magnificent Big Brother refuses to appear on camera yet. Yang and I could only say sorry again in the live broadcast. There was nothing she could do about Ye Kun's unwillingness to appear on camera. Was it possible to seduce Ye Xiao for a $50,000 gift? I'm afraid this godly man isn't a fake, right? Yeah, why doesn't that divine hero brush gifts for NINI? Che, what kind of godly hero is he if he's not even rank 1? Seeing that the godly hero refused to leave the country, the water friends in the live broadcast room began to raise a ruckus. Don't talk nonsense. I just met Big Brother Shenhao, and Big Brother just followed my Kunping account. Yang and I saw her water friends raising a ruckus and worried that Ye Kun would get angry, so she hurriedly explained. Oh, wow. God Big Brother paid attention to NINI's account. Let God Big Brother get on the list. Only by getting on list 1 will I believe he's a real divine hero. List 1 is an emperor who has swiped over $1 million for NINI, and at this time, Ye Kun was charging money in the background. Kunpeng short video live streaming software, which could be recharged up to 10 million at a time. Ye Kun had charged it 10 times before he was able to top up to 100 million. I'll take NINI's top 1. Come fight if you don't. Opening a Kun. Ye Kun sent a pop-up in NINI's livestream. He now had 100 million diamonds lying on his account, and he had a grandiose aura of looking out of the corner of his eye and wanting to challenge him for divine magnificence. Asterisk. This opening a Kun is just a level 0 civilian, actually talking big about wanting to be the first on the list. Little Kun. Don't brag. The ranking 1 civilian is an emperor. That's right, little Kun. Wait until you become an emperor, then come back to compete for top ranking 1. Seeing that the opening a Kun was nothing more than a level 0 trumpet, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but start mocking. To actually call me a small Kun. Can't stand it. Then, Ye Kun directly clicked on the gift bar and began to check out the gifts. 590, 520 diamonds, super 666, 666 diamonds, love you 10, 000 years, 1314 diamonds, lightning supercar, 1888 diamonds, elope to the moon, 5000 diamonds, royal bill gun, 6666 diamonds, ace of spades spadesuit, 7777 diamonds, royal flush, 8888 diamonds, dream home, 9999 diamonds, love rocket, 10, 000 diamonds, sacred rocket, 100, 000 diamonds, spectral rocket, 500, 000 diamonds, super battleship, 1, 000 diamonds, Cupid, 3 million diamonds, eternal heart, 5 million diamonds, god of war, 99 million diamonds. Ye Kun was stunned. The Kunpeng live streaming gifts were actually such a large amount. A peak god of war gift, 99 million diamonds, that is to say, 99 million Huaxia coins, trench, too trenchant. However, I like it. The Kunpeng platform was the place where godly heroes should come. It was worthy of being a product of his Kunpeng group. The more gifts he swipes, the more he earns. It was just cool. Why isn't that opening 1 Kun on list 1 yet? It's not going to run away, is it? Opening a Kun. Hurry up and get on the list 1. Then let's see what's in front of our eyes. The water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but raise a ruckus when they saw that the opening 1 Kun had lost its voice. In the next instant, an incredibly cool super battleship special effect brushed the entire screen. A super battleship gift is 1 million diamonds, which is 1 million Chinese coins. Ye Kun did not play with falsehoods. As soon as he came up, he directly brushed a gift of 1 million. This is the compulsion of a godly man. At once, the whole room was shocked, petrified, bunker, explode, asterisk. A Kun directly swiped out a super battleship in the opening round. That's $1 million gift. Nyobach. After a Kun gave out a battleship in the opening round, the noble rank was directly raised to regent. Asterisk. A million gifts swiped out and broadcasted across the platform. It's so awesome. Nyobach. It turns out that opening 1 Kun is a true big brother, a true divine hero. After Ye Kun spent 1 million diamonds to brush a battleship, it directly caused a sensational effect. The entire platform exploded. Countless people frantically flooded into NINI's live room at the same time. In less than a minute, the number of people in NINI's live room quickly rose from a few hundred to tens of thousands. Ding! Worship value blast plus 666. Ding! Worship value strike plus 888. Ding! Worship value blast plus 999. For a while, the worship value grew crazily. Sense. Thank you for the super battleship gift from Big Brother opening a Kun. NINI's entire body was stunned. Someone had actually given her $1 million gift. The most expensive single gift she had ever received was a $100,000 sacred rocket. $1 million super battleship had never been received. Just shocked and amazed. This is the most trenchant and coolest divine hero text, thus the live streaming gifts are also super trenchant. Pretty boy wants characters to go to the book review section and leave a message. Chapter 23, People Love People. Flowers see flowers. Asterisk. Is opening a Kun really going to be on list 1? Top ranker has brushed NINI with a total of over $1 million in gifts. Opening a Kun and then a battleship will be able to take down top ranker in seconds. Asterisk. A super battleship costs 1 million Huaxia coins. Can you just say you can get on it? Opening with a Kun. It's fast enough to second top one. NINI's live broadcast room exploded. Countless water users were all focusing on whether or not opening a Kun would be able to second rank 1. The 1 million super battleship directly ignited the entire live broadcast room. However, Ye Kun had already lost interest in super battleships, because the Kun platform had gifts that were even more expensive and trenchant than the super battleship. Then let's continue to blow up the entire room. This time, I'm going to give the most expensive peak battle god gift to shock everyone. Ye Kun set his eyes on the peak war god gift that was worth 9.99 million diamonds. A peak war god was worth 9.99 million Chinese dollars. It was equivalent to a Lamborghini Big Bull. It was simply trenchant. This was a super gift that was customized for godly magnates. It's exclusive to the God Master. The big man's poker face, as Ye Kun's finger gently slid. In the next instant, a god of war with golden special effects descended from the sky, so mighty and domineering that it brushed the entire screen, blinding everyone's eyes. Asterisk. Peak god of war. A peak god of war gift of $9.99 million. Asterisk. Blinded my titanium dog alloy eyes. Trenchless. I'm kneeling for big brother. Mr. Kun. It's too trenchant. Mr. Kun. I'll send my sister to your bed. Will you give me a god of war? Upstairs. You want to eat a fart. Does that big guy like Lolitas? My sister can be cute. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 6,666. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 7,777. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 8,888. Super Strike Madness appeared. The entire live broadcast room exploded, delivering a peak warlord. The entire platform broadcasted for 3 whole minutes. For a time, countless netizens and anchors frantically flooded into NINI's live room. Asterisk. What kind of luck did NINI have? There's actually a divine magnate sending her 9.99 million peak warlords. The last time I saw a divine magnate god of war, it was a month ago when the Shishi pupil divine magnate brushed it out, and it caused a huge stir then as well. NINI has been spotted by the opening Akuan Big Brother. This is going to take off. Those platform anchors looked at NINI's live room and shed tears of envy and jealousy. Then, some female anchors followed Ye Kun's account and quietly sent private messages. Yang Ni was even more stunned. She had actually received a peak god of war gift from an opening Kun. This was a divine great exclusive gift worth $9.99 million. With just this one divine hero war god, she would be able to share nearly $5 million of income, becoming a little rich woman in one fell swoop. Moreover, she had also gained countless fans overnight. Yang Ni was wrapped in a huge surprise, looking at the special effects of the god of war on the screen. Tang Ro and her 2 roommates, on the other hand, looked envious and then screamed, opening with a Kun, just giving out 2 gifts, but it was a direct success. One was a super battleship worth $1 million, and the other was a godly war god worth $9.99 million. The degree of boldness was creepy and breathtaking. Moreover, after starting a game with a Kun gave out more than 10 million gifts, his noble rank was directly raised to Super Emperor, becoming the platform's newest divine hero. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming Yang Nisno. 1. Mission accomplished. Ding! Reward charm value plus 1. Congratulations to the host for raising his charm value to 9. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the charm aura of people love you. Flowers blossom. Explanation. You will be the most beautiful boy in the crowd. Beautiful women are affected by the charm halo. Your initial favoritism plus 30. Other people's first impression of you will also be greatly enhanced. This charisma aura that people love and flowers bloom is really something good. From now on, he was the prettiest boy in the crowd. Just like those readers who chased books and gave back 5-star reviews. Just very cool. At this time, Tang Ro's gaze went to Ye Kun and inadvertently glanced at him. Ding! Tang Ro glanced at the host. Was handsome by the host's charm? Favorability plus 30. Ding! Goddess level beauty. Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Rewarding physique plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his physique to 18. Tang Ro had raised her favorability by 30 points just by looking at him. Sure enough, it was influenced by the love at first sight. Flowers at first sight charm aura. This charisma aura was absolute. Moreover, When a goddess-level beauty's favorability reached 60, it actually rewarded her with 5 points of physical fitness. It was great. Then, Yang and I also looked up at Ye Kun. Ding! Yang and I looked at the host and was handsome by the host's charm. Favorability plus 30. Ding! School beauty Tang Ro's favorability towards the host has increased to 70. Rewarded with power plus 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host's strength has increased to 16. Young Yi, that godly man who swiped my peak war god gift is you, right? Yang Ni's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun. Today, only Ye Kun, the godly hero, had followed her Kunping account. Other than Ye Kun, who would brush over $10 million in gifts for her? There wouldn't be such a coincidence. It must be him who swiped the gift. Moreover, at this moment, Ye Kun's charm was infinitely magnified in her eyes, giving her a heartwarming feeling. That's right, it's me who swiped the super battleship and divine magnificent war god for you. Ye Kun nodded slightly and directly admitted it. He didn't need to do a good deed without leaving a name, but also had to brush a wave of goodwill on Yang Ni's side. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Yang Ni's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding! Yang Ni's favoritism towards the host has increased to 90, rewarding her with plus 10 physique. Ding! Congratulations, the host's physique has risen to 28. Ding! Once the beauty's favorability towards the host is higher than 90, she will take the initiative to fall back on the host, launch a fierce attack on the host, and is more than willing to engage in physical intimacy with the host. A favorability of 90 would actually cause a beautiful woman to fall back on her. Awesome! This was simply enlightened. What is the experience of being chased backwards by a beautiful woman? Oh, wow! Ye Kun is so handsome, so charming, my heart is beating so fast. Is this the electric shock feeling of liking someone? At this moment, Yang and I suddenly felt electrocuted all over her body, looking at Ye Kun's eyes with an extra wave of tenderness and charm, and her heart was like a deer in the headlights. Thump 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 thump. She wanted to get close to Ye Kun. If there are not other people present, she would like to directly jump into the arms of Ye Kun. At this moment, she had fallen in love with Ye Kun. Love seemed like a tornado. It came when it was said and caught people off guard. Ye Kun had swiped more than $10 million in gifts, so he should have liked her as well. Brother Yi, let's go to the dance floor. Yang and I took the initiative to pull up Ye Kun's hand and walked towards the center of the dance floor. Is this charm aura awesome? The pretty boy who wants the role quickly go to the book review area to leave a message. Chapter 24 God's Hero Ranking. In the dance floor area, Yang Ni's body was close to Ye Kun. A hot dance, hot to the extreme. On the contrary, Ye Kun is still a bit unable to let go. Brother Yi, don't be so formal. Put your hand on my waist. Yang Ni's delicate body close to Ye Kun said in his ear, even because the body is too close. Her proud pair of towering peaks are tightly pressed on Ye Kun's body. However, the dance floor was crowded with people. No one would care about this detail. Ye Kun only felt an amazing softness and elasticity coming from his chest. Then it was quickly separated and didn't keep pressing, otherwise it would be suffocating. Well, the beautiful woman had taken the initiative to ask for it, so Ye Kun naturally wouldn't be embarrassed. He gently wrapped his arms around Yang Ni's soft willow waist and swayed his body with the bars blasting electric music. Come on, sway, swing together. Ye Kun hadn't bounced around much, and looked a little clumsy. However, it does not matter. Here no one will care about whether you dance well or not. Just follow the music and sway. What's important is the feeling of letting yourself go. Moreover, he was surrounded by Yang and I, the school beauty of the drama school, who would interact with him closely. This was a much better feeling than one person dancing awkwardly over there, watching other people bouncing. It felt like watching a group of demons dancing. However, if you get down and bounce yourself, it's easy to get high. It mainly depended on the atmosphere of the scene. Get high. The live DJ was good at creating an atmosphere. The lights were dazzling, and the music was explosive. Swing, swinging together. However, before he could dance for long, Ye Kun realized that something was wrong because more and more beautiful women were coming his way. They were wildly twisting their bodies and throwing winks around Ye Kun, trying to get his attention. Most of these were beauties with a face value of 80 points or more. There were sexy and sensual urban white-collar women, and there were also slightly youthful young female students. They had been staring at Ye Kun, a godly man, for a long time, and had previously been stopped by the bodyguards outside the Supreme Zone. Now that they saw Ye Kun coming down, they naturally tried to get his attention. Moreover, Ye Kun had turned on his love at first sight, flowers at first sight charm aura, which was even more fatal to them. Soon, Ye Kun fled the dance floor area, mainly because the beauty is too enthusiastic, a little overwhelmed. Too much charisma was not necessarily a good thing. He was almost drowned by all colors of beauty. it was better to return to the Supreme Zone and not be disturbed. At this time, Tang Ro was piking someone in the Kun Pang live room. Moreover, she was being crushed. This was because there was a top-tier emperor in the opposite live room. A godly tycoon who had swiped gifts totaling over 100 million. Regent, 1 million. Emperor, 3 million. Super Emperor, 10 million. Divine Emperor, 50 million. Top Emperor, 100 million. Ye Kun had swiped more than 10 million gifts and was only a Super Emperor. The Kun Pang platform really had a super number of godly hoes, and it was said that that mysterious first goddess ho had already brushed gifts totaling over 1 billion, with the noble title of God of War. The Kun Pang platform had even set up a separate noble title of Godly Ho God of War for her, $10 billion. This was an almost impossible goal to reach, just so that the first goddess ho would have the motivation to continue brushing gifts, because she had no rivals of her own. The Kun Pang platform had a Kun Pang Divine Noble ranking, which ranked the top 30 based on the total amount of gifts swiped. Ye Kun clicked on the Divine Great ranking and checked it out. He wanted to understand what kind of divine heroes he had in this Kun Pang platform. First place, Shi won, 8 billion noble title, God of War. Second place, Shu's 800 million aristocrat title, God of Illusion. The third place, the End of the World, the Red Sun of 600 million, noble title, the God of Illusion. Fourth place, Prodigal Son, 400 million, noble title, God. Fifth place, the Master, 350 million, noble title, God. Sixth place, the Glitter Girl, 300 million, noble title, God. Seventh place, God's Journey to the Far East, 200 million, noble title, Top Emperor. Eighth place, Misery of the Unknown, 150 million, nobleman's title, Top Emperor. Ninth place, The Kid in Charge, 100 million, noble title, Top Emperor. 10th place, Mao 88 million, Godly Emperor. Kun Pang platform God Ho is really trenchant. The first place Shi pupil has furiously brush won, 8 billion gifts. It was said that this goddess Ho had sunk down for more than a month because her master was lonely and couldn't find any rivals on the platform. Last time, she swiped 10 goddesses in one breath, smashing out 99 million, shocking the entire network, and was named the network's first goddess Ho. Since that time, she hadn't shown up, because, invincible, I, Ye Kun, have come. This Shi pupil goddess Ho will not be lonely, Ye Kun said in his heart. He was the big boss behind the Kun Pang platform. So how could he let Hei Hitomi goddess Ho be lonely because of invincibility? He would make opening a Kun, the strongest goddess Ho of the Kun Pang platform. Ye Kun clicked on Tang Ro's live broadcast. At once, the Super Emperor's dazzling entrance special effect attracted the attention of everyone. Asterisk. A big brother Kun has entered Xiao Ro's live room in the opening. Is Mr. Kun trying to help Xiao Ro play PK? There's a top-tier emperor in the opposite live room, with a higher noble title than Mr. Kun. The one in the opposite live room is the 7th-ranked Godly Noble ranking Godly Xing Tian Yuan Big Brother. The total amount of swiped gifts has already exceeded 200 million. I'm afraid that Mr. Kun won't be able to even beat him. As soon as opening a Kun entered Xiao Ro's live room, it triggered a hot debate. This was because opening a Kun had just swiped a Divine Warlord tonight, shocking the entire platform. Right now, opening a Kun was so popular that it even had quite a few fans and followers already. And the one in the opposite live room was the 7th-ranked Godly Warrior on the Godly Warrior ranking, God Xing Tian Yuan, a veteran Godly Warrior. When Tang Ro saw opening a Kun enter her live room, she couldn't help but have her heartbeat accelerate, and looked up at Ye Kun before timidly withdrawing her gaze. Ding! Trigger random task, help goddess level beauty Xiao Ro win the PK match. Mission reward, Spirit +3, 1 randomized lucky draw opportunity. I wanted to casually watch the live stream, but I actually triggered another random mission. As expected, it was easy to trigger a quest on a goddess level beauty. Moreover, this time, there was also a lucky draw chance in the reward. The lucky draw roulette wheel was one that held a lot of good things. Last time, he had drawn a health card, and there were other good things that he was eager to get. For example, that divine skill. At this moment, there was only the last minute of PK time left. Opposite Xiao Ro's live room was a net-faced beauty, a big anchor with millions of fans, with the net name of Big Sister. She was really big, a match for Chan Wonwon. At this moment, Xiao Ro's PK bar was completely crushed. This was because there was a guardian big brother in Big Sister's room, the 7th ranked on the Divine Heroes list, Divine Walking Tian Yuan. In Xiao Ro's live broadcast room, there was simply no one who dared to fight with Divine Walking Skyfar. Opening a big brother Kun, quickly help goddess Xiao Ro. Chief Kun, please, finish off that Divine Walking Tian Yuan on the opposite side. Chapter 25 PK between goddesses. Goddess Xiao Ro is so pitiful. Her PK bar has been crushed to the point of invisibility. Divine walking Tian Yuan is too arrogant, threatening that with him present, it's impossible for eldest sister PK to lose. Chief Kun, please, go and punch that divine walking Tian Yuan in the face. Don't beg. Opening one koan is nothing more than a super emperor. Divine walking Skyfar is a top-tier emperor, and is still 2 levels short. Opening a koan wouldn't be able to beat that divine walking Skyfar. The melon eaters in the livestream were looking forward to seeing a PK battle, hoping that opening one koan would step in to cure that divine walking heavenly far. However, most people didn't think that opening one koan would be able to beat the opposite side of divine walking Skyfar. After all, divine walking Tian Yuan was the 7th big brother on the divine heroes list, having swiped a total of 200 million gifts. At this time, the PK bar was 188v66666. Xiao Rou was completely crushed. Ye Kun didn't talk nonsense and directly clicked on the gift bar, sending out 10 Centurion Ace of Spades spadesuit. 1 Ace of Spades is 77,777 diamonds. 10 Ace of Spades is 77,777 diamonds. Instantly, Xiao Rou's PK bar blood level surpassed that of the opposite big sister. Since it was PK, it was of course fun to fight back and forth. Thus, Ye Kun did not directly kill the opposite side with a single strike, but instead gave the opposite side a chance to overtake. The opening round a Kun big brother struck out. 10 splendid aces of spades in one strike. Bullish. Xiao Rou's PK bar countered. Total Kun is awesome. There was a wave of flag waving and shouting from the melon eating crowd, cheering for Chief Kun. The opposite side of the table, divine walking Tian Yuan, was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately swiped out 10 royal flushes. 1 royal flush was 888 diamonds. 10 royal flushes was 8888 diamonds. Big sister's PK bar once again countered back. A light smile appeared on the corner of Ye Kun's mouth and directly brushed out 50 love rockets. A love red heart rocket was 10,000 diamonds. 50 love rockets were 500,000 diamonds. Instantly, the dazzling love rockets kept launching into the air, brushing the entire screen. The opposite side's Godly Skyfar also followed suit and swiped love rockets, which caused eldest sister to consistently press row on the PK bar. Kind of interesting. Ye Kun directly brushed 10 sacred rockets. 1 sacred rocket was 100,000 diamonds, and 10 sacred rockets were the same as directly smashing out 1 million. Instantly, 10 sacred and incomparable oversized rockets were launched into the air, brushing the entire screen. Chief Kun is bullish. This is 10 sacred rockets. Another gift worth $1 million. Godly Tian Yuan will follow, right? After all, he's a big shot on the divine heroes list. The live broadcast room was buzzing with activity, and those melon eaters were frantically leaving messages. It was as if they were the ones who were swiping gifts, excited beyond measure. Sure enough, the opposite side of the room, that god-walking Tian Yuan was very headstrong and directly swiped 2 phantom rockets. 1 phantom rocket was 500,000 diamonds, and 2 phantom rockets was 1 million diamonds. Big sister's PK bar once again surpassed Xiao Rou. This caused the big sister on the opposite side to be excited for a while, and her chest continued to ripple. It made people dizzy. It's time to go for the kill and KO the opposite side. Ye Kun no longer wanted to play tug-of-war and directly pointed his finger to the most expensive one, the divine warlord gift. Immediately, a magnificent god of war descended from the sky, shining in gold, mighty and domineering, brushing all over the screen, brightening the eyes of all the melon eaters. See the godly god of war again. Bull Batch, a $99 million godly war god. When the god of war comes out, who will compete with him? Mr. Kun is domineering, ruthlessly hitting the opposite side of the godly Skyfar. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room exploded as countless melon eaters began to wave their flags. At the same time, because the divine heroic god of war descended from the sky and was broadcasted across the entire platform, causing countless melon eaters to flock into Xiao Rou's live room. Mr. Kun has swiped the divine magnificent war god again. Chief Kun is domineering. I'll be your loyal little fanboy from now on. Will godly heavenly distance admit defeat? The opposite live room was also dumbfounded by this one divine how battle god. An opening Kun is too fierce to go directly on divine heroic war god. Shouldn't it be brushed slowly? Going straight to divine heroic war god. How can people follow? Starting with a Kun is not a good idea. Big brother Xin Xing Tian Yuan, don't be a wimp. Go on divine how war god as well. The opposite side of big sister's live room also blew up. At this time, in the middle of a mansion villa in Magic City, Xiao Tianyuan was leaning on his bed with a red face, watching the live broadcast and brushing gifts. That's right, he was the very same internet godly hero, God Xing Tianyuan, who had swiped out a total of $200 million in gifts. Today, he was pretending to be a bully in the bar, but he was severely hit by Ye Kun, and finally, he was carried out of the TX bar after he drank himself to death. It can be said to be a mess. After arriving home, he was dizzy and vomited several times, and the more he thought about it, the more he suffocated after he woke up halfway. He, the top Magic City second generation who liked to smash money, was actually crushed by someone in his own area of expertise. Moreover, he couldn't even compete with that Ye Kun in drinking. He was very depressed. So, he went on Kuanping Live to find comfort and confidence. He was the 7th ranked big brother on the Kuanping Live Divine Heroes list, and his cumulative gift swipes had already exceeded 200 million. In addition to the previous 6 godly heroes, he was the most dignified big brother on Kuanping Live. As long as he entered the live broadcast room, there would definitely be cheers and countless melon eaters waving flags for him, which would allow him to find a great sense of fulfillment. As usual, he entered Big Sister's live room to help play PK. Originally, everything was going well, and he easily crushed the opposite anchor as usual. Suddenly, there was an opening a Kun, and he swiped gifts against him. At first, he didn't put opening a Kun in his eyes. After all, the other party was only a super emperor, while he was a top emperor, still 2 levels behind. However, opening a Kun suddenly swiped a divine magnificent war god, causing him to be shocked. With a 99 million godly heroic war god gift, he would rarely even swipe it, unless it was during certain extravaganza events to fight PKs. He would only brush a divine heroic war god. Godly Sky Far Big Brother, don't be a wimp. Go on Godly Ho Battle God and the opposite side. The Guyanese crowd in the live stream started waving their flags again, which made Godly Skyfarer unable to help but feel a rush of blood. Right, can't wimp out. He was slapped in the face by Yi Xiao once in the bar today, and he couldn't admit to being a wimp again on the internet. He wanted to get back that thrill of smashing money. Thus, Divine Walking Tian Yuan also ordered a Divine Hero War God. At once, eldest sister's PK bar countered once again. Big brother Divine Walking Tian Yuan is awesome. Divine Walking Tian Yuan Big Brother 666. The opposite side is just a scum. Where is Divine Walking Big Brother's opponent? However, just before Divine Walking Tian Yuan could be happy for a second, the opposite side followed closely with another Divine Hero Warlord. A golden light glittering Divine Great War God descended from the sky, brushing the entire screen, once again shocking the entire scene. The first thing you need to do is to click on the button to generate electricity with love. It's a free gift, and you can brush the fan value to rush to the top of the list. Chapter 26, a magical gift able to raise favorability levels. Asterisk. The second Divine Magnificent War God is up. Mighty, the Divine Hero War God is too domineering. Mr. Cohen is awesome. He's already swiped over 20 million gifts. Mr. Cohen is so domineering. Finish off the opposite side's Godly Skyfar. When Ye Kun swiped the second Divine Hero War God gift, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. This was a 990,000 Divine Hero War God, brushing 2 in a row. Only a true Divine Hero would dare to play like this. This opening a Kun chief was definitely a godly hero in reality. More and more people flocked into the live broadcast room to watch this PK battle. Does God Traveling Tian Yuan dare to follow? By following another Divine Hero Battle God gift, Big Sister's PK bar can be reversed. At this point, PK was down to the last 10 seconds. Shun Xing Tian Yuan, you're the top emperor. Dry out the opposite side. Don't be a wimp. The melon-eating crowd started waving their flags again. It wasn't like they were swiping their own money anyway. It was exciting to watch the godly heroes brush their gifts to the thieves. Brush it. Godly Tian Yuan. Why would I be afraid of a battle? Xiao Tian Yuan gritted his teeth and swiped another godly warlord. A gift of 99 million was a bit of a pain for him, but it wasn't so much that it hurt. Gritting his teeth, he also swiped it out. The key was that he couldn't lose the PK and lose the name of godly heavenly faraway big brother. On the other hand, Xiao Rose live room. The crowd was also shocked when they saw that Divine Walking Tian Yuan had followed up with another Divine Hero War God gift. God Walking Tian Yuan was worthy of being the 7th ranked super godly hero on the Godly Hero ranking, and actually followed up with 2 Godly Hero Battle Gods in a row. More than 20 million gifts were smashed out just like that. Chief Kuan, him, don't be a wimp. Gift brush the Godly War God. Mr. Kuan, ruthlessly hit the face of Godly Skyfar. Don't stop. The melon-eating crowd waved their flags and shouted, expecting to see a more intense godly battle. Ye Kun smiled. He was brushing gifts for his platform. Although the brush was also real money, the platform also made money. The money earned still ended up in his pocket. He didn't lose out either way he swiped. It would also increase the popularity and income for the Kuanping platform. It would be cool. So, Ye Kun placed his finger on the Divine Heroic War God gift. gently clicked it, and sent out another divine heroic war god. Immediately, a shining golden divine heroic war god descended from the sky and brushed the entire screen. Once again, it shook the entire scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the third divine heroic war god gift brushed out by Ye Kun in the opening round. Over 30 million gifts, just smashed out. Mr. Kun is domineering. He's so generous. A new warlord is going to be born. The live broadcast room exploded, and countless people boiled. Scalp numbness, creepy bones. The trench was unrivaled. Xiao Tianyuan was also shocked when he saw that the third divine hero war god had been swiped out of the opening one Kun. This opening round of Ye Kun was too trenchant. It was just a normal PK game, and it directly swiped out more than $30 million. He had been crushed by Ye Kun in reality. Was he going to be slapped in the face in the internet as well? He is not convinced. He was not willing. It's all been swiped over 20 million. Can't give up. Can't wimp out. At this time, Xiao Tianyuan was also red-eyed and riding the tiger. So, he tapped towards the divine great war god gift on the gift bar again. However, it was a prompt that popped up, showing an insufficient balance. He swiped through more than 20 million, and there weren't enough diamonds. It was too late to recharge at this time. Moreover, even if he continued to recharge, he might not be able to beat the one on the opposite side that opened Ye Kun. PK time countdown. 3, 2, 1. PK time ended, and the opening one Kun defeated Divine Walking Skyfar, helping Xiao Rou win the PK battle. Opening one Kun defeated Divine Walking Tianyuan, who was ranked 7th on the Divine Heroes list. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a normal PK, both sides together swiped a total of over 50 million. Awesome. Ye Kun swiped over 30 million in the opening round. A new godly hero is born on Kun Pang Live. Mr. Kun is domineering. Please accept my little brother's knee. Mr. Kun, I'm cute in women's clothing. Will you brush gifts for me? The live broadcast room once again boiled and exploded. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 6,666. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 8,888. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 9,999. Worship value Super Strike Crazy Streak. Soaring rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to help goddess-level beauty Tang Rou win the PK competition. Ding. Reward Spirit plus 3. Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 15. Ding. Reward 1 random draw opportunity. In an instant, Ye Kun felt refreshed and energized, and his spiritual perception had become stronger again. System, I want to draw a prize. Ye Kun recited silently in his mind. It was time for the exciting lucky draw again. Instantly, a huge carousel appeared in his mind. There were all sorts of magical gifts in the carousel. A compliment, increasing favorability by 1 point. A love letter, increase favorability by 1 point. A cup of boo-boo milk tea, increases favorability by 3 points. A love charm, increase favorability by 5 points. An inspiration capsule, increases favorability by 9 points. A character summoning card, increasing favorability by 19 points. The gifts inside the carousel all changed, turning into magical gifts that could increase favorability. Anything that can increase favorability is definitely something good. I want them all. Oh, asterisk degree asterisk, oh. I want them all. Pretty boy. Oh, asterisk degree asterisk, oh. Host, do you choose to start the lottery? Start. With Ye Kun's command, the huge wheel in his head began to rotate, the speed from slow to fast, turning into a whirlwind wheel. Stop. The speed of the grade will gradually changed from fast to slow, and finally stopped, the pointer pointing to an inspiration capsule. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing an inspiration capsule. Explanation. As long as the other party takes an inspiration capsule, they will be able to raise their favorability towards the host by 9 points. Inspiration capsule is only effective on people with a favorability of 90 or less, and has no effect if the favorability has already reached 90. I actually drew an inspiration capsule, have an inspiration capsule, and the favorability skyrocketed. Just very cool. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host plus 10. Ding. Tang Rou's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding. Tang Rou's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Reminder. Once the goddess-level beauty's favorability towards the host is raised to 90, she will throw herself at the host and reward 20 points of body mass. Tang Rou's favorability was only 80, and even after using the inspiration capsule, it was only 89. A little regrettable. It was better to keep the inspiration capsule and not use it up. Next, Ye Kun checked his basic information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Physique, 28. Spirit, 15. Charisma, 9. Note, the peak attributes of ordinary people are 10. Reserve, billions and billions of Huaxia coins. Disposable gold, 900. 000. Skills, divine car skills, never drunk from 1,000 cups, aura, people love you, flowers bloom, charisma aura, props, a health card, an inspiration capsule, divine magnificence points, 1. Just then, as soon as the music in the room stopped, the one shouting on the high platform was heard shouting in an exciting voice, "Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen of this bar to the stage." The whole room screams. Pretty boy and little fairy consciously brush down the free power generation with love's small gift, to charge the author to refuel, can increase the fan value and the author's goodwill. Chapter 27, Drinking and Talking About Life with Goddess Chanyu Hitomi. Please welcome the most beautiful DJ queen of this bar to the stage. The whole audience screams. With a burst of screams from the scene, a sexy and charming female DJ walked onto the stage, beautiful and moving, shining the whole scene. Ha! Isn't that the bar's female owner, Chang Yueshio? How did she become a DJ queen? Ye Kun was also astonished, only to see that the DJ beauty on the stage was none other than the goddess beauty Chang Yueshio that he had seen before. It turned out that she had another identity as the DJ queen. Then, Chang Yueshio started to play the disc. Her movements were dashing, her expression was charming and very sexy, and her electric sound was even burning the whole venue. The audience screamed and cheered continuously. The whole place exploded. At this moment, Chang Yueshio was the center of attention and the brightest star in the entire venue, and was the well-deserved DJ queen. Ding! Triggering random task, individually invite DJ Queen Chang Yushi into the Supreme Emperor's box for a drink and a chat. Mission reward, strength +5. Another random quest was triggered on goddess level beauty Chang Yueshio. Just very cool. Ye Kun beckoned and called the general manager of TX Bar. Does your bar still have the Supreme Emperor box? Ye Kun asked. The seat he was currently sitting in was the Supreme Card seat, and there should be more expensive and trenchant boxes in the bar. Young Yi, the most expensive one in our bar is the Supreme Emperor box, and the price for one night is $5 million. However, Xiaoyi has chartered the entire TX bar and has the right to use the Supreme Emperor box. The general manager of the bar respectfully said. Ye Kun had spent $100 million to charter the entire TX bar, so he naturally had the right to use the best Supreme Emperor box. Good, then take me to the Supreme Emperor box, Ye Kun said. Okay, young Yi please, the general manager of the bar said respectfully and personally led the way in front. Ye Kun, on the other hand, exchanged a greeting with Lin Su and Chen Wenwen, and followed towards the Supreme Emperor box. The Supreme Emperor box was the most trenchant box in the entire bar, and could accommodate at least 50 people bouncing and partying inside at the same time. And the location is also the best in the whole place, only 3 to 5 steps away from the DJ. Ye Kun was sitting in the luxurious box of the Supreme Emperor, drinking spadesud champagne and enjoying the DJ Queen Chang Yueshio's disc playing from a close distance. He saw that she was stunningly beautiful, sexy and charming, with delicate collarbones, a slender willow waist, fair skin, and an even more superb temperament. Moreover, there was a unique aura about her, with a few hints of mystery, a few hints of flirtatiousness and a few hints of dynamism, which made people uncontrollably want to get close to her, understand her and explore her. Beautiful, too beautiful. Chang Yueshio is worthy of being a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 97 points as rated by the system. Ye Kun couldn't help but marvel. Afterward, he beckoned and said to the general manager of the bar, after the disco is over in a while, help me invite the DJ Queen to have a drink in the Supreme Emperor box. Okay, young Yi. The general manager nodded and went out of the Supreme Emperor box. Ye Kun, on the other hand, continued to drink champagne while watching Chang Yueshio play the disc. Not only was she beautiful, but her disc-playing movements were also very handsome, burning up the entire venue. A few moments later, Chang Yueshio had finished playing the disc and was invited into the Supreme Emperor box. Then, Chang Yueshio glanced at Ye Kun, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but light up. Ye Kun exuded a sense of mystery and a special charm that one could not help but feel good about. It was just very favorable. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Chang Yueshio glanced at the host and was affected by the charm aura of being loved by everyone and blossoming flowers. Favoritism +30. Ding! Congratulations to goddess-level beauty Chang Yushin for raising her favoritism towards the host to 60. Ding! Ding! Reward spirit +10. Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 25. In an instant, Ye Kun felt refreshed and could not help but have a very pleasant and soothing spirit. Young Yi, we meet again. Getting reacquainted. My name is Chang Yueshio. Chang Yueshio laughed, extending her jade hand towards Ye Kun, looking very generous. Meeting again, her favorability towards Ye Kun greatly increased, feeling that this man was very charming. Yes, meeting again. My name is Ye Kun. Ye Kun gently shook hands with Chang Yueshio and laughed. So Miss Chang plays disc jockey so well? It's very lit and great. Playing disc is my hobby and profession. By the way, You can just call me Yu Hitomi. Chang Yueshio laughed. She was the 2,000th daughter of the Chang group and had a twin sister called Chang Yueshi. Unlike her cold, arrogant and overbearing female CEO sister, she was forthright and living, generous and bold, and also liked to make friends. Well, Yueshi, then don't call me Yi Xiao, just call me by my name Ye Kun. Please sit down. Ye Kun laughed and invited Chang Yueshi to sit down and drink together. When Chang Yueshio knitted her brows and smiled, she was full of flavor, very charming and captivating, especially when viewed from a close distance. There was a feeling that made one's heart pound. Then, Ye Kun poured a glass of champagne for Chang Yueshio. The two gently clinked their glasses. Ye Kun, you seem to have a very good capacity for alcohol. Drinking all of those second generation from Xiao Tianyuan down and carrying them out of the bar, while you are not at all bothered. Chang Yueshio stared at Ye Kun with a surprised face. She was aware that Ye Kun and Xiao Tianyuan and the others toasted with Louis XIII foreign wine. As a result, all 8 people on Xiao Tianyuan's side were dried down, while Ye Kun was still glowing. Just amazing. Ha ha. I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. Ye Kun smiled and said. He had the 1,000 cups not drunk skill. 10 Xiao Tianyuan were not his opponent. You haven't joined the Magic City Ultra Racing Club yet, right? I haven't even seen you before, Chang Yueshi asked. Ye Kun seemed to be very mysterious. He hadn't heard of his name in the circle of the second generation in Magic City, yet he could spend $100 million to charter the TX bar. I didn't join any clubs. Ye Kun shook his head. He also only acquired a red flag supercar today. Then you can add the Magic City Supercar Club. I'm a senior member and can recommend you to join. We can play cars together when we have time, huh? Chang Yueshio laughed. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. He had god-level car skills and was already a car god. That Xiao Tianyuan is also a member of the Magic City Supercar Club, and he just spent more than $70 million to buy a Pagani Ghost Sun, so I guess he'll look for you to race at that time, Chang Yueshio said. Xiao Tianyuan had a high-profile personality and liked to smash money, and after being miserably slapped in the face by Ye Kun at the TX bar today, he would surely get back his face on other occasions. These rich second generation were all very good at saving face and wouldn't give in easily. Unless you are a lot stronger than him and crush him completely, then he will be convinced, and even bow down to you and worship you. Racing, he's no match for me either, because I'm the god of cars. Ye Kun laughed. He had godly car skills. Who could compete with him? Not to mention a rich second generation Xiao Tianyuan. There was not a single person in the whole of China that could beat him in car skills. It would be invincible. Is that so? Then I would like to see your car skills. Chang Yueshio laughed. Charming and moving. Special thanks to Pretty Boy CYGGDY for sending 2 character summoning talismans and inspiration capsules. Pretty Boy is too powerful. Characters will be arranged, haha. Chapter 28, Yi Xiao will play the disc, blowing up the whole scene. Ye Kun and Chang Yueshio were drinking and chatting about life in the Supreme Emperor box, and the relationship quickly became much closer. Chang Yueshio is not only beautiful, sexy and charming, but also has a very generous and bold character. Getting along with her made people feel very comfortable and happy. Is a very attractive girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of inviting Chang Yuhitomi to drink and chat about life. Ding! Rewarding the host with +5 strength. Congratulations to the host for raising his strength to 21. In an instant, Ye Kun felt that his body was infused with a magical energy and became stronger and more powerful. It was just very refreshing. His current strength was already twice the level of a peak human, so it was estimated that he could kill a cow with one punch. With one hand, he could lift a girl up high and spin her around. Ha ha, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be on the disc again soon, Chang Yueshio said as she stood up from her seat. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded inside Ye Kun's head. Ding! Substitute for goddess-level beauty Chang Yueshio to go on stage to play the disc once, burning up the whole venue. Reward, male god-level disc playing skills. Replacing Chang Yues once. Rewarding male god-level DJ playing skills. Disc playing was considered a very cold technique. Through drinking and chatting with Chang Yueshio just now, he knew that DJ disc playing was also divided into multiple skill levels. Rookie DJ, Veteran DJ, Beginner DJ, Intermediate DJ, Senior DJ, Top DJ, Ace DJ, Goddess/Goddess DJ, Superstar DJ, and the highest DJ Queen. The system directly rewarded a male god-level DJ's disc playing skill, which was already very strong. The disc playing level of a male god-level DJ was enough to participate in a large tour and control a big occasion with tens of thousands of people. This disc playing skill could definitely turn the whole place upside down. Yueshin, why don't you let me play the disc for you once? How about it? Ye Kun called out to Chang Yueshio and said, you can play the disc too? Chang Yueshi stared at Ye Kun with a surprised face, unable to believe it. Playing the disc was a relatively cold technique that ordinary people did not know. Even if there were occasionally some people who could play the disc, their skills were just average, and it was hard to control the whole scene. Ha ha. I'm a male DJ's level of disc playing, so I guarantee that I can turn the whole place high. Ye Kun laughed. He was an all-round male god. There was nothing that he wouldn't be skilled at. Driving a car and playing discs. He was good at everything. Really? Then I'll wait and see. I'm all ears. Chang Yueshio laughed, her beautiful eyes flowing, revealing a look of great anticipation. If Ye Kun even knew how to play the disc, then he would definitely impress her. Wait for me to blow up the whole place. Ye Kun laughed, very confident. Soon, the shouting man's impassioned voice came from the bar's high platform. Please welcome the most handsome male DJ, DJ Yi Xiao, to the stage. The whole audience screams. In a burst of screams from the entire audience, Ye Kun made a shining appearance. Asterisk. Isn't he the godly hero Yi Xiao who bagged the entire TX bar? Shocking. Young Yi actually knows how to play the disc too. Bull batch. My god can do anything. The crowd under the stage went even crazier when they saw Ye Kun take the stage, screaming continuously. Especially some female white-collar workers and female students were screaming like crazy. Ye Kun placed his hand on the beater and took a deep breath. Ding! Rewarding the host's male god-level disc-playing skills. In an instant, Ye Kun's brain was filled with a large amount of techniques and experience in playing discs, and his level reached the level of pure perfection at once. It was just bullish. Does Young Yi know how to play the disc? Why hasn't he started yet? He wouldn't be up on stage fooling around and not have the skill to play the disc. The bright lights shone on Ye Kun, and the eyes of the entire audience were on him, expecting him to ignite the whole scene. At this moment, he was in the limelight. In the next instant, Ye Kun's fingers moved as if they were dancing on a disc player. Very agile. His finger movements were fast and dazzling. His technique was out of this world. Breathtaking. His look was very concentrated, intoxicated, charming and unstoppable. And he was the most beautiful boy in the room. With the rapid dance of his fingers, all kinds of wonderful explosive electric music, turning over the whole audience. Beautiful melody, dynamic music, scalp numbing. Asterisk. Yi Xiao really knows how to play the disc. And the movements are super cool. Bull batch. Young Yi is the most dashing, the most handsome male god. Too high. I love you, Mr. Yi. Love you, love you. The whole place screamed incessantly. The cheers were incessant. Hijinks the whole place. Blow the house down. Burning up the whole place. At this moment, everyone is climaxing. Ding. Worship value plus 666. Ding. Worship bonus 777. Ding. Worship value blast plus 888. Ding. Worship value blast plus 999. In an instant, Ye Kun also harvested a crazy wave of worship value on the spot. Just very cool. Chang Yueshio was also stunned when she looked at Ye Kun's dashing and skillful, out-of-this-world disc playing action. Ye Kun actually knows how to play the disc, and the technique had reached the level of pure perfection. Just amazed. Ding. Goddess Beauty Chang Yushi's favoritism towards the host is plus 10. Ding. Yusun's favorability towards the host has risen to 70. At this moment, Goddess Chang Yueshio's favorability towards Ye Kun increased again, and she became even more curious about him. Ye Kun was too charming, as if he was omnipotent, deeply attracting her. She wanted to know more, learn more about this mysterious and charismatic man. What an interesting man. Chang Yueshio's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun, revealing an extremely charming and moving smile. She would rarely be interested in a man. Ye Kun was very charming and gave her a different feeling. There was that little bit of heartbeat. It was not enough to talk about love, just very curious. Chapter 29 transferred $100 million to the family. Centennial School Celebration. Ye Kun, through his mesmerizing disc-playing skills, turned the whole scene upside down and madly harvested a wave of worship value. He was the most handsome male god in the room, triggering the crazy screams of countless pretty girls on the scene. It even made the goddess Chang Yueshio impressed by him, creating a feeling of heartbeat and curiosity. Then, Ye Kun and Chang Yueshio left their contact information with each other and made an appointment to go racing in the wild together next time. Then, Ye Kun returned to the card seat in the supreme area. Boss, you also know how to play the disc. So awesome. Just now the whole place was cheering and screaming for you. The female secretary, Chen Wenwen, stared at Ye Kun with a face of adoration. At this time, she was already a bit drunk and her face was flushed. Not only was the boss's car skills out of this world, he couldn't get drunk from 1,000 cups of wine. Even his cold disc playing skills were perfect, blowing up the whole place. Such a boss is simply too handsome, and his charm is unstoppable. What else can the boss not do? Brother Cohen, so you're not hiding anything. Playing the disc is so combustible, hijacking the whole venue. It's so awesome. Lin Su also had a face of shocked admiration. The two had been classmates for 4 years at the university, and he wasn't clear that Ye Kun was so magnificent and all-powerful. First, he spent $100 million to charter the entire TX bar. Then, he showed the magical ability of not getting drunk from 1,000 cups, and drank Xiao Tianyuan and several other top second generation in Magic City all down. Then he demonstrated his pure fire disc playing skills and blew up the entire venue. He was just shocked as if he had reacquainted himself with Ye Kun. Brother Yi, you're so handsome, charming, more handsome than a star. I've just been screaming and cheering for you. Yang and I wrapped her arms around Ye Kun with an excited face. Through the short time she spent together in one night, she had been completely subdued by Ye Kun, and was even more handsome and mesmerized. Her favorability towards Ye Kun has now reached 90, which belongs to the level of willingness to take the initiative to chase and throw herself into the arms of Ye Kun. Ye Kun was handsome and charismatic, as well as multi-talented and a super god. Ordinary girls, even a school girl, couldn't resist his charm. Brother Yi, you're really great, super awesome. Tang Rou, who had rarely spoken before, became bold even after drinking a few glasses of wine. Her favorability towards Ye Kun reached 80, which belonged to the level of being quite fond of him and coming close to chasing him backwards. In her eyes, Ye Kun was very charming and manly, a man that made her heart flutter. It's all basic operations, not worth mentioning. Ye Kun laughed. There were more skills he could do. Basic manipulation. Do not 6. However, being surrounded by all sorts of beautiful women like this was also annoying. At the moment, Yang Ni's delicate and hot body was close to him, the pair of fullness in front of his chest, from time to time, rubbed against his arm, transmitting an amazing softness and elasticity that tickled his heart. This Yang Ni was a little demon, constantly sticking to him, but also taking the initiative to tempt Ye Kun. Although Tang Rou was not as hot and bold as Yang Ni, she also took the initiative to approach Ye Kun, having a slight physical contact with him. She is a dance student, and her body has amazing softness, which is mesmerizing. A few people got high until a little after 2 in the morning, and except for Ye Kun, everyone else was a little drunk, especially Ye Kun's female secretary. The alcohol was so strong that she was already lying on the table, and Lin Su was also almost unconscious. Previously, they had drunk too much in the sparring match, and they couldn't top it off when the alcohol came up. So, Ye Kun took the initiative to leave the TX bar. After leaving the bar, several Rolls-Royce Phantoms were already waiting. Ye Kun directly arranged for a Rolls-Royce Phantom to send Yang and I and Tang Rou back to school. This made Yang and I and Tang Rou feel both flattered and a bit lost at the same time. Ye Kun actually didn't take them for a late-night snack, nor did he have the intention of taking them home. He just sent them back to school. Lin Su came out of the bar and also sobered up a bit, having the ability to act, so he didn't need Ye Kun to arrange it. Ye Kun and Chan Wenwen rode in a Rolls-Royce Phantom and returned to the Kunpingiping mansion. As for his red flag supercar, there were also bodyguards to help him drive it back to the underground parking lot. The female secretary was so drunk that after coming back to briefly sober up, Ye Kun let her go to the guest room to sleep. Ye Kun slept soundly on the big bed in the master bedroom. At more than 9 o'clock in the morning, he received a phone call from Chen Jingjing, the beautiful counselor from his college days. It turned out that today was the centennial celebration of his alma mater, Magic City University of Finance and Economics. The school would notify some outstanding students from previous years who had already graduated to attend the school celebration. Ye Kun earned his first bucket of gold during his college years, and was barely considered an outstanding graduate of his term. As a result, the counselor, Chen Jingjing, called to notify him. Previously, Chen Jingjing had already sent a message to notify him once, only that Ye Kun forgot about it. Then, Ye Kun made another call to his home, caring about his parents' health, chatting about family matters and whatnot. When he heard that his dad's old problem of cervical pain was back, Ye Kun decisively used the health card on his dad. When he heard that mom intends to buy a big house in the eastern part of the new city, Ye Kun waved his hand and directly hit $1 billion over. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Freshman year, Ye Kun was able to earn his own tuition. Sophomore year, has earned the first $1 million in life. In his junior year, he bought a Porsche on his own ability. After having enough principal, he was able to make money faster and faster in the capital market. Thus, even though he transferred $100 million to his parents, the two old men were surprised but completely acceptable. Subsequently, Ye Kun got up, ate the breakfast that Chen Wenwen prepared for him, and then directly drove the red flag supercar to the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Special thanks to the pretty boy CYGGDY sent on the show child gift, and the Green River does not return to the guest pretty boy sent on the roll of the summoning charm, as well as other lovely book friends to send a small gift. You are the most beautiful boy. Gave the author a lot of motivation. Chapter 30, The First School Flower. Undefeatable Golden Gun Skills. Ye Kun's driving of the red flag supercar triggered a burst of amazement as soon as he entered the University of Finance and Economics. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the domestic god car red flag, Tang supercar, which was unveiled once at the Magic City Auto Show. I heard that this red flag supercar has a landing price of $30 million, and is limited to one worldwide. Unique, domestic cars, awesome. This school celebration. A lot of powerful senior brothers returned to school. I don't know which one of them actually drove a red flag Tang supercar. The students of the University of Finance and Economics saw the red flag supercar drive into the campus with a look of envy and admiration. Ding, congrats on gaining worship value plus 55. Ding, congratulations on gaining worship value plus 66. Ding, congratulates on obtaining a worship value of plus 99. The worship value grew rapidly. After Ye Kun parked the red flag supercar into the school's parking lot, he contacted Chen Jingjing, the beautiful counselor from his college days. Ye Kun, this way. The beautiful counselor Chen Jingjing waved at Ye Kun. Today, she was responsible for receiving outstanding returning students. Ye Kun looked towards the front and saw that a beautiful woman with a pavilion and long flowing hair was standing not far away and waving at him. It was the beautiful counselor Chen Jingjing. Ding, detected a school beauty. Name, Chen Jingjing. Face value, 94, school flower grade. Height, 166. Circumference, 86. 62. 88. Bust, 34c. Favorability, 50. Character, gentle, generous. Chen Jingjing was originally the school flower of the University of Finance and Economics, and stayed on as a counselor directly after graduation. She was not only very pretty, but also had a gentle and generous personality, and was the object of many boys' adoration and crushes. When Ye Kun was in college, he had a crush on Chen Jingjing. Jingjing. Ye Kun approached Chen Jingjing and laughed. When he was in college, Ye Kun often molested Chen Jingjing, all by calling her Jingjing. However, she had a good personality and never got angry. Ha, Ye Kun, you've become handsome again, and you have a unique charm on you. Chen Jingjing sized up Ye Kun and revealed a look of surprise. Ye Kun was more mature and manly than in his college days. Moreover, there was a unique aura on his body that couldn't be said specifically, but it was very attractive and one couldn't help but want to get close. Even when she looked at Ye Kun one more time, there was suddenly a feeling of a deer in the headlights in her heart. Ding! School flower level beauty Chen Jingjing looked at the host one more time. Affected by the people seeing people. Flowers seeing flowers charming aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding! School flower level beauty Chen Jingjing's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Rewarding agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host's agility has increased to 23. Strength, 21. Agility, 23. Physique, 28. Spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into his body. Ye Kun felt that his muscle lines were more perfect and his body was more athletic. This was the direct benefit of boosting agility. Having a beautiful woman raise her favorability and just rewarding basic attributes was awesome. Jing tranquility. You're just now realizing that I'm attractive. Regret not chasing me in the first place. Now I'm giving you a chance to chase me. Ye Kun joked with Chen Jingjing, just enjoying flirting with her. Stinky, you're still so immodest. Chen Jingjing's beautiful eyes blanked Ye Kun. Ye Kun had worked hard and excelled during his college days. He just had a somewhat cynical personality and loved to joke around. Let's go. There are many outstanding alumni in the auditorium. Let's go over there as well. Chen Jingjing and Ye Kun walked side by side towards the school auditorium. Along the way, their handsome boy-girl pair attracted the attention of many students. After entering the school auditorium, Ye Kun saw some alumni gathering in groups to talk and laugh, especially those who graduated and entered the society. The more successful they were, the more people surrounded them. Among them, certain business tycoons, heirs of family businesses, big companies and other important people were like stars in the moon, surrounded by the crowd in the center. Suddenly, Ye Kun saw a familiar and beautiful figure in the crowd. She is the first school flower in the university period, known as the first beauty of the University of Finance Yang Yijuan. At this moment, Yang Yijuan was surrounded by many successful men and elites in the center as if she was a star. However, when she looked up and saw Ye Kun's moment, her eyes couldn't help but light up, showing the color of surprise, and hurriedly stepped on her long legs, breaking out from among the crowd, welcoming Ye Kun. Her this action, so that the successful people around them to reveal the color of surprise, eyes have thrown to the Ye Kun. In the end, what kind of man can make Yang Yijuan so impatient to rush to him? Ye Kun, you're here too. Yang Yijuan's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun, and a charming smile unfolded on her stunning face. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Yang Yijuan. Face value, 96, goddess level. Height, 170. Circumference, 86. 61. 90. Bust, 34D. Favorability, 80. Characteristics, alluring, domineering, daring to love and hate. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards Ye Kun was as high as 80, which Ye Kun was not surprised at all, because Ye Kun had once saved her life by mistake. It was in the school's indoor swimming pool, where Yang Yijuan nearly drowned due to foot cramps. Ye Kun noticed something strange and jumped into the pool at the first time to save her. Moreover, in front of many teachers and students, he gave Yang Yijuan artificial respiration and chest compressions, and brought her back. Then, Yang Yijuan relied on Ye Kun, and Ye Kun also became a target, became the public enemy of the whole schoolboys. In college, Ye Kun was busy making money, and ignored Yang Yijuan's many hints and chases. When he was in college, he was not in love, because girls would only affect the speed of his money-making. Now that he wasn't bad at making money, he wouldn't be resistant to things like talking about love. Yijuan. Ye Kun also greeted Yang Yijuan. Yang Yijuan was very individualistic and capable. During her university days, she was the president of the student council. After graduation, she even refused to enter the family business and chose to join an innovative company instead. It was said that she was now sitting in the position of general manager, with the intention of becoming a domineering female president. Yang Yijuan saw that Ye Kun didn't avoid her, but greeted her warmly, and couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, revealing a beautiful and enchanting smile. At the same time, she also found out that Ye Kun's image and temperament has changed a lot, more handsome and more charming. Ding! Goddess beauty Yang Yijuan took one more look at the host, and was affected by the charm aura of being loved by everyone and blossoming flowers. Favoritism plus 10. Note, the charm aura can only raise favorability to 90 at most, because Yang Yijuan's favorability to the host is as high as 80. Under the effect of the charm aura, the favorability is raised by 10 points. Ding! Congratulations to goddess-level beauty Yang Yijuan for raising her favoritism towards the host to 90. Rewarding physique plus 30. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his physique to 58. Note, the host's physique is far beyond normal. His fighting strength is extraordinary, and he has gained the Golden Gun Undefeatable ability. What was this Golden Gun Undefeatable ability? He had only heard of Golden Gun Undefeatable. He hadn't heard of Golden Gun Undefeatable yet. Could it be that he could already be invincible in that aspect of combat? It was just a pleasant surprise. It was unthinkable that one could gain this special ability with an improved physique. Yijuan, who is this person? Aren't you going to introduce us? At this time, a young man wearing a privately customized high-grade suit and tie, dressed as a successful man, walked over and asked Yang Yijuan. His name is Ding Yan. His undergraduate degree also graduated from Magic City University of Finance and Economics, and then went to Stanford to get a master's degree, and came back to inherit the family business. There are already multiple roles of pretty boys and pretty girls shining through. If you want to customize the role of the beautiful boy, to go to the book review area to leave a message. Rich second generation, female president, female bodyguards, maids, stewardesses, imperial girls, lorry and so on, a variety of roles and so on you to pick. Chapter 31 Donation 100 million. A lot? Ding Yan was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, with a good meter, a proper rich man, a diamond bachelor, and a successful man in the eyes of others. However, there was a hint of hostility hidden in his eyes as he looked at Ye Kun, because Yang Yijuan had never taken such initiative with another man. He was jealous. Yang Yijuan was very unhappy when she saw that Ding Yan had followed her and interrupted her reunion with Ye Kun. However, she still spoke. Let me introduce. Yang Yijuan pointed at Ding Yan and introduced. This is our outstanding graduate from the University of Finance, Ding Yan. She seemed to be very perfunctory as she was too lazy to do much introduction to Ding Yan. Then, Yang Yijuan stared at Ye Kun with a soft look. Immediately after, in the gaze of the crowd that was shocked beyond belief, she very boldly hugged Ye Kun's arm and introduced herself towards the crowd. His name is Ye Kun. He's the person that I have had a crush on and liked since my college days. The moment these words came out, the whole room was shocked. Outcry, petrified, exploded. Yang Yijuan, the golden young lady of Yang's group and the #1 beauty of the University of Finance, actually took the initiative to announce that she had a favorite and a crush. At this moment, those men who adored, crushed and coveted Yang Yijuan seemed to hear the sound of their own hearts breaking. Among these men, some were company presidents, some were family business heirs, some were top-tier rich second generation, and some were successful entrepreneurs who started from nothing. They all lost to Ye Kun, this man who seemed to be mediocre except for being handsome. What made him able to get the love of the goddess Yang Yijuan? And he was also taken the initiative to confess and chase after him. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd looked at Ye Kun with deep envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ye Kun was being held by Yang Yijuan's arm, feeling the crowd's unkind gaze. He was also a bit helpless. Yang Yijuan is still so daring and bold, She actually announced in front of everyone that I was her favorite and crush. Isn't this making me an enemy? Well, he has become a public enemy again, the target of all. However, at this time, Ye Kun was a super godly man, incomparably confident and dashingly calm, not caring about other people's gazes and opinions at all. So what if he became the public enemy of the entire nation? He, Ye Kun, was fearless. Oh, Mr. Ye was able to get Ijuan's love. I'm afraid he's a very good and successful person. I don't know if you are the heir of a family business or the boss of a listed company? Ding Yan stared at Ye Kun with an unkind gaze, very jealous of him. He and Yang Ijuan had known each other since childhood, and the two families were still family friends. He considered himself to be in a childhood relationship with Yang Ijuan, and had even seen Yang Ijuan as his woman. And now, Yang Ijuan suddenly announced that she had a favorite person, and it was also her crush on the other person. This instantly made him feel thunderstruck, as if his head was green, snowflakes fluttering, the northern wind is fluttering. I'm not a family business heir or a listed company boss, Ye Kun said with a bland smile. He was the big boss behind Kunpeng Group and was not the heir to any family business. Moreover, it seemed that Kunpeng Group was not yet listed, thus he was not considered a listed company boss. He was just a mediocre pretty boy just like those lovely readers who chased the book and gave it a 5-star review. Billion watch talent, more wealth and more billions. He's just an ordinary guy with a lot of money and a lot of people. Then, he also has a divine car skills, 1,000 cups not drunk, people see people love, flowers see flowers blossom charisma halo, golden gun undefeatable skills and so on. Really mediocre. When Ding Yan heard that Ye Kun was not the heir to any family business, or the boss of a listed company, he could not help but show a few shades of disdain. You are so mediocre. Why are you still so confident? What makes you able to gain the favor of goddess Yang Ijuan? However, he had a deep city and a deep heart, and did not show this emotion in plain sight. You were able to be invited by the university to participate in the centennial school celebration, so you must be an outstanding graduate as well. Ding Yan first praised Ye Kun, then his words changed, deliberately showing a look of curiosity. He asked, I wonder how much you have contributed to the school. How much did you donate for the school celebration? He saw that Ye Kun was young and had obviously just graduated not long ago. Even if he was an outstanding graduate, how much could he achieve if his family didn't have a background? Even if he entered a big company and worked part-time, at most he would only get a pitiful salary of a few tens of thousands of dollars. What contribution can they make to the school? What donation? His question was undoubtedly murderous, to make Ye Kun unable to get off the stage. Yeah, for this centennial celebration, Mr. Ding donated $100 million to his alma mater. Mr. Ding deserves to be a young and handsome man, a role model for my generation. $100 million in one shot. Mr. Yi is young and promising. I wonder how much he can donate to his alma mater. Right, as an outstanding graduate of the University of Finance, how can I not make a contribution to my alma mater and make a contribution? Those so-called elites around them spoke and stood up for Ding Yan, while ridiculing Ye Kun at the same time, intending to see his jokes. $100 million. Ding Yan directly donated $100 million for his alma mater. Can Ye Kun? Ding Yan also revealed a smug look, finding that feeling of being courted by the stars and being admired and pushed by 10,000 people. In college, boys can attract beautiful girls just by virtue of their handsome appearance. However, after entering the society, it is no longer useful to rely on good looks alone, but also rely on strength to speak. Without strength, it's nothing. For example, this school celebration, he donated 100 million, immediately by the crowd's respect, and even the school authorities are polite to him. Ye Kun, who is he to compete with him for the goddess Yang Ijuan? Can he get $100 million? Yang Ijuan's eyebrows slightly knit, defended Ye Kun. Ye Kun is very good. The university period on their own ability to earn tuition, but also bought a car. Yang Ijuan was very protective of Ye Kun and said a lot of good things for him, and this instead made Ding Yan even more jealous. He earned tuition on his own, and bought a car, and even earned hundreds and millions of dollars. So what? These were nothing more than child's play, to those of them who were on the finish line at birth and could inherit the family business upon graduation. It wasn't worth mentioning at all. Young Yi is so outstanding. I wonder how much he plans to donate to his alma mater this time. Ding Yan stared at Ye Kun, revealing a teasing color. He was trying to hold on to the issue of donations to embarrass Ye Kun. Ding, triggering a randomized mission. Donate to your alma mater and ruthlessly hit Ding Yan in the face. Mission reward, celebrity aura. Punching Ding Yan in the face rewards a celebrity halo. As long as it's a halo, it must be something good. Looking at the effect of the glamour halo, one would know how awesome the power of the halo was. Donating 100 million, is that a lot? Ye Kun laughed, his gaze sweeping across the room, looking out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 32 Donating 10 billion. Celebrity aura. Donating $100 million. Is that a lot? When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. A clamor. $100 million was a huge fortune that many people could not earn even if they worked for a lifetime. But in Ye Kun's mouth it became a rare and ordinary thing. He's not someone who likes to boast and brag, is he? How was such a person invited to the school's centennial celebration? The eyes of the crowd looking at Ye Kun took on a bit of disdain and mockery. What a big mouth. $100 million is nothing. So I wonder how much Young Yi will donate to his alma mater. Ding Yan laughed coldly, thinking that Ye Kun was nothing more than a boastful rash. How could such a person be qualified to be his opponent? Goddess Yang Yijuan should belong to him. $100 million. I really can't take it. Ye Kun, however, shook his head. He went to the bar to spend a night in a private room and spent $100 million. If he only donated $100 million for his alma mater's centennial celebration, then he felt ashamed of himself. How about this? I'll donate $10 billion for my alma mater. Ye Kun faintly uttered a figure. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked once again. Petrified. Outcry. $10 billion? Ye Kun said that he would donate $10 billion to his alma mater. Although there were many successful people in the scene, no one would donate $10 billion to the school, because most people couldn't get $10 billion. Even if there were tycoons with assets over $100 billion at the scene, they couldn't afford to donate $10 billion at once. This joke, it's not funny at all. $10 billion, can you get it? Ding Yan sneered, not feeling that Ye Kun could take out $10 billion to donate. Although his family's assets were far more than $10 billion, he simply wouldn't take it out and donate it to the school. Ye Kun, on what grounds? Do I look like I'm joking? It's only $10 billion. Do I need to make a fuss? Ye Kun laughed. He. If I wasn't afraid of scaring you all to death, I would have directly donated $10 billion. He. The old principal is in the auditorium. If you can really donate $10 billion, I believe that the old principal will be impressed with you, and will hold you up as a representative of outstanding students. Ding Yan sneered. $10 billion. He didn't believe that Ye Kun could really donate $10 billion to his alma mater. Right at this moment, the old principal of the University of Finance saw that Ye Kun's side was in an uproar and seemed to be very lively. So, he walked over surrounded by many school leaders, wanting to find out what was going on. Is something happening here? So lively. The old principal laughed. He had been the principal of the University of Finance for 10 years, and his temples were graying, yet he was still glowing. Old principal, you've come at the right time. We have an outstanding student over here who is willing to donate $10 billion to the school. Ding Yan hurriedly said to the old principal, while his gaze provocatively glanced at Ye Kun. Humph, if you can't get $10 billion in a while, I'll make you lose face in front of the whole school. Oh, just which outstanding student is going to donate $10 billion to his alma mater? The old principal was also shocked. $10 billion, ah! In the history of the University of Finance, no one had ever donated such a large amount. He swept his gaze over the several older successful people around him, wanting to confirm who exactly could be so generous and bold. Some of these people were the bosses of listed companies, some were heirs to family businesses, and some were young and promising entrepreneurs. But he really couldn't find anyone who could donate $10 billion. Those few successful people who were swept by the principal's gaze all revealed a look of embarrassment. $10 billion. They wouldn't dare to casually name this amount, much less donate it directly to the school. Old principal. It's this student Ye Kun. He just boasted that he would contribute to his alma mater and donate $10 billion. Ding Yan pointed at Ye Kun and sneered, expecting to see him make a fool of himself. Oh, the old principal also looked at Ye Kun with a surprised face. This was a very young, handsome and spirited pretty boy. This pretty boy had no inferiority complex at his young age and remained calm and relaxed in front of him. But, could such a young man take out $10 billion to donate to the school? This is $10 billion, not $1 million. It wasn't something you could donate just because you wanted to. One had to have that financial strength to do so. Principal, Ye Kun is just chatting with a few seniors and joking. Don't take it seriously. Yang Yijuan couldn't help but get anxious and hurriedly came out to help Ye Kun round up the situation. Although Ye Kun was young and promising, the amount of $10 billion was not something that a student who had just graduated less than a year ago could take out. Even she thought that Ye Kun said that he wanted to donate $10 billion to the school because he was angry. Because the amount of $10 billion was just too big. Yijuan, you're still defending him? Ye Kun said that he would donate $10 billion to his alma mater. But all of us on this side heard it clearly and can testify. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan speaking for Ye Kun, he couldn't help but be very angry and became even more jealous of Ye Kun. On what grounds? Why can Ye Kun get the love of goddess Yang Yijuan? I'm not joking. I'm serious. Ye Kun smiled at the old principal. Are you sure you want to donate $10 billion to the school? The old principal stared at Ye Kun with an incredulous face. That's right, old principal. The school is celebrating its centennial. I don't know what to do for the school, so I'll donate $10 billion, just to talk about my feelings, Ye Kun said, talking and laughing. It's only 10 billion, a small gesture, just very calm, no pressure at all. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked once again. Ye Kun actually dared to brag in front of the old principal. This was no joke, including the faces of those school leaders. Disbelief was written all over them. Let's put it this way, the school should have a special donation account. Tell me the account number. I can donate to the school on the spot, Ye Kun said. He knew that these people wouldn't believe him unless he showed practical actions. Thus, the old principal would trust a director in charge of the school's activities and gave Ye Kun the separate account number for the school's donations. Soon, Ye Kun transferred $10 billion to the school account with the divine magnitude reserve in front of everyone. 10 billion, really received 10 billion donations. That director was shocked and delighted as he looked at the extra $10 billion on the school's account. At that moment, the expressions of everyone at the scene became extremely wonderful. 10 billion. Ye Kun really donated 10 billion to the school. Ding. Gain worship value Superblast plus 6,666. How is that possible? He's just a fresh graduate. How does he have the ability to donate 10 billion to the school? Ding Yan was also in disbelief, but the facts were in front of him, slapping him hard in the face. Ding. Congratulations to the host for donating $10 billion to his alma mater, completing the task of punching Ding Yan in the face. Ding. Reward Celebrity Aura. Explanation: Celebrity Aura can increase the host's good reputation and boost prestige. There are pretty boy reaction to the school donation. 10 billion is a person's stupid money. This is really not much. The reality of engage in the investment of foreigners are to Tsinghua donation of $1 billion. The protagonist of the God Ho donation 10 billion is considered to be too much. Moreover, this 10 billion is not directly to the money, but the establishment of a foundation. Long-term investment. This is a God Ho text. Pretty boy, please use God Ho's perspective to look at this book. Do not make a fuss and a fuss. Chapter 33, to be the most trenchant, the most enjoyable super godly man. Ding. The host donated $10 billion to his alma mater, greatly increasing his prestige amongst the alumni, gaining the revered prestige of the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Ye Kun was also slightly stunned. Not only had his prestige greatly increased, he had also gained the revered reputation of the University of Finance and Economics. This $10 billion hadn't been smashed out for nothing. Having the ability to pay money was really just awesome. At the same time, those alumni in the auditorium looked at Ye Kun with shocked reverence in their eyes. Ye Kun could donate $10 billion to his alma mater at one time. His strength was unquestionable. Moreover, because of the influence of the celebrity aura, they all looked at Ye Kun with a hint of admiration in their eyes. No one dared to think that he was just a mediocre pretty boy anymore. Not only was he a pretty boy, he had a halo on him. Ye Kun, thank you for donating $10 billion of funds to the school. It's a huge contribution, and it's the best gift you can offer to your alma mater's centennial celebration. The old principal was very excited to hold Ye Kun's hand, and almost burst into old tears. $10 billion. This was the largest donation received by the University of Finance and Economics since its establishment. With this $10 billion, there were so many things that could be done. For example, building buildings, repairing dormitories, giving subsidies to poor students, giving scholarships to outstanding students. It was a huge contribution to both the school and the students. A small token of appreciation. Not worth mentioning. I just hope that the school can use this money properly. If there is still a need later, I can donate again. Ye Kun laughed, looking cloudy. Don't worry, the school will use this $10 billion to establish a foundation named after you. The new building will also be named after you, the old principal said excitedly. Especially, after Ye Kun donated $10 billion, he actually hinted that he would continue to donate. Too trenchant. Such a trenchant and good student. The school must take out the utmost sincerity to treat him. It's good to establish a foundation, but it won't have to be named after me. This foundation and the teaching building will be named after Kun Pang. Ye Kun laughed. Naming it after him seemed a little too high profile. Naming it after the Kunpang would be good. Good. Kunpang has a good meaning. Rocking up to 90,000 miles. The school will set up a special Kunpang fund and hire professionals to manage it. And we also welcome student Ye Kun to send a trustworthy person to be in charge of the Kunpang fund. The old principal said excitedly, having to maintain a good relationship with Ye Kun. Dispatch a trusted person to be in charge of the Kunpang fund? Ye Kun's gaze swept through the crowd before settling on the beautiful counselor Chen Jingtran. Then in the future, Kunpang fund will be in charge of MS. Chen Jingjing. Ye Kun laughed. Teacher Chen Jing Tranquility will be in charge of this $10 billion scale fund? The old principal revealed a look of astonishment. Immediately, everyone's gazes turned to this beautiful counselor. Chen Jing Tranquility was just a counselor. Wasn't it a bit hasty to have her be in charge of this $10 billion scale fund? Even Chen Jingquan had a startled look on her face. Today, Ye Kun gave her too much of a shock, and actually donated $10 billion directly to the school. Moreover, Ye Kun actually specified that she should be in charge of this Kunpeng fund, which gave her a feeling of being flattered. Ms. Chen Jingjing not only has a good personality, but she is also capable of doing things well, and is also a teacher that I trust very much. I think it's very appropriate for her to be in charge of the Kunpeng fund. Principal, don't you think so? Ye Kun looked at the old principal and smiled. He had donated $10 billion to the school to establish the Kunpeng fund, and it wasn't his word to choose who would be in charge. It was a bit of a pity for Chen Jingjing to be a counselor. She could have a bigger stage. That's right, Ms. Chen Jingran is very responsible and capable, very suitable to be in charge of the Kunpeng fund. The old principal hastily nodded in agreement. At once, all the teachers and leaders of the school looked at Chen Jingjing with envy in their eyes. Chen Jingjing was so young that she had actually become the head of a $10 billion fund. Her status in the school would be elevated in a straight line. Chen Jingjing herself was even more flattered and felt incredible. At the same time, there was an extra wave of emotion and love in her eyes as she looked at Ye Kun. Ding! Chen Jingjing was touched by the host. Favorability plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to school beauty. Chen Jingjing's favorability towards the host has increased to 90. Rewarding strength plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his strength to 41. Strength, 41. Agility, 23. Physique, 58. Spirit, 25. In an instant, a magical energy surged into Ye Kun's body, causing his strength to skyrocket, filling his body with vigor and making him even more fit. It was just very refreshing. Chen Jingjing, the beautiful counselor's favorability towards him, actually increased to 90 so quickly. This was something he hadn't expected. However, it was not surprising. Right now, his charm was too great, and he had the ability to pay money, and there were all sorts of halos on him. There was no woman that could resist his charm. Yang Yejuan looked at Ye Kun with eyes that, in addition to adoration, there was an extra wave of admiration and curiosity. She realized that her understanding of this man was far from deep enough. She wanted to explore more. Ye Kun's donation of $10 billion for his alma mater spread quickly, creating a huge stir among the teachers, students and alumni groups. At the same time, he also madly harvested a wave of worship value. At the next school celebration, Ye Kun even became the center of attention. Even, a beautiful editor from a magazine approached her for an exclusive interview. Mr. Ye Kun, I'm Wang Yue, the editor of Fengyan Man magazine. Can I do a brief interview with you? Wang Yue looked staring at Ye Kun with an excited face. Ding! Detected a school beauty. Name, Wang Yue. Face value, 92, school beauty level. Height, 167. Circumference, 86. 62. 89. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 60. Character traits, gentle. Intellectual. Oh, another school flower level beauty. Ye Kun smiled. Ever since he became a super god magnate, he was surrounded by beautiful women. This was perhaps the charm of a godly hero. It would be boring. Ding! Congratulations to school beauty Wang Yue, whose favoritism towards the host has reached 60. Rewarding agility plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his agility to 33. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Physique, 58. Spirit, 25. In an instant, Ye Kun's body was infused with a magical energy. His muscle lines became more perfect and his body became more agile. It was just very cool. He found that as long as a schoolgirl level beauty reached 60 and 90 favorability towards him, she would be rewarded once for her basic physical attributes. This was encouraging him to touch and conquer more beauties. It was just annoying. It was boring. However, for the sake of evolving into a Superman, he could just grudgingly accept it. He was going to be that most trenchant and coolest super godly man. There's another pretty boy character debuting. So pretty boys and fairies who want to tailor their characters, go to the book review section and leave a comment. Chapter 34, Strange Schoolgirl, Wan Xingyu. Mr. Ye Kun, can I give you an exclusive interview? Seeing that Ye Kun didn't answer her, Wang Yue couldn't help but ask again. Influenced by the celebrity aura, the way she looked at Ye Kun took on a hint of admiration and worship. Fengyan Man magazine? Ye Kun was slightly surprised. This Wind and Cloud magazine seemed to be quite influential in Huaxia. It had a Fengyun weekly, which was equivalent to that Time magazine abroad. Those who could be chosen to be on the cover of the Wind and Cloud weekly were those who were truly the people of the world. I'm just a mediocre ordinary person. An exclusive interview is not necessary. Ye Kun laughed. He felt that he was mediocre and hadn't made any achievements yet, so it was too early to be on the Wind in Cloud Weekly. Thus, he did not intend to accept this exclusive interview. Mr. Ye is too humble. You donated $10 billion to your alma mater. You have already created a stir. How can you be mediocre? You must be a low-profile invisible tycoon. Wang Yue said. Today, she had wanted to interview other stormy figures of the University of Finance and Economics. However, Ye Kun suddenly donated $10 billion, and the limelight directly overpowered the other successful people, coupled with the fact that Ye Kun was very young and handsome, and his previous reputation was obscure, mysterious, and very topical. Thus she planned to do an exclusive interview. You also said that I'm a low-profile invisible tycoon. Thus at the moment I don't intend to appear on the magazine. Ye Kun laughed and politely refused. Exposing his identity too early was not a good thing. Then, Mr. Ye, can I simply ask you a few questions? Wang Yue was unforgiving and pursued the question again. It was so hard to catch an invisible tycoon. How could she let the other party slip away? You can ask 3 questions, Ye Kun said. Seeing that Wang Yue had contributed 10 points of agility to him, let's answer her 3 questions. Good. Wang Yue was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, may I ask Mr. Ye, do you feel pressured to donate 10 billion funds to your alma mater? 10 billion was not a small amount. Many hundred billionaires were not necessarily able to come up with $10 billion of liquidity. This was because most of their assets were real estate, or virtual assets like stocks, bonds, and equity, and they didn't have much money that they could truly utilize. No pressure at all. Ye Kun said blandly. He had billions and billions of megabucks of divine greatness reserve. 10 billion was really no pressure for him. When these words came out, Wang Yue was shocked. Taking out 10 billion without any pressure. Then Ye Kun's assets were at least at the level of 100 billion or more. Then may I ask, how long will it take you to earn back this 10 billion? Wang Yue asked again. How long? Ye Kun closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He had a Pang group worth $900 billion. It shouldn't be difficult to earn back 10 billion, right? However, his most powerful plugin wasn't the Pang group, but the Divine Magnificence system. He had billions and billions of megabytes of divine magnate reserves. 10 billion. It was just a blink of an eye. 10 billion has been earned back. Ye Kun opened his eyes and laughed. What? Earned back 10 billion so quickly? Ha, Mr. Ye is so humorous. Wang Yue was shocked, then thought that Ye Kun didn't want to reveal too much information before answering the question in such a humorous way. A personal question. Do you have a girlfriend now? Wang Yue finally asked a gossipy question. Ye Kun was young and handsome and attractive. She was eager to learn about the other party's private life. No, Ye Kun said indifferently. When Wang Yue wanted to continue asking questions, Ye Kun had already turned around and left. Having said that he would only answer 3 questions, he would only answer 3 questions. What a personality. What a cool man. Wang Yue couldn't help but say in her heart as she looked at Ye Kun's back as he turned around handsomely. How could she say that she was also a school beauty? And usually there were many outstanding men who couldn't wait to surround her or wanted to be interviewed by her. Ye Kun, on the other hand, could turn around so dashingly without a bit of lingering. However, she believed that there would be opportunities to interview Ye Kun in the future. Such an excellent and dashing man. Just like the group of pretty boys who chased the book and gave back 5-star reviews. Handsome can't be hidden. Can't be hidden. However, Ye Kun had just turned around without taking a few steps when he felt a softness coming from his arms and collided with a long-haired beauty. She subconsciously supported the other party and realized that it was a sweet-looking girl who looked civilized and quiet. Ding! Detected a school beauty. Name, Wan Xingyu. Face value, 95, school flower top. Age, 18. Height, 168. Circumference, 86. 61. 90. Bust, 34C. Favorability, -30. Character traits, quiet, gentle. Ran into another school beauty. Wan Xingyu, with a face value as high as 95. This was the top among school flowers. However, her favorability towards Ye Kun was actually negative. This was surprising when Ye Kun found it mind-boggling. They should have never met before. How could the favorability be negative? Could it be because they had just accidentally bumped into each other, causing the goodwill to be directly reduced by 30 points? Schoolmate, are you alright? Ye Kun quickly came back to his senses and asked. Wan Xingyu's age was only 18, so he guessed that the other party should still be a freshman. His schoolmate. At this time, Wan Xingyu also looked up at Ye Kun. The two looked at each other and froze slightly. Ye Kun froze because Wan Xingyu's eyes were very beautiful, as if there were the sun, moon and stars in her eyes, which made her unconsciously mesmerized. And Wan Xingyu froze, naturally also because Ye Kun's handsomeness and charm was unexpected. Ding! School flower level beauty Wan Xingyu looked at the host. Affected by the charm aura of people love and flowers bloom. Favorability plus 30. Ding. School flower level beauty Wan Xingyu's favorability towards the host has increased from minus 30 to 0. Well, under the influence of the charming aura, Wan Xingyu's favorability towards him had actually just returned to 0. This was a situation that Ye Kun had never encountered before. Could it be that this Wan Xingyu didn't like men? Ye Kun could only make this guess. Otherwise, any normal woman would not be able to ignore his charm. I'm fine. Wan Xingyu's face was blushing, and she broke away from Ye Kun in a somewhat resistant manner. At the same time, she secretly said in her heart, who is this guy? Although a bit handsome, but not my cup of tea, hopefully we won't cross paths. Wan Xingyu herself was a bit surprised that she actually did not resent the man in front of her. One must know that she very much hated having any physical contact with men, and mentally she did not accept men. However, Ye Kun was an exception. It wouldn't make her feel disgusted. But of course, she couldn't talk about liking it. Not letting her hate it was already a miracle. Thus, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Ye Kun one more time before running away. Chapter 35, The Mysterious Quintillionaire Group Chairman. What a somewhat strange girl. Ye Kun couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Wan Xingyu's delicate figure running away. Afterward, without any further thought, he continued to walk forward. At this time, one of Wan Xingyu's girlfriends greeted her. Oh, wow. Senior Ye Kun is so handsome, so charming. Xingyu, it seems like you just bumped into Senior Ye Kun's arms. How is it? Did the senior ask you, the school beauty, for contact information? Her girlfriends came over and pulled on Wan Xingyu's small hand, asking with a face of envy and curiosity. They were all freshman students who were selected to volunteer at the school celebration event because of their good looks and image. Handsome? It's just a little more handsome than ordinary people. There's just a very unique charm on his body, Wan Xingyu said, superficially unimpressed. However, it was the first time she had encountered a boy who could make her not hate him. His name is Ye Kun? Is he very famous? Wan Xingyu asked her best friend. She couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity towards Ye Kun, not having heard of such a popular figure in the school. Senior Ye Kun didn't seem to be very famous before, but he directly donated $10 billion to his alma mater at the school celebration event, which was a shocking sight and caused a huge sensation. Now even the principal has to be courteous to Senior Ye Kun, and I heard that he is going to be honored by the University of Finance as a centennial outstanding scholar and recorded in the school history, the girlfriend said with a face of adoration. Senior Ye Kun is too bold, directly donated $10 billion to his alma mater. The key was that he was still so young, so handsome and super charming. If she was a schoolgirl, she would definitely take the initiative to go up and hit on him. How could one miss out on such an outstanding and stylish senior? Oh, he donated $10 billion to the school. Wan Xingyu was also slightly stunned. There were many tycoons with assets over $10 billion. It wasn't rare. However, those who were willing to donate $10 billion to their alma mater were few and far between. Ding! Wan Xingyu's favorability towards the host is plus 10. Currently the favorability has increased to 10 points. Ye Kun was walking out when he suddenly received a system alert that Wan Xingyu's favorability towards him had increased. However, a mere 10 points of goodwill was still pitifully low and would not result in any rewards. Ye Kun, we're setting off to Kunping Hotel now. Yang Yijuan greeted her and naturally wrapped her arms around Ye Kun. She had originally had a crush on Ye Kun in college, and now her favorability towards him had even broken through 90, thus appearing to be very proactive and bold. Going to Kunping Hotel? Ye Kun curiously said. This Kunping Hotel is naturally under the Kunping Group, so he is the big boss behind the hotel. Yes, the school is hosting a banquet at the banquet hall of the Kunping Hotel. Many social celebrities and outstanding students will attend. Let's go over quickly, Yang Yijuan said, pulling Ye Kun towards the parking lot. Ye Kun, what kind of car did you drive over today? Is it still that Porsche? When they arrived at the parking lot, Yang Yijuan asked. She knew that Ye Kun had bought a Porsche when he was in college. It's red flag. Ye Kun laughed and took out a red flag car key. Red flag? Yang Yijuan was slightly stunned, not expecting Ye Kun to actually drive a domestic car now that his tastes had changed. However, red flag was also very impressive, especially in these years of rapid development. Some of the top flagship models were not inferior to imported luxury cars. Soon, a dazzling blue supercar appeared in the vision of the two. Dropping, Ye Kun gently pressed his hand on the red flag car key. The dazzling butterfly door of the blue supercar slowly opened, as if a beautiful blue butterfly had opened its gorgeous wings, beautiful and full of technology and design. This is the red flag, Tang supercar. It's so beautiful. I'm going to sit in your co-driver today. Yang Yijuan marveled. She put away her Porsche car keys and walked her long legs towards the co-driver seat of the red flag. Ye Kun, on the other hand, sat on the driver's seat of the red flag, skillfully started the car, and slowly drove out of the school in normal mode. Along the way, this red flag supercar triggered many students to gasp in amazement and harvested a lot of worship value. Ye Kun, I can't imagine that you're hiding so deeply. Even I was hidden from you. Yang Yijun sat on the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes staring at Ye Kun's handsome and incomparable side face. She couldn't help but be mesmerized. What did I hide? Ye Kun was puzzled and asked. You're usually so low-key, but you suddenly struck a chord by donating $10 billion to your alma mater and driving a 30 million plus red flag supercar. You wouldn't have inherited the family business right after graduation, would you? Yang Yijun's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and laughed. She felt that Ye Kun should be just like her. A super rich second generation who inherited the family business after graduation to be able to be so trenchant. If that was the case, there was no need for Ye Kun to hide it from her at all. She was also worried that Ye Kun did not choose to accept her because of the family background factor. How could I have any family business to inherit? I just come from an ordinary family, just a bit of opportunity. Ye Kun laughed. His opportunity was that he had obtained the divine magnate system, which could allow his life to constantly open up and take off quickly. Right. What company did you go to after graduation? Ye Kun asked. She knew that Yang Yijun didn't go back to work in the family business after graduation, but went to an outside company. I'm working at Pang Group. Now I'm in charge of Pang short video live streaming. My position is general manager. Yang Yijun said, very proud. The Pang Group was a very young group of companies that had risen at an astonishing speed, and the owner was even more mysterious. And she also relied on her outstanding ability to quickly rise through the ranks in the Pang short video field, reaching the position of general manager. You work for Pang Group, and also responsible for the Pang short video live streaming business? Ye Kun was surprised. It turned out that Yang Yijun had now become an employee of his company, and was also the general manager of the Pang short video business. This was really coincidental. Yeah, is this surprising? Unfortunately, I've been in the Pang Group for so long, but I've never met that mysterious chairman, Yang Yijun said, revealing a look of regret. What? Are you eager to meet that Pang Group's chairman? Ye Kun laughed. Isn't the chairman of Pang Group sitting next to you? Obviously, Yang Yijun didn't know his identity yet. Of course, the chairman of the board is mysterious and incomparable, a divine dragon, yet he is able to strategize and control everything. He is the person I admire the most. Talking about that mysterious chairman of Pang Group, Yang Yijun couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Ding! Gained Yang Yijun's adoration value blast plus 999. Perhaps. You've already met the chairman of Pang Group. Ye Kun laughed. Seeing that Yang Yijun had contributed a wave of worship to him, he couldn't help but remind her. That mysterious chairman you worship is sitting right next to you. Chapter 36, Even Goddesses Can Take the Initiative. I've met that mysterious chairman? How come I don't know myself? Yang Yijun revealed a surprised look. She indeed didn't remember meeting that mysterious chairman. You guys will meet sooner or later. Ye Kun laughed and didn't rush to tell the truth. Right now, he was about to head to Pang Group's headquarters. Soon, his identity as the chairman of the board would also be officially announced to the public, and at least some of the company's top executives would be aware of his existence. Yang Yijun's expression would definitely be wonderful after she knew his identity. By the way, Ye Kun, why did you name that foundation of the school as Pang Fund? Could it be that you also work for Pang Group? Yang Yijun's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and asked the question in her heart. Previously, when Ye Kun named the foundation as Pang, she thought that it was just a coincidence. However, the more she thought about it now, the more she felt that Ye Kun should have some connection with the Pang Group. That's right, I also work at Pang Group. Ye Kun laughed. Yang Yijun had asked the key point. It seemed that she should have guessed some clues already. You wouldn't be the mysterious chairman of Pang Group, right? Yang Yijun stared at Ye Kun with a surprised face. Congratulations, you guessed right. Ye Kun nodded slightly and graciously admitted it. Yang Yijun was really smart, guessing his true identity so quickly. Of course, he had no intention of deliberately hiding his identity. There was nothing unseemly about the identity of the chairman of this group. He also had no intention of deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. And so, it was admitted with great generosity. You are the chairman of Pang Group. Even though Ye Kun personally admitted it, Yang Yijun still felt incredulous. She had thought that the chairman of Pang Group was at least someone who was above 30 or 40 years old. Ye Kun was also too young. It was just shocking. The man she had always had a crush on and liked was actually the big boss behind Pang Group. This is amazing. Ding. Goddess Beauty Yang Yijun has gained +5 favoritism. Ding. Congratulations. Goddess Beauty Yang Yijun's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding. Once the beauty's favoritism towards the host reaches 95, she will take the initiative to throw herself at the host and even push the host against his will. So please prepare yourself mentally. Ding! Reward the host's spirit plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 45. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Physique, 58. Spirit, 45. In an instant, it was as if a magical energy had been injected into Ye Kun's body, and he became more spirited and energized. Yang Yijuan's favorability towards him actually climbed again, reaching 95. She was still the first goddess-level beauty to reach 95 favorability towards Ye Kun, and once the favorability reached 95, what would happen? Throw yourself in the arms. Reverse push. Ye Kun couldn't help but sweep Yang Yijuan with his afterglow, only to see that she was staring at him with an imploring look, her red lips gently opening, revealing a charming and touching look. Boo! Suddenly, Yang Yijuan's delicate body came close to Ye Kun and fiercely kissed him on the cheek, leaving a bright red lip print. Ye Kun only felt a fragrant breeze coming from the tip of his nose, and then his cheeks were pecked by something wet and moist. What for? I'm still driving. Ye Kun was slightly stunned and said softly. He also did not expect that Yang Yijuan would be so bold as to take advantage of his driving and directly sneak attack him. Does the car look good? Or do I look good? Yang Yijuan reached out and ruffled her hair, threw a wink at Ye Kun and asked in a delicate voice, am I being teased? Ye Kun looked at the car and then looked at Yang Yijuan and said, of course, it's you who looks better than the car. Yang Yijuan was originally a goddess with a face value of up to 96. Moreover, today, she also wore a black strapless gown, very sexy and beautiful. Then, do you like me? Yang Yijuan revealed a delicate smile with a lot of flavor. A good sense of 95 was different, and the goddess would also take the initiative. Like Ye Kun laughed, not avoiding her question. Boo! Yang Yijuan boldly gave Ye Kun a kiss. Let's go to the reception first. Yang Yijuan blushed and said in a delicate voice. Good. Ye Kun laughed. He recalled the flavor of those fragrant lips before he refastened his seatbelt and started the red flag supercar. Yang Yijuan also returned to a goddess cold look. Only a light smile hung at the corner of her mouth. She had been secretly in love with and chasing after Ye Kun backwards for 2 years, and at this time, she couldn't help but feel a few moments of joy in her heart. Boom! Boom boom! Ye Kun directly switched the red flag divine vehicle to the sport mode and sped all the way towards the Kunpeng Hotel. Chapter 37, Kunpeng Hotel. Cold female president appears on the scene. Kunpeng Building, located in the most prosperous and central prime location of Lujiazui, Magic City, is divided into 2 twin towers, Kun and Peng, with a maximum height of 136 floors, which is the highest building in the whole of Asia. Among them, the Kun building looks like a godly beast that is about to leap out of the North Sea, which is very domineering. This building is one of the top office buildings in the world and is also the headquarters of the Kunpeng Group. The building shape of the Peng building is like a rockbird spreading its wings, and it is the only 7-star hotel in the whole of China. Ye Kun drove to Lujiazui, far away from the too majestic, towering Kunpeng building was shocked. The Kunpeng mansions were simply super buildings like divine beasts, a miracle of human architecture. Just the majestic and incomparable Kunpeng form building shape. The momentum far exceeded the Burj Dubai. This is his Kunpeng Group. It's just so cool, just very cool. Soon, Ye Kun drove his car to the entrance of the Kunpeng Hotel. After parking the car, Yang Yijuan tidied up her appearance before walking into the Kunpeng Hotel with Ye Kun. The Kunpeng Hotel was worthy of being the only 7-star hotel in China. The lobby was luxurious and full of Chinese mythological elements, making people feel as if they had entered a strange space combining modern technology and ancient myths. When Ye Kun entered the Kunpeng Hotel, he even directly alarmed the hotel's senior management. The mysterious chairman of the group actually came to Kunpeng Hotel in person. Yang Yijuan elegantly took Ye Kun's arm and together they walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 88th floor, which was the floor where the Kunpeng Banquet Hall was located. It was a super fast elevator, as if they were riding on a ladder. They quickly ascended into the air and soon arrived at the 88th floor of the hotel. When Ding Yan saw Yang Yijuan intimately holding Ye Kun's arm as she entered the reception hall, his face turned into a pig's liver color in anger, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Yang Yijuan was originally his childhood friend, the goddess that he had fallen in love with first, but she took the initiative to pursue Ye Kun and threw herself at him. He was not willing to. He is a talented man, graduated from a prestigious school, but also young, inherited 100 billion market capitalization of the family business. Where is he worse than Ye Kun? Why did Yang Yijuan not like him and chose Ye Kun? Although he was heartbroken, he still pretended on the surface as if nothing had happened. Being able to be chosen as the heir to the family business, his city was naturally extremely deep. He felt that as long as he crushed Ye Kun, he still had a chance to recover goddess Yang Yijuan. This was a reception organized for the school's centennial celebration, and those invited were all the outstanding graduates of the previous years of the University of Finance and Economics. Among them, there are academics, the business world, the cultural and sports world, are all talents and elites in various fields. They are often 3 or 5 people to form a small circle, get together with a glass of red wine, talk eloquently. This was a networking circle of alumni, a very necessary socialization. However, Ye Kun felt that attending this kind of reception was actually quite boring, because most of those alumni were 1 or 2 rounds older than him. He didn't really have much in common with them. However, due to the fact that he had donated $10 billion to his alma mater, along with the fact that he had a celebrity halo on his head, it made many socialites come over to toast him on their own initiative. Wanting to make friends, Ye Kun would also socialize with them, but he still found it quite boring, especially those so-called successful people in the business world. When they get together, most of them like to brag and pretend. Some brag that they have negotiated hundreds of millions of dollars of projects in a minute. Some brag about where they got another piece of land. Some brag that their mansion is too small, less than 500 square feet. Some brag that they don't like money and have no interest in it. Sure enough, pretending is a common human nature. Unfortunately, the pussy they were pretending wasn't big enough to successfully arouse Ye Kun's interest. Then, it was that Ding Yan's turn to play pussy. He played a different kind of pussy, saying that he and the mysterious chairman of Kuanpine Group were brothers and best buddies. At once, the whole room was shocked and clamored. Ye Kun and Yang Yejuan, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. Mr. Ding, you really know the chairman of Kuanpine Group? I've heard that the big boss behind the Kuanpine Group is very mysterious, and there aren't many people who have seen him. The 7-star Kuanping Hotel is all owned by the Kuanping Group, and it's worth over $100 billion. Kuanping Group also has Kuanping Capital, Kuanping Short Video, Kuanping Entertainment, Kuanping Real Estate, and Kuanping Medical. The crowd murmured, all showing great interest. The big boss behind Kuanping Group could be described as mysterious, never appearing in front of the public. Currently, Kuanping Group was explicitly managed by a domineering female president. The female president of Kuanping Group was already a figure of the storm, not to mention the mysterious big boss behind the scenes. Truth be told, last week, I even had dinner with the female president of Kuanping Group, Ms. Sheen, and negotiated a multi-billion-dollar cooperation project. Ding Yan talked and laughed, smugly. Mr. Ding is really young and promising. He can actually have dinner with the beautiful president of Kuanping Group. At once, the crowd showed envy towards Ding Yan. Many of the people present didn't even have the qualifications to meet the female president of Kuanping Group, let alone eat together. Ye Kun was also speechless towards this Ding Yan for a while, never imagining that he and the female president of Kuanping Group had become the objects of his pretenses. Just at this moment, a commotion came from the crowd, only to see a cold and colorful woman with a powerful aura, a delicate figure, and walking with the wind, walk into the banquet hall under the crowd's flank. The female president of Kuanping Group, General Manager Qin. How did she appear here? In addition to being the female president of the entire Kuanping Group, Ms. Qin is also the female president of the Kuanping Hotel, and she is the one who manages the Kuanping Hotel. Those successful people on the scene could not help but show excitement when they saw the female president of the Kuanping Group descending in person, all wanting to go forward to make friends and get to know her. However, the female president's aura was too powerful, and no one dared to go forward to greet her. At this time, Ding Yan couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise when he saw the female president walking in his direction. He smiled faintly, straightened his lapel, put on a calm and collected look, and took a step towards the female president. President Qin, I am. Ding Yan revealed a smile that he thought was handsome, reaching out towards the female president to greet her. However, the female president was incredibly cold and arrogant, and didn't even look at him before walking past him. Ding Yan was completely ignored. However, no one was even paying attention to him at this time. Amidst the shocked and surprised gazes of the crowd, the female president walked over to Ye Kun. Chairman, you came to the hotel. Why didn't you give a notice in advance? The cold and colorful female president stood in front of Ye Kun, revealing a respectful and incomparable demeanor. Special thanks to Shiyen Morong Chong of the Yellow Springs Dao Palace for the Great God Certification and Inspiration Capsule gift. This is the first Great God certification that this book has received, and it's awesome. Special thanks to Chaos Supreme for sending the Spreading Flowers and Exploding Shifts gift of support. And congratulations on topping the #1 throne on the gift list of both books. It's so powerful. Chapter 38, Surprising 3 Goddess-Level Beauties. Ding! A schoolgirl level beauty has been detected. Name, Qin Lan. Face value, 96, Goddess level. Height, 170. Circumference, 88, 62, 91. Bust, 36D. Loyalty, 99. Favorability, 20. Character traits, cold, domineering, loyal. Ye Kun looked at Qinlan and nodded slightly. The female president had a graceful figure, with a convex front and back, and was cold and domineering, a goddess-level beauty, and her loyalty to him was even as high as 99. This was very satisfying. At this time, Qinlan's beautiful eyes also looked at Ye Kun one more time. Under close viewing, she found that the boss was not only young, handsome and dashing, but also possessed a unique charm. Ding! Female CEO Qinlan looked at the host one more time. Affected by the people seeing people, flowers seeing flowers charming aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Female CEO Qinlan's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding! Gain Qinlan's adoration value blitz plus 999. The favorability hadn't reached 60 yet and there was no attribute point reward. This made Ye Kun feel a little regretful. However, Qinlan was the female president of Kun Pine Group, so it wasn't difficult to raise her favorability. Ye Kun was not in a hurry. Today is my alma mater's centennial celebration, and I just happened to come to the hotel to attend a gathering of alumni. Ye Kun looked at Qinlan and smiled. He was also not expecting the female president of the company to find her way here directly. He had originally planned to make a trip to the Kun Pang Group's headquarters to meet this female president. So these are all the chairman's alumni and school leaders. So let's give a discount on the banquet fee tonight. 50% off. Chairman, what do you think? Qinlan was very good at his job, and immediately proposed to give a discount for the school's banquet. Ye Kun, however, waved his hand and laughed. How can it be a 50% discount? This is too petty. All the expenses tonight are free, plus some of the best red wine. Chairman of the board is atmospheric. Let's arrange it according to the chairman's wishes. Qinlan laughed, naturally following Ye Kun's arrangement. This simple conversation, however, caused the surrounding successful people and industry elites to reveal a look of shocked admiration. What? Ye Kun was the mysterious big boss behind Kun Pine Group. In other words, he was also the big boss of this Kun Pang Hotel. Although Kun Pang Group was not yet listed, the valuation given by the market had already exceeded $900 billion, and Ye Kun was only in his 20s, so young to be in control of a company worth over $900 billion. Terrifying. Ding! Worship value plus 666. Ding! Worship value hit plus 888. Ding! Worship value strike plus 999. In an instant, the elites present had contributed a wave of worship value to Ye Kun. The big boss behind Kun Pang Group was actually their alumni. If they could take the opportunity to make friends with Ye Kun, they would benefit greatly. And Ding Yan was even more confused. The whole person is petrified. Ye Kun was actually the boss behind Kun Pang Group. Previously, he was bragging in front of Ye Kun, the real Ye Kun, that he and the big boss of Kun Pine Group were brothers and sisters. What a sand sculpture. This is a big shame. Moreover, he actually wanted to compete with Ye Kun for a woman before. Simply one. If Ye Kun stomped his foot, that family business of his might have to be destroyed or even go bankrupt. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but cold sweat straight down. Fortunately, before he did not make radical moves, can still make up for this relationship. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to eat his regrets. President Qin, are you looking for me for something important? Ye Kun asked Qinlan. Yi Dong, a very important auction will be held tonight at our Kun Pine Hotel. The important lots of which even include the bronze statue of the 12 Chinese zodiac dragon heads, a national treasure that was lost overseas in the early years. Do you want to participate in this auction? Qinlan revealed a cautious look and said, if it was just an ordinary auction, she probably wouldn't come to bother the boss. However, this time, it was an auction with the highest specifications, and there was even a national treasure up for auction, so she felt it was necessary to inform her boss. Ding! Trigger random mission, participate in the auction and capture the bronze statue of the 12 zodiac dragon heads and dedicate it to the country. Reward, Dragon Nation's reputation value reaches respect. Note, reputation value can be categorized into cold, neutral, friendly, respect, veneration and worship. The funds required for this auction will be fully deducted from the Divine Magnificence Reserve. I can't believe there's a zodiac dragon head bronze statue in the auction. By auctioning off the bronze statue of the dragon head and dedicating it to the country, he would also be able to brush up the prestige value of the Dragon Kingdom. He would have to participate in this auction. No matter how much money it cost, he would have to auction it off. Take me to the auction hall, Ye Kun said to Qinlan. Under the leadership of the female president Qinlan, Ye Kun walked into the auction hall located on the third floor of the Kunping Hotel. This was originally the largest and most luxurious banquet hall of the Kun Pine Group, which was used as the auction venue today. This banquet hall could accommodate 3,000 people present at the same time without the slightest bit of crowding. There were even super rich people from Hong Kong Island. Treasure Island and other countries, all aiming to capture some precious lots. This auction, naturally, had to be seated according to status. The higher the value and the more powerful the bigwigs were, they were often ranked in the front position. Ye Kun's identity was the chairman of Kun Pang Group, so he was naturally placed in an important position in the first row, while the female president, Shin Lun, was seated in the position to his right. Ye Kun had just sat down not long before he saw two goddess-level beauties walking side by side towards the first row. The simultaneous appearance of the two goddess-level beauties also caused Ye Kun to have a feeling of being stunned. One of them was haughty and cold, with an immortal posture and icy skin, wearing a black evening gown, with a powerful and glamorous aura. She took a seat one position away from Ye Kun and sat down in an elegant posture. Ye Kun swept his eyes and saw that the name written on that seat was in Yubai. It turned out that she was the cold female president of An's pharmaceutical group, who was worth billions of dollars. The other goddess-like beauty was smiling slightly and sat on the seat on Ye Kun's left side. She had a stunningly beautiful face, brilliant as the spring flowers, bright as the autumn moon, bright eyes and white teeth, wearing a red evening gown, which outlined her figure in a graceful and exquisite way, making her look plump and beautiful. Moreover, her skin was like curdled fat and her hands were like catkins, giving people a feeling of a golden branch and a lady of the house. Hello, get acquainted. My name is Huyuchi. Huyuchi took the initiative to greet Ye Kun, not being high and mighty, but rather appearing generous. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Huruki. Face value, 97, goddess level, height, 170, circumference, 86, 61, 90, bust, 34c, favorability, 0, character trait, arrogant. The people who can sit in the first row of the auction hall, their identity background are not simple. Basically they are all the people of the world who are worth a lot of money. Huyuchi, however, had never seen Ye Kun before and couldn't help but be very curious. Chapter 39, National Treasure 100 Years Wild Ginseng. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes looked at Ye Kun, and she couldn't help but be attracted by the charisma that emanated from his body, and instantly felt that this man was handsome and extraordinary. Ding! The goddess beauty Huyuchi looked at the host one more time and was affected by the people see people. Flowers see flowers charming aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. No woman could resist the influence of Ye Kun's charm aura. As a result, after the goddess-level beauty Huruki took one more look at Ye Kun, her favorability immediately increased by a fraction. However, this favorability still belonged to the stage of curiosity, not liking. Only, she showed some more interest in Ye Kun and wanted to explore more. Hello, my name is Ye Kun. Ye Kun also smiled slightly and responded politely. Although Huyuchi was a goddess-level beauty, with outstanding style and beauty, however, Ye Kun had seen quite a few beautiful women, and after being stunned, he was still able to remain calm and composed. When Huyuchi saw that Ye Kun was so calm and relaxed, she couldn't help but feel slightly surprised in her heart. One must know that she was a goddess-level beauty and her temperament was superb. Today, in order to participate in this top auction, she had also dressed up carefully, making her even more radiant and beautiful. No matter what kind of young handsome person, the first time they saw her, they would be stunned, and then surround her, offering her all kinds of courtesies and pleasing her in every way. And Ye Kun didn't at all. Just politely asked a question and didn't mean to probe deeper. This makes the character of the original arrogance of her very unconvinced, but more want to attract the attention of Ye Kun. There are more and more important people entering the auction hall. There are bigwigs in the business world, social celebrities, heirs of big families, and many rich people on the Forbes list. There were also quite a few first and second tier movie and television stars on the scene, but they were completely out of place here, positioned very much in the back row. In front of these tycoons and bigwigs, those stars appear to be commonplace and have little status at all. Many celebrities and rich people who can only be seen on TV news and magazines are concentrated in this auction hall. From this, it could be seen that after the official auction started in a while, it would definitely cause a lot of fights. Some important lots would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Not long after, there was a beautiful hostess who walked onto the stage. That was a popular flower girl of a certain TV station. She had a radiant image and was articulate, saying some official scenes and enlivening the atmosphere before inviting tonight's professional auctioneer onto the stage. The auctioneer was a middle-aged man with greasy hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit. Once he was on stage, a staff member placed the first lot of the day on the booth as well. All the auction items would not only be displayed on the booth, but would also be played and introduced on a large screen. Distinguished gentlemen and ladies, the first item to be auctioned tonight is the main attraction, a national treasure 100-year-old wild ginseng. The auctioneer used an exciting tone to kick off the first lot of the night. The moment these words came out, it was even more shocking to the entire room. Outcry, 100-year-old wild ginseng. Moreover, it was still a national treasure. Everyone please look. This wild ginseng main body is 6 centimeters long. The main beard is up to 6 centimeters long, deducing that the longevity belongs to 100 years old ginseng. Look more closely. Gentlemen, this wild ginseng is 3 plants with 4 leaves, adding up to 66 leaves. These 66 leaves gathered together don't look like ginseng. They look like a kind of mountain wild vegetable, like mountain celery. Furthermore, it does not grow ginseng fruit. It is because he has this characteristic, a kind of self-protection for it, that it was not discovered until it was more than 10 meters away. If it had ginseng fruits then it would have been discovered a long time ago, and it would not have been possible to hold on to it for so many years. As the saying goes, ginseng 7-2 for ginseng, 8-2 for treasure. 7 or 8-2 ginseng can be 100 years. In the 1980s, someone once dug out a century-old wild ginseng weighing 9 taels, 2 cents and 1 cent, which was later sent to the exhibition hall of the Great Hall of the People in Longjing to be exhibited as a national treasure. And this wild ginseng, weighing 9 taels, 9 cents and 9 cents, can be called an unparalleled product? A real national treasure wild ginseng. This 100-year-old wild ginseng is unique in the world, with a starting price of $80 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, the entire room was in an uproar once again, and everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a national treasure 100-year-old wild ginseng, a unique product that had no price. Those tycoons on the scene, especially some older tycoons, looked at this 100 years of wild ginseng with a fiery gaze. As the saying goes, things are as precious as they are rare. 100 years of wild ginseng cannot be found. Since ancient times, there has been a saying that the price of ginseng is 10 times the price of gold, and this 100-year-old wild ginseng is worth more than 10 times the price of gold. This is the world's one and only one-of-a-kind wild ginseng. No matter how much money, there are tycoons who are willing to auction it off. This 100-year-old wild ginseng, we have to auction it off at all costs. Many tycoons secretly made up their minds. Ye Kun also cast his eyes on the 100-year-old wild ginseng. It was true that it was 3 plants and 4 pie leaves with 66 leaves. It was simply an unrivaled gem amongst the wild ginsengs. This kind of rare and unprecedented treasure was naturally going to be pocketed by him, the super godly man. 100 million. After the scene was briefly silent for a few seconds, a tycoon soon couldn't hold back and started bidding. $120 million, $130 million, $150 million, $180 million. The offer for this 100-year-old wild ginseng continued to climb rapidly. Many super rich people joined the scramble. Jewelry and jade were easy to obtain, but the 100-year wild ginseng was hard to find. As time passed, the auction price was getting higher and higher. $220 million. A female tycoon shouted out a sky-high price of over $200 million, with an air of determination. It was just a ginseng plant, and someone had actually shouted for more than $200 million, which was an unprecedented thing. This had already refreshed the highest price in the history of the wild ginseng auction. However, this was not the highest bid on the scene. 500 million. Ye Kun gently raised the small license plate used for the auction and opened his mouth blandly. The moment these words came out, the entire room was shocked. The scene was first dead silent, and then clamored. 500 million. There was actually a big man who bid $500 million to buy a wild ginseng. This was something unprecedented, an absolute astronomical price. Hu Yuchi's beautiful eyes also couldn't help but look at Ye Kun one more time. She didn't expect that he would be so bold, wildly smashing $500 million to buy a ginseng plant. This boldness, absolutely amazing. The problem was that Ye Kun didn't have much fame inside the Magic City's rich and powerful circle, and she had never heard of him before. Could Ye Kun be some mysterious invisible tycoon? It was shocking. Hu Yuchi's curiosity about Ye Kun intensified. The author will also burst more as soon as possible, to thank the beautiful boy's strong support. Chapter 40, 1 billion heavenly price, shocking the whole scene. Mr. Yi from seat number 1 is bidding 5 billion. May I ask if anyone else is bidding higher? The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room and asked. Ye Kun raised the offer of the 100-year wild ginseng from more than 200 million to 500 million in one go, directly calming the entire room. Some tycoons shook their heads and withdrew from the bidding ranks with great regret. Although it was said that things were rare and precious, and 100 years of wild ginseng was very hard to find, the sky-high price of $500 million still scared off many tycoons. Nima, $500 million. How many people were willing to spend $500 million to buy a wild ginseng? Unless the money is too much to spend to buy this kind of rare treasure and collect it. However, the 100-year wild ginseng had strong medicinal value, and there were still tycoons on the scene who were unwilling to give it up. $550 million. A young female tycoon sitting in the second row gritted her teeth and quoted a higher price. At once, it drew an uproar from the entire room. Mr. Ye had already offered a sky-high price of 500 million, and there was actually someone who dared to follow. This auction was really getting more and more exciting. It was only the first lot and the bidding was so intense. Then wouldn't the competition become more intense the further back it went? Ye Kun was also slightly stunned, and his gaze went to the rich woman who had made the offer, only to see that she was a very young and beautiful woman. Younger than him, probably in her early 20s. It was probably another rich girl from some family. At the same time, that woman also turned her gaze to Ye Kun, only her eyes were a bit unkind, as if she was angry at Ye Kun for competing with her for this 100-year-old wild ginseng. Right? Ding. Detected a school beauty. Name, Lu Yuxuan. Face value, 95, school flower top. Height, 169. Circumference, 86. 62. 89. Bust, 34C. Favorability, -20. Character traits, brave. Love to fight. Oh, this rich girl Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards him is negative. It is really because of the bidding annoyed, right? Ye Kun smiled. Unimpressed. We do not know each other. He will not be merciful. The bid is still to bid. Ding. The school flower level beauty Lu Yuxuan looked at the host one more time in the crowd, and was affected by the charm aura of people seeing people and flowers seeing flowers. Favorability +30. Ding. School flower level beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability towards the host has increased to 10. As expected, no woman could resist Ye Kun's charm aura. The good sense should be raised or raised. MS. Lu from Hong Kong Island has bid 550 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? The auctioneer inquired. He also didn't expect that this 100-year-old wild ginseng would actually be bid at a high price of $550 million. 1 billion. Ye Kun raised his small signboard and once again quoted a sky-high price. Dead silence. The entire room was dead silent. Someone actually quoted a price of $1 billion to bid for this 100-year-old wild ginseng. Moreover, it was a one-time price increase to 1 billion. It's insane. It's unmanageable. Although this is a national treasure of 100 years of wild ginseng, a price of $1 billion is too shocking. Shocked. Outcry. Explosion. The gazes of everyone in the room could not help but all turn to Ye Kun. Even in Yubai, the female president of An's pharmaceutical group, who was sitting in the first row and had always acted in a very high-strung manner, could not help but show a stunned look. Although 100 years of wild ginseng is precious, it is not worth $1 billion, and Yubai shook her head slightly. She would never spend $1 billion to purchase a wild ginseng. It was too irrational. Unless the other party had money to spare. I'm afraid that only that kind of super godly man would dare to play like that. Ye Kun had successfully aroused her interest. However, she still maintained that cold, arrogant and elegant stance and did not look at Ye Kun. This was an iceberg beauty, and there were very few people who could make her heart touch. He. 1 seat of Mr. Ye bid 1 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer's gaze swept across the room, and his tone became agitated. 1 billion. The first lot fetched a sky-high price of 1 billion. Tonight's auction would undoubtedly be very successful. At the same time, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuxuan in the second row. She was the golden young lady of the Lu clan on Hong Kong Island. I wonder if she would be willing to pay a higher price to bid for this 100-year-old wild ginseng? 1 billion once, 1 billion twice. Nima, $1 billion. Who dares to follow? The entire room was silent. No one dared to call for a higher price, including that rich girl Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong Island. Her pretty face was red, but she couldn't muster up the courage to continue bidding. $1 billion has greatly exceeded her mental budget. 1 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer sealed the deal with a single hammer blow, deciding the final ownership of this 100-year-old wild ginseng. The first lot of the night had actually fetched a sky-high price of $1 billion. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Ye Kun also directly became the most talked about person in the room, and was instantly in the limelight. Mr. Ye is too bold. Simply trenchant. Who is Mr. Ye? The rich and powerful circle doesn't seem to have heard of his name. It can't be an invisible rich man, right? He's sitting in seat number 1, and beside him is the cold female president of Kunpun Group. I'm afraid this Mr. Ye is the real big boss behind Kunpun Group. That's right, only the big boss behind Kunpun Group can have such vigor. I can't imagine that the mysterious big boss of Kunpun Group is so young and handsome with amazing charisma. Those tycoons and socialites in the auction hall were quietly discussing and guessing Ye Kun's identity. Soon, the crowd guessed Ye Kun's true identity. Other than that mysterious big boss behind the Kunpun Group, who dared to sit on seat number 1. Moreover, it also had the female president Qin Lan on the side as a companion. Ding. Gain worship value blast plus 666. Ding. Worship value strike plus 888. Ding. Worship value strike plus 999. In an instant, the crowd present contributed a wave of worship value to Ye Kun. So, He's the mysterious big boss behind Quintillionaire Group. Yuchi also had an astonished look on her face, her beautiful eyes staring at Ye Kun beside her. Quintillionaire Group was a giant group of companies that had risen very quickly recently, and the boss behind the scenes was even more mysterious and had never shown his face in public. Unexpectedly, the mysterious big boss of Quintillionaire Group was Ye Kun, and so young and handsome with extraordinary charm. His first official appearance was a shocker, shocking the entire audience. Ye Kun suddenly gained a touch of mystery and legend in Yuchi's eyes. Ding! The goddess beauty Yuchi's favoritism towards the host is plus 10. Ding! Goddess beauty Ruki's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess level beauty Yuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ding! A man's status is undoubtedly a very important criterion in a woman's heart, and will directly affect her rating of the man, even if it was a very ordinary-looking man. If his identity was the son of the richest man, then his rating in the hearts of many women would be directly raised several notches. This was the added effect of the identity halo. After knowing that Ye Kun was that mysterious big boss behind Quintillionaire Group, Yuchi's favorability towards him directly increased by 20 points. Chapter 41 Identity Halo. Competition for the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. Ding! Due to the fact that several beauties above the school flower level have been influenced by the host's status as the owner of the Quintillionaire Group and have increased their favorability, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Overbearing President Identity Halo. Description: with the support of the Overbearing President Identity Halo, the favorability of various beauties towards the host will be increased by 10-30 points, actually obtaining another Overbearing President's Identity Aura. This is the rhythm of being invincible. Charm Aura plus Celebrity Aura plus Identity Aura plus Banknote Ability. He could almost be invincible and unbeatable. Just very cool. Ye Kun took the opportunity to check his personal information again. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 41. Agility, 33. Physique, 58. Spirit, 45. Charisma, 9. Note, each peak attribute of an ordinary person is 10. Disposable Divine Magnificence Gold, 800. 000. Skills, Divine Car Skills, 1000 Cups, Golden Gun, Aura, Charm Aura, Celebrity Aura, Identity Aura, Props, and Inspiration Capsule. Divine Magnificence Points, 2. The fact that there are only 2 Divine Greatness points means that spending Divine Greatness Reserve Gold does not grow Divine Greatness points. Only spending disposable Divine Magnificence Gold could increase Divine Magnificence points. However, Ye Kun was still satisfied with his attributes and abilities. All of his body's attributes were now several times that of an ordinary person, and he was already a little superhuman. Moreover, he had all sorts of strange abilities. Just great. Ladies and gentlemen, the second item to be auctioned tonight is the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. The auctioneer opened his mouth. At the same time, a full green jadeite bracelet was pushed onto the stand. This natural full green jadeite bracelet attracted everyone's attention as soon as it was unveiled. The color was very positive. The light transmission was very good, and the whole body was green and beautiful. This emerald bracelet is too beautiful, intoxicating. All the women at the scene were all mesmerized by it. Asterisk. Today's second lot is actually the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. At this time, the auction hall was already in an uproar, with many rich and famous women talking about it. Oh my god, it's actually the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. If any man buys the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet and gives it to me, I'll immediately agree to marry him, a celebrity said excitedly. The Ring of Heaven bracelet is valued at $100 million. It's a collector's grade bracelet. It's honored beyond compare. What? Is this bracelet famous? Ye Kun slightly sidestepped and asked the female CEO Qin Lan beside him. Boss, this full green jadeite bracelet with sufficient waterhead is named Circle of Heaven. The Circle of Heaven jadeite bracelet, which made its debut at Sotheby's Hong Kong Island auction on April 3, 2018, when it was valued at up to $81 million, is one of the most beautiful jade bracelets Sotheby's has encountered in recent years. Female President Qin Lan stared at the Ring of Heaven jade bracelet on the stand, and her beautiful eyes were also colorful. This collection of jade bracelet is beautiful, mesmerizing. Any woman will be moved when she sees it. In addition to the female President Qin Lan, sitting in the back row of Yang Yijuan is also very interested in this jade bracelet. Next to Ye Kun, Yuchi and Yubai were also very interested in the Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, you've read it correctly. This Ring of Heaven jadeite bracelet is the grand finale of the 2018 Sotheby's Spring Auction's Magnificent Jewelry and Jadeite Jewelry section. This is a collector-grade precious jadeite bracelet that is constantly appreciable. With a starting bid of $88 million, the auctioneer spoke. $88 million was just the starting price, and to auction off this collector-grade full green jadeite bracelet, the price was estimated to be much higher. $90 million. After a short silence of a few seconds, someone on the scene started to shout the price. $95 million. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million, $130 million. The price began to climb rapidly and soon exceeded 100 million. 3 years ago, at the Sotheby's auction, the final auction price of the Ring of Heaven bracelet was less than $100 million. Now the premium had exceeded 30%, and there were still people raising the price. $150 million. The one who quoted this time was Hu Yuqi, who was sitting next to Ye Kun. She was a real rich girl, very fond of this Ring of Heaven jadeite bracelet, and seemed to have a will to win. When she reported 150 million, the scene fell silent, and no one seemed to bid higher for a short period of time. Even as a collection-grade jadeite bracelet, this was already a sky-high price. If the price went up further, it was possible to smash it in the hand. Of course, the premise was if it was bought for collection. MS. Who is bidding 150 million? Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room. Although this price was already not low, there was still a gap compared to the first 100-year ginseng lot. $180 million. At this time, another wealthy woman began to raise her bid. She was also sitting in the first row and was obviously worth a lot of money. Huang Yueying. How could it be her? Hu Yuqi frowned slightly. This Huang Yueying was the president of Huang's group, the big boss behind Yueying Jewelry. Under her banner, she owned Huang's group, Yueying Jewelry and a number of shopping centers. Her strength was very strong. $190 million. Hu Yuqi didn't want to give up like this and raised her offer again. 200 million. Huang Yueying was not relenting and followed up by quoting a high price of $200 million. $211 million. Hu Yuqi was also unwilling to show weakness and raised her price once more. She really super liked this Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet. $220 million. Huang Yueying raised the price again, not budging. The two female tycoons were fighting fiercely for this emerald bracelet. Just as Hu Yuqi wanted to continue raising the price, and Yubai beside her whispered, "The price is on the high side. Huang Yueying is deliberately raising the price. Don't fall for it." And Yubai and Hu Yuqi, as well as another good girlfriend Chang Yashi, they and this Huang Yueying were rivals and had been fighting in the shopping mall for many years. This time, Huang Yueying was clearly targeting Hu Yuqi, deliberately raising the price. "Yubai, am I just going to give up and let her bully me?" Hu Yuqi was still a bit unwilling. $220 million is already the historical sky-high price in the jadeite bracelet auction. Even if you shoot it down, you won't be able to make any money in a few years. There's no need to fight with her. And Yueying's red lips slightly opened and said in a low voice, she was worthy of being the female president of an group, able to calmly analyze the situation and remain rational. Hu Yuqi listened to Yubai's opinion and did not continue to raise the price, but her heart was still very unwilling. MS. Huang quotes $220 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer's gaze turned to Hu Yuqi. $220 million. Once. $220 million. Twice. Huang Yueying cast a provocative gaze towards Hu Yuqi, revealing a victorious stance. This made Hu Yuqi unable to stop her face from turning red with anger, clenching her pink fists. The auctioneer had already raised the hammer. Just when Huang Yueying thought she had succeeded in her bidding, a familiar and domineering voice rang out from the auction hall. 300 million. Ye Kun spoke blandly. Roar roar roar. Plus more to send. Thanks to the pretty boy Xian Morong Chang's sprinkle flowers burst more support. Another small fairy customized rollout. To tailor the role of the pretty boy and small fairy to go to the book review area to leave a message. Chapter 42 Auction House Domination. 300 million. Ye Kun quoted 300 million, and the entire room was shocked once again. A clamor. Mr. Ye actually offered 300 million for the Ring of Heaven jadeite bracelet, a price that was already more than 3 times the 18-year Sotheby's auction price. Too trenchant, too bold. Huang Yueying is slightly frowned. She shot the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet, is in order to put into their own jewelry store as the treasure of the town store with. Now, Ye Kun bid. Let her feel very tricky. This big brother had just auctioned off a 100-year-old wild ginseng at a price of $1 billion. His strength was unfathomable. However, the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet, she was bound to get it. Mr. Ye from seat number 1 is offering 300 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer's gaze swept across the room, then looked at Huang Yueying who was on the side. I'll bid $311 million. Huang Yueying gritted her teeth and quoted a higher price. Using 310 million to auction a jadeite bracelet, even if it was auctioned, it could only be used as a collection within a few years, instead of trying to make money. However, in order for the newly opened jewelry store to have a town treasure, he must auction this Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet. 500 million. Ye Kun raised his small signboard and directly raised the offer to 500 million. Hiss. All the tycoons, celebrities and socialites in the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mr. Ye was too trenchant. hundreds of millions of price increases. This is not giving others a chance at all. Nima, who dares to rob with him? Mr. Yi, there's no need for you to deliberately target me, right? Huang Yueying had a sulky look on her face as she turned to Ye Kun. She was auctioning the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet in order to use it as the treasure of the store. Thus, only then was she willing to bid at a high price. And what was Ye Kun doing it for? Was it because there was more money and no place to spend it? Purely because of caprice? No, she didn't think so. She saw that Ye Kun and Hu Yuqi were sitting close to each other, and felt that Ye Kun must be taking out his anger for Hu Yuqi, a goddess-level beauty, before he deliberately targeted her. And at this time, the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Detected a class flower-level beauty. Name, Huang Yueying. Face value, 88, class flower level. Height, 164. Circumference, 82. 64, 88. Bust, 32B. Favorability, -40. Personality traits, cold, domineering. Shrewd personality traits, cold, domineering, shrewd. Hey, system, what's wrong with you? How come the standard is suddenly lowered? It's only the class flower level, and you have the nerve to sell it to my side? Ye Kun was speechless for a while. Recently, he had gotten used to seeing school flower and goddess level beauties, and the system suddenly sold him a class flower level one, which was unacceptable. This might be the reason why it was easy to go from frugality to extravagance and difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The taste for beautiful women is also the same. See more than the school flower level and goddess level beauty. Taste also feed grips. Class flower level is difficult to accept. Moreover, this Huang Yueying's chest is not as big as his. Is a stadium, he will be even more unable to interest. Ye Kun cannot dare to raid Huang Yueying, in case she is haunted by the trouble. Luckily, her favorability towards himself was negative. Mr. Huang, to say that I'm deliberately targeting you is a bit aimless. Since it's an auction, of course the highest bidder gets it. If you can bid higher than me, then this Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet will be yours. Ye Kun faintly said. He auctioned off the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet, and really didn't mean to target Huang Yueying. However, it was just that he had a lot of money and wanted to pocket this superb emerald bracelet. Huang Yueying was still depressed, feeling her chest clogging up. Nima, you have raised the price to 500 million. How can one continue to raise the price? Mr. Yi bid 500 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer said, his eyes sweeping the room. 500 million once, 500 million twice. Huang Yueying did not continue to raise the price. 500 million. It had already exceeded her heart's highest offer. She was a businesswoman, and she wouldn't do anything without profit. Thus, in the end, she chose to give up. 500 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer sealed the deal with a single hammer blow, deciding the final belonging of the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet, which was Ye Kun. After Ye Kun had auctioned off the national treasure 100 Years Wild Ginseng for $1 billion, he took the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet at a high price of $500 million. The degree of boldness is breathtaking and admirable. Ding! Gain worship value blast plus 666. Ding! Worship value strike plus 777. Ding! Worship value strike plus 888. Hu Yuqi also gave Ye Kun a grateful look. Ye Kun's power over Huang Yueying and auctioned off the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet at a high price of $500 million was a great relief to her. Although she was a bit regretful that she didn't win the Ring of Heaven emerald bracelet, she didn't let Huang Yueying win either, and she once again saw Ye Kun's strength. Her heart was also very shocked. Next, Ye Kun auctioned off a blue and white porcelain antique at a high price, as well as a pair of wild cursive posters by ancient calligrapher Zhang Su. As long as he made a bid, none of all the rich people in the room could compete with him. Ye Kun quickly established a dominant position in the auction house. He was the man who was the most trenchant and dominant. Ye Kun had also harvested a lot of admiration value as a result. Of course, he didn't bid on everything. When he bumped into items he wasn't interested in, he would also leave the opportunity to others. After several intense bids, the scene also took a short break and entered the entertainment time. Now, please welcome the popular singer Wang Jingtong to sing a song for everyone. The host opened his mouth and announced, "Oh, wow. Sexy goddess Wang Jingtong is coming out." Wang Jingtong is a super first-tier female singer who usually doesn't even go out for commercial shows and only holds concerts. I can't imagine that she will be invited to sing at the auction this time. The scene in the auction hall instantly came alive. Those who were able to come to this top-notch auction were all tycoons, celebrities and various socialites. There were quite a few first and second-tier stars invited to the event, but the only super first-tier female star was Wang Jingtong. Soon after, Wang Jingtong took the stage to sing. She was graceful and sexy, but she also had an extremely pure face. Her singing voice was very pleasing to the ear, and she had the singing strength of a songstress. Since Ye Kun was sitting in the first row, he was closest to the stage. Chapter 43, the surface is titanium alloy, but it's actually nano battle armor. The Queen of Song, Wang Jingtong, was sexy and enchanting, with a lot of flavor, and also belonged to the goddess level. However, probably because there was no direct conversation, Ye Kun did not trigger any system prompts about her. Soon, Song Queen Wang Jingtong finished a song and walked off the stage with an enchanting stride. She even revealed a flirtatious and incomparable smile as she passed by Ye Kun's side. Ye Kun just smiled, not thinking about it. With his current worth and the strength he had shown, it was only normal for an actress to want to befriend him. The goddesses and big stars that were so high up in the eyes of ordinary people had all become commonplace on his side. Soon, the auctioneer in the Chinese mountain suit returned to the stage again, and the auction continued. Gentlemen, the following item to be auctioned is a very peculiar item. It's a piece of titanium alloy. The auctioneer opened his mouth. At the same time, a fist-sized piece of strange metal appeared on the stand. The surface of this piece of metal was pitted and flat, as if it was a piece of crap that someone had randomly discarded inside a trash heap. This piece of metal can also be used for auction? Those rich and famous people at the scene could not help but show their skepticism and disdain. After high-tech instrument detection, this piece of special metal has a history of more than 500 million years. We suspect that this is a prehistoric item, or an item left behind by an alien high-tech civilization. The auctioneer, however, was unperturbed as he introduced it. Hiss! The scene was in an uproar, and the crowd began to all be curiously shocked at this strange piece of titanium alloy with its unimpressive appearance. A titanium alloy that was over 500 million years old. A prehistoric item? A high-tech product left behind by aliens? The crowd might have heard of such peculiar things, but they had never seen them with their own eyes. This piece of titanium alloy is very dense and very hard. Even the world's hardest diamond drill can't leave a little indentation on its surface. Its specific use is unknown. This piece of titanium alloy does not seem to have any other use besides being incredibly hard. Thus the original owner has commissioned us to put it up for auction to the highest bidder. The starting price of this piece of titanium alloy is $100 million. Now start bidding. The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room and spoke. He was also unable to determine if there was anyone willing to bid high on this piece of titanium alloy that was mediocre except for its hardness. Just at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Ye Kun's head. Ding! Detected a piece of strange metal. Inside is a set of nano battle armor. Conditions for wearing nano battle armor awakened. This piece of titanium alloy was actually a set of nano battle armor inside. Black technology came out. What is the awakened one? Is this world really supernatural power? Shoot! This piece of prehistoric titanium alloy must be auctioned off. After the auctioneer quoted the price, the scene was silent for more than 10 seconds. No one bid. Although everyone was very curious about this strange piece of titanium alloy, the price of $100 million still scared a lot of people. Spending $100 million in order to buy a useless piece of metal was obviously not very cost-effective. 100 million. Ye Kun opened his mouth. Since no one bid, he would start with him. A piece of titanium alloy that was over 500 million years old had a nano battle armor inside. Everyone here, yet they didn't know its value. $120 million. With Ye Kun's offer followed by another tycoon joining the bidding. Although they didn't know that this piece of titanium alloy didn't know what use it had, it was not bad to buy it back and collect it. After all, this was an antique that was more than 500 million years old. 300 million. Ye Kun raised his small license plate and blandly said, he had billions and billions of trillion of divine great reserve, so he wasn't afraid of others bidding against him. Come on, bid on it. The more intense the bidding, the more excited he was. $350 million. There was really a rich man who continued to raise the price. In case this piece of titanium alloy was some kind of alien treasure, wouldn't auctioning it off be tantamount to picking up the pieces? This was the mental activity of those tycoons on the scene. 500 million. Ye Kun blandly opened his mouth. Add. Continue to add. 600 million. There was really a rich man who didn't wimp out at all and raised the price to $600 million. 1 billion. Ye Kun raised the small signboard again. Hiss. The whole room was in an uproar in shock. Mr. Ye actually offered 1 billion to auction a useless piece of metal. This was a lot of money. Capricious However, there were also tycoons who didn't think so, feeling that the odd piece of goods, this piece of titanium alloy, perhaps there is some strange function may also be said. This was what made Mr. You want to auction it off even at a high price. 1 billion. Many tycoons came to this auction. There was a coal owner in the back row who directly quoted a price of 1 billion and fought with Ye Kun. With more than $1 billion to auction a piece of prehistoric titanium alloy, it is not possible to wait to pick up leaks. 2 billion. Ye Kun laughed. He wasn't angry and continued to raise the price. To be more than money, he really didn't bring fear. the richest man in the world came, and gave him a, let him kneel down and call out to his father. The coal boss heard Ye Kun's offer of $2 billion, and directly wimped out, not daring to continue to follow the offer. Mr. Ye quoted $2 billion. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? The auctioneer said excitedly. I didn't expect that this piece of titanium alloy could fetch a sky-high price of $2 billion. This was already one of the highest quoted lots at the moment. I'll bid $1 billion. At this time, a rich man sitting in the first row spoke up. He was a super rich man on the Forbes rich list, and his ranking was still very high. The more Ye Kun bid high, the more those tycoons felt that the odd one out. $10 billion. Ye Kun directly raised the offer to $10 billion. A nano-mech. $10 billion was not expensive. And when he reported the price of $10 billion, the whole room could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, a dead silence, crow silence, a needle could be heard. Then, a clamor exploded. Crazy. He is crazy. Mr. Ye actually spent $10 billion to bid on a piece of mediocre and useless metal. Is this too much money to spend? Are all godly men so capricious? Ha ha. Mr. Ye is really a good spirit. I am willing to be inferior, so I won't compete with Mr. Ye for this piece of titanium alloy. That tycoon was also ashamed of himself and didn't dare to continue bidding and competing with Ye Kun. Nima. It was too crazy. The bidding was directly increased to $10 billion. Even if he was a top tycoon at the top of the Forbes rich list, he wouldn't dare to play like this. It was too bold. For the first time, he had the feeling of being dumbfounded by someone using money. Ye Kun just smiled blandly. Don't say it's 10 billion. Even if it was 100 billion, it was just a drop in the bucket for him. This nano battle armor, he was bound to get it. 10 billion once. The auctioneer didn't ask if anyone would continue to raise the price, and directly began to report the number. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Sold. With the auctioneer's hammer, Ye Kun auctioned off the mediocre piece of metal at a sky-high price of $10 billion. Most of the people on the scene thought that Ye Kun had gone crazy. However, there were also quite a few people who revealed a look of mad admiration. $10 billion to auction off an unknown piece of metal. This is what a super godly man is. Ding. Worship value super hit plus 6,666. Ding. Worship value super blast plus 7,777. Ding. Worship value super hit plus 8,888. Worship value super strike appeared one after another, and Ye Kun crazily harvested a wave of worship value. Even the goddess Huyuchi beside him stared at Ye Kun with a shocked and worshipful look. This book is a super god's hero text, the most trenchant and coolest god's hero text. There is no one. The protagonist is not only the Earth's super godly tycoon, but also the universe's strongest godly tycoon emperor. Pretty boys, remember to add to the bookshelf. Don't miss it. Chapter 44, The Battle for the New Land King of Magic City. Ding. Goddess Beauty Huyuchi's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding. Congratulations. Goddess Beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 60. Ding. Reward the host with plus 10 agility. Ding. Congratulations to the host for increasing his agility to 43. Strength 41. Agility 43. Physique 58. Spirit 45. Ye Kun's heart was also slightly happy that his agility had increased by another 10 points. Now, he basically had no shortcomings in his 4 basic physical attributes. It was cool when they went hand in hand. With his body evolving like this all the time, he was going to become a Superman sooner or later. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but glance at Huyuchi. He only saw that Huyuchi's beautiful eyes were staring at him with a slight smile, and her beauty was unbelievable. With a favorability of 60, it was already in the category of somewhat likable. Ye Kun also smiled gently at Huyuchi before sitting straight again. Next is the main event again. To be auctioned is a piece of land located in Magic City. This piece of land is located in the financial harbor on the east bank of the Suwei-Binjiang River, covering an area of 485 acres, with a starting price of $20 billion. The auctioneer opened his mouth. This piece of land was one of the main attractions of the night, and it was possible that the new Land King of Magic City would be born here. At the same time, the big screen on the booth began to play the relevant information about this piece of land. Suwei Riverside East Financial Harbor. The land is close to the Magic City Inner Ring Elevator and adjacent to the Long Museum. Suwei Riverside East Financial Harbor will be a Grade A office, supported by first-class services such as commerce, high-end hotels, rental housing, and convention, exhibition, culture and tourism. It will be a centralized activity area integrating business, commercial, residential, leisure, cultural and ecological functions, and will accelerate the construction of Suwei Riverside as an outstanding waterfront of the global city. President Qin, our Kunpeng Group has the qualification to auction this piece of land, right? Ye Kun asked Qin Lan, who was beside him. with a hint of interest in this piece of land. It wasn't a residential land, but a commercial land located in the center of the city to build offices, hotels, and so on. Of course, our Quinping Real Estate under the Quinping Group has already paid a deposit of more than $20 billion to have the qualification to bid for this piece of land. The female president of Qinlan smiled and said, other than Ye Kun, many of the bigwigs on the scene had a strong interest in this piece of land. There were even quite a few big real estate companies that had come here specifically to bid on this piece of land, and they had begun to rub their fists together. The starting price for this piece of land is $20 billion. The bidding will now begin, the auctioneer shouted, pulling back the curtain on the bidding. 23 billion. The first to bid was surprisingly that beautiful president of the Yin Group, and Yu Bai. She hadn't even participated in bidding for any items before. She had been quiet and reserved, but she never imagined that she would open her mouth to bid $23 billion. It's really amazing. This Yin Group's financial power was also very strong, directly eyeing this piece of good land located in the center area of Magic City. 24 billion, 25 billion, 26 billion. Some group companies had joined the bidding ranks, and the competition was fierce. The price of $26 billion had already exceeded the $84.85 billion of the Land King of Magic City a few years ago. After the price reached $26 billion, the bidding speed also started to slow down, and those companies that were not strong enough had actively withdrawn from the bidding. 27 billion. And Yu Bai raised his small signboard and quoted again, with an air of determination. 27 billion. Another new price for the Land King of Magic City. A short silence appeared in the auction hall. 30 billion. Ye Kun raised his small signboard and opened his mouth. If he didn't make a move, he raised the price to the 30 billion mark. Once again, he refreshed the price of the Magic City Land King, and Yu Bai saw that the offer was made by Ye Kun, a ruthless person, and also could not help but slightly knit her eyebrows, feeling very tricky. Ye Kun is too ruthless, too overbearing. Basically, whatever he saw, no matter how much it cost, it would be auctioned off by him, completely out of the ordinary. This guy is a super god. He doesn't treat money as money at all. Spent $1 billion, shoot 100 years of wild ginseng, spent 500 million, shot that piece of heaven's ring emerald bracelet. What was even more elusive was that he had also spent $10 billion to auction off a piece of metal that he didn't know what it was for. It would be outrageous. Such a bold and unconventional competitor made her a little wary. Mr. Yi, are you interested in this piece of land as well? And Yu Bai turned slightly, one seat away from Hu Yuqi, conversing with Ye Kun for the first time. Her voice was cold, yet it was on the contrary very comfortable to listen to. Ding! Detected a goddess-level beauty. Name, in Yu Bai. Face value, 97, goddess level. Height, 170. Circumference, 86. 60. 90, perfect body. Bust, 34C. Favorability, 0. Personality traits, ice cold, silent, and shy of words. Ye Kun scanned in Yu Bai's information and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Although Yu Bai was a goddess-level beauty with stunning looks and a perfect body, but her personality was too cold, and she was also shy and not talkative. Moreover, the favorability towards him was actually still 0, which was a bit excessive. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yu Bai looked at the host one more time. Affected by the charm aura of people love and flowers bloom. Favoritism plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yu Bai was affected by the host's domineering president identity aura. Favorability plus 10. Ding! Goddess-level beauty in Yu Bai's favorability towards the host has increased to 20. Ding! It's not right. This is very wrong. Influenced by the people seeing people. Flowers seeing flowers charming aura. Shouldn't she have raised her favorability by 30 points? How come it only increased by 10 points? This was the first time Ye Kun had encountered this situation. Previously, whether it was a school beauty, or a goddess beauty, being affected by his charm aura, they all had to raise 30 points of favorability. Could it be that Yu Bai could resist his charm aura? Perhaps it was because she was born with an ice-cold personality and it was difficult to raise her favorability. However, Ye Kun was not very concerned about this. Right now, there was no lack of goddess-level beauties around him. Mr. Yi, seeing that Ye Kun didn't say anything, and Yu Bai couldn't help but gently call out again with her red lips. That's right, I'm also quite interested in this piece of land. Ye Kun laughed. It wasn't because the other party was a goddess-level beauty that he would easily give up the bidding for this piece of land. 31 billion. At this time, another real estate group company raised its offer. It seemed that there were more than one or two companies that were determined to win this piece of land. 32 billion. And Yu Bai was not willing to show weakness and quoted a sky-high price of $32 billion. It was evident that she was determined to take this piece of land. 35 billion. Ye Kun spoke blandly, directly raising the price to the 35 billion mark. The entire room was silent. Is a new Land King of Magic City going to be born? and Yubai didn't continue to offer, but gently leaned over and whispered something in Huyuchi's ear. Chapter 45, Working with an Yubai is not a bad idea. After an Yubai finished whispering to Huyuchi, Huyuchi again pressed her petite body close to Ye Kun, who rookie red lips to Ye Kun's ear, exhaled like orchids, quietly said, Mr. Yi, Yubai asked me to ask you, is it possible for an group and Kunping group to cooperate and jointly invest in the development of this piece of land? She spoke softly, making Ye Kun feel his ears itch. Cooperate with an group? Ye Kun turned his gaze to an Yubai. It was very common for multiple companies to act as joint subjects and jointly invest in the development of a project. For example, this piece of land, which was auctioned off, would cost more than $30 billion, and at least $100 billion would be invested behind to build buildings, shopping centers, hotels, and other supporting facilities. It is difficult for a single company to complete such a large investment project alone, which often requires the joint development of several companies. However, the above situation was only for ordinary companies. Ye Kun's Kunpeng Group was not poor in money. With just over $100 billion, the Kunpeng Group could completely develop and complete this project independently. If the money wasn't enough, he still had the divine magnificent reserve to utilize. It would be quite invincible. Thus, there was absolutely no need for him to find someone to share this cake. And Yubai, on the other hand, was waiting for Ye Kun's reply with a nervous face. This piece of land was related to the business layout of the Yin Group and had a very important strategic significance. If Ye Kun was not willing to cooperate with her, then it could only be done by fair bidding. In front of Ye Kun, she had no certainty that she could auction this piece of land. Ye Kun's strength and lack of common sense eluded her. Just as Ye Kun was planning to ruthlessly reject an Yubai's request for cooperation, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Triggering a randomized mission. Choice 1, agree to an Yubai's request to cooperate with the Yin Group to jointly develop the land. Reward 1, an Yubai's favorability plus 10. Reward 2, 1 chance to draw a random prize. Choice 2, reject an Yubai's request and develop the land independently. Reward, $100. Penalty, an Yubai's favorability minus 30. Nice guy. By agreeing to the cooperation request, an Yubai's favorability towards him only increased by 10 points. If he refuses to cooperate, an Yubai's favorability towards him will be reduced by 30 points. That's a bit harsh. This goddess in Yubai's favorability was a bit hard to brush. However, on the basis that the system had also given away a lottery opportunity, Ye Kun still decided to agree to an Yubai's cooperation request. After all, now that he wasn't short of money anymore, earning a little more or a little less didn't really matter at all. Instead, brushing the goddess's favorability was very important to him. Thus, Ye Kun nodded towards an Yubai and expressed his agreement to cooperate with the Yin Group. This made an Yubai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a slight smile blossomed on her stunningly beautiful face, which was gorgeous. Mr. Yi is offering $35 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer turned his gaze to the bosses of several large group companies in the country. $36 billion. A real estate bigwig in the first row of seats was not willing to show weakness and pulled the price up to $36 billion, with an air of determination to win. $8 billion. Ye Kun blandly said, raising the offer again. There was no pressure. The funds for this auction all came from the Divine Greatness Reserve. He had billions and billions of megabytes of Divine Greatness gold. Who could fight him? Even if all the real estate bigwigs in the world joined together to bid on the auction, Ye Kun would still be able to hold them all down and rub them on the ground. Friction. Friction again. With superpowers, one is invincible. No rivals. Invincible in every direction. Asterisk. Mr. Yi has already quoted $8 billion. Once again refreshing the price of the Land King of Magic City. More than refreshing the price of the Land King, it's already more than $10 billion higher. Awesome. Mr. Yi is simply trenchant. When Ye Kun reported the sky-high price of $8 billion, the scene was in an uproar. Shocked. Explosion. This top auction was truly a dragon fight. The competition was too fierce. However, Mr. Yi was able to lead the way and stand alone. Sure, is that you? Mr. Yi really has a good spirit. We give up this bidding. The last real estate bigwig, too, shook his head helplessly and gave up on continuing to raise the bid. Understood. Ye Kun laughed. $8 billion once. $8 billion twice. $8 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer sealed the deal with a single hammer, announcing the birth of the new Magic City Land King. The new Land King is born. Ding. Gain worship value Superblast plus 5,555. Ding. Worship value Superblast plus 6,666. Ding. Worship value Super Hit plus 7,777. Ding. Worship value super hit plus 8,888. Ding. Worship value super hit plus 9,999. The moment the new Land King of Magic City was born, the worship value super blast crazily appeared, and Ye Kun ruthlessly harvested a wave of worship value. A large number of rich people, celebrities, and those socialites present looked at Ye Kun with a look of adoration. Mr. Ye was too trenchant, unrivaled. Then, there were a few more valuable items auctioned one after another. Ye Kun didn't bid on any of them, sort of leaving a little opportunity for the others. Next, we are going to auction a very valuable string of jewelry necklace called Fairy Tears. The auctioneer spoke. At the same time, an incomparably gorgeous jewelry necklace was displayed on the booth. As soon as this necklace appeared, all the celebrity noble women at the scene all went crazy, their eyes all glowing. Fairy Tears, a unique modular masterpiece created by the world's masters of jewelry art. The diamond of this piece of jewelry was cut from a 507.55 carat, pure type II-8 Cullinan heritage diamond rough. The designer has incorporated butterflies, jadeite and white jade from the Dragon Kingdom elements. The entire necklace is constructed through strands of beads that can be reassembled in a structure that boasts up to 27 different ways to wear it. Legend has it that this necklace has a kind of magic power that can make the woman who wears it radiant and full of charm. Tears of the Fairy. Starting bidding price $800 million. This was by far the highest starting bid for a piece of jewelry. However, it still couldn't stop some celebrity noble women from going crazy. There were also some super rich people on the scene who wanted to auction off this precious string of jewelry necklace to give to the woman of their choice. $1 billion. Soon, there was a noblewoman who called out the price of $1 billion. $1 billion 11. $12 billion. $1 billion 300 million. MS. He, the daughter of the king of gamblers from Australasia, is offering $1.3 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer's gaze swept across the room. $2 billion. Ye Kun spoke blandly and struck again. This necklace was from the hands of the Dragon Kingdom's jewelry masters, with a unique design that incorporated many elements of the Dragon Kingdom in it. It is unique in the world. It was worth shooting down for collection. The key is that he is not poor. Pretty boys who want to tailor their characters can go to the book review section and leave a message. Haha. Chapter 46. Returning the dragon head statue to the motherland. The moment Ye Kun's offer of $2 billion came out, the entire room was once again shocked. The price of $2 billion had already set a new record for the highest auction in the history of jewelry necklaces. In the auction hall, the youngest granddaughter of the King of Gamblers of Australasia looked at Ye Kun's handsome back with a sultry look. It was just very angry. Ye Kun was actually bidding against her for this Fairy Tears jewelry necklace. $1 billion. The granddaughter of the King of Gamblers raised the price again, rather like a kind of gambling. At the same time, she also wanted to call Ye Kun's bluff. Since she was a child, she was the jewel of the He family. The most favored little princess. She was the most favored little princess, getting the wind and the rain. There was never anything she could not get. $3 billion. Ye Kun raised his card again and spoke blandly. Sorry, what he had his eyes on, he wouldn't easily give it away. No matter who the other party was, unless he was in a good mood. If the other party made him happy, he had no problem giving it away for nothing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for anyone to come. Mr. Ye quoted $3 billion. Is there anyone else to quote a higher price? The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room, then looked at the granddaughter of the King of Gamblers. The granddaughter of the King of Gamblers was so angry that she stomped her feet, staring at Ye Kun's handsome back, her pretty face bulging with anger. However, right now, she couldn't do anything about Ye Kun. The price of $3 billion made it so that she didn't dare to easily raise her offer again. $3 billion once, $3 billion twice, $3 billion 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer sealed the deal with a single hammer blow. Ye Kun took the Fairy Tears jewelry necklace at $3 billion. The eyes of those celebrities and noble women on the scene, who were looking at Ye Kun, became fiery. If Ye Kun could give this string of Fairy Tears to them, then they would definitely become the most radiant women in the world. However, that Ye Kun seemed a bit cold. I wonder what kind of woman would be worthy of this string of Fairy Tears. Gentlemen, ladies, the last lot of the night, and the most important one, is about to make its appearance. That's right. The last lot of the night is the 12 Zodiac Dragon Head bronze statue. With an exciting voice, the auctioneer opened his mouth. At the same time, the information material of the Dragon Head statue began to play on the big screen. The Dragon Head bronze statue was one of the 12 Zodiac Animal Head bronze statues in the Yuan-Mingyuan, originally part of the fountain outside the Haiyan Hall in the Yuan-Mingyuan, and was a red copper casting from the Qianlong period. After the burning of the Yuan-Mingyuan, the Dragon Head bronze statue and other bronze statues began to lose overseas. Currently there are 5 pieces have returned, namely, ox head, monkey head, tiger head, pig head, horse head, are purchased to buy back to the country. The rat's head and rabbit's head were highly speculated because they were auctioned at Christie's. The other snake head, sheep head, chicken head, dog head bronze statue, but so far the whereabouts of unknown. The starting price for the 12 Zodiac Dragon Head bronze statue is $300 million, and the bidding will now begin. As the auctioneer's words fell, one patriotic person after another bid to start the auction. Today, there were quite a few tycoons who came to the auction specifically for this dragon head bronze statue. 500 million, 800 million, 1 billion, 1 billion 200 million. Hong Kong Island's Mr. Hua has bid 2 billion. Is there anyone else with a higher offer? 1 billion 500 million. Duke He of Australia City bid 5 billion. Is there anyone else to bid higher? 6 billion. Duke Hui of Hong Kong Island offered again, raising the price to 6 billion. This price was already an all-time high for the bronze head statue. This time, he wasn't bidding on the dragon head statue for his personal collection either, but to dedicate it to the country. Hong Kong Island's Duke Hua has bid 6 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher? The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room. $10 billion. Ye Kun raised his card and spoke indifferently, directly raising the offer for the bronze statue of the dragon's head to $10 billion. The moment the offer of $10 billion came out, the entire room was dead silent. The dragon head bronze statue itself did not have too much value. The 12 bronze head statue belonged to the Dragon Kingdom and had to be returned to the motherland. Not to mention that this auction was for the dragon head statue. It was even more significant. First the dragon head auction back, seduce the other bronze head statues, and then find a way to get back. Whether it was auctioned or robbed, it had to be returned to its original owner. Mr. Yi is offering 10 billion. Is there anyone else bidding higher? The auctioneer swept his gaze across the room. However, no one responded this time. $10 billion. This price was too high. Even if one was contributing to the country, taking out 10 billion was very painful. Moreover, Ye Kun himself was also a Dragon Nation resident, leaving the others without the will to continue bidding. 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. Sold. With the auctioneer's hammer, Ye Kun auctioned off the 12 Zodiac Dragon Head bronze statue at a sky-high price of $10 billion. At this time, Ye Kun stood up, slowly opened his mouth, and said, I am willing to return the 12 Chinese Zodiac Dragon Head bronze statue to the country, so please ask the auctioneer to contact the relevant state departments and return it to its original owner. Once these words came out, everyone all stood up and applauded, and the whole room applauded thunderously for a long time. Clap 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 clap. All the people at the scene, whether they were rich and famous women, socialites, or those ordinary staff members, all cast reverent gazes at Ye Kun, photographing the bronze statue of the 12 Chinese Zodiac Dragon Heads and donating it to the country. This patriotic spirit deserves to be honored. Ding! Gain worship value Superblast plus 6,666. Ding! Get the worship value Superblast plus 7,777. Ding! Worship value Superblast plus 8,888. Ding! Worship value Superblast plus 9,999. The Super Blast of worship appeared crazily. At this moment, the worship value grew crazily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of photographing the bronze statue of the 12 Chinese Zodiac Dragon Heads and donating it to the country. Ding! The host has gained the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom. Respect. Reputation levels can be categorized into cold, neutral, friendly, respectful, venerable, and worshipful. The auction had just ended, and immediately a female reporter came over to interview Ye Kun. Mr. Yi, may I ask why you would spend $10 billion heavenly dollars to auction the 12 Zodiac Dragon Head bronze statue and donate it to the country? This female reporter stared at Ye Kun's handsome face with a look of adoration. National treasures are priceless. The Dragon Head bronze statue belongs to the Dragon Kingdom and must be returned to the country. Ye Kun blandly said. Before, he had limited abilities. Now that he had the ability of banknotes, he should contribute what he could to make a small contribution to the country. Auctioning back the 12 Zodiac bronze head statue and returning it to the country was what he could do within his ability. Mr. Yi, if you come across the 12 Chinese Zodiac bronze head statue next time, will you still consider auctioning it off and returning it to the country? The female reporter asked again. The whereabouts of the 12 bronze head statues of the snake, goat, chicken and dog are still unknown. As long as the whereabouts of the national treasures appear, no matter what the price is, I will let the national treasures return to the motherland, Ye Kun said. Photographing the dragon's head was only the first step. Later he would have various means to get the lost bronze head statues back into the country, the national treasure that was snatched away. Do not rule out snatching it back again. Chapter 47, Beauty Card, Divine Dance Technique. Ye Kun had just finished his interview with the female reporter when Goddess Yu Bai walked towards him head-on. Mr. Ye, do you really agree to cooperate with an group to jointly develop that piece of land? And Yubai's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and asked. Her complexion was still ice cold, but that stunningly beautiful face gave her a lot of extra points. That's right, Koan Pang Group can cooperate with an group. As for the specific cooperation matters, you can find President Chin to discuss in detail. Ye Kun opened his mouth and said to an Yubai, he was only responsible for spending money and having a good time. The specific business cooperation, or to find the female president to talk about. And Yubai saw that Ye Kun did not lie to her, and really agreed to business cooperation with the An group to jointly develop that piece of land, and could not help but reveal a color of delight. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Ye Kun gratefully, thinking that this man was actually quite charming. He had face value, strength, and dominance, and was able to do what he said. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and making business cooperation with the An group. Ding! Goddess beauty in Yubai's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 30. Ding! Rewarded with a random draw opportunity. Not bad, and Yubai's favorability towards him had increased a bit. Although there was still a distance from the passing line of 60 points of favorability, some progress had finally been made. System, I want to draw a prize. Ye Kun read silently in his mind and decided to use up this lucky draw opportunity first. Instantly, a huge colorful roulette wheel appeared in his brain. There were all sorts of strange treasures on top of the wheel grid. Service category. 1 goddess grade butler, goddess grade personal bodyguard A, 2 schoolgirl grade personal maids. What else? Welcome to the pretty boy to add. Function card, 1 beauty card, 1 lucky charm, a bad luck charm, peach blossom charm A, good sense gift, a compliment, inspiration capsule, a shower, spreading flowers, great god certification. Skill category. Golden gun skill, invincible kidney, fighting skills, swordsmanship. Pretty boys, what prizes would you like to see in the raffle roulette? You can leave a message here, and the author will pick the right prize from among the messages from time to time. The various rewards inside the roulette wheel were dazzling, and Ye Kun couldn't help but be very moved when he saw them. He wanted to have all of them. Does the host start selecting the lottery? The system prompted. Start the lottery. With Ye Kun's order, the huge colorful wheel in his mind began to slowly rotate, and then the speed became faster and faster, turning into a huge whirlwind wheel. Stop! The speed of the colored roulette wheel turned from fast to slow, and gradually stopped, and the pointer landed on top of an item. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a beauty card. Description: using the beauty card is equivalent to using a beauty camera, which can eliminate blemishes on your face and enhance your face value. It's a little bit of a pity that he didn't draw a divine skill like Golden Gun and Invincible Kidney. The beauty card, however, was also something good. If you used a beauty card on a top-tier school beauty, you could directly raise her face value to the goddess level. Ordinary people using a beauty card was also equivalent to using a beauty camera in general, and this enhancement to the face value was just too obvious. It was important to know that those very ordinary women who normally used the beauty function of the live broadcast, one by one, they all transformed into beautiful women. It can be seen that this beauty function is powerful. After the auction ended, a grand reception was then organized in the hotel banquet hall. Most of the many rich and famous women, celebrities and socialites who had participated in the auction before attended. There were quite a few rich girls and celebrity stars who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get acquainted with Ye Kun. Soon, there was a sexy and enchanting beautiful figure with a hot body that walked towards Ye Kun with her long legs. She was Wang Jingtong, the sexy songstress who sang at the auction tonight. Mr. Yi, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you for a dance. Wang Jingtong laughed, charmingly. She looked at Ye Kun with undisguised admiration and worship in her eyes. Ye Kun was the most trenchant and domineering man she had ever seen. In tonight's auction, Ye Kun was trenchant, fighting against the group, leading the way, shocking everyone, and even causing countless famous women to be secretly infatuated with him. Ding! A goddess-level beauty has been detected. Name, Wang Jingtong. Face value, 96, goddess level. Height, 172. Circumference, 87, 60, 91. Bust, 34D. Initial favorability, 30. Character traits, heavenly voice, sexy and charming, pure and lustful. Wang Jingtong was worthy of being a popular singer, and was indeed a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 96. However, what makes her stand out the most is actually not her face value, but her body and voice. Her figure was curvaceous and sexy, with a charm that one couldn't help but be mesmerized by. Her voice was melodious, as if it was heavenly. Listening to her was a pleasure and enjoyment in itself. Although she had a sexy and enchanting figure, her looks were very pure and sweet, pure and lustful. This was definitely a superb woman. Ding! Goddess-class beauty Wang Jingtong was influenced by the host's people love people. Flowers see flowers charm aura. Favorability plus 20. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong is affected by the host's domineering president status aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding. Goddess beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Ding. Goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's favoritism towards the host is higher than 60, rewarding the host with plus 10 physical fitness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for raising his physique to 68. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Physique, 68. Spirit, 45. In an instant, Ye Kun felt that his body was infused with a magical energy, and his physique was raised once again. Now his physique was more than 6 times the peak state of an ordinary person. It was simply invincible. Moreover, under the influence of the charm aura and identity aura, sexy Song Queen Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him skyrocketed. Good lord. The favorability directly increased to 80 points. It should be known that once the favorability reached 90 points, the beauty would actively pursue him. Ding. Trigger random mission, accept goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong's invitation to dance, and obtain divine dance skills. It also rewards divine skill dancing skills. Ye Kun decisively accepted Wang Jingtong's invitation to dance. Wang Jingtong revealed a delicate smile and took the initiative to extend a jade hand for Ye Kun to hold. Ye Kun was not polite and held her hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and accepting the invitation to dance from the goddess-level beauty Wang Jingtong. Ding. Rewarding the host with god-level dancing skills. In an instant, Ye Kun had mastered various dance skills and blended them together, directly reaching the god level. Not only could he dance all kinds of social dances, but he could also dance street dances, folk dances, and classical dances. In short, all dances he seemed to be born with were just all round. Chapter 48. Are you cousin Ye Kun? When Ye Kun's hand wrapped around Wang Jingtong's soft willow waist, his entire demeanor and eyes completely changed, as if he was transformed into a real dancer. No, he was the god of dance. At this moment, it was as if he had been immersed in the dance path for decades, and his dancing skills had already been perfected, reaching the realm of the divine. Wang Jingtong, on the other hand, graduated from the Longjing Conservatory of Music and had studied music and dance since she was a child, and even insisted on practicing yoga every day. Her body's softness was amazing, as if she was soft and boneless. The two of them danced in the middle of the dance floor with beautiful movements and skill, stunning everyone. Although they were all mediocre dance moves, they were marvelous. I can't imagine that Mr. Yi is not only handsome and dashing, but also multi-talented. Even his dancing is so good. It's simply professional level. This dancing level of Mr. Yi is more than professional level. It's simply Hall of Fame level, out of this world. Breathtaking. Sexy songstress Wang Jingtong also dances very well. The two of them work together seamlessly. It's simply beautiful and pleasing to the eyes. Ding. Gain worship value blast plus 666. Ding. Worship value blast plus 777. Ding. Worship value strike plus 888. Ye Kun didn't think that even a dance could harvest a wave of worship value. Mr. Yi, your dancing is so good. Even I am ashamed of myself. Wang Jingtong's delicate body was close to Ye Kun, exhaled in his ear and whispered. She was really amazed by Ye Kun's dancing skills. Every dance step was stepped very precisely and could easily drive her. Dancing with Ye Kun was simply a kind of enjoyment, doing whatever she wanted, free and unrestrained, as if she had let herself go. Ye Kun was not only a divine hero, but even his dance attainments were so profound that it made her marvel and her favorability increased greatly. Ding! Goddess beauty Wang Jingtong is amazed by the host's dancing skills. Favorability plus 5. Ding! Goddess class beauty Wang Jingtong's favorability towards the host has increased to 85. Your dancing is also beautiful and your body is very soft. Ye Kun pressed his palm on Wang Jingtong's willow waist and whispered in her ear. Wang Jingtong's favorability towards him was as high as 85, so it didn't matter even if there was some intimate physical contact and speaking some ambiguous words. Not to mention that they were now dancing socially. It was perfectly normal to have some intimate physical contact. I've been studying dance since I was a child, and I practice yoga every day, so my body is naturally flexible. Wang Jingtong revealed a delicate smile and leaned over Ye Kun's ear and whispered, Mr. Yi, there is a chance that you can personally guide my dance moves. Oh, was she hinting at something with these words? Ye Kun was too simple and said that he didn't really understand. Soon, the dance was done. Then, a dozen or so celebrity ladies flocked towards Ye Kun at the same time, warbling, all of them flamboyant, all of them wanting to invite him to dance. This included the granddaughter of the king of gamblers from Australia. Now, Ye Kun had just become a meat and potatoes. He was young and talented, the chairman of the $100 billion group, and he was handsome, very domineering, and his dancing skills were out of this world. He was simply the dream lover and ideal partner of most girls. So many famous girls invited Ye Kun to dance at the same time, which made him feel very difficult, as if it was not good to agree to any of them. The flowers were all over the place. It would be very annoying, very boring. At this time, that rich girl from Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan, walked to Ye Kun's side and carefully looked him up and down. Ye Kun, are you cousin Ye Kun? Suddenly, Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth to ask, what's going on? Why are you suddenly recognizing your cousin? Ye Kun, on the other hand, was confused and very puzzled. He didn't remember that he had such a cousin. Cousin Ye Kun, I'm Lu Yuxuan from Hong Kong Island. You even hugged me when I was little. Have you forgotten? Lu Yuxuan said with a serious face. Ye Kun was much more handsome than in the photo, making her not dare to recognize him for a while. I even hugged you? From Hong Kong Island, Lu Yuxuan? Ye Kun thought carefully. His family seemed to have only one distant relative in Hong Kong Island. How far away was it? It seemed to be from his aunt's branch, which was the descendant branch of his grandfather's sister. After they moved to Hong Kong Island, they first became dentists. Later on, some people went into business, real estate, trading, and finance, and gradually developed into a rich family on Hong Kong Island. Cousin, do you remember? When I was 6 years old, I followed my parents back to my hometown to visit my family, and you even complimented me for being cute, pinched my face, and hugged me, Lu Yuxuan said with an excited face. You even remembered hugging you when you were 6 years old? Ye Kun was really a bit unable to remember. Cousin, I have a picture of you. Look, Lu Yuxuan took out her cell phone and flipped out the photos. There were a total of 2 photos, one of which was a photo of the two of them as children. In the photo, a fleshy and pink little girl was riding on the neck of a handsome teenager. That little girl was naturally Lu Yuxuan, and that handsome teenager was Ye Kun. The other photo was taken by Ye Kun only last year in Magic City. The second photo was given to me by my aunt, telling me to come look for you when I arrived in Magic City. But you're much more handsome in person than in the photo. I almost didn't recognize you, Lu Yuxuan said excitedly. Oh, I remember. Little Xian Xian, when you were a child you looked like a porcelain doll, very cute and arrogant, so I often pinched your face, and did hug you, and carried you on my neck. Ye Kun laughed, finally remembering who Lu Yuxuan was. It's really a girl who has changed a lot. The chubby, pink and tender little Xian Xian when she was a child had now grown into a pouting school beauty. Cousin, you finally remembered little Xian Xian. Lu Yuxuan excitedly hugged Ye Kun. Ding! School flower level beauty Lu Yuxuan has reunited with you after a long time. Her favorability towards the host is plus 60. Ding! The school beauty Lu Yuxuan's favoritism towards the host has increased to 70. Ding! The school beauty Lu Yuxuan's favorability to the host exceeds 60. Rewarding spirit plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 55. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Physique, 68. Spirit, 55. In an instant, it was as if Ye Kun was infused with a magical energy in his brain, feeling refreshed and energized. Moreover, his perception was greatly improved. Lu Yuxuan was hugging him tightly, the 2 soft touches on her chest squeezing into his body, and her perception was especially clear and obvious. Cough cough. Little Xian Xian, what are you doing in Magic City this time? Ye Kun loosened Lu Yuxuan's embrace and asked. Grandpa fell ill. The doctor said that he needs 100 years of ginseng as a medicine guide. That's why I came to Magic City to participate in this auction, Lu Yuxuan said. She was the only daughter of the family, because this time, the heavy responsibility of coming to bid for the 100-year-old wild ginseng was handed over to her. Unbeknownst to her, cousin Ye Kun was rich and generous, a super godly man, and directly auctioned off the 100-year-old wild ginseng at a price of $1 billion. Your grandfather is sick and needs 100 years of wild ginseng as a medicine? Then I'll give you that wild ginseng, Ye Kun said. No, it's too valuable. Just cutting off a small root as a medicine guide is enough. You don't need the whole wild ginseng. Lu Yuxuan quickly waved her hand and said. Chapter 49 on the self-cultivation of a godly hero. Brother Ye Kun, can I invite you to a dance? Lu Yuxuan said with a sweet smile towards Ye Kun. Her status was that of a Hong Kong Island's powerful daughter, but in front of Ye Kun, she was more like a little sister next door. Sweet, cute, and fresh. Dancing is certainly fine. However, aren't you supposed to call me cousin? Ye Kun laughed. Before, Lu Yuxuan had called her cousin, but now she suddenly changed to brother. Although our families are cousins, but it's several generations apart. I'll still call you brother Ye Kun, Lu Yuxuan said stubbornly. Alright then, call me brother if you like. Ye Kun smiled and let her be. Thinking that he had even hugged Lu Yuxuan and pinched her fleshy little face when he was little, he couldn't help but feel quite amused. What a simple and beautiful memory. Soon, Ye Kun and Lu Yuxuan danced in the middle of the dance floor. Brother Ye Kun, it's not easy for me to come to Magic City. You have to accompany me to go out and have a good stroll. Lu Yuxuan blinked her beautiful eyes and said, it's a bit late today. I'll accompany you out tomorrow. Ye Kun said, okay, brother Ye Kun. Lu Yuxuan nodded her head obediently. Right, have you booked your hotel room? Do you want me to arrange it for you? Ye Kun asked. No need. I've already booked a room before I came. Lu Yuxuan laughed. That's good. Ye Kun nodded his head. The two of them danced casually while chatting. Ye Kun didn't show off his divine dancing skills either. It was light and easy. Soon, a dance was done. Just after returning to the rest area, Ye Kun was surrounded by those famous women again. Most of them came over to invite him to dance. Some came over to ask for his contact information. There were also those who quietly slipped him small notes. There were also the more daring ones who directly asked him to go to the hotel room to fight the landlord. Among these people were rich girls, international models, movie stars, and even noble women from powerful families. Most of them were real celebrities with extraordinary origins and high prices. Not the kind of spellbinding celebrities rumored on the internet. Fake celebrities couldn't get into a reception of this caliber either. Their face values were generally not low. All of them had at least 70 to 80 points, and there were quite a few at the class flower level. However, the number of those who could reach the school flower level and goddess level were still in the minority. Recently, Ye Kun's segment had been elevated, and there were quite a few school flower and goddess level beauties surrounding him. However, this did not mean that school flower and goddess level beauties were common. It was just that it was easier for him to run into high-value beauties after he possessed his banknote ability and president status. Just like a national service game master, most of the opponents he ran into were at that level of the national service. And a bronze player. Most of the ones he matched with were also bronze players. When girls with a face value of 90 points or less came over to hit on him, Ye Kun usually politely rejected them. He had rejected several famous models, actresses and rich girls, all because their face value didn't reach the threshold of the school flower. Those international models, their height and temperament are naturally top-notch, but the face value piece is not to be commended, basically not up to the standard of the school flower level. There were also female celebrities who usually looked radiant, but in fact, most of them did not reach the school flower level judged by the system. The system had helped him get stuck in this aspect of gatekeeping. With a system like this, it was great. Although Ye Kun refused several celebrities' invitations to dance, there was still one person who walked towards Ye Kun with a confident stride. She was the granddaughter of the king of gamblers. Today, Ye Kun had suppressed her in the bidding of the fairy tears. This made her very upset, and at the same time, she was also a bit unconvinced. Since she was a child, she was the most favored little princess. Why should she suffer on Ye Kun's side? Mr. Yi, can we have a dance? She walked to Ye Kun and opened her mouth. She believed that with her looks and temperament, as well as her identity and background, Ye Kun would definitely not reject her. Ding! Detected a school beauty. Name, He. Face value, 94, school flower level. Height, 168. Circumference, 84, 62, 89. Bust, 34B. Initial favorability, -50. Personality traits, capricious, arrogant, savage. Hiss. Ye Kun couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. He had only pressed this He in the bidding, and the other party's favorability towards him had actually dropped to -50. This was one of the beauties that Ye Kun had encountered so far that had the lowest favorability towards him. Sure enough, this is a capricious, haughty and spoiled rich girl. Ding! He has been affected by the host's charm aura of being loved by all, and flowers blooming, and her favorability has increased by 20 points. Ding! He is affected by the host's domineering president identity aura. Favorability increased by 10 points. Ding! The school beauty He's favorability towards the host has increased to -20 points. Well, after He was affected by both the charm aura and identity aura, her favorability towards him was still negative. Mr. Yi, can I invite you for a dance? When He saw that Ye Kun didn't answer her right away, her expression couldn't help but be a bit huffy. Although Ye Kun was quite handsome and charming, she didn't like men who didn't obey her. Sorry, Ms. I'm a bit tired from dancing just now and want to rest for a while. Ye Kun shook his head and directly rejected He's invitation. Joke, you have a negative favorability towards me and you still want me to use my hot face to stick to your cold ass? Impossible. Ye Kun never condescends himself. He also wouldn't be a licking dog just to brush up his favorability. That way, what kind of godly pride is there? Brushing goodwill depended on a man's own charisma, not on licking. You actually dare to reject my invitation. He saw that Ye Kun directly rejected her, revealing a look of disbelief. This was the first time that a man dared to reject her to her face. She felt humiliated and angry. She was the granddaughter of the Australasian king of gamblers, and she had put down her status to take the initiative to invite the other party to dance, and she would actually be rejected. It was too unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why can't I refuse your invitation? Ye Kun laughed. He had just rejected the invitations of several celebrities, not less than Hijishi. Was the granddaughter of the king of gamblers terrific? If he didn't want to dance with Hijishi, could anyone else force him? What is freedom of wealth? A low level of freedom of wealth is to buy whatever you want, without having to think about the price. A high level of freedom is the freedom to do whatever you don't want to do. No one can force him. Ye Kun felt that he was at this level now, and could do nothing if he didn't want to. So, he refused Hijishi's invitation to dance. It was just casual. Do as you please. No need to look at anyone's face. That's the self-cultivation of a super godly man. The character building has been established. If you want to customize your character, go to the top of the character building in the review section and leave a message. Chapter 50, Godly Dancing Skills. Why can't I refuse you? Ye Kun's rhetorical question left Hijishi speechless. That's right. Why couldn't Ye Kun reject her? First of all, Ye Kun didn't want her wealth because Ye Kun was richer than her. Secondly, Ye Kun didn't want her color, because there was no lack of goddess-level beauties around Ye Kun. Finally, Ye Kun is not afraid of her family's power, because Ye Kun's identity is the big boss of Kunping Group. The power may not be weaker than her family. As the saying goes, no desire is strong. Ye Kun has no desire for Hijishi, so he doesn't need to give her face. He could act according to his own preferences, accepting invitations if he wanted to, and rejecting invitations if he didn't want to. He was at ease. No worries. If Ye Kun wanted to do nothing, he could do nothing. No one can force him. Hijishi is spoiled at home, capricious, arrogant, savage, but over here Ye Kun won't spoil her, much less lick her. There was nothing she could do if Ye Kun rejected her. For the first time, Hijishi realized that she actually had times when she couldn't do anything about a person. Those men who approached her in the past were either scheming for her family's wealth and power, or her beauty. As a result, she could give those men a look and play the temper of a young lady. However, this set was completely useless in front of Ye Kun. Suddenly, she realized that a man like Ye Kun, who was domineering and had a personality, was actually the most attractive. It was different from all the men she had met before. Those dog lickers only attracted annoyance, whereas, a domineering man with personality like Ye Kun was the one who could suppress her and conquer her, give her a different impact. Ding! Schoolflower Hijishi's favoritism towards the host is +10. Ding! Schoolgirl Hijishi's favoritism towards the host is +10. Ding! Schoolgirl Hijishi's favoritism towards the host is +10. Ding! Schoolflower class beauty Hijishi's favorability towards the host has increased to 10 points. In an instant, Hijishi's favorability towards Ye Kun increased by 30 points. This confused Ye Kun. How could you reject her and have your favorability increased instead? Could it be that all these rich girls have masochistic tendencies? Do you have anything else? Ye Kun asked, not meaning to change his mind. I also want to ask, what would you do with that fairy tear necklace? Hijishi thought about it and asked a question that she was very concerned about. Ye Kun had auctioned off the fairy's tear necklace at a sky-high price of $3 billion, which I'm afraid is the highest priced jewelry necklace in the history of auctions. Will he collect this necklace and wait for it to appreciate in value? Or would he give this precious necklace to the woman of his choice? Collect it first. If I think any woman is suitable to wear this necklace, then I will give it to her. Ye Kun said blandly. I see. If Mr. He comes to watching, he can come and play with me, Hijishi said, then gracefully turned around and left. Although Ye Kun had rejected her, she wasn't annoyed. Instead, she was impressed with Ye Kun. What do you know? Ye Kun shook his head, not feeling that this capricious and arrogant young lady could understand anything. Right at this moment, the goddess beauty Yang Yijuan walked towards Ye Kun with her long legs. She was currently the only goddess-level beauty whose favorability towards Ye Kun was as high as 95. Ye Kun, did you refuse He Qianjin's invitation to dance? Yang Yijuan asked. That arrogant He Qianjin seemed to have hit a wall on Ye Kun's side. That's right, I've refused several celebrities tonight. This might be the trouble of being too popular. Ye Kun joked. Tonight, he had rejected several rich family daughters, famous model stars, and even a few noble women. He obviously had the ability to eat soft food, but he had to rely on hard power. It was just boring. Then can I invite you for a dance? Yang Yijuan's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and smiled. In her eyes, this man possessed infinite charm. When Ye Kun jumped into the pool to save her and did artificial respiration for her for the first time, she had already fallen in love with this man. Now, it was even more so that she was deeply enamored with him and couldn't help herself. No, Ye Kun shook his head. Yang Yijuan was stunned. Ye Kun actually rejected even her. Was she not worthy? All of a sudden, she had mixed feelings inside. All kinds of emotions surged to her heart, and she nearly fainted. You can't invite me because I'm going to invite you to a dance. At this time, Ye Kun was reaching out towards Yang Ijuan, smiling. Goddess Yang Ijuan, are you willing to accompany me for a dance? A man should take the initiative when he should take the initiative, and the demeanor should not be missing. I am willing. Yang Ijuan was surprised and happy, and immediately nodded her head and agreed. Ye Kun was too bad. She thought that Ye Kun really rejected her. This mood was really up and down, and her little heart couldn't stand it a bit. However, the fact that Ye Kun was able to take the initiative to invite her to dance made her very happy. Ye Kun held Yang Ijuan's hand and walked to the center of the dance floor. His hand naturally wrapped around Yang Ijuan's slender waist. The hand was soft and felt wonderful. Yang Ijuan was worthy of being a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 96. She has a beautiful face, a small head with a small eyebrows, a small mouth with a cherry. Her skin is like condensed fat, and her body is even more graceful and beautiful. Ye Kun wrapped his arm around her and danced in the middle of the dance floor, as if they were a couple of gods and goddesses. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Especially, Ye Kun performed divine dance skills, stepping on precise dance steps, bringing Yang Ijuan to dance various delicate dance styles, stunning the whole audience. Ye Kun, I can't imagine that you are such a great dancer that you are taking me flying. Yang Ijuan's delicate body was close to Ye Kun, exhaling in his ear. Her dancing skills were only amateur level, but when she danced with Ye Kun, her steps became light, as if she was dancing like an elf, free and uninhibited, and the whole person was taken flying. It was really a wonderful feeling. Chapter 51, Female President Huyuchi. While Ye Kun was dancing with Yang Ijuan, there was a pair of beautiful eyes, but they were always watching him. She was the goddess-level beauty Huyuchi, a true luxury family's golden young lady. Ye Kun's charm is really not small. Even Yang Ijuan is charmed by him. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun with a strange color in her eyes. Tonight, Ye Kun showed his absolute dominance position in the auction. Basically, all the lots that he had his eye on were all auctioned by him. If he didn't make a move, it was a hit. One hit is amazing, shocked the entire audience. $1 billion auctioned off the National Treasure Centennial Wild Ginseng. 500 million auctioned off the precious Ring of Heaven Emerald Bracelet. 3 billion for the Fairy Tears Jewelry Necklace. 10 billion auctioned off an unknown piece of titanium alloy metal. In addition, he also spent $10 billion to auction off the national treasure of the 12th Chinese zodiac dragon head bronze statue and dedicated it to the country. Moreover, he also auctioned off a piece of commercial treasure in the center of Magic City at a sky-high price of 38.8 billion, refreshing the price of the Land King of Magic City. In one fell swoop, he took the title of the new Land King. Every auction where he made a bid created a record for the highest price in auction history. Terrifying as hell. Who was competing with the best? Ye Kun alone had smashed out close to $100 billion at the auction. Simply trenchant and unheard of. He has undoubtedly become the most talked about person in the room. Ye Kun's identity was also unusual, being the big boss behind Kunpeng Group. Not only that, he was also handsome and graceful, with an irresistible charm emanating from him at all times. Yes, it was this damn charm that made her unable to resist being enamored by it. She had sort of met many top young talents. There were those from the Devil Capital, those from the Immortal Capital, those from the Demon Capital, and those from Longjing. All of those young jungles had extraordinary origins and were outstanding, but when compared to Ye Kun, they all paled in comparison. At this reception, Ye Kun undoubtedly became the most popular man in the room. Before and after, there were more than 20 celebrities who invited Ye Kun to dance. There were rich girls, movie stars, international supermodels, and luxury noble women. All of them were beautiful women with excellent face value and figure, and many of them came from famous families and were worth a lot of money. However, most of them were rejected by Ye Kun, including the proud and incomparable daughter of the He family, the king of gamblers of Australasia. Ye Kun, a republic of 3 people, danced, respectively, sexy singer Wang Jingtong, Hong Kong island magnate Chen-Jin Liu Yuxuan, and the last one is now dancing with Ye Kun, that Yang Ijuan. These 3 women, at least, are school flower level beauty. Each one is not simple. It was normal for an attractive and excellent man to be surrounded by beautiful women. Only someone who was mediocre would go unnoticed. Huyuchi didn't feel strange about this. Don't look at Ye Kun surrounded by beautiful women, but there might not be one who could successfully take him down. Through her observation, she realized that Ye Kun and Wang Jingtong and Liu Yuxuan were just ordinary relationships. However, his relationship with Yang Ijuan was significantly much closer. This made Huyuchi feel a sense of crisis. She was extremely graceful and beautiful, and there were very few men who could enter her eyes. It was very difficult for her to fall for a man. However, tonight, she was attracted to Ye Kun. Without realizing it, she was attracted to Ye Kun. So, she decided to take the initiative. Whether it's body, face value, talent, or family history, I'm not inferior to that young Ijuan. So why isn't the one standing next to Ye Kun me? Hu Yuchi's heart instead gave birth to a sense of winning. When Ye Kun and Yang Ijuan finished a dance and were planning to leave the banquet hall together, a graceful and delicate figure appeared in front of him. Mr. Yi, I have a big project I want to talk to you about. Is it convenient to take up a little of your time alone? Hu Yuchi smiled flirtatiously at Ye Kun, her beauty unrivaled. She was worthy of being a goddess-level beauty with a system rating of 97. She was graceful and imperial, and her knitted brows and smile were full of charm. Moreover, she did not directly invite Ye Kun to dance like other celebrities. Instead, in the name of talking about the project, she wanted to talk to Ye Kun alone. This made it impossible for Ye Kun to refuse. Ye Kun glanced at Yang Ijuan apologetically before walking with Haruki to a quiet area of the banquet hall. Ms. Haruki, what kind of cooperation do you want to talk to me about? Ye Kun asked Haruki. He and Haruki didn't really have much interaction, only a few brief chats at the auction. However, Haruki's looks and temperament were really attractive. Moreover, for her to be able to sit at the second seat of the auction, it was obvious that her identity came from a very uncomplicated source. Mr. Yi, don't address me as Ms. Haruki, it's too outgoing. You can even call me Chi-Chi. Hu Yuchi pouted, appearing flavorful. Okay, then you don't call me any Mr. Yi either, just call me by my name. Ye Kun. Ye Kun said. Haruki's smile had a magic power that made people couldn't help but want to get close to her. Okay, Ye Kun, you've auctioned off that piece of land, King of Magic City. To build a business district is a costly and complicated project. You need to have a few competent partners. We, whose real estate, have very rich experience in the operation of commercial real estate, and we also want to unite with An's group and your Kunping group for cooperative development. What do you think? Hu Yuchi's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and said, the development and operation of that piece of land, I've already fully handed over to President Qin Lan. You can look for President Qin if you want to cooperate. Ye Kun said. He was only responsible for spending money. The matter of making money still had to be handed over to the capable people under him. Then there's one more thing. I'm afraid that you've offended Huang Yueying, the female president of the Huang group. When you were bidding for the Ring of Heaven Emerald bracelet today, Hu Yuchi blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Huang Yueying had bid on the Ring of Heaven Emerald bracelet to use it as the treasure of the store, and as a result, it had been spoiled by Ye Kun. So what? Ye Kun smiled, unimpressed. Auction bidding was all about the highest bidder, and he wasn't afraid of offending people. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and you and I are both business rivals of Huang Yueying. We are investing in a large shopping center, and we intend to bring in a strong partner. I don't know if you are interested? Hu Yuchi said to Ye Kun. When she was talking about things, she showed another aura of a domineering general manager with a different flavor. Right at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Ye Kun's head. Ding! Triggered a randomized mission, business cooperation with Hu Yuchi. Chapter 52 dragged away by Hu Yuchi. High-end private customization. Ding! Triggering a random mission, business cooperation with Haruki. Mission Reward 1, Goddess Beauty Rookie whose favorability plus 10. Mission Reward 2, 1 random lottery draw. Ye Kun was slightly stunned. He actually triggered a system mission, so he really couldn't refuse Haruki's request for cooperation. What's more, he still had a good impression of Hu Yuchi. Although Haruki was a daughter of a wealthy family, she did not treat him with the same kind of mistemper. Moreover, Haruki had this imperial lady demeanor that was very appealing and very much to his liking. What kind of shopping center to invest in? Ye Kun revealed a look of interest and asked. Jinyu Shopping Center. Hu Yuchi revealed a delicate smile and said. Jinyu Shopping Center was a large-scale shopping center that she, and Bai, and Shang Yushi's 3 girlfriends invested in together. Jinyu Shopping Center? Ye Kun was puzzled. Perhaps it was because he rarely went out shopping, and did not know about this Jinyu Shopping Center. Jinyu Shopping Center is on Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street. We've already invested and finished building the first phase of the project, and now we're planning to invest in the second phase. Go, I'll take you to our shopping center to take a look. Hu Yuchi's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and said, Go now? Ye Kun was a bit hesitant. He was still planning to dance a duo with Yang Ijuan at night. If he went out now, wouldn't the beautiful thing be ruined? Yes, go now. Hu Yuchi, who was imperial and did things in a whirlwind, couldn't help but pull Ye Kun towards the outside of the banquet hall. Ye Kun was helpless and could only let Hu Yuchi pull him along. Yang Ijuan saw Ye Kun being pulled by Hu Yuchi, about to walk out of the banquet hall, could not help but be anxious. This mouth of the monk meat can still be snatched away? Not right. This description seems a bit wrong, but the meaning was that she knew that Ye Kun was very sought after right now, and almost all of the famous women and girls in the middle of the entire reception were staring at Ye Kun with glowing eyes. However, it was the first woman like Hu Yuqi who was so strong that she directly pulled Ye Kun out of the reception. Yang Yijun felt a strong crisis. Hu Yuqi was definitely a strong opponent for her. Whether it was her appearance, figure, or family history, the other party was not inferior to her at all. Even more so. Ye Kun, Hu Yuqi, the reception is not over yet. Where are you going? Yang Yijun asked somewhat unwillingly, her gaze vigilantly looking at Hu Yuqi. I'm sorry, I'm going to talk to Mr. Hu about a cooperation project now. Ye Kun could only apologize to Yang Yijun. They were really just going to talk about a cooperation project, but Yang Yijun probably wouldn't believe it. Yeah, I'm going to go talk about a tens of billions of dollars cooperation project with Mr. Yi. Hu Yuqi raised her eyebrows and gave Yang Yijun a victorious look. She knew that Ye Kun and Yang Yijun were definitely not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Then, she was going to make the first move, to dominate Ye Kun first. Then, without waiting for Yang Yijun to react, she directly pulled Ye Kun away from the hotel banquet hall. Yang Yijun looked at the back of the two leaving and felt angry. This monk's meat in her mouth was really snatched away by someone. Hu Yuqi was a demoness, actually robbing Ye Kun with her. However, for a man like Ye Kun who is so valuable and charismatic, it's not surprising that there are women competing for him. Just like the longevity monk's meat, which female goblin wouldn't be tempted to eat it? Who wouldn't crave for it? She only blamed herself for not being quick enough to drag Ye Kun into the Ponzi cave. No, next time she seizes the opportunity, she must dance with Ye Kun. Hu Yuqi pulled Ye Kun's hand and didn't let go until she walked into the elevator. Why? Still can't leave? Blame me for spoiling your good deed? Hu Yuqi revealed a bad smile. She was an imperial type with a seven-knuckle heart, and she could tell at a glance that Ye Kun and Yang Yijun's relationship was not simple. However, the two should not have reached a substantial step yet. This was also the reason why she chose to make a decisive move. If Ye Kun and Yang Yijun had already finalized their relationship, then I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to pull Ye Kun away today. There's nothing to give up. It's important to talk about the project. Ye Kun smiled and looked cloudy. He also saw that Hu Yuqi was intentionally trying to sabotage his good deed. This account was kept first. Soon, the two came to the hotel parking lot together. Hu Yuqi's car was a red Ferrari Rafa. Very cool, with a price tag of tens of millions. A limited edition car like the Lafite was not something that one could necessarily buy with money. Obviously, she was worth a lot of money and was a super rich woman. However, Ye Kun is not a wimp is. His domestic car red flag, Tang Supercar, the factory price will be $30 million. Whether it is the appearance of the shape, or power performance, are not inferior to Ferrari Rafa. The two drove side by side. From the magic city Lujiazui quickly drove to the direction of the Bund. Due to the close proximity, the two quickly parked the car in the parking lot near Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Then, the two walked side by side towards Nanjing Road. Nanjing Road was the most lively and prosperous pedestrian street in Magic City. With 10 miles of foreign markets and 100 years of buildings, this place had left behind too many popular stories. With all the lights and people, it was still one of the busiest places in the Dragon Kingdom. That one in front is the Jinyu Shopping Center. Hu Yuqi pointed at a huge shopping center with a stylish and imposing look in front of her and opened her mouth. Ye Kun was also slightly stunned in his heart. To be able to open such a large shopping center on the pedestrian street of Nanjing Road in the Magic City where every inch of land was gold, the investment was definitely not small. However, it didn't matter. The last thing he needed was money. Soon, Hu Yuqi led Ye Kun into the Jinyu Shopping Center. He saw that the entire shopping center was richly decorated and extremely extravagant. The entire shopping center covered an extremely wide area and was divided into 3 floors, housing many international high-end luxury brands. Hu Yuqi led Ye Kun around the shopping center. The two of them walked side by side, chatting as they shopped. It was a bit like a boyfriend and girlfriend shopping in general. Ye Kun was handsome and charming. Hu Yuqi was a goddess with a face value as high as 97 points, with a graceful figure, and an unrivaled beauty queen temperament. Their pair of handsome man and beautiful woman combination walked together, triggering a burst of exclamations in the crowd, simply envying the others. There's a very good high-class men's private customization here. I'll take you to take a look. Hu Yuqi led Ye Kun into a high-class men's private customization store. How about it? Do you want to have a few sets of high-class private customized men's clothing? The men's private customization here is the top in all of Magic City. Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes sized up Ye Kun and opened her mouth. When she saw that Ye Kun was wearing just a few $1,000s a piece of ordinary trendy clothes, she suggested that Ye Kun should have a few sets of high-class private customized men's clothes. A pretty boy like Ye Kun, wearing high-class private customized men's clothing, the charm would have to be upgraded by one more level. Good, then let's customize a few sets. Ye Kun laughed. Anyway, he wasn't short of money anymore. so it was no problem to give himself a few more sets of customized clothes. Before, he was not aware of where there was a good high-class private customized men's clothing in Magic City, the place that Hu Yuchi brought him to. It would definitely not be bad. The God's Hero headquarters has been upgraded to 2,000 people, and the pretty boys and girls who are able to keep up with the readings are joining the God's Hero headquarters, and there are a lot of benefits. If you're not a fan, I won't tell you. Chapter 53, The more you buy, the more you earn. Sir, may I ask if you want full customization, or semi-customization? A beautiful clothing consultant asked with a smile. Fully customized. Ye Kun replied. What season is the costume intended to be worn? The beautiful clothing consultant added. 2 sets for each of the 4 seasons of the year. Ye Kun thought about it and said, clothing should be prepared at least 2 sets per season, right? However, after hearing Ye Kun's words, that beautiful consultant's small hand was involuntarily trembling and stared at Ye Kun with shocked eyes. Mark Jack Boo's advanced private customization. The price is very expensive. From the hat, dress, shirt, pants, the price of a set of the top version is 23 million. Hu Yuchi on the side opened her mouth and said, Marc Jacobs was a European clothing brand with an ancient history. Ordinary people were completely unfamiliar with this brand and couldn't even search for it on the internet because it had never been involved in the low-end and middle-end market for 100 years. It only catered to a small number of high-end customers, and only the top tycoons would choose this brand for their haute couture. Fizz, a set of high-class private customization 23 million. Ye Kun also heard about it for the first time and couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The price of this set of clothes topped an ordinary villa. Was this wearing diamond gold on the body? In fact, there really is such a situation. Some high-order clothing fabric above really mixed into the diamond powder and gold powder. Wear on the body shiny. Is the favorite of the Dubai tycoon. The world of the tycoon only ordinary people can't think of. There is nothing they can't do. Just at this time, the system's prompt sounded in Ye Kun's brain. Ding! Detected that the host is spending a large amount of money. Rewarding a 10 times consumption return card. Spending card validity, 1 day. Ness. This wave of assists from the system was very timely. 10 times the amount spent. In other words, the more he spends today, the more money will be returned. Just very cool. Of course, not every set of Marc Jacobs high order is so exaggerated. Depending on the different styles of clothes, fabrics, accessories, craftsmanship and design, the price will vary. However, there is no high customized clothing of this brand that costs less than $1 million. Hu Yuchi was a real luxury family's daughter. She knew a lot about this, and said it all. This brand's high customized clothing was a sky-high price for ordinary people. However, with the strength Ye Kun had shown at the auction, it was simply not worth mentioning. Thus, she had brought Ye Kun here for private customization. So expensive. Then let's have 5 sets for each of the 4 seasons of the year. Ye Kun said. Nima. This brand of private customized clothing was also too expensive. Then, come with a few more sets. The spending money can be returned tenfold. The more expensive the better. The beautiful clothing consultant opened her mouth in shock. Dumb as a chicken. Ye Kun said that the clothes were too expensive, but ended up ordering several more sets. It's a trenchless Hu Yuchi was not surprised. This consumption is just a piece of cake for Ye Kun. The next step is to select the style, fabric, accessories and craftsmanship of the clothing. Each link is incredibly detailed, and can even be said to be very cumbersome. Hu Yuchi gave her own advice and patiently helped Ye Kun with his selection. Otherwise, Ye Kun would have a headache just picking the fabric. Then, there was the measuring session. A European noblewoman brought Ye Kun to a small room for some private measurements. In fact, it's not something too private. It's some needle insertion action. A silver needle inserted in the top of Ye Kun's shirt, and then carry out soft body measurement, straight edge measurement and so on. After the body measurement, the designer of each set of clothing has to be selected. At Hu Yuchi's suggestion, Ye Kun picked 4 different famous French designers to design 4 seasons of high customized clothing. Finally, it came to the exciting payment part. Sir, you have ordered a total of 20 outfits for 4 seasons. The clothing consultant quoted the final price after some calculations. Sir, the full cost of your clothing order this time is $120. 000. When the price was quoted, that clothing consultant himself was stunned. Ordering a costume cost $120. 000. This nymphet's ordinary people wouldn't dare to imagine. Simply trenchless. 20 sets of highly customized clothing for $120 million. The average price of a set is also $6 million, right? This was still that Ye Kun didn't choose those fabrics with diamond powder and gold powder like those Middle Eastern tycoons. Otherwise the price would be even more exaggerated. Swipe your card. Ye Kun very blandly took out a black gold card. today's consumption was all deducted from within the disposable funds, and if 10 times the consumption was returned, it would directly account for 1.2 billion. It was awesome. Ding. The host consumed $120 million. Disposable account balance, 680,000,000 yuan. Ding. Consumption funds returned 10 times. Congratulations to the host accounted for 1,200,000,000 yuan. Disposable account balance, 1,880,000,000 yuan. A wave of operation. Directly rich. Before, Ye Kun disposable funds account only 800 million. Now, with a wave of consumption, instead of decreasing, the money skyrocketed to 1,880,000,000 yuan. Just very cool. Then, Ye Kun turned his head to Hu Yuqi and said, in order to thank you for picking with me for so long today, now I will accompany you to buy. Accompany me to buy? You're buying for me? Hu Yuqi's beautiful eyes lit up and laughed. Every woman had a fanatic gene engraved in her bones. That is, crazy buying and buying. They could even empty the entire mall if someone could buy the bill without any limitations. Tonight, you're in charge of buying and buying. I'll be in charge of the bill. How much can you buy? It's all on me. How about it? Ye Kun laughed. Hu Yuqi was a real luxury daughter, so she was definitely super capable of buying. The more she bought, the more Ye Kun earned. He could also take the opportunity to brush down Hu Yuqi's favorability. Why not be happy about it? You'll pay the bill? How much you buy is on you. Don't you regret it? Hu Yuqi couldn't help but let her eyes glow as she laughed. I'm on fire. I can buy until you doubt your life. Although she was a super rich woman and usually liked to buy and buy, but there was always some restraint. Now, Ye Kun, a super godly man, promised to pay for her, which made her not come to a point of excitement. Then you're on fire. Crazy buy. Only today ha. Ye Kun laughed. The more Hu Yuqi bought, the happier he was. Thus, Hu Yuqi began her crazy buying trip, only to see her aura full open, walked into the Chanel store, pointed to a few items, said, this, and this, don't, the rest of the all packed. Hu Yuqi's domineering general model and imperial sister model is full. This scene can only be encountered in TV and movies. The waiters at the Chanel store were directly shocked, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. Ye Kun, on the other hand, was calm and collected. Today, if Hu Yuqi emptied the entire Chanel store of all its merchandise, he wouldn't even frown. Not only will he not frown, but he will also be very happy. Special thanks to want to drink a cup of mangpa soup for the shower gift. You are the most beautiful boy. Too showy. Chapter 54, Goddess of Variety. Hu Ruki is the goddess how. After Hu Ruki swept through the Chanel store, she went to Dior, then Givenchy, Prada, Hermes. She almost swept away all the goods in these luxury stores. Crazy buying. The fighting power was amazing. Hu Yuqi thought that Ye Kun would be stunned by her crazy fighting strength. However, it wasn't. Ye Kun didn't even frown a bit and remained calm and self-assured. Ye Kun, I want to go to the Rocco boutique to buy something. The price will be a bit expensive. Is that okay? Hu Yuqi took Ye Kun's arm and said, Rocco? Ye Kun was slightly puzzled. He hadn't even heard of this brand. Could it be more expensive than luxury goods like Chanel and Hermes? How expensive is it? Ye Kun asked. He wasn't afraid of being expensive. He was afraid of not being expensive enough. With a 10 times consumption return card in hand, he was invincible. The cheapest pair of shoes at Rocco is $520,000, and a whole set can't be taken without $5 million. Hu Yuqi said, Rocco is a brand that ordinary people basically can't afford and have never even heard of. She would usually buy Rocco's clothes, but she didn't dare to go on a crazy sweep. Must buy. When Ye Kun heard that this Rocco's price was so touching, he agreed directly with a wave of his hand. There are only 5 stores in the world. One in New York, one in Paris, one in London, one in Russia, and one in Mordor. Moreover, this Rocco in Mordor is in the GNU shopping center. So, Ye Kun and Hu Yuqi came to the Rocco store together. Inside the store, there were all kinds of professional clothes, maid clothes, casual clothes, boss clothes, sailor clothes, and JK clothes. Whether it was the design, the style, the fabrics were all the best in the world. I usually go for the competent style, the dominatrix style and the high-flying style. Thus the ones I buy are casual, dominatrix, professional and JK. Hu Yuqi said to Ye Kun. She loved Rocco for 10 minutes and usually didn't buy much. However, today I also want to try Lolita, sailor suit and maid outfit. Hu Yuqi said with a twist of words and a flirtatious smile towards Ye Kun. She usually walked in the imperial sister style and bully style, appearing competent or high cool. However, today in front of Ye Kun, she was eager to show her little woman side. The imperial sister and boss were just showing it to outsiders. High and cold was just a hard shell in disguise. She also has a soft place in her heart. When she meets the person she really likes, she can turn into a small woman in seconds. She can be defensive or cute, dominant or soft, Lolita, sailor suit, and maid outfit. Do you want to try them on? Ye Kun couldn't help but ask as his eyes lit up. He had gotten a long insight today. Women's clothes could be divided so finely. All kinds of categories, all kinds of styles, everything was available. Moreover, Huyuchi seemed to be able to easily manage various styles of clothes. This was a bit impressive. Well, I want to wear it for you to see. Huyuchi revealed a delicate smile and said. Thus, Huyuchi changed into a Lolita dress, instantly turning into a cute loli style. Then, she changed into a sailor suit, sexy with a different flavor. Then, she changed into a maid outfit, well-behaved, cute and adorable. And, she also wears anti-gravity dresses, the kind where you turn upside down and the hem of the dress doesn't turn back. Huyuchi casually switched between various styles, dazzling Ye Kun with her eyes and heart. If he found Huyuchi as his girlfriend, wouldn't that be the same as finding a dozen girlfriends? She could handle all kinds of styles. In the end, Ye Kun swept through another bout of goods in Rocco's store. What kind of boss outfit? OL professional outfit, maid outfit, casual outfit, Lolita, sailor suit, JK. There are all kinds of black silk, white silk, flesh silk, tube socks, knee socks. All of them are swept away. Crazy buying. Buy when very cool. Pay the bill when more acidic. Ye Kun was in the shopping center and spent a total of another $360 million. Ding! The host has spent $360 million. Disposable account balance, 1,520 million yuan. Ding! Consumption funds returned tenfold. Congratulations to the host for booking $3.6 billion. Disposable account balance, 5,120 million yuan. Ding! After a wave of consumption, Ye Kun realized that his disposable account funds had actually managed to break through the 5 billion mark. Money, the more you spend, the more you get. Just very cool. Invincible. Those who chase the book and also give 5-star positive reviews of the pretty boy will also be like the protagonist. The money is getting more and more to spend. Ding! The host's behavior has touched Huyuchi's heart. Favorability +5. Ding! The goddess beauty Huyuchi's favorability towards the host has increased to 65. When Ye Kun swiped his card to pay the bill, Huyuchi's favorability towards him also increased a bit. After spending $360 million, goddess Huyuchi's favorability towards him had only increased by 5 points. Huyuchi's favorability was a bit hard to brush. Perhaps it was because Huyuchi herself wasn't poor in money, and this kind of shopping behavior was just a kind of icing on the cake for her. As a result, the increase in favorability was not obvious. Ye Kun could only think so. Different goddesses did not have the same way of raising goodwill. For example, for a schoolgirl who was very short of money, it might be possible to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on her, and it would be possible to pull up her favorability. And for a rich girl, spending a few $100,000 might not even make a single splash. And in other aspects of behavior, it might be easier to raise the goodwill. While passing by the watch store, Huyuchi stopped again. Langens has a limited model watch that I've wanted to buy for a long time. Huyuchi's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and said, buy it. Ye Kun had just one word. Magnificent. No, don't let you pay this time. I'll buy it. Huyuchi was very domineering, resolutely not allowing Ye Kun to pay out any more money. Ye Kun also let her. Huyuchi herself was a super rich sister. She could afford whatever she wanted to buy. So, Ye Kun and Huyuchi walked into the Langens watch store together. Huyuchi's goal was very clear, and she directly chose a limited edition couple's watch called Heart of True Love. Only to see this watch, all the top pink diamonds to create the inner frame. The outside is gold diamonds to create the border. Luxury to the extreme. Expensive. The price is even more touching. 66 million. Moreover, this is the price of a watch. Ye Kun had thought that the Patek Philippe he was wearing, which was over $8 million, was already the king of watches. As a result, it was reduced to scum in a second. Smaller pattern. Is this the world of the godly? Ye Kun realized that Huyuchi was actually the goddess magnificent in reality. His vision and self-cultivation as a godly hero still needed to be improved. There was still room for improvement. I'll pay for this limited edition watch, Ye Kun said. If he had known that this wristwatch was so expensive, he definitely wouldn't have agreed to let Huyuchi pay for it. No, as agreed, I'll pay for it. Huyuchi smiled delicately, took out a black card and swiped the price of the two wristwatches. One wristwatch for 66 million. A pair of couple watches, more than 100 million. Today, you gave me many gifts. I'm very happy. This Heart of True Love wristwatch is from me to you. Yuchi's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun as she put the male heart of true love diamond wristwatch on his wrist. Chapter 55, All the famous watches in one go. Ye Kun also received such an expensive gift for the first time in his life. A couple's watch worth $66 million. Moreover, it was still sent by the goddess-level beauty Yuchi. He couldn't help but feel a touch in his heart, and his heartstrings were tugged. Now that he was a super godly hero, money was not bad. He was not impressed by the price of the watch, but by Yuchi's behavior. Yuchi actually gave him a couple's wristwatch, a gift that represented a friendship within. It was the hardest thing to accept a beauty's favor. The friendship of a beauty shouldn't be let down. However, currently, Yuchi's favorability towards him was only 65, which could only be considered as a bit of fondness, not a deep love for him. As a result, Ye Kun was able to maintain his rationality and just thought of this wristwatch as Yuchi's return gift to him and did not think much of it. Do you still have something you want to buy? Ye Kun asked Haruki. Today, he would fulfill whatever Haruki wanted to buy and how much she wanted to buy. No more. I bought everything I wanted to buy. Haruki shook her head, feeling satisfied. Today, it was the craziest shopping she had ever done. She had almost emptied Chanel, Givenchy, Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Van Cleef and Arpels, and other luxury stores of all the top items. She also swept the Rocco store in a variety of Overlord dresses, professional dresses, maid dresses, sailor uniforms, JK uniforms. This frantic buying and buying today could be considered very enjoyable. The mood is soothing, the big fast drenching, feeling very cool. Good, then it's my turn to buy. Ye Kun laughed. He had a 10 times spending rebate card, and the period was only 1 day. He had to spend frantically during this 1-day period to quickly accumulate wealth. This hanging must be given a full opening. A moment of hanging, a moment of pleasure. Always open hanging is straight cool. You still have to buy. Yuchi was also stunned. Ye Kun had already consumed several $100 million tonight, but he actually hadn't enjoyed himself yet. Ye Kun nodded his head, intending to be fastidious as well, be capricious for a bit. Then, he turned his head and asked the sales at the Langin's watch store, saying, "This Heart of True Love watch, do you still have it in your store?" "Sir, the Heart of True Love is limited to one worldwide, a unique couple's watch," the Longin staff replied respectfully. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Yuchi had a heart. The couple's watch they wore on their hands was unique in the world. Alright, then all the watches priced above $1 million are packed. I'll buy them, Ye Kun said blandly to the sales. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. An expensive wristwatch could be worth several luxury cars. Moreover, it was also small and convenient to collect. He planned to first sweep through all the watches that cost more than $1 million in the major famous watch stores. In this way, 10 times the consumption return. A direct wave of wealth. Just very boring, plain and simple. Mr. Yi, you are saying that you are going to pack all the watches in our Langin store that are priced over $1 million? All the sales in the Langin store were all shocked, feeling incredulous. Packing watches above $1 million prices was like buying cabbages. Trenchless. That's right. I'll give you guys a little time to pack all the watches in the store that are priced above $1 million and calculate the prices properly, Ye Kun said to the sales. He only swept watches above the $1 million level. Watches below the $1 million level were even better. Buying them back also took up space. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll prepare it for you right away. Those sales were directly wrapped in a huge surprise. Today, they had stumbled upon a true godly man. This 1 day of business could fulfill their performance for several years. Terrifying as hell. Come on, let's go shopping at Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Ye Kun pulled Haruki's jade hand and walked towards the Patek Philippe store. Haruki's skin was like cream. Her hand was like a catkin, and pulling her hand felt superb. It was wonderful, and since she was going to sweep up the watches, naturally she couldn't just sweep up the Longins family of watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, Universal, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger-LeCoultre, Lang & Son, Piaget. He will not let go of any of these top international watches. All of them will be eliminated. Kill them all. So, Ye Kun and Yuchi came to Patek Philippe's store together. Ye Kun directly called the general manager of Patek Philippe and blandly spoke, "Pack up all of Patek Philippe's watches that are over $1 million. I want them all." His tone was calm, but it was shocking. "Sir, you are saying that you want to buy all of our Patek Philippe watches above the $1 million level?" The female manager of Patek Philippe stared at Ye Kun with a stunned face. Patek Philippe was a top international watch brand, and there were many watches that cost more than $1 million, and many that cost more than $10 million. I'm afraid it would take an astronomical price to buy all the watches that cost more than $1 million. The other party can't be joking, right? This female manager saw Ye Kun's young age and was skeptical that he had such a strong purchasing power. This honored guest standing in front of you is the big boss of Kun Pine Group. You don't have to worry about him not being able to pay the price. Just do as he tells you. Hu Yuchi opened her mouth and said gently. Her tone was calm, but her aura was very powerful, with a domineering female president's paradigm. Yes, President Hu, we'll do as we're told right away. The general manager of Patek Philippe recognized that Hu Yuchi was one of the bosses of the Jinyu shopping center, and couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly, not daring to have a trace of suspicion or slackness. The big boss of Kun Pine Group had come to their Patek Philippe to sweep up the goods. This was simply a heavenly surprise. Moreover, the female CEO Hu Yuchi personally accompanied him. The two of them had an extraordinary relationship. Come on, let's go to Vacheron Constantine again. Ye Kun smiled at Hu Rookie. Ye Kun, are you planning to get all the $1 million plus watches in one go? Hu Yuchi asked as her beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun. Ye Kun had finished sweeping Langhans and Patek Philippe, but he didn't stop there, and now he was staring at Vacheron Constantine. That's right, today is the day to wipe out all the famous watches in this Jinyu shopping center of yours. Ye Kun laughed at Hu Yuchi. Helping you sweep through all the top goods in the shopping center is also considered to help Jinyu shopping center make a mark. After tonight, the entire Magic City would circulate a legend that there was a super godly man who had gone on a crazy sweep at the Jinyu shopping center. He bought all the top watches, leaving others with nothing to buy. The fame of the Jinyu shopping center will surely soar in the industry, and the more he spends, the more money he gets back. Don't be soft at this point, just go straight to the net and sweep up the goods like crazy. Alright, since you've decided to do a sweep of all the name lists in the shopping center, I'll have those in charge all focus over here, and there's no need to trouble us to run from store to store, Hu Yuchi said, opening her mouth in a domineering manner. With a single word, she could summon all those people in charge of the luxury stores that were usually high up in the air. Chapter 56, Successful Challenge. You can agree to any request. Hu Yuchi opened her mouth and commanded with a single word. The heads of luxury stores such as Vacheron Constantine, Cartier, Rolex, Breguet, Vanguard, Audemars Piguet, Jaeger LeCoultre, Lang & Son, Piaget, and so on all rushed their asses to meet Ye Kun. Now, Ye Kun was their god of wealth, and had all their top watches covered. Soon after, Ye Kun ordered the matter down, letting the heads of the major luxury stores go to collect and count the watches. Then, he made a call to his personal secretary and asked Shen Wenwen to follow up on the progress of the matter. At this time, the personal secretary came in handy. It was time to find her some work. Ye Kun didn't have the time to stay in the store and wait for them all the time. The Divine Master was very busy. Ye Kun, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go to Rubai Jinshur for some gourmet food. Hu Yuchi naturally took Ye Kun's arm and said, it was also physically exhausting after a bloodbath today. It was time to enjoy the food. You buy Jin Si? That's a nice name. There's a U character in the name of the store. It should be related to you, right? Ye Kun laughed. When he heard you buy Jin Si, he naturally associated it with Hu Yuchi. You Buy Jin Si is the top gourmet restaurant I opened within Yubai. It's on the 3rd floor of Jinyu Shopping Center. Let me take you there. Hu Yuchi laughed daintily, holding Ye Kun's arm towards the 3rd floor. Jinyu Shopping Center was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was shopping. The second floor was leisure and entertainment, and there was a high-class private club. The 3rd floor was food, shopping, entertainment, and gourmet food all in one. Soon, Ye Kun and Hu Yuchi arrived at the 3rd floor's Ruyu Platinum Silk Restaurant. Welcome, the president has descended. As soon as they entered the front door of the restaurant, there were 2 rows of beautiful women with good figures welcoming Ye Kun and Hu Rookie, bowing and greeting in unison. The sense of ceremony was full, giving people a feeling of being at home. When guests enter the store, the welcome guests will all say this. Hu Rookie laughed. We are a high-class restaurant here, providing top-notch ingredients and treating every customer like a president. Ye Kun nodded and observed the surroundings. The Ruyuabai Jinshur restaurant was decorated in a very stylish manner. It could be summarized in a few words: low-key, luxurious, and moody. It was also an excellent place for dating and chatting. Hu Yuchi picked the best seat by the window, and the two of them sat down facing each other. Does the Ruyu Platinum Silk Restaurant have any signature dishes? Ye Kun asked. Then I'd like to recommend you to eat our town dish over here. Soft silk gold and jade. A plate worth 220,000. Hu Yuchi laughed. Their restaurant only offered super high-class cuisine, and the ingredients were all carefully selected and came from all over the world. Each dish was priced at a high level. One of the town's dishes, soft silk gold and jade, was something she would definitely recommend. Oh, soft silk gold inlay jade, a dish 220,000. What ingredients are made of? Ye Kun was also slightly stunned and asked. He used to eat a meal that cost a few $1,000s per capita and thought it was top-notch. He didn't realize that people's godly hoes would pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for one dish. It would be boring. Soft silk, gold and jade words. Soft silk refers to the shredded shrimp made from the top-grade king prawns imported from Australia. Gold refers to the thin slices of golden sweet sugar known in Asia. And jade refers to the core of baby bok choy, who Yuchi introduced, speaking eloquently. Not only are the ingredients of this dish elaborate, but the production process is so troublesome that only top chefs can make it. Oh, then I'll have to try this soft silk, gold and jade in a while. Ye Kun laughed. He was now a super godly man, and the price was no longer an issue he cared about. Whether a dish was $22 or $220,000, it made no difference to him. At this time, the restaurant waiter handed Ye Kun the menu. Ye Kun casually flipped through the menu and realized that the price of every dish on it was in tens of thousands. This was the most expensive menu he had seen so far. It was just very boring, plain and simple. This meal today, I'll treat you, ha. Hu Yuchi opened her mouth. Today, Ye Kun had almost emptied the entire shopping center for her. She should treat this meal. It doesn't matter who invites. What do you like to eat? Ye Kun laughed. Now, he had reached a level where he didn't need to consider the price. I like steak, carrots, and dongpa pork, Hu Yuchi said with a sweet smile. So, Ye Kun looked at the menu and picked the Australian top-grade filet mignon, green sky and white sun, crispy dongpa pork, and the town dish, soft shredded gold and jade. The green sky and white sun was actually green vegetables and mushrooms with a lofty name. Each dish seemed mediocre, but in fact the ingredients used were very elaborate. What else would you like to order? Ye Kun handed the menu to Hu Yuchi and said, order another spicy boiled fish. Hu Yuchi didn't need to look at the menu and opened her mouth. Are you good at eating spicy food? Ye Kun asked. He wanted to understand Hu Yuchi's preferences and tastes. Well, I'm super good at eating spicy food. Hu Yuchi nodded her head. Let me tell you, this spicy boiled fish is not simple. The ingredients are imperial sturgeon from the deep sea, top-grade wild peppercorns, imperial devil chili peppers, and some nature-produced spicy base ingredients. Emperor devil chili? Ye Kun smelled an unusual flavor. This emperor devil pepper. It seemed like he had heard of it. The emperor among chili peppers. Super spicy. It was simply the great demon king of chili peppers. That's right, it's the emperor devil pepper. He. Let me tell you about the hotness level of chili peppers. Regular chili peppers 5 degrees, dried chili peppers 15 degrees, rice pepper 30 degrees, Thai red pepper 45 degrees, black chili 200 degrees, Indian chili 1000 degrees, devil's chili 3,000 degrees, imperial devil chili 5,000,000 degrees. Hu Yuchi laughed, talking about the spiciness of chili peppers. Hiss. Ye Kun couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Ordinary chili peppers were 5 degrees, and imperial devil chili peppers were 5,000,000 degrees. This was equivalent to an ordinary earthling's combat power being 5, while a super scion's combat power was as high as 5,000,000. A super scion can blow up a planet with one punch. Scary as hell. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can withstand this level of spiciness. He. This spicy boiled fish is the one that puts imperial devil chili peppers. This spiciness can only be managed by Ben Chi. Hu Yuchi said with a haughty face. Awesome. So your attainment in eating spicy food has broken through the stars. Ye Kun admired. If eating spicy food was also divided into combat power, he was a battle scum, while Hu Yuchi's combat power was as high as 5,000,000. This battle power of eating spicy food was a bit high. An expert. This was an expert. He. This bowl of spicy boiled fish with imperial devil chili. If you can succeed in the challenge, I'll grant you a request tonight. Hu Yuchi said with a delicate smile towards Ye Kun. Any request? Ye Kun couldn't help but get interested. If any request could be mentioned, he was very willing to challenge it. Yes, as long as you can challenge the Emperor Devil Pepper successfully, I'll agree to any request you have tonight. Oh, Hu Yuchi said, full of confidence, the spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper. So far, only she could manage it. Chapter 57, Food and Beauty. Good, then it's a deal. If I succeed in my challenge to the Imperial Devil Pepper, you have to agree to a request I mentioned. Ye Kun laughed. In order to conquer Hu Yuchi, a goddess-level beauty, he really had to challenge the Emperor Devil Pepper. Being able to make any request was great. He was already thinking about what he should make Goddess Hu Yuchi do at night. Okay, then come and challenge me. Don't blame me if you cry from the hot pepper. When Hu Yuchi heard that Ye Kun really wanted to challenge the Imperial Devil Pepper, she couldn't help but get excited as well. I'm fearless. If I frown a little, count me out, Ye Kun said, confident beyond measure. Let me tell you, 3,000 spiciness of devil pepper can spice up a person to the point of stomach perforation. Are you sure you want to challenge the 5 million spiciness Emperor Devil Pepper? Hu Yuqi blinked her beautiful eyes and confirmed. The spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper was truly not something that an ordinary person could withstand. It was already restrictive, no less than challenging the limits of humanity. That's right, what I want to challenge is the Emperor Devil Pepper. Ye Kun nodded his head. He just wanted to challenge the spiciest, eating the hottest chili and sleeping with the most beautiful woman. It would be very energizing. There was once someone who forcefully challenged the Emperor Devil Pepper and ended up in the emergency room. If you're not particularly capable of eating spicy food, don't try to challenge it. Hu Yuqi began to persuade instead. With so many friends around him, there was no one who could challenge the Emperor Devil Pepper successfully. Don't worry, a mere Emperor Devil Pepper is not difficult for me. Ye Kun laughed. His body had gone through many evolutions, and he really didn't believe that it wouldn't be able to withstand the spiciness of the Emperor Devil Pepper. Moreover, he still had the system as a plug-in. He, already, was invincible. I hope you can still laugh in a while. Hu Yuqi saw Ye Kun's resolute attitude, so she stopped persuading him. Those who hadn't tasted the Imperial Devil Chili Pepper couldn't appreciate that horrible spiciness. It wasn't long before the food they ordered was served on the table. Before challenging the Emperor Devil Pepper, enjoy the other cuisines first. Hu Yuqi laughed. First, let's try our side of crispy dongpa pork, which is one of my favorite dishes. Great Song cuisine dongpa pork. I like it too. Ye Kun laughed. Dongpa pork, a famous Hangzhou dish, popular in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, was rumored to have been created by northern song poet Su Dongpa. However, this dish was a great test of the chef's skills, and if you couldn't master the fire, the flavor might be average. Our store's crispy dongpa pork restores the traditional practice, without adding water or oil, with a strong wine aroma. It's a pure crispy old flavor, Hu Yuqi said, revealing an incomparably sweet smile. With a small plate in one hand, she picked up a piece of crispy dongpa pork with one hand and sent it to Ye Kun's mouth, saying sweetly, "Come, let me feed you a mouthful of crispy zo." Hiss. At this moment, Ye Kun was directly drunk. The beauty actually personally fed him the fragrant crispy soft, so touched, his heart almost melted. Ye Kun was not polite. He took the fragrant crispy dongpa pork and directly tasted it. How is it? What flavor? Is it delicious? Hu Yuqi asked Ye Kun with an expectant face. The wine aroma is rich, delicate and silky, melting at the touch of the tongue. The entrance is fragrant and glutinous, fat but not greasy, very delicious. A touch of your tenderness remains between the lips and teeth. Ye Kun reminisced for a while before he said to Huruki. Huruki fed him a mouthful of fragrant crispy softness before he could taste the touch of tenderness between his lips and teeth. Eating with a beauty was just fragrant. Huruki also revealed a heartfelt smile when she heard Ye Kun's words, feeling beautiful in her heart. Come, I'll feed you a bite too. Coming but not going, Ye Kun also picked up a piece of crispy dongpa pork and sent it to the beauty's mouth. Hu Yuqi was slightly stunned. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Ye Kun before she opened her small cherry mouth and gently took a bite on the crispy dongpa pork. Someone was feeding it. It seemed that the flavor was extraordinarily delicious. It feels like the heart is beautiful, sweet and sticky. Ding! Goddess beauty Hu Yuqi's favoritism towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess level beauty Huruki's favorability towards the host has increased to 70 points. Ye Kun also did not expect that just feeding Huruki a mouthful of crispy meat actually made her favorability increase by 5 points. One should know that spending $360 million on her before had only raised her favorability by 5 points. It seemed that Goddess Hu Yuqi's favorability wasn't difficult to brush, but rather to find the right points. She wasn't bad at spending money, and the marginal utility brought about by spending money was diminishing. On the contrary, some small details could impress her more. Next, it was a pleasant mealtime, and the two of them talked, laughed, and ate happily. Ye Kun was satisfied with every dish at Rubai Jinsi. In particular, he was very impressed with the Rubai Jinsi restaurant's famous dish, the soft silk gold and jade, top-quality king prawns imported from Australia, made into shredded prawns and then paired with thin slices of golden sweet sugar, which not only maintains the purity of the prawn flavor, but also adds a touch of tasty sweetness, with a superb, super tasty taste. $220,000 for a dish that can no longer be simply summarized by the word delicious, but rather, every aspect of it is done to perfection. Just boring, plain and simple. Hu Yuqi was also very happy to see Ye Kun constantly praising the deliciousness of Rubai Jinshi's dish, and had a smile on her face the whole time. Then, the main event came. A large plate of spicy boiled fish was served on the table. Imperial sturgeon from the deep sea, with top-grade wild peppercorns, Imperial devil chili peppers, and some spicy base ingredients produced by nature. One word, spicy. This bowl of spicy boiled fish was red and fragrant, looking super spicy. Not only did it look spicy, even the air was filled with a spicy flavor. How about it? Are you sure you still want to challenge the Emperor Devil Chili? Huyuchi stared at Ye Kun with interest. Challenge? Must challenge. Just tell me what will be considered a successful challenge for me, right? Ye Kun laughed, never backing down. In order to make an excessive request to Goddess Huyuchi, he also put up a fight. It's very simple. You just have to eat all of this plate of spicy boiled fish with Imperial Devil Chili, and it will be counted as a successful challenge for you. Huyuchi laughed. This bowl of spicy boiled fish was absolutely delicious, but ordinary people really couldn't handle the spiciness of that Emperor Devil Chili. What's so difficult about this? Spicy boiled fish. It's my favorite. Ye Kun laughed and even used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of Emperor Devil Chili. Just at this moment, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is challenging the Emperor Devil Chili Pepper. Does it cost 50,000 worship value to redeem the Spicy God skill? Explanation. Once you redeem the Spicy God skill, you are the god of spice and can withstand all levels of spiciness. Beautiful. The system opened this plugin just in time. The god of spice. Invincible. System, redeem the Spicy God skill for me immediately. Ye Kun thought silently in his mind. Chapter 58, Go to my villa tonight. Ding. The Spicy God skill has been exchanged for 50,000 worship values. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the god of spice, who can withstand all degrees of spiciness. Beautiful. In the next instant, Ye Kun's gaze towards the bowl of spicy boiled fish became blazing. Previously, he had felt spicy to the point of bitterness just by smelling the flavor of the Imperial Devil Pepper. Now, he only felt the aroma. Thus, he chucked up the piece of Imperial Devil Pepper. Wait, what are you doing? Huyuchi was shocked when she saw that Ye Kun was going to eat the Emperor Devil Pepper directly. Eat it. Ye Kun laughed. He now felt that this Emperor Devil Pepper was super fragrant. Wait a minute, let me tell you, I ate half of the Emperor Devil Pepper before, and it spiced me up to the point that I covered my throat in huge pain half the time, and I couldn't say a word half the time. Now, I don't even dare to eat this Emperor Devil Pepper directly, Huyuchi said with a palpitating heart. She ate Devil's Chili with ease, but she almost lost half of her life by eating Emperor Devil's Chili. It was as terrifying as it was. Spicy to the point of being bitter and numb, spicy to the point of breaking her soul. That kind of taste, she didn't want to experience it again. I think I can try it. Ye Kun laughed, picking up that Emperor Devil Pepper and about to send it to his mouth. Slow down. You don't want to eat it directly. Even the Spice King ate the Emperor Devil Pepper and went to the hospital afterward. Moreover, the last time someone challenged this spiciness, they were sent directly to the hospital and ended up hanging up after failing to be resuscitated. This chili pepper is not affecting the sense of taste, but is directly acting on the pain nerves. The body can't eat it. 5 million spiciness of Imperial Devil Pepper is enough to rot the stomach of a person who has been practicing martial arts for a long time. Huyuchi said with a straight face. This Emperor Devil Pepper was too terrifying to be eaten directly. It was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. It was known as a soul-breaking pepper. Ha ha, I think I can challenge it. Ye Kun laughed. Not thinking, he directly threw that Emperor Devil Pepper into his mouth. He was already a spicy god and was not afraid of all spiciness. Moreover, his body had evolved and was several times the strength of an ordinary person. Fearless. Crunch, crunch. Ye Kun directly chewed on the Imperial Devil Pepper. How's it? Can you stand it? Don't ever force it. Huyuchi stared at Ye Kun with a nervous face, always keeping an eye on his expression changes. As soon as she realized that something was wrong, she would send him to the hospital for resuscitation. However, Ye Kun did not appear to have a demeanor that he couldn't stand being spiced up. Instead, he even revealed a look of great enjoyment. That's right, just enjoy it. It was as if the 5 million spiciness of the Imperial Devil Chili was insignificant to him. It's so flavorful. Ye Kun chewed a few times and directly swallowed that Emperor Devil Pepper into his stomach. This scene stunned Huyuchi. It was the first time she had seen someone eating an Emperor Devil Pepper that could bring out the thrill of a true fragrance. Shouldn't they be spiced to the point of being unbearable? Spicy to the point of death? Why is Ye Kun enjoying it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. After half a minute, Huyuchi asked with a surprised face, Are you really okay? Ye Kun laughed. It's fine. It doesn't feel very spicy. Huyuchi's expression changed from astonishment, to consternation, and finally to admiration. She hadn't seen anyone who could directly eat Imperial Devil Pepper and be calm and unharmed. Ye Kun's tolerance for spiciness was simply too strong. Moreover, it was even more capable of eating spiciness than she was. This is a miracle. He challenged an impossibility. Ding! Gained Huyuchi's Super Blast Adoration value plus 9,999. At this moment, Huyuchi stared at Ye Kun with a look of adoration. Why are you staring at me with such eyes? Ye Kun laughed. Wasn't it just eating an Imperial Devil Pepper? This made Huyuchi worship it. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a mediocre spicy god. You're the most capable of eating spicy food I've ever seen. You're even more capable of eating spicy food than the Spicy King, Yuchi said with a face of admiration. Only those who had personally eaten the Emperor's devil pepper knew how terrifying that kind of spiciness was. That's for sure. How can the Spicy King compare to me? I am the Spicy God. Ha ha. Ye Kun laughed. A generation of Spicy God was born. Although this skill might not be very commonly used, being able to display it once in front of Goddess Yuchi already reflected the value. You're really not modest. Yuchi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but give Ye Kun a blank look. However, Ye Kun was indeed more capable of eating spicy food than the Spicy King. Come on, you're also super capable of eating spicy food. Let's destroy this bowl of spicy boiled fish together. Ye Kun laughed and asked Yuchi to share the food with him. Aha! Yuchi smiled and nodded. Previously, it was hard for her to find someone who could eat spicy boiled fish with her. Now, Ye Kun did. Thus, the two of them happily enjoyed the food together. The Emperor Sturgeon from the deep sea, paired with the Emperor Devil Chili Pepper. The flavor was really spicy and tangy. It was an ultimate experience. Just very sensational. Spicy enough, cool enough, ding. Goddess Beauty Yuchi's favoritism towards the host is +10. Ding. Congratulations to the Goddess Grade Beauty Rookie for raising her favoritism towards the host to 80 points. Hiss. Ye Kun was surprised and delighted. Just by eating a bowl of spicy boiled fish together, Goddess Rookie's favorability towards him actually increased by 10 points. It was a great pleasure. Right now, Yuchi's eyes were looking at him with a tenderness. Congratulations, the challenge was successful. So what do you want to request? Rookie stared at Ye Kun with deep affectionate eyes. Make any request? Ye Kun reconfirmed. Well, what about? As long as you raise it, I'll promise you. Yuchi revealed a delicate color and looked at Ye Kun with an expectant face. I also want to see you cross-dressing. Maid outfit, boss outfit, OL professional outfit, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see all of them. Ye Kun stared at Yuchi's stunning face and said, previously, in Rocco's store, watching her cross-dressing was a visual enjoyment, a show of color. Unfortunately, it always felt like it wasn't enjoyable. There is still almost something. Just this? Yuchi raised her eyebrows, as if she didn't expect Ye Kun to make this request. Well, can this fulfill it? Ye Kun nodded and asked again. No problem. Go to my villa at night. I'll let you see enough at once. Yuchi revealed a charming smile and said, go to your villa? Ye Kun was slightly stunned. Goddess Yuchi had invited herself to her home. Of course, if I don't go to my home villa, how can I dress up to show you? Yuchi's beautiful eyes blankly glanced at Ye Kun, but she was flavorful and beautiful. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. Going to stay and go. He was fearless. Let's go. We'll take you to that super villa in my house now. Yuchi got up and directly pulled Ye Kun's hand and headed out. It was just very anxious. Chapter 59 Villa King. When Ye Kun and Yuchi returned to the first floor of Jinyu Shopping Center, the female secretary and a dozen black-clad bodyguards were already waiting. The female secretary was Chen Wunwun, wearing an OL professional suit, high heels with black stockings, dry with a few sexy. Her figure was graceful and delicate, especially the pair of towering peaks, which were exceptionally proud. The dozen or so black-clothed bodyguards were led by Captain Zhao Wu, each with a serious expression, straight posture, and well-trained. None of these bodyguards gifted by the system were simple, either from special forces or retired elites from mercenaries. Among them, there was no lack of true military kings. Good day, boss. The female secretary and a dozen black-clothed bodyguards bowed in greeting towards Ye Kun in unison. A stunning array. Ye Kun slightly nodded his head and swept his gaze towards the dozen bodyguards, and then looked at one of the bodyguards. He only saw that this bodyguard was tall and lanky, and had the feeling of standing out from the crowd of bodyguards. The aura on his body was strong. His expression was wooden, and there was a knife mark at his neck, vaguely giving off a dangerous feeling. It was as if he was a fatalist who came out from the battlefield. Ding! A super bodyguard has been detected. Name, Lu Tianchen. Height, 2.02 meters. Face value, 59. Loyalty, 99. Proficient in all kinds of fighting arts, firearms, cold weapons, heavy weapons, can drive tanks, cruise ships, airplanes, submarines. Character traits, silent, loyal and reliable. Evaluation, King of Mercenaries. Ye Kun nodded slightly towards Lu Tianchen, paying special attention to notice him. This bodyguard team of his really had hidden tigers and dragons within it, and there was actually a King of Mercenaries. Although his face value was a bit ordinary, his loyalty was high, and there were many skills. Tanks and airplanes could be driven at will. Even submarines could be driven. Also proficient in all kinds of cold and hot weapons. Worthy of being the King of Mercenaries. Lu Tianchen saw Ye Kun nodding towards him, still with a wooden face, not much expression reaction, a very cold look. Ye Kun also did not take it personally. Just take it as this kind of mercenary king has to maintain a cold image at all times. Boss, through preliminary statistics, of all the watches you purchased today, there are 3 watches with a price of over $100 million, respectively Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin and Breguet, and those with a price of over $10 million are. Chen Wenwen was holding a tablet computer and was giving Ye Kun a statistical report. At this time, it also reflected her strong working ability. As Ye Kun's personal female secretary, she was not just a vase, but an all-round talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get an annual salary of $10 million. No, now her annual salary had risen to $20 million. There's no need to report to me in detail, you can just directly report the total price. Ye Kun said indifferently. He had swept down too many name lists today, and he really didn't have the time to go through them all. Yes, boss, tonight you spent a total of $3,080 million. Chen Wenwen reported out a figure, and her little heart couldn't help but flutter wildly. Today, the boss had almost swept through all of Magic City's top-quality name watches. It would take at least 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms to fit these watches. This group of bodyguards were specially here to escort these watches. The boss was simply trenchant. It's so cheap, it's less than $5 billion. Ye Kun was very calm and unperturbed. He had planned to smash out all of the $5 billion or so in his disposable account, so that he would be able to account for more than $50 billion with a tenfold return. A direct wave of wealth. But it doesn't matter. He will continue to buy villas and buildings and so on later. The statute of limitations for that 10 times consumption return card is 24 hours. In fact, he wasn't interested in making money anymore. He would rather feel more about life and enjoy it. Soon, Ye Kun used his black gold card to swipe away $3,080 million at the GNU shopping center. Ding! The host has spent $3,800 million. Disposable account balance, 2,040,000,000 yuan. Ding! Consumption funds returned 10 times. Congratulations to the host for crediting 30,800,000,000 yuan. Ding! Balance of disposable account, 32,840,000,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending $3,080,000,000 and gaining 30 divine greatness points. Remaining divine greatness points, 37. With this wave of frantic spending, the discretionary assets directly skyrocketed to over 30 billion. It's just very cool. Moreover, after spending billions tonight, he had finally accumulated 37 divine greatness points. This included the divine magnificence points accumulated from previous spending. It wasn't easy. Spending money was too damn tiring. Ding! Worship value Superblast plus 6,666. Ding! Worship value Superblast plus 7,777. Ding! Worship value Superblast plus 8,888. Ding! Worship value Superhit plus 9,999. At the same time, the cult value Superstrike is in a crazy streak. After tonight, the Magic City will have one more legend of a super godly man. Ye Kun swiped his card and left in style. The rest of the things the female secretary Chen Wenwen will do properly. There is no need for him to worry. Next, it was time to go to the super villa of the goddess beauty Huyuchi. This was the most anticipated moment of the night. Huyuchi took Ye Kun's arm and walked towards the parking lot together. The two of them were so talented that they attracted the gazes of countless passers-by along the way. Let's go to my villa together. You don't need to drive. Sit in my passenger seat. Huyuchi smiled sweetly and said. Her ride was a red Ferrari Laffa. The cool butterfly door slowly opened. Okay. Ye Kun nodded and readily agreed. He didn't know where Huyuchi's home was, and driving was too troublesome, so it was better to sit in the passenger seat comfortably. After the two of them sat in the Ferrari Lafayette, Huyuchi drove in the direction of the villa. Rookie, what's the name of your villa? Which location is it? Ye Kun was a little curious. What kind of villa area would a goddess like Huyuchi live in? The villa I live in is called Maple Falling Leaves Villa King, which is located under Qilin Mountain, in the Magic City Super Villa King area at Guyu Lake, Huyuchi said with a slight smile. Villa King? Ye Kun was also slightly stunned. To be called a Villa King, it was definitely not an ordinary villa. There are only 7 villas in total in the Falling Leaves Maple Villa area, and all the people living inside are super rich or invisible rich. Let's put it this way, the newly crowned richest man in the Dragon Kingdom also has a set of villas in the Falling Leaf Maple, but his set isn't even qualified to be called the Villa King. My set of villas covers an area of about 50 acres, with a floor area of 9,634 square meters. It's the largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Kingdom before it's called the Villa King. Huyuchi smiled sweetly and said lightly. Her tone was very calm, but the words she said were not simple at all. Even. Shocking. Hiss. The largest and most luxurious villa in the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Kun finally understood why Haruki was placed in seat number 2 in that nation's top auction. Yuchi must be very extraordinary regardless of her value or status. However, Ye Kun didn't care about Yuchi's value and status. Tonight, he came to see the female president in drag. Chapter 60, Female CEO Cross-Dressing Show. Yuchi drove the Ferrari Rafa and drove into the Maple Leaf Villa area. It was only after passing through an ultra-luxurious private garden that she arrived at the incomparably luxurious Villa King. Yuchi pulled Ye Kun's hand and entered the villa. Ye Kun scanned the living room, only to see that the height of the living room was more than 10 meters, and the spatial scale was very atmospheric. A huge luxurious crystal chandelier hung down from a high place. Beautiful. The floor was covered with top-grade sandalwood, and the walls were inlaid with super top-grade dolly jade, luxurious and incomparable. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. Go to my bedroom. I'll dress up and show you. Haruki revealed a playful smile, pulled Ye Kun's hand and entered the villa's elevator. Then, the two of them walked into Yuchi's oversized bedroom. The room was decorated in a princess style, pink and fragrant. Do you want to drink some red wine first? Yuchi revealed a flirtatious smile and said, yes. Ye Kun nodded his head. Entering Yuchi's boudoir, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Let's drink a glass of wine first to suppress the shock. Yuchi brought Ye Kun a bottle of Charles X wine. Say, what outfit do you want to see me wear? Yuchi asked as her beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun. It was finally an exciting moment. Maid outfit, boss outfit, Lolita, sailor suit, JK uniform. I want to see them all. Ye Kun laughed. He was already mesmerized by Yuchi, and just wanted to see her different dress-up looks. You're so greedy. Yuchi's beautiful eyes glanced at Ye Kun, but she was 1,000 times more charming and flavorful. Who let you be a variety goddess? Every outfit is my favorite look. I never get tired of looking at you. Ye Kun took the initiative to grab Yuchi's waist and said with a bad smile. Her willow waist was too big to hold, and was incredibly soft. Then what style do you want to see me wear first? When Haruki heard Ye Kun compliment her, her pretty face was slightly red, and her heart felt sweet. Which woman didn't like to be complimented? I want to see you wear. First, Ye Kun whispered in Haruki's ear. Haruki was usually in the boss style and imperial sister style. He preferred to have Haruki wear a maid outfit so that there was a sense of contrast. I usually rarely wear a maid outfit, but I'll make an exception for you today. Haruki's beautiful eyes blankly glanced at Ye Kun, but she did not object. Then I'm going to the check room to change. Wait for me. Haruki smiled back with 1,000 charming smiles. Only then did she walk towards the check room with a pair of good-looking long legs. Ye Kun was also very much looking forward to seeing Yuchi's appearance after she changed. Then, he poured himself a glass of Charles X wine. Just this one bottle of Charles X cost 7 figures, and it wasn't something that could be bought with money. Like Romane Conti, the production of Charles X was very limited, and only supplied to a very few honorable customers. Moreover, the Charles X is more expensive and rarer than the Romane Conti. Romane Conti is a wine that a millionaire can afford to drink, but only a billionaire can afford to drink. Charles X, on the other hand, is a wine that no ordinary billionaire can afford to drink. Charles X wine is definitely the king of the pretentious world. Ye Kun deeply sip a mouthful of Charles X wine. This mouthful of drink off more than 10,000. This drink is not wine. It's lonely and boring. No, with a beautiful woman with him, he is not destined to be lonely tonight. Then the drink is left to be boring, plain and simple. Right at this moment, the lights in the room suddenly became dim. Yuchi slowly walked out wearing a beautiful maid outfit. What she wore wasn't the kind of black and white maid outfit that could often be seen in TV and movies. That kind was just too plain. Yuchi was wearing a pink and white maid outfit. Pink dress, white skirt, white lace trim at the chest. It looked like a maid outfit, but with a bit of a cute Lolita style. This pink and white maid outfit was very flattering to her skin color, making it even more obvious that Yuchi's skin was like condensed fat, and her skin was fair and glossy. Her skin was white and red, so pink that it seemed as if she could pinch out water. Moreover, she was wearing white stockings on her lower body, which was fresh and cute, yet very charming. Hiss, how's it? Is it good? Yuchi asked with an expectant look on her face as she lifted the hem of her skirt and blinked her beautiful eyes. Beautiful. Ye Kun laughed, staring at Haruki with unblinking eyes. Beauty was easier to intoxicate than wine. Yuchi was already extremely beautiful, a goddess-level beauty with a face value of 97, and her beauty was unbelievable. After changing into a maid outfit, she was even more charming. The domineering female CEO, turned into a well-behaved little maid, had a different kind of charm. Is it really that good-looking? Yuchi's pretty face blushed slightly, revealing a shy look. She had never worn a maid outfit alone to a man before. Moreover, it was different from her usual dressing style, a big contrast, and she felt a bit shy. After being used to being a domineering female president, Being a well-behaved little maid for a time seemed not bad at all. A different experience. Very good looking. Extremely charming. Ye Kun nodded his head. Huyuchi was beautiful with long legs, and wearing a pink and white maid outfit. She looked extremely beautiful and attractive. Do you like it then? Huyuchi also purposely spun around in front of Ye Kun's eyes, making the white skirt fly up. It was a bit mischievous. Of course, Ye Kun was heartbroken when he stared at Huyuchi with his eyes. Then, what are you waiting for? Huyuchi gave Ye Kun a flirtatious smile with a lot of flavor. Heartbeat is better than action. Ye Kun rushed over, wrapped his arms around Haruki's slender willow waist, and walloped her forcefully in the corner. Chapter 61. This is the rhythm of invincibility. Huyuchi snuggled into Ye Kun's arms. Ye Kun compassionately kissed Huyuchi's forehead. After many times of strengthening, his physique was already several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Huyuchi was just an ordinary woman. How could she be his opponent? However, Huyuchi still loved him with all her might, which made him feel very compassionate. Ye Kun doted on Huyuchi. This silly girl really had a spirit of risking her life for love, which made his heart ache. Huyuchi snuggled in Ye Kun's arms. At this moment, her heart was filled with love and she felt happy. Ding! Goddess beauty Haruki's favoritism towards the host is +5. Ding! Goddess level beauty Huyuchi's favoritism towards the host +5. Ding! Goddess level beauty Haruki's favorability towards the host +5. Ding! In a flash, Huyuchi's favorability towards Ye Kun increased rapidly. She had fallen deeply in love with this man. Ding! Goddess beauty Haruki's favorability towards the host has increased to 95. Ding! Congratulations on rewarding the host with +30 physique. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique has increased to 98. In a flash, Ye Kun felt that his body was injected with a magical energy. His physical strength was instantly restored, and he was full of vitality again. Ye Kun could not help but be surprised and happy. Hiss! Huyuchi's favorability towards him actually directly skyrocketed by 15 points. It was important to know that it was difficult to rapidly increase the favorability after it reached 90. Huyuchi's favorability towards him was as high as 95 points, which already belonged to deep love. Deep love. Not just love a little bit, but love deeply. Love deeply. Ye Kun wrapped his arms around Haruki, who had fallen into a deep sleep, while checking his personal information. Name, Ye Kun. Strength, 41. Agility, 43. Physique, 98. Spirit, 55. Charisma, 9. Charisma aura. Note, the peak of each attribute of an ordinary person is 10. Disposable divine magnificence gold, 32,840,000,000 yuan. Skills, divine car skills, 1000 cups. Golden gun, god in spice. Aura, charm aura. Celebrity aura. Identity aura. Reputation, the revered reputation of Magic City University of Finance and Economics, and the respected reputation of Dragon Country. Props, an inspiration capsule, a beauty card. Divine magnificence points, 37. Ye Kun looked at his bright personal information and revealed a pleased smile. All aspects of his abilities were rapidly increasing. Extraordinary physical qualities, an endless amount of money to spend. Also had all sorts of magical auras and abilities. This was the rhythm of him becoming invincible. Early the next morning, Huyuchi woke up in a daze. This night, she slept comfortably. Ye Kun slept with her in his arms the entire night. Sleeping in Ye Kun's arms made her feel warm, at ease, and sweet. She was wrapped in a great sense of happiness and her heart was relaxed. There had never been a moment when she could be as happy as she was now. From now on, she was no longer alone. Even the way you sleep is so handsome. Huyuchi raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Ye Kun, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but hang a sweet smile. Chapter 62 Evolution Capsule. Waking up in the morning, Ye Kun and Huyuchi were naturally entwined together again. The two of them were as if they were a newlywed couple. System, can I enhance Haruki's physical attributes? Ye Kun turned to the system for help. Yes. Method 1, use 3x divine magnificence points to boost the other party's basic attributes by 1 point. Method 2, purchase an evolution capsule. Take 1 evolution capsule. Full body attributes +10. Price of evolution capsule, 1 million worship value. Ye Kun had only accumulated 37 divine greatness points now, and all of them could only be used to raise Huyuchi's attributes by a dozen or so points. He had already accumulated more than 1 million worship values, which was just enough to buy an evolution capsule. Huyuchi was his woman. Ye Kun decided to let her take an evolution capsule. System, redeem an evolution capsule for me. Ding! 1 million worship value has been spent to redeem an evolution capsule. The evolution capsule has been deposited in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. With the evolution capsule, how to get Huyuchi to eat it was a problem. Ye Kun decided to use the simplest and most direct method, explaining the evolution capsule to Huyuchi, depending on whether she dared to eat it or not. Chi-Chi, I have an evolution capsule here. It can improve the overall physical quality. Do you want to eat it? Ye Kun wrapped his arm around Haruki's fragrant shoulder and took out the evolution capsule. Haruki was not an ordinary woman. Her vision and thinking were ahead of the curve, standing at the forefront of the entire era. Thus, Ye Kun dared to directly explain the matter of the evolution capsule to her. Evolution capsule? The biotechnology company under Koen Pang Group has already developed an evolution capsule? No wonder Brother Koen is so powerful. Hu Yuchi received the evolution capsule, revealing a few looks of surprise. She only saw that the evolution capsule was about the same size as an ordinary cold capsule, with some small red particles inside. She knew that those top global tycoons and technobiological companies were all researching drugs that could make the human body evolve and become stronger. The Koen Pang Group was a giant company and owned the Koen Pang Technology and Biology Company. So even if they were researching evolution capsules, it was not surprising. Ye Kun possessing a transcendent physique was most likely due to taking the evolution capsule. She had personally experienced how powerful and extraordinary Ye Kun was, simply a little superhero that made her love and fear him. This evolution capsule can make your physical quality fully evolve more than double. Right, currently there is only this one in the world. Do you dare to eat it? Ye Kun stared at Hu Yuchi's beautiful eyes and said. Haruki actually brainstormed on her own that the evolution capsule was a product of Koenping Technology Biological Company, so there was no need for him to explain more. I dare to eat it. There's only one evolution capsule, yet you took it out for me to take. Brother Koen, you're so good to Chi-Chi. Hu Yuchi was very touched. She trusted Ye Kun very much and took this evolution capsule directly without hesitation. Ding! Goddess Beauty Haruki's favoritism towards the host +1. Ding! Goddess level beauty Haruki's favorability towards the host has increased to 96. Ding! Reward the host with +20 strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his strength to 61. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Physique, 98. Spirit, 55. In an instant, it was as if a magical energy was injected into Ye Kun's body. His strength directly skyrocketed, and his physical quality was once again improved. Ding! Friendly reminder, the goddess-level beauty Hu Yuchi's favorability towards the host has reached 96. For steadfastness, once Hu Yuchi's favoritism towards the host reaches 100, she will be awarded the Till Death Do Us Part achievement title. Till Death Do Us Part achievement title, if the host and the object of the achievement appear at the same time, both of their physical attributes will be increased by 50%, and if they are separated, the title effect will temporarily disappear. Hiss. With a favorability of 100, it was actually possible to achieve the Till Death Do Us Part achievement title. Moreover, the effect of this achievement title was also very powerful, as both parties could increase their full attributes by 50%. This was definitely something good. Brother Koen. At this time, Hu Yuchi called out in a delicate voice. Ye Kun looked at Hu Yuchi, only to see that she had a flushed face and blown skin, as if she was a beautiful flower in bloom with a lot of charm. Chi-Chi, how was the effect of taking the evolution capsule? Ye Kun asked Hu Yuchi. The effect of the evolution capsule seemed to have shown up, and Hu Yuchi was even more beautiful and attractive than before. This was also the effect of the full evolution of physical attributes. Brother Koen, I feel super great now. My body is filled with incredible energy, as if I have endless energy. Even my mind has become active. Hu Yuchi revealed a look of surprise and said, after taking that evolution capsule given by Ye Kun, she had a transformed feeling that was simply wonderful. It was too magical. Ha ha, that's good. The effect of the evolution capsule is immediate. Ye Kun caressed Hu Yuchi's stunningly beautiful face and laughed. Kiss me. Hu Yuchi's two white jade-like arms had wrapped around his neck. Ye Kun tightly wrapped his arms around Hu Yuchi's delicate body and kissed her passionately. After Hu Yuchi took the evolution capsule, her combat power was obviously improved. Chapter 63, A Smile That Turns Cities into Cities. System, use that beauty card on Hu Yuchi. Ye Kun read silently in his mind. Haruki was his woman. Of course he had to give her something as good as a beauty card to use. Moreover, Haruki's face value was originally as high as 97. He was very much looking forward to seeing Hu Yuchi's changes after using the beauty card, and whether her face value would continue to increase. So far, he hadn't seen a beauty whose face value could exceed 97 points. Was there a higher rank above the goddess rank? A more beautiful woman? Ding! The beauty card has been used on the goddess level beauty Hu Yuchi. Ding! All the minor blemishes on Haruki's face have been repaired, and she can achieve the beauty effect with a plain face. Ding! Rookie whose face value +1. Ding! Haruki's face value has increased to 98, making her a city beauty. Note, the rewards triggered by a city beauty will be higher than a goddess beauty. Ding! Hiss! Rookie who has been promoted to a city fall grade beauty. Beautiful. Ye Kun couldn't help but hold Haruki's pretty face and scrutinized it carefully. Brother Koen, why are you staring at me like this? Hu Yuchi's pretty face was slightly red. blinking her beautiful eyes and asked, "Chi-Chi is so beautiful, you've become beautiful." Ye Kun lightly caressed Haruki's stunningly beautiful face and laughed. Right now, Haruki's face could be described as beautiful and flawless. It was a truly flawless face, without a single blemish. It looked even more radiant, beautiful, and overwhelmingly beautiful. Moreover, the skin is soft and smooth, just like a baby's skin. It was so tender that it seemed as if water could be pinched out. People are already beautiful. Huyuchi thought that Ye Kun was just praising her beauty, and couldn't help but say arrogantly, she was already beautiful, or she was beautiful from childhood. Not, I mean you have become even more beautiful, just like using a beauty camera, without a single flaw. Ye Kun said. Now, Huyuchi was really smiling, simply too beautiful, worthy of being a city-level beauty. One glance poured people into the city. How can it be? People are now veiled. Huyuchi didn't believe it. Although her face was also very beautiful, it was impossible to achieve that kind of effect. If you don't believe me, you can look in the mirror. Ye Kun laughed. Haruki would definitely be surprised when she saw her beautiful and flawless face. So, Huyuchi took a small mirror by the bedside. Then, she saw her radiant, beautiful and flawless self in the mirror. The shape of her face, the contour and the charisma had not changed much. However, there was not a single blemish on the features, and it appeared radiant. The more she looked, the more she rejoiced, and a smile was very attractive. This face value had definitely improved. Even that little scar on my forehead has disappeared. It's amazing. Huyuchi marveled, surprised and delighted. When she was young, she had fallen due to naughtiness, leaving a not-so-small scar on her forehead. Although it had been repaired later, it still left a little bit of a scar. As a result, she would usually use her bangs to deliberately cover that spot. Now, even that tiny bit of scar had disappeared. It is truly beautiful and flawless. Ding! Rewarding the host with plus 30 spirit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising his spirit to 85. Strength, 61. Agility, 43. Physique, 98. Spirit, 85. In an instant, Ye Kun felt that his body was infused with a magical energy and became refreshed and energized. His spiritual power became stronger, and his perception ability was also greatly improved. Just at this moment, it was an abrupt voice that sounded in the room. Eldest Miss, it's time for you to get up and enjoy breakfast. Today, you have already woken up 2 hours late. The voice came from an intelligent device in the room. It's my housekeeper Chinjingi. She's in charge of my private living. Huyuchi pouted, being disturbed from her beauty. She was a little emotional. Your housekeeper? Ye Kun was puzzled. When he came back with Haruki last night, he didn't see the housekeeper. However, with such a large villa, it was impossible to not have a housekeeper. One should know that just this room where Huyuchi lived was more than 500 square meters. From this, it could be seen just how big this Villa King was. Chapter 64 Villa, Butler, Maid. The maple falling leaves Villa King covered an extremely large area, and there was also an oversized luxurious private garden. Thus, the housekeeper, maid and gardener definitely could not be missing. Moreover, such a large Villa King must be equipped with a security team. Last night, when Ye Kun entered the villa area in Huyuchi's Ferrari Lafa, he saw the figures of numerous maids and bodyguards. There was even a soldier king level presence in the villa area. Right, there are a total of 4 housekeepers, 42 maids, 15 gardeners, 104 bodyguards, and retired special forces to protect. In this super villa of mine, Huyuchi said. Her tone was calm, and the words she said could stun ordinary people's jaws. Even though Ye Kun had long known that Huyuchi was a goddess of luxury, he still didn't expect her to turn out to be so trenchant. Once, when he was an ordinary person, he fantasized that when he was rich, he would buy a big villa, hire 2 housekeepers and a dozen maids. That way, it would be considered living a simple and boring life as a godly tycoon. Unexpectedly, Huyuchi, this is even more plain and boring than he imagined. TSK. In the villa, there are 4 housekeepers, 42 maids, and more than 100 bodyguards. Sure enough, poverty still limits my imagination. The 4 housekeepers should have a different division of functions, right? Ye Kun asked. Now, he was also a super godly man, and the villa was definitely to be bought. It was important to have a good understanding of the piece of butlers and maids. Well, each housekeeper has different duties. There are those who are in charge of living, those who are in charge of food and materials, those who are in charge of security and hygiene, and those who are in charge of personal finance management. Housekeeper Chinjingi is responsible for managing my personal living. If I take a nap, she will even call me. Huyuchi huffed. Oh, what is the rank of the housekeeper and maid in your villa? Ye Kun asked. Regardless of whether it was a butler or a maid, they all had to be graded. Generally speaking, the higher the rank, the higher the paycheck, the image and ability, accordingly, the stronger. the butler in my villa is the highest level 8, and the maids are all the highest level 5. Yuchi said. Both butlers and maids had strict grading and promotion conditions. However, as an employer, she could also directly promote the butlers and maids. Just at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Ye Kun's head. Ding! Triggering random task, buying a luxury villa. Requirement, the market price of the villa cannot be lower than 1 billion. Presenting a LV9 goddess level housekeeper, for LV6 schoolgirl level maids, and 16 loyal bodyguards. Note, the more villas you buy, the more expensive they are, and the more you give away, the better. Hiss. Buying a villa also gives you a butler, maid and bodyguard, and they're all top-notch. It's just great. What's even better is that if you buy a villa with a market value of over $1 billion, you'll get a butler, maid and bodyguard. It's not a one-time service. That's very flattering. He definitely bought more than one villa. Magic Capital, Demon Capital, Xian 2, Dragon Capital Super Villa collectively hole up. This wave of purchasing villas could be awesome again. Let's get up and go eat breakfast, Yuchi said in a delicate voice. Although she wanted to be entwined with Ye Kun all the time, it was time to go out and eat some food. If she hadn't eaten an evolution capsule, her body wouldn't have been able to support it long ago. Good. Ye Kun laughed and sat up. Then, it revealed the strong 8-pack abs and perfect shark line. Through many body enhancements, his figure had almost reached perfection. Perfect body shape, perfect muscle lines, and super explosive power. This body of yours, it's just perfect. Yuchi laughed. Seeing Ye Kun's perfect muscle lines, 8-pack abs and shark lines again, her little heart was pounding even more. She turned away from looking with difficulty before she could slowly calm down. Yuchi took a deep breath before getting up from the comforter. After using the beauty card, not only had her appearance been enhanced, her petite body had also become flawless. Chapter 65, Schoolgirl Level Housekeeper. Fully proficient in all languages. After some washing, Yuchi held Ye Kun's hand and walked out of the master bedroom on the 3rd floor together. The two were still very intimate. When they walked to the elevator entrance, Ye Kun saw a woman in a housekeeper's uniform standing there with a straight posture. She glanced towards Ye Kun and quickly withdrew her gaze. Good morning, Missy. The housekeeper woman bowed in greeting towards Yuchi. Aha! Yuchi nodded slightly. Then, she said to Ye Kun, she is my living housekeeper Chenjingi, a level 8 housekeeper, graduated from the Royal Butler Academy, and is responsible for managing my private living. Ye Kun took one more look at Chenjingi, only to see her beautiful appearance, slender figure and dignified demeanor. She was properly a school flower in school. She was actually just a housekeeper in Yuchi's villa. Then, Rookie said to Chenjingi again, his name is Ye Kun. He is my man. In the future, you guys must treat him like you treat me. Understand? Understood. Missy. Chenjingi nodded her head. Then, she similarly bowed towards Ye Kun and respectfully said, good morning, Mr. Yi. Ding. Detected a schoolgirl level beauty. Name, Chenjingi. Face value, 91, school flower grade. Age, 23. Height, 166. Bust, 34B. Initial favorability, 0. Occupation, personal housekeeper occupation, personal housekeeper occupation, personal housekeeper. Butler level, 8. Graduated from Royal Butler Academy. Chenjingi's face value had indeed reached the schoolgirl level and was detected by the system. Ding. The school flower level beauty Chenjingi is affected by the host's charismatic aura of being loved by everyone and blossoming flowers. Favoritism plus 30. Ding. School flower level beauty Chenjingi is affected by the host's domineering president identity aura. Favorability plus 10. Ding. School flower class beauty Chenjingi's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Well, good morning. Ye Kun also nodded his head towards housekeeper Chenjingi and said hello. Housekeeper Chenjingi was also not able to resist his charm aura, but was highly resistant to the domineering president identity aura. Ye Kun found that different beauties were affected differently by the charm aura and identity aura. If you are a face controller, if you are affected by the charisma aura, your favoritism will directly soar by 30 points. If one valued identity, they were affected by the domineering identity aura, and they were also directly pulled full 30 points. On the contrary, if there was a certain resistance to face value and identity, the increase in favorability would not be too great. Next, Ye Kun followed Yuchi to the restaurant on the 1st floor of the villa. Here, there was again a beautiful woman in a housekeeper's uniform, as well as a group of maids waiting. However, this housekeeper was a blonde beauty. Yuchi opened her mouth to speak with this housekeeper, using standard fluent British English, with a courtly accent. When Ye Kun listened to their conversation, it was like watching an old British movie, or the feeling of a famous book adapted into a movie. At this time, Yuchi looked very elegant and noble. She was a different person from her charming and attractive appearance in the bedroom. This is also my housekeeper. named Alice, who has served the Queen of England for 2 terms. She mainly manages the materials for the villa's daily meals, as well as the villa's daily supplies. Hu Yuqi introduced to Ye Kun. Well, you speak very standard English in this British court English. Ye Kun nodded his head and smiled at Hu Yuqi. It was also the first time he heard a mouthful of courtly English in reality. This is nothing, right? I can speak 32 languages, Hu Yuqi said with a haughty face. 32 languages? Ye Kun was shocked. He had only heard of bulls who could speak 5 languages, 10 languages, and had never heard that someone could master 32 languages. However, since Hu Yuqi said that she could speak 32 languages, it couldn't be a lie. Maybe she grew up with a 32 country-made nanny by her side to chat and play with, so mastering dozens of languages wouldn't be strange. Ding! Check that the city-level beauty Hu Yuqi has mastered 32 languages. Does the host spend 100,000 worship value to exchange for full language proficiency? At this time, the system's beep also sounded. Hiss! Full language proficiency. That's great. Redeem full language proficiency. Ye Kun did not hesitate and directly chose to redeem the language skill. Language was a tool for communication. Sooner or later, he would have to go abroad to make waves. After mastering full language proficiency, all over the globe, all over the place, he could just wave. No longer need to worry about not being able to mellow out and pretend because of the language barrier. Ding! I've spent 100,000 worship value to exchange for full language proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the whole language skill. Beautiful. In just a moment, Ye Kun had mastered all the languages of all the countries in the world, and had also reached the level of proficiency. Having a plug-in is awesome. When he was in school, he had to memorize English words all day long, and he was bored to death. Now, in just an instant, he had mastered them all. It was really great. At this time, the housekeeper Alice also bowed in greeting towards Ye Kun, with a mouthful of British English. Ding! Detected a schoolgirl-level beauty. Name, Alice. Face value, 92, school beauty level. Age, 24. Height, 172. Bust, 36F. Initial favorability, 0. Occupation, personal housekeeper occupation, personal housekeeper occupation, personal housekeeper. Butler level, 8. Graduated from Royal Butlers College. UK. Work history, has served 2 British queens. 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 This housekeeper Alice, sure enough, is also a school-grade beauty. Dull. Ding. Alice, the school beauty, is affected by the host's charismatic aura of being loved by everyone and blossoming flowers, with a favorability of +20. Ding. Ding. School flower level beauty Alice is affected by the host's domineering president identity aura. Good sense +20. Ding. The school flower level beauty Alice's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. Ye Kun opened his mouth and directly communicated with Alice in standard British court English. Alice was shocked, not expecting Ye Kun to speak English court colloquialisms so slick and standardized. Ding. Schoolgirl beauty housekeeper Alice's favoritism towards the host +10. Ding. Congratulations to the schoolgirl level housekeeper's favorability towards the host has increased to 50. Ye Kun smiled, blandly self-conscious. Speaking British court English was nothing. He also speaks French, German, Italian, Arabic, Latin, Ukrainian, Siberian, as well as all the minority languages and thousands of dialects of the Dragon Kingdom. Being proficient in all languages was invincible. Then, Ye Kun and Hu Yuqi sat down together in front of a huge rectangular table that was incomparably luxurious. One by one, the tall and beautiful young maids with long legs brought the prepared exquisite food to the table. An ordinary breakfast was eaten with the feeling of a palace meal. It was just boring, plain and unadorned. Chapter 66 Asset Surge. Chi-Chi, I'm planning to buy some high-class villas. Do you have any channels? After finishing breakfast, Ye Kun asked Hu Yuqi. As a super divine hero, how could he not have his own super villa? He had to complete the task of buying villas issued by the system as soon as possible. Then the butler, maid and bodyguard, collectively whole. To purchase a villa, you can look for Yubai. She is in the villa business, Hu Yuqi said, and Yubai's villa business was doing great. Resort areas, villa areas all engaged. This super villa king of hers was privately customized by looking for Yubai's company. Then you help me contact Yubai. I want to buy a villa today, Ye Kun said. The statute of limitations for his 10 times spending rebate card was only 24 hours, so he had to spend the money in a hurry. Within today, buying the villa would still make money. Moreover, the more you spend, the more you earn. Is it so urgent? And Yubai also lives in the Maple Leaf Villa area and is still my neighbor. She will come over in a while, and will also discuss with us about investing in the GNU shopping center. You can consult her in detail about the villa. Hu Yuqi laughed. The Maple Falling Leaves Villa was developed and built by the An Group. She lived in Maple Leaf Villa 001 and An lived in Maple Leaf Villa 002. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. An's group's industry was also very large, involving medicine, villa properties, resorts, and so on. It was not strange that An also lived in this villa area. It didn't take long for An to arrive inside Huyuchi's villa. When she first saw Huyuchi, her entire body was stunned. Rookie, what kind of makeup did you use today? How did you become so beautiful? An said in amazement. At this moment, the rookie standing in front of her was radiant and beautiful. Previously, she and Huyuchi were both goddess-level beauties, each having their own distinctive beauty. However, this time when she saw Huyuchi, the other party was obviously even more beautiful and touching than her. I didn't use makeup. I'm purely vegan today. Huyuchi was slightly smug and said with a haughty face. Seeing An shocked look, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice in her heart. She was now radiant, beautiful and flawless, and there was already no need to use any cosmetics at all. How is it possible? Without using cosmetics, can you be this beautiful? An had an incredulous face. In the modern world, women could barely get away from all kinds of cosmetics anymore. What hydration? What essence? What concealer cream? All kinds of cosmetics had to be applied to the face in turn to keep the surface shiny. She couldn't believe that she could stay beautiful without using cosmetics. And reached out and pinched Huyuchi's cheeks, so pink that she could almost pinch out water. Impossible. How did your skin become so watery? And was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. It was true that Huyuchi did not use any cosmetics, and her skin was lustrous and hydrated, naturally flawless. How did Huyuchi become so radiant overnight as if she had been transformed? Putting her all directly compared. I don't need to use makeup anymore because I'm now nourished by love. Huyuchi held Ye Kun's arm with a sweet and happy face. You, two of you are already sleeping together? And was even more shocked. She saw that Huyuchi and Ye Kun were incredibly close, and it was obvious that their relationship was extraordinary. At the same time, she stared at Huyuchi and Ye Kun with a suspicious face. This love nourishment, was it really that effective? How come she never knew about it? How can you speak so bluntly? Huyuchi's beautiful eyes couldn't help but give An a blank look and snapped. Ye Kun was still beside her. What's wrong with that? There are no outsiders here. Is there not? And glanced at Ye Kun and said in an unimpressed manner. Ye Kun was also slightly stunned. The first impression An gave him at the auction was cold, very high and cold. Moreover, he was quiet and shy about his words. He couldn't imagine that she was quite lively in private and had a straightforward personality. She has a lot of potential to become a tainted demon king. Let's talk about business first. Let's first finalize the cooperation of investing in Ye Shopping Center. Huyuchi said. Right, let's talk business first. And collected her playful and laughing expression, and returned to the appearance of a high and cold domineering female president. Several people came to that spacious and luxurious living room and sat down. This time, Ye Shopping Center is investing in the second phase of the project and intends to introduce a powerful strategic investor. We feel that Mr. Ye Kun Pang Group is very suitable to be this strategic investment partner. Let me give you a detailed introduction to our project. And spoke eloquently, talking about his work with a domineering demeanor. President and I've decided to invest in Ye Shopping Center. You just directly say how much money you want me to invest and how many shares you want me to take. Ye Kun said. He only cared about how much money he could be allowed to invest this time. As for whether the shopping center could make money or not, how long would it take to return the capital? These issues, he actually didn't care. Good. How about you invest $20 billion and take up 25% of the shares? And finally deliberated and opened his mouth. $20 billion? Ye Kun smiled. This amount of investment was, well, sloppy. It was still within the range of his disposable funds. I'll invest it. I can transfer the funds into your company's account right now, and you can go back to President Qin to draw up the specific details of the cooperation. Ye Kun said. He was also too lazy to bargain and engage in tedious business negotiations. Think of it as investing in Huyuchi's company and supporting his woman. $20 billion. A sprinkle. Moreover, when he invested the money, he would immediately receive a 10x return. If he throws out $20 billion, he will immediately get a return of $200 billion. This rate of return was higher than investing in anything. Mr. Ye is too bold. We will definitely work well together. And laughed. She didn't expect Ye Kun to be so forthcoming, and without any bargaining, he directly clapped his hands and agreed to this big project of $20 billion. This kind of vigor was simply amazing. Soon after, Ye Kun transferred $20 billion to the company account of Ye Shopping Center. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Investment spent $20 billion. Tenfold return to obtain $200 billion. Ding! Disposable account balance, $212. 840,000,000 yuan. Cool. With one investment, the disposable funds directly skyrocketed to over $200 billion. The more money you spend, the more boring it is. Ding! Congratulations to the host for investing in Huyuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center. Completing the mission. Ding! The city class beauty who rookie's favoritism towards the host +1. Since rookie whose favorability towards the host exceeds 90, the original 10 points of favorability reward is converted to 1 point. Ding! The city level beauty who rookie's favorability towards the host has increased to 98, rewarding agility +30. Ding! Congratulations to the host's agility has increased to 73, strength 61, agility 73, physique 98, spirit 85. In an instant, Ye Kun felt refreshed. After Huyuchi became a pouring city level beauty, the rewards gained from raising her favorability were really generous. It directly boosted 30 points of agility and made up for this shortcoming as well. Cool. Chapter 67, Super Villa and Villa King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining a random draw. Ye Kun invested in Huyuchi and in Yubai's Jinyu Shopping Center and also obtained a lucky draw opportunity. He decided to keep this lucky draw opportunity for now and wait until he was free. Mr. I heard that your group specializes in developing and building high-end villas. I want to buy a few super villas. Ye Kun said to Yubai. To buy super villas. Not ordinary villas. Not high-end villas, but super villas. You want to buy several sets of super villas? And Yubai's eyes couldn't help but light up. To be able to be called a super villa, the prices were all top-notch villas that cost $2 billion or more. Ye Kun was going out to buy super villas. Moreover, it wasn't buying one set or two, it was at least several sets. That's right, the more expensive and high-end the villa, the more I favor it. Ye Kun laughed. Then do you just want villas in Magic City, or are you okay with villas in other cities? And Yubai asked. After all, super villas were too expensive. Even a top metropolis like Demon City didn't have a few sets, and ordinary first-tier cities didn't even have one set. Super villas in Magic City, Demon City, Immortal City, and Imperial City are all fine. Ye Kun laughed. Not only did he want to buy villas in Demon Capital, the super villas in other metropolitan cities should also be organized. Who would mind having more villas? After all, he wasn't poor in money anymore. Besides, when he bought a villa, the system also sent goddess-level housekeepers, schoolgirl-level maids and tons of loyal bodyguards. It was just very cool. Alright, then let me first briefly introduce you to a few super villas under our clan. And Yubai said, Dragon City No. 1 Super Villa, located in the Imperial Capital, priced at $2.5 billion. Rosen Super Villa, located in Demon Capital, priced at $3 billion. Dragonbone Super Villa, located in Xiantu, priced at $5.8 billion. Tong Palace Super Villa, located in the Demon Capital, priced at $6 billion. 6th Dragon Garden Super Villa, located in Imperial Capital, priced at $8 billion. And Yubai briefly introduced the location and price of the several sets of super villas. Then, she cast her beautiful eyes towards Ye Kun. The sets she introduced were all super villas. Anyone who could buy any of these super villas would be qualified to be called super rich. Not bad. I'm interested in all of them. You can introduce these sets of super villas in more detail. Ye Kun laughed, blandly self-conscious. He was now a super godly tycoon, and this price was nothing at all. Good. And Yubai saw that Ye Kun was so bland, so he continued to start introducing it. Dragon City No. 1 Super Villa, with a floor area of 1888 square meters. It covers about 15 acres and is located in the top Villa King area of the Imperial Capital, adopting an extremely luxurious European architectural style. Dragonbone Super Villa, with a floor area of about 3,600 square meters, covering an area of about 30 acres, located at the foot of the mountain in the Dragonbone Resort of Xiantu, adopting the ancient Chinese style of ancient court. Tang Palace Super Villa, with a floor area of about 5,000 square meters, located in Mordor. Liuhud Dragon Garden, with a building area of about 600 square meters, located in the Imperial Capital, with an architectural style of the four courtyards of the last century in the Dragon Kingdom. And Yubai described the several sets of super villas in detail. Then, she looked her beautiful eyes towards Ye Kun. With Ye Kun's strength, he should be able to buy several of these super villas. However, Ye Kun was speaking out of turn. Very well, I'll take all of these 5 sets of super villas. Ye Kun blandly said. 5 sets of super villas, that's only $20 to $30 billion. It was too cheap. It was less than a fraction of his account. What? These 5 sets of super villas, you want them all? And Yubai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Ye Kun to be so trenchant, to take all 5 sets of super villas. To know, An ordinary super rich man could buy a set of super villa even if it was good. Of course, she knew that Ye Kun was not an ordinary super rich man. That's right, I'll take all 5 sets of these super villas. Ye Kun blandly said. Are there any more expensive villas? A multi-billion-dollar villa still felt almost interesting. There are. Even more expensive than the super villas is the Villa King. Each set of Villa King is privately customized and costs more than $10 billion. And Yubai nodded and said, my family's villa and this set of Huyuchi's villa are both super Villa Kings worth over $10 billion. In fact, the Villa Kings were all privately customized, using top-notch ultra-luxury materials. Ordinary people simply couldn't come into contact with Villa Kings, and it was almost impossible to search for information on Villa Kings. Oh, then you directly introduce Villa King to me. Ye Kun couldn't help but have his eyes light up. There really was a more expensive Villa King. Above the super villa was the Villa King. Yuching Villa King is an exclusive private customized super Villa King, combining extremely luxurious European architectural style as well as ancient Chinese style, covering an area of 9,700 square meters, is one of the few super Villa Kings at home and abroad. Yuching Villa King is located in the southern suburb of Xanadu, covering an extremely wide area. Architectural design by renowned British architect John Schultz. Interior design and decoration by Colin Eads from the UK and an Indian designer. With its oversized building volume and modern emergency evacuation home system, Yuching Villa King is a new modern luxury house. It is extremely luxurious in terms of raw materials and craftsmanship, so much so that even the Queen's Buckingham Palace is hard to match. And Yubai began to introduce this Yuching Villa King very seriously. From her description, you can hear how luxurious and extraordinary this Villa King is. It could be described as trenchless. Just say the price directly. Ye Kun was very calm. No matter how luxurious and expensive this Yuching Villa King was, there was nothing he couldn't afford. The Yuching Villa King is privately customized by me. There are only 2 sets in total. One set I live by myself. The price is 128 billion. The other set is still empty. The price is 88 billion. And Yubai said, hiss, a super Villa King with a price tag of over 100 billion. Ye Kun also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, he quickly calmed down. Wasn't it just a super Villa King with a price tag of over $100 billion? One word, buy. I'll take both of these super Villa Kings. Ye Kun stared at Yubai and blandly said, if you want to buy the super Villa King. The more expensive the better. The more expensive the price, the more generous the system's rewards. 2 sets of super Villa King, you want both? And Yubai was stunned when she heard that Ye Kun actually wanted to take 2 sets of super Villa King. However, she quickly shook her head and said, no way. 128 billion. That set of super Villa King was privately customized by me for myself. All the materials and furniture were customized by me, personally selected, and I've already moved in and lived there. It's impossible to sell it to you. You can only buy another set if you want to. Alright, then I'll reluctantly take the $88 billion set of Yuching Villa King and be a neighbor with you. Ye Kun considered for a while before saying, since Yubai had already moved into that super Villa King, it was not good for him to compete for it. The $88 billion Villa King was actually not the most expensive. It would be boring. It seemed that he would have to privately customize the Super Villa King in the future as well. The Super Villa and Villa King that pretty boys are looking forward to came out. I hope you guys weren't scared by the price, because the protagonist will also privately customize even more expensive and trenchant Super Villa King later. Ha ha ha. Chapter 68 Aurora Villa. Yuching Villa King is in Xanadu. So is there a Super Villa King in Magic City? Ye Kun asked Yubai. He was still mainly living in Mordor at the moment, and it would be best to buy a Super Villa King in Mordor. There is none in Mordu. Super Villa King are all privately customized. Yuching Villa King is still privately customized by me. Developed and built 2 sets of Super Villa King by in group. One set I live by myself. The other set can only be sold to you. And Yubai shook his head and said, Super Villa King are all privately customized by the super rich, not something that can be bought with money. There were also no circulating tradable Villa Kings on the market at all, let alone Super Villa Kings. On Qilin Mountain, isn't there another one at the top of Guyu Lake? At this time, Huyuchi opened her mouth and gave Yubai a deep look. You mean Aurora Villa? And Yubai's pretty face couldn't help but show her astonishment, also thinking of that mysterious Aurora Villa. That's right, it's the Aurora Villa. Huyuchi nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Ye Kun again. What exactly are you guys talking about? What mountain village? Ye Kun couldn't help but ask. Just now, they were still talking about the Super Villa King. How come they were talking about the mountain villa? Ye Kun, I don't know if you've heard of Aurora Villa? And Yubai's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun and asked. Ye Kun gently shook his head. He didn't have access to any villas at all, and he had never heard of Aurora Villa. Super Villa King is already very bullish and rare. But there is something even more bullish and rare than Super Villa King, and that is a private mountain village. And Yubai said, currently, there are no more than 3 people who own private mountain villas in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Explicitly, Ma Yundu doesn't have a private mountain estate, while Ma Tungtung, who is perennially on the throne of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, has a Hearing Snow Mountain estate. There are also some invisible godly men who are not on the rich and powerful list who also have private mountain villas, and Yubai and Huyuchi seem to be in contact with very high circles and knew a lot of things. What they talked about was something that ordinary people had never even heard of, as if it was a pie in the sky. Then what's up with the Aurora Villa you guys just mentioned? Ye Kun couldn't help but be interested when he heard that there were private mountain villas that were even more powerful than the Super Villa King. With private mountain villas, Super Villa King didn't even seem to smell good anymore. Aurora Villa is located on the Kirin Mountain near the Villa area, and has been continuously built for more than 30 years, and it is said that even if a nuclear war breaks out, Aurora Villa can remain unharmed and leave the world with a ray of light. The Aurora Master is even more mysterious. No one knows his true identity. Recently, I don't know what the reason is, the Aurora Master seems to have the will to transfer the Aurora Villa, but due to the price being too expensive, the person who has the ability to take over the Aurora Villa is almost none. And Yubai revealed a cautious look and said seriously, the Aurora Master was mysterious and incomparable. Even she hadn't seen the real person. She had only heard of his name, but had not seen him. Oh, since Master Aurora has the will to offer Aurora Villa, then please contact him for me. I am willing to buy this Aurora Villa. Ye Kun laughed. As long as the Aurora Master was willing to sell the Aurora Villa, then it would be fine. The Aurora Master doesn't see any outsiders, but we, the N Group, have provided raw materials for the Aurora Villa, so I can help you contact the Aurora Master. And Yubai said, she was also one of the few people who could speak to that mysterious Aurora Master. Good, then I'll trouble you with this matter. As long as the Aurora Master is willing to sell the Aurora Villa, the price is not a problem. Ye Kun said, with a private mountain villa. He wasn't that obsessed with the Super Villa King. A godly man should live in a private mountain villa. Next, Ye Kun slapped down a buy order for all the super villas under the N Group, as well as the Villa King. The 5 sets of super villas were Dragon City No. 1 super villa located in the imperial capital, priced at $2.5 billion. Rosen super villa in demon capital, priced at $3 billion. The Dragon Bone super villa located in Xiantu, priced at $5.8 billion. Tang Palace super villa located in the demon capital, priced at $6 billion. The Dragon Garden super villa located in the imperial capital's 6th Dragon Garden, priced at $8 billion. There was also a set of Super Villa King, the Yucheng Villa King located in Xiantu, priced at $88 billion. Ye Kun, the total price of the super villas and Villa Kings that you purchased down is $114.7 billion. Due to the huge amount of the transaction, I'll erase the $0.47 billion for you and give a friendly price. You only need to pay $110 billion. And Yubai's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun, and an extremely charming smile appeared on her cold and stunningly beautiful face. Ye Kun actually bought all the super villas under her and group in one breath, and also bought a set of Super Villa King. The transaction amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars, directly becoming her big customer. Even though she was usually cold and colorful, at this time, she could not help but reveal a happy smile. With hundreds of billions of dollars back in one go, the N Group could have many big moves again. And Yubai, are you looking down on me, Mr. Yi, and not treating me as a friend? Ye Kun pretended to be angry. I'm not looking down on you, we are already friends, aren't we? And Yubai was directly confused. A puzzled look appeared on her pretty face, not understanding why Ye Kun was suddenly upset. You're looking down on me by erasing the $0.47 billion. Ye Kun, never need a discount when I buy things. If you really treat me as a friend, sell it to me at the original price. Don't cheapen it by a single point, or else this villa won't be bought. Ye Kun deliberately said with a cold face, and Yubai wiped out 7 billion zeros in one go. How much less money did this have to make him? 47 billion. This zero can't be erased. What? You mean don't discount a penny? The villa is all sold to you at the original price? And Yubai was stunned. She didn't expect Ye Kun to have such a strange request. After giving him a discount of $7 billion, it actually made him unhappy. However, some godly men did have some strange fetishes. That's right, don't erase the zeros. Let's deal at the original price of $114.7 billion. Ye Kun said with a resolute attitude. Well, as long as you're happy. And Yubai could only nod her head and agree. She knew that there were some godly men who really didn't like to buy things at a discount. I will transfer the money to you first, and I will arrange for my secretary to hand over the villa with you later, Ye Kun said, which revealed a pleased smile. Ding! The host has spent 114.7 billion yuan. Disposable account balance, 98,140,000,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a tenfold spending rebate. The disposable account has credited 114,700,000,000 yuan. Ding! Disposable account balance, 1,245,140,000,000 dollars. Pretty boys, don't be surprised. What you used to read were all fake Godly Mansion texts. This book is the most trenchant and most enjoyable Godly Mansion text. There is no one. Chapter 69 Hu Yuqi's Luxury Car Collection. Ding! Goddess Beauty in Yubai's favoritism towards the host plus 10. Ding! Goddess level beauty in Yubai's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. After Ye Kun completed a $100 billion deal with Yubai, and Yubai's favorability towards him inevitably increased. The look she gave Ye Kun also took on an appreciative tone in her eyes. However, there was still some distance from liking. And Yubai's favorability is a bit hard to brush. It's only 40 points even now. Failing, Ye Kun said in his heart. However, now that he had Hu Yuqi, a city-deep beauty, by his side, he didn't place too much importance on Goddess and Yubai's favorability. And Yubai's favorability was too low, and he didn't have the idea or urge to lick each other. He understood the truth that women don't come by licking, but by attraction. You can't lick them by licking them. Even if you force them to lick them, you will still lose them. Only women who come by attraction will last. She preferred a woman like Hu Yuqi whose eyes and heart were full of him. Ye Kun, we had a great cooperation this time. I hope there will be another chance to cooperate next time. And Yubai took the initiative to extend her jade hand towards Ye Kun. Well, next time I'll also look for you to buy a super villa or even customize a super villa king. Ye Kun laughed and reached out to shake in Yubai's tender hand. Good, you are now a super customer of our group. No matter what kind of villa king you want to customize, you can look for me. And Yubai spread a smile and said. Ye Kun had swept away all the super villas in her hands, which put her in a good mood as well. Well, then the matter of Aurora Manor. I still have to trouble you to ask that Aurora owner for me. I am sincere in purchasing it. What conditions can be put forward? Ye Kun said, unable to forget about the Aurora Manor. He was now holding more than $1 trillion in his hand. Buying the Aurora Manor shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? Okay, I will help you contact the Aurora owner as soon as possible. And Yubai nodded his head. The Aurora Master was too mysterious. His identity had always been a mystery. It wasn't really good for other people to contact the Aurora Manor Master, but she could do it. Sister Yuqi, Ye Kun, I still have a lot of things to do in my company, so I won't bother you too. And Yubai got up and said goodbye. That's fine. Next time we'll make an appointment to get together. Hu Yuqi smiled at Yubai. Then, Hu Yuqi sent her good sister out of the villa. Brother Kun, do you like sports cars? Hu Rookie intimately held Ye Kun's arm and asked. Not bad. I'm a car god, interested in all kinds of cars. Ye Kun laughed. That's great. I have a total of 65 supercars collected in my underground garage. I'll take you to my garage to have a look. Hu Yuqi laughed and couldn't wait to share her collection with Ye Kun. 65 supercars? Ye Kun was stunned. Little Chi-Chi, you can even hold a private car show here. Yeah, it's 65 supercars, but the ones that can be taken out are just 2 or 3, Hu Yuqi said in disbelief. Alright, then take me to see your luxury car collection. Ye Kun nodded his head. He knew that Hu Yuqi's collection would never be an ordinary supercar. Then, Hu Yuqi beckoned, and a blonde, blue-eyed beauty in a housekeeper's uniform walked over. It wasn't the previous housekeeper Alice, but another one. Good day, Missy. Hello Mr. Yi. The housekeeper greeted the two of them, speaking a pure British court English as well. Although she was dressed in a housekeeper's uniform, there was still a noble aura on her body that could not be concealed, giving off a very elegant feeling. That feeling was as if she had lived in the palace since she was a child, rather than being trained afterward. Her name is Norbinos, and she mainly manages the overall safety factor of the villa, as well as the hygiene of each floor. Hu Yuqi said to Ye Kun. Ding. Detected a schoolgirl level beauty. Name, Norbinos. Face value, 93. Age, 22. Nationality, British. Occupation, private housekeeper. Rank, level 7 butler. Note, Norbinos was once the 14th princess of England. A British princess has come to Hu Yuqi's house to be a housekeeper. This is a bit of a pushover. As for why Norbinos, a British princess, would come to Hu Rookie's house as a butler, Ye Kun couldn't be bothered to ask. Ding. The school beauty Nabanus is affected by the host's charismatic aura of being loved by everyone, and flowers blooming, with a favorability of plus 30. Ding. School flower level beauty Nabanus by the host domineering president identity halo influence. Good sense plus 10. Ding. Schoolgirl class beauty Nabanu's favorability towards the host has increased to 40. The female housekeepers in Huyuchi's super villa were actually all school flower level beauties. At this, Ye Kun was already not surprised. Even a British princess could get a villa as a housekeeper. What's a schoolgirl class? If he was looking for a female housekeeper, he should at least start with a schoolgirl, preferably a goddess. It would be even better if he could abduct a few European princesses to the villa as housekeepers or maids. This was the kind of compulsion that a super godly man should have. Nabanus, take us to the underground garage, Huyuchi said to Nabanus, speaking a pure and fluent British court English. Although Norbinos had a European aristocratic air about him, he was dwarfed in front of Huyuchi. Huyuchi was much more elegant and noble. This nobility was not deliberately shown, but was deep in her bones. Okay, Missy. Nabanus was respectful to Huyuchi and performed a European court etiquette. Then, under the lead of Nabanus, Ye Kun and Huyuchi rode the elevator to the basement together and passed through the intelligent security check before arriving at the garage. Then, Ye Kun saw that the garage was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, just like entering a giant luxury car show. Porsche 718, Porsche 911, Porsche 918, McLaren GT, McLaren 720S, McLaren P1, Lamborghini Grand Bull, Lamborghini Reventon, Aston Martin DBS, Aston Martin DB11, Maserati MC20, Koenigsegg CCXR, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Rolls-Royce Shadow, Rolls-Royce Phantom. What's even more exaggerated is that there are actually 24 different models of Ferrari in the garage. Ferrari FFT, Ferrari 812, Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Rafa, Ferrari Raphael, Ferrari Enzo. Here is a collection of almost all the limited edition models of Ferrari, including the Ferrari Enzo. There were not many Ferrari limited edition god cars in the country. The last time Ye Kun saw so many Ferraris at the same time was in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. It was in one of the Ferrari pavilions at the Dubai Prince. Kiki, is this the ordinary sports car that you told me that there are only 2 or 3 that you can get your hands on? Ye Kun reached out and pinched hard on the soft flesh of Huyuchi's willow waist. Not to mention the Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Reventon, Koenigsegg CCXR, those tens of millions of dollars of supercars. It is the Ferrari Enzo, these limited edition god car. Casually pull out all to cause a sensation and onlookers. With this, it's still ordinary? Yes, brother Cohen. These are ordinary sports cars. Nothing rare. I'll take you to see my favorite 3 divine cars. Huyuchi laughed daintily and pressed Ye Kun's palm that was making a bad move. Good guy. There were even more trenchant divine cars. Ye Kun really had to take a look today. Chapter 73 Top Divine Cars. I am the god of cars. Huyuchi had almost gathered all the top models of Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini. These were nothing. Then, Ye Kun was eager to see what other top cars Huyuchi had collected. Soon, under Huyuchi's leadership, Ye Kun saw a cool pink and gold-colored supercar with a super low chassis. This car was not a common supercar brand on the market. Brother Cohen. This car is called Alice Ayamoon. It's privately customized. There are only 2 of them in the world. It's one of the kings of the divine cars, and it's priced at $244 million. Huyuchi introduced to Ye Kun. $244 million Alice Ayatsuki. Still privately customized, but this car chassis is also too low. Ye Kun looked at it. The chassis of this Alice Ayatsuki was super low, almost sticking to the ground. I'm afraid that this car could only really run in an F1 track. Well, the chassis of Alice Ayamuki is only 0.1 centimeters from the ground, and if the road conditions are bad, it will be directly destroyed. I usually can't afford to drive Alice Ayuki. If the chassis is scratched, the repair cost will be more than $60 million, and 3 Lamborghini Bulls will be lost in a single rub. Huyuchi spat out her tongue and said, Lamborghini Big Bull has become a unit of measurement. Ye Kun also laughed. The Lamborghini Big Bull that some ordinary rich second generation very much loved to brag about was only worthy of being a unit of measurement here. Even if it was Lamborghini Poison, in front of Alice Ayatsuki, it was a younger brother. After all, this was a $244 million super god car. Well, what about more than $10 million of Big Bulls? At most buy a part number of this car of mine. A steering wheel of this Alice Ayatsuki is $33 million, Huyuchi said. The Lamborghini Bull wasn't enough to buy a steering wheel for an Alice Ayatsuki. It would be boring. So what's so special about Alice Ayuki? Ye Kun asked. Alice Ayamon's front hood can be opened with just the touch of a finger. It's very smart, Huyuchi said. However, the biggest feature of Alice Ayamun is its speed. The fastest speed on the track can reach 600 to many kilometers per hour, which is fast enough to crush most of the god cars in the world. I don't usually drive Alice Ayamun. If you want to go to the F1 track, you can drive my Alice Ayamun. Huyuchi held onto Ye Kun's arm and said, Good, if I go to run the track, I can experience the extreme speed of Alice Moon. Ye Kun nodded his head. Alice Moon was not suitable for driving on normal highways. It was only suitable for running tracks. Brother Koen, I'll show you my second favorite divine car. Hu Yuchi pulled Ye Kun forward. Then, Ye Kun saw a Pagani divine car that was ghostly blue in color. This is the Pagani Ghost Shark, the king of the Pagani family. The whole car is bulletproof, limited to 4 units worldwide, very rare, $354 million, and it has a price. Hu Yuchi said calmly, bulletproof Pagani Ghost Shark, worth $354 million. In front of the Pagani Ghost Shark, the Pagani Wind God, the Pagani Ghost Sun, and even the Pagani Jair are all younger brothers. Pagani has Ghost Shark, this kind of god car, outside almost cannot see. Even the vast majority of sports car enthusiasts have not even heard of it. Right, the divine car with a price tag of over $300 million, limited to 4 units worldwide. Hu Yuchi here actually collected one. Brother Koen, let me introduce you to the last divine car. Hu Yuchi led Ye Kun to a Bugatti divine car. This is the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme, one of the top divine cars, limited to only 5 units worldwide. One of them is in Dubai Prince. The selling price is $500 million, but again, there is no market for it. Hu Yuchi said, hiss, another super divine car that ordinary people had never even heard of. What Lamborghini Poison, Pagani Jair, Koenigsegg 1. In front of this Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme, they were all turned into scum. A super divine car that sells for $500 million is no joke. Brother Koen, you can drive all the divine cars I have here. Oh, you can drive whichever one you want. Hu Yuchi held Ye Kun's arm intimately and laughed. Ye Kun was the man she loved dearly, and she could drive away with whatever car she wanted to drive. Ding! Detected that the city-level beauty Hu Rookie owns more than 65 luxury cars, triggering a randomized mission. Mission requirement, collect 100 divine cars. The price of each car must not be less than $10 million. Mission reward 130 points increase in all attributes. Mission reward 2, 1 random lottery draw. Hiss, he actually triggered a divine car collection mission. Moreover, the system actually wanted him to collect 100 divine cars. This was also too luxurious. However, as a super god magnate, the quantity and quality of the collection of divine cars naturally couldn't be worse than Hu Yuchi, the goddess magnate. For the sake of a generous reward, he had to complete this task of collecting 100 divine cars. Brother Koen, which divine car do you want to drive? Hu Rookie asked Ye Kun. Then drive the most expensive one, this Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme. Ye Kun laughed. If he wanted to drive, he would drive the most expensive, the most trenchant, and the fastest divine car. Fine, then drive the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme. Hu Yuchi nodded her head. Afterwards, she beckoned and the housekeeper, Naba News, brought the car keys of the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme. After the car door opened, Ye Kun directly sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme, while Hu Rookie sat in the passenger seat, only to see the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme's luxurious interior, almost all carbon fiber materials. Moreover, the center control was even cooler. Driving this divine car had a feeling of driving a fighter jet. Ye Kun had god-level car skills and could easily drive any godly car. Soon, he drove the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme out of the underground garage. Boom, 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 boom. The Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme emitted a beastly, wild wave of sound. The acceleration of this car was super fast, and with a light step on the gas, the entire car shot out. Accelerating and running, it was like a lightning bolt. It didn't feel like driving, it was more like flying an airplane. It was really a general feeling of flying. If it wasn't for Ye Kun's god-level car skills, ordinary people really can't drive this super car. The villa area has a good track, and there are almost no foreign cars. Ye Kun driving Bugatti Spirit Supreme. Around the track ran up, the speed of the wind and lightning, and occasionally come to a drift over the curves. Ye Kun was driving the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme. At this moment, he was the god of the car. Ye Kun, I can't imagine that your car skills are really this good. Hu Yuchi was also stunned by Ye Kun's car skills. This Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme was too powerful and too fast for her to utilize. However, Ye Kun could easily drive the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme and make various drifting maneuvers. Ha ha. Haven't you experienced my car skills? Ye Kun laughed badly at Hu Yuchi. I am the god of cars. There is no divine car that I can handle. Chapter 71 Golden Sun God Apollo, middle-aged teenager Wuhan. Ye Kun drove the Bugatti Spirit Supreme and took Hu Yuchi to experience a speed and passion. The old driver's car skills need not be questioned. Absolutely fast and stable. All kinds of turns, all kinds of drifting, all kinds of postures, all kinds of acceleration. It's so cool that it's flying. It was an unprecedented extreme experience. Hu Yuqi was able to maintain the calmness of a dominatrix in the beginning, but directly shrieked at the back, because Ye Kun's car speed was just too fast. The god of cars was driving the god's car, and the human car unity was simply invincible. When Ye Kun drove the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme back to the villa area, he was greeted by a golden supercar. This car was made of pure gold throughout, with a dazzling appearance that simply brightened his eyes. Golden Sun God Apollo. Ye Kun was a car god and naturally recognized all the models. The supercar that was coming towards him was none other than the Golden Sun God Apollo. Sun God Apollo is a German supercar brand, with a very small annual production, and it is even more rare to see one in the country. The Sun God Apollo IE is limited to 10 units worldwide. This supercar looks like an alien spaceship ready to start a war with the Earth's human beings. The design is very radical. The appearance is very cool. The Gold Sun God Apollo was the only one in the world, and it was said to be collected by a certain mysterious tycoon. Golden Sun God Apollo is Chang Yueshi's car. Usually it is parked inside the garage and won't be driven out. How did it drive out today? Hu Yuqi also said with a look of surprise. Chang Yueshi? Ye Kun was slightly puzzled. He seemed to have seen this name somewhere. Well, Chang Yueshi is the president of Chang Group, lives in Maple Leaf Villa 003, and I'm also considered a neighbor. Hu Yuqi said. She lived in Maple Leaf Villa 001, and Yubai lived in Maple Leaf Villa 002, and Chang Yueshi lived in Maple Leaf Villa 003. The Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme and Golden Sun God Apollo both had fast speeds. With a whoosh sound, the two supercars crossed paths after taking a glance at each other. Chang Yuxia, Ye Kun had amazing eyesight, and in a flash, he saw that the person driving the Golden Sun God Apollo was none other than that bar beauty DJ Chang Yueshi. Does Chang Yueshi have a sister? Ye Kun asked Hu Yuqi. Previously at TX Bar, Chang Yueshi had pretended to be her sister. Chang Yueshi. Yeah, Chang Yueshi has a twin sister called Chang Yueshi, who works as a DJ in a bar and is a bit rebellious. Hu Yuqi said. I see. Ye Kun nodded slightly. Chang Yueshi and Chang Yueshi Hitomi were actually twin sisters. Soon, Ye Kun drove the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme back to Hu Ruki's villa. Ye Kun found that there were unread messages on his cell phone, and it turned out to be Chang Yueshi who asked him to go to see Ming Mountain for racing. He did make an appointment with Chang Yueshio to go racing together last time. Kiki, I'm going to go racing at Siming Mountain in a while. Are you going? Ye Kun asked Hu Yuqi. Ming Mountain was near Magic City and had a coiled mountain track, which was a wild racing track that racing enthusiasts like to go to very much. I won't go for racing. I can't play racing with this car skill. Hu Yuqi shook her head. You can sit in my passenger seat. Ye Kun laughed. If Hu Yuqi wanted to go, she would sit in his passenger seat and the two of them would race together in the wild. Brother Cohen, your car speed is just too fast. I wouldn't dare to sit in your car to run the track. Besides, my company still has things to do. Hu Yuqi shook her head, still feeling palpitating at Ye Kun's divine car skills. The car was too fast to eat. Alright then, I'll call up a good buddy of mine to run the track together at Siming Mountain. Ye Kun said. Hu Yuqi was a female CEO and wasn't as idle as him, so he didn't force her to go along. Moreover, he had a good buddy called Wu Han, who was a racing enthusiast, so he could call him along. Okay, then you drive the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme to run the track. You can definitely ride in the dust, lead the pack and take first place, Hu Yuqi said, wanting to give the $500 million Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme to Ye Kun to drive. Forget it, I'll just drive my red flag chariot to run the track. I can still take first place in a domestic red flag. Ye Kun shook his head and said, if he drove a domestic red flag, he could still reign over the Siming Mountain circuit and become the Siming Mountain god of cars. Hu Yuqi saw that Ye Kun insisted on driving the red flag, so she didn't say any more. She respected Ye Kun's decision. In fact, whatever Ye Kun wanted to do, Hu Yuqi would follow him. Then let's drive to Jinyu Shopping Center together. Your car is still parked in the parking lot over there, Hu Yuqi said. Well, I'll drive over there today, Ye Kun said. Hu Yuqi still drove the Ferrari Lafa to work. Compared to the 3 cars in her garage that exceeded $100 million, it was considered low-key. Ye Kun drove the Ferrari Lafa and quickly drove away from the villa area. There was a separate highway from the villa area to the Magic City area, and there were very few cars on the way. Ye Kun utilized his divine car skills and sped all the way, arriving near Nanjing Road in less than half an hour. After parting with Hu Yuqi, Ye Kun made a call to his good buddy Wu Han. Brother Cohen, why did you remember to call me today? On the other end of the phone, Wu Han asked excitedly. Today, I've arranged for a group of rich kids from Magic City to go racing at Siming Mountain. Are you going? Ye Kun asked Wu Han. His buddy was a racing enthusiast, and would definitely be interested in racing at Siming Mountain. Going to 4 Bright Mountain Racing? Go of course, must go. Must go buddy, my Wuling Hongguang has just been modified and upgraded, and I am planning to go to Ximengshan to run the track to show off my strength. Ximengshan car god is me. I Wuhan is Ximengshan car god. Ha 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 ha. Wuhan laughed out loud, very middle-aged. As soon as he heard that he was going to go racing in the Four Bright Mountains, he became very excited. Ye Kun was not surprised at all by Wuhan's middle-aged behavior. This bastard was just so middle-aged. Moreover, he spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy a domestic Wuling Hongguang, but the modification cost more than $1 million, which was also considered an oddball. His goal was to drive that Wuling Hongguang and become the god of car in Ximing Mountain. Ha ha. Little chill. I'm afraid you can't be the Four Bright Mountains car god, because your brother Kun I'm the Four Bright Mountains car god. Ye Kun laughed. Infected by Wuhan, he also became middle-aged. Brother Kun, it's not that I'm talking about you. When it comes to racing, buddy, I'm the professional level. You're not my rival. I'm afraid you can only see the taillights of my Wuling god car. Ha ha ha. Wuhan laughed out loud. His middle-aged sickness was back. It is really a middle-two teenager joyful. That's not necessarily. In the past, your brother Kun hid his strength. Today let's see who is the real Ximing Mountain car god. Ye Kun laughed. My Wuling divine car is the invincible one. The Ximing Mountain car god belongs to me. Wuhan laughed. When it came to racing, he was not convinced by anyone. Then let's see you at the bottom of the Four Bright Mountains to compete. Ye Kun laughed. He directly asked Wuhan to meet at the foot of Ximing Mountain. Chapter 72 Childish Lolita Gulinger. Ye Kun drove the red flag supercar and arrived at the foot of Mount Ximing. Then, he saw a long fleet of luxury supercars. Among them, many of them were cool supercars that were usually rare to see and cost over $10 million. Even, there were quite a few supercars that were limited editions. Porsche 918, McLaren P1, Ferrari Lafa, the traditional three big god car, are among them, and not the most conspicuous in the fleet. In the supercar fleet there are Lamborghini Reventon, Poison, Pagani Windjammer, Aston Martin Valkyrie, Bugatti Veyron. Any one of these supercars can amaze ordinary people and cause crowds of spectators. However, these cars are not the main characters of today's supercar fleet. Today, the supercar that attracted the most attention was the Golden Sun God Apollo. Those rich daughters who owned the top supercars all circled around the Golden Sun God Apollo, and their mouths marveled repeatedly. Asterisk. This is the Golden Sun God Apollo, made of pure gold, limited to one globally. It is a supercar that the Prince of Dubai can't even own, because money can't even buy it. The Golden Sun God Apollo is worth $350 million, or even more expensive, and there is no market for it. Chan Yueshio's daughter is so dignified that she can actually drive the Golden Sun God Apollo out, suppressing the popularity of Li Xiao's Bugatti Veyron. Of course, the Golden Sun God Apollo is unique. It's not easy for us to see it even once. Yes, today is really an eye-opener to see the legendary Golden Sun God Apollo. No, I'm going to take a few pictures and send them to my friends to show them off. Ha ha ha. Those top second generation of Magic City have surrounded the Golden Sun God Apollo to take photos. These top second generation and ordinary people are the same. See, they do not have the supercar, will be equally surprised, will be equally excited, will also take pictures to send friends to show off. Some of the rich second generation people surrounded the goddess Chan Yueshio and gave her all sorts of compliments. She was surrounded by all the people in the center as if she was the star of the moon. Ye Kun, on the other hand, was driving the red flag supercar, slowly driving towards Chan Yueshi's location. His $30 million red flag supercar was not conspicuous in this pile of luxury fleet, but it wasn't bad either. Ye Kun parked his car and walked towards Chan Yueshio. Chan Yueshio had invited him to come and race, so it was better to say hello to her first. Moreover, these Magic City's top rich second generation were all in a circle, and could only play together through the introduction of acquaintances. Ye Kun. When Chan Yueshio saw Ye Kun coming over, she couldn't help but let her beautiful eyes light up and took the initiative to welcome her. Her favorability towards Ye Kun had reached 70 points, which already belonged to a more likable level. As a result, she would behave happily and enthusiastically when she saw Ye Kun. Chan Yueshio's enthusiasm and initiative towards Ye Kun also attracted side glances from the surrounding Magic City's top two generations. There was curiosity, envy, and jealousy. It varied. What kind of person was this Ye Kun that he could actually make the second daughter of the Chang family so favorable? Yueshin. Ye Kun also greeted Chan Yueshio. He and Chang Yueshio had drank and chatted together, and the two were not strangers. Ye Kun, you've come at the right time. The vice president of the Magic City Ultra Racing Club has also come to participate in the racing activities today. I'll introduce you to join our Ultra Racing Club first, Chang Yueshio said to Ye Kun, looking very bold and enthusiastic. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. He wasn't too interested in joining the club. but he wasn't against it either is all. With an additional circle, one could have more connections and could also meet more beautiful women. Overall, it was still quite beneficial. Hitomi, won't you introduce me to this handsome guy? At this time, a childish loli beside Chang Yueshi spoke up. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and she kept staring at Ye Kun with a look of great interest in him, even though she was a childish face, looking like a loli. However, the place that should be big was very big. There were waves and mountains there, and it was almost as if it could be as big or small as the female secretary, Chen Wenwen. It was amazing. Well, Linger, let me introduce you guys to each other. Chang Yueshi nodded her head. This is Ye Kun, handsome and multi-talented. Chang Yueshio introduced Ye Kun and said. Then, she pointed at the childish loli and introduced Ye Kun. Her name is Gu Linger, the daughter of the super large family, the Gu family. Hello, Ye Kun, I'm Gu Linger. I'm very happy to know you. Gu Linger's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun, very watery. Moreover, she took the initiative to extend her white jade hand. Her voice was sweet, coy, and glutinous, making people who heard her want to love her. She's very watery, and she's also playful and adorable. Ding! A goddess quality beauty has been detected. Name, Gu Linger. Identity, ancient family's daughter. Face value, 96, goddess level. Age, 18. Height, 166. Circumference, 88, 62, 92. Bust, 36D. Initial favorability, 30. Personality traits, youthful and lively, playful and cute, quirky, and a little bit of darkness at the same time. This Gu Linger is milky and fierce, spiritual and cute. Still a goddess beauty, really a childish loli. The key was that her initial favorability towards Ye Kun had actually reached 30 points. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Gu Linger looked at the host one more time and was affected by the people seeing people. Flowers seeing flowers charming aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Goddess-class beauty Gu Linger is affected by the host's domineering president aura. Favorability plus 30. Ding! Goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host has increased to 90. Ding! Congratulations to goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host exceeds 60. Rewarding strength plus 20. Ding! Congratulations to goddess-level beauty Gu Linger's favorability towards the host has reached 90. Rewarding physique plus 30. Ding! Congratulations to the host's strength has increased to 81. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique has increased to 128. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physique exceeding 100. Obtaining the attribute achievement, Invincible Kidney. A series of beeps rang out one after another, causing Ye Kun to suck in a breath of cold air, surprised and delighted. Hiss! Gu Linger's favorability towards him had directly increased to 90 after just meeting him for the first time. It was the first time that Ye Kun had encountered such a situation. This might be the legendary love at first sight. After all, Ye Kun was just too handsome and charming. It was quite normal for a child loli to be charmed by his handsomeness and charm. The key was that this wave of goodwill surge from Gu Linger directly contributed 20 points of strength and 30 points of physique to him. What's more, it allowed him to obtain the attribute achievement, Invincible Kidney. He was truly invincible now. How lonely being invincible was. Chapter 73, he's Mr. Yi, Wuhan vs. Spraying Top Rich Kids. Hello, Gu Linger, I'm glad to know you too. Ye Kun gently held Gu Linger's small hand, which felt very soft and smooth. Gu Linger was playful and cute, very watery and pretty looking, making him very favorable as well. Brother Ye Kun, you can just call me Linger, he. Gu Linger said with a playful smile towards Ye Kun. Good guy. This was all directly called Brother Ye Kun. As expected, after a girl's favorability towards him reaches 90, she will seem very proactive and affectionate. Without Ye Kun going after him, the goddess will take the initiative to close the distance with him and break through the relationship. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. If a woman was willing to take the initiative to chase a man, she could easily draw closer to each other. Linger, don't be a nymphomaniac. Quickly let go of Ye Kun's hand. Chang Yueshio saw that Gu Linger kept grabbing Ye Kun's hand and didn't let go, so she couldn't help but scold. She also liked Ye Kun a little bit in her heart, and seeing Gu Linger being so bold and later calling Ye Kun's brother, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous in her heart. He. Gu Linger spat out her tongue, and only then did she let go of Ye Kun's hand. And Gu Linger's intimate attitude towards Ye Kun also caused some of the surrounding rich second generation to cast hostile gazes at Ye Kun. However, they were all the top rich second generation in Magic City, with their family assets starting at tens of billions, and were not the kind of brainless people. Before figuring out Ye Kun's identity, they wouldn't jump out to taunt and provoke Ye Kun carelessly, lest they mess with some people they shouldn't mess with. After all, Ye Kun could have a close relationship with the Chang clan's daughter, so he couldn't be an ordinary person. Most of these top second generation, in fact, had very deep hearts, were very sophisticated and level-headed, and would not jump out to taunt the protagonist without moving as depicted in most novels. They were very clear about what people they could mess with and what people they couldn't mess with. Ye Kun, let me introduce the vice president of the Magic City Ultra Racing Club to you. Chang Yueshi said to Ye Kun. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. President Lin. Chang Yueshio waved her hand, and a young man with an extraordinary demeanor walked over not far away. His name is Lin Zichen, the youngest member of the Lin family, the first heir of the Hengza Group, mainly a venture capital firm and multinational trade, and a supplier of limited edition luxury cars. Ye Kun, if you want to buy a limited edition luxury car, you're right to look for young Lin. Chang Yueshio introduced Ye Kun. Ye Kun cast his gaze towards Lin Zichen, only to see that he had a gentle and elegant appearance, giving off a courteous and cultured look. This is Ye Kun. Chang Yueshio was about to introduce Ye Kun to Lin Zichen, but Lin Zichen took the initiative to shake Ye Kun's hand. Mr. Yi, long time no see, long time no see. I am Lin Zichen. You can call me Xiao Lin or Zichen. Lin Zichen shook Ye Kun's hand with both hands, very excited and respectful. You know me? Ye Kun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked. Looking at Lin Zichen's reaction, he should have recognized his identity. Mr. Yi, I was present at that auction last night. You were so bold and powerful that you shocked the entire audience, but I admire and respect you very much. I can't imagine that it's a great honor to know you here, Lin Zichen said with an excited face. At that top-notch auction, Ye Kun had displayed a dominant position and shocked a group of top tycoons. He alone had spent hundreds of billions of dollars to auction off a large number of important lots, and no one in the room of tycoons could compete with him. After knowing that Ye Kun was the big boss behind Kun Pine Group, Lin Zichen had the intention of getting to know him. However, he couldn't talk to Ye Kun at all. It was unthinkable that he could meet Ye Kun himself at this Supercar Club's racing event. Young Lin is polite. I happen to be buying limited edition luxury cars in bulk. Perhaps we can still have cooperation. Ye Kun laughed. Although Lin Zichen was deliberately befriending him, it didn't make people resentful, but instead gave them a comfortable feeling. Moreover, he still had to purchase 100 luxury cars with a price tag of 10 million or more, and he just needed to know someone like Lin Zichen. As the saying goes, one more friend, one more channel. Since Lin Zichen was in the limited edition luxury car business, it was just right to make a friend. What limited edition luxury car does Mr. Yi want? Just leave it to me. After the racing event, our Supercar Club will have a gathering, so we'll talk about it in detail then. Lin Zichen patted his chest and assured. Good. Ye Kun nodded his head. Now was indeed not the time to talk about things. What exactly is this Ye Kun? Why is Vice President Lin Xiao so polite and even respectful to him? An auction? Could it be that top-notch auction last night that this Ye Kun also attended and auctioned off some important lot? I heard my dad say that at that auction last night, 100-year-old wild ginseng fetched a sky-high price of $1 billion. I heard from my mom that a string of fairy tear necklace fetched a sky-high price of $3 billion. I heard my grandpa say that a big man spent $10 billion heavenly dollars to auction off the 12 zodiac dragon head bronze statue and dedicate it to the country. Listening to my grandpa, that auction last night gave birth to a new land king of Mordor. A big brother took a piece of land in the center area of Mordor for $38.8 billion. Some of the rich second generation started to quietly discuss and speculate about Ye Kun's identity. The specifications of that auction last night were very high, and those who went to it were all rich and famous, and many of the rich second generation were not even qualified to participate. However, they had all heard some news about the auction from the elders and their families. Ye Kun, what exactly is your identity? Chang Yueshio also asked curiously. Lin Zichen seemed to know Ye Kun. While she didn't know Ye Kun's identity yet, she only knew that Ye Kun was generous. As for what kind of business he did, she wasn't sure. Oh, it's nothing really, just a small company under his name. I went to an auction last night, thus Lin Xiao will recognize me. I'll tell you more about it when I have time. Ye Kun laughed. Coming out to play, he didn't want to talk about the company's business, but in private, he could talk to Chang Yueshio. Aha! Chang Yueshio didn't have the intention to pursue the matter. Just at this moment, a clamor came from not far away. Seemingly someone was having an argument. Today, our Magic City Supercar Club is holding a racing event at Siming Mountain, and each one of them is a supercar worth $10 million. You damn fool. Right, driving a broken Wuling Hongwang to come to the fun? Bumpkin, hurry up and drive your broken car to get out. A few rich second generation surrounded a little handsome youth to order. The tone is very rude. What happened to the Wuling Hongwang? Wuling Hongwang burned your family's oil? Who says that a Wuling Hongwang can't participate in racing activities? Moreover, this Wuling god car of mine has been modified. It's no worse than your imported supercars. This somewhat handsome youth was none other than Ye Kun's good buddy Wuhan. He was spraying a few rich second-generation people by himself, and his aura was not weak at all. Chapter 74, Pagani Ghost Son, The Lure of the Passenger Car. Today, Wuhan hurriedly brought his girlfriend, Lin Sinyu, to participate in a racing event at Siming Mountain. As a result, because he was driving a Wuling Hongguang, he was stopped by a few rich second-generation, and was mercilessly mocked and hit. Kid, do you see what kind of car I have here? Xiao Tianyuan stood out from the crowd of rich second-generation, pointing at his dazzling supercar, showing disdain and contempt for Wuhan. It was really hilarious that this kid dared to come to their racing party of the top second generation of Magic City when he was driving a broken Wuling Hongguang. Pagani, Lin Sinyu pulled Wuhan's arm, looking very nervous. That rich second generation drove a very cool and racy Pagani God car. Not Wuhan's Wuling can be compared. Isn't it just a Pagani? If you really run the Siming Mountain circuit, you may not be able to beat my Wuling Divine car. Wuhan took a look at the Pagani next to him and said unconvincingly, the Wuling Divine car was his faith and could not be denigrated. So what if it's a modified Wuling? This Pagani Ghost Son of mine, worth $76 million. Is this broken car of yours comparable? Xiao Tianyuan disdainfully said. Pagani Ghost Son. There were not many of them in all of Asia. For the last lubrication, it would take more than $100,000. Enough to buy a few Wulings. Even if it was a modified Wuling, it couldn't compare to one tire of his Pagani Ghost. What could the other party compare with him? The 76 million. Pagani Ghost Son. Lin Sinyu was stunned. She knew that Pagani was expensive, but she didn't expect that this one Pagani God car would actually cost more than $70 million. So what if it's the Pagani Ghost Son? Racing is about car skills. Does your Pagani dare to compete with my Wuling God car on this Siming Mountain track? Wuhan was not intimidated by the Pagani Ghost Son. The Siming Mountain circuit was a disc track, which tested the driver's skills. He did not feel that his Wuling Divine car would lose to the other party's Pagani Ghost Son. Using your Wuling modified car to run the track with my Pagani Ghost Son, do you deserve it? Hurry up and get lost in your broken car, Xiao Tianyuan said with an unpleasant face, not giving Wuhan a chance to have a fair race at all. He only played with people of the same class, clearly not putting ordinary people like Wuhan in his eyes. This was realistic and cruel. Wuhan had car skills, but people simply didn't play with him and didn't give him a chance to show his car skills. Xiao Tianyuan, that's a bit heavy. Everyone is a racing enthusiast. Running the Panshan track, besides having a good car, you also have to rely on your car skills. There's no need to belittle others just because they're driving a Wuling Divine car. At this time, there was a young man in the rich second-generation crowd who stood out to speak for Wuhan. Not all rich second-generation were overbearing. This person who spoke for Wuhan was called Li Shubua, also a top rich second-generation. Li Shubua's car was a Bugatti Veyron, and he had a lot of prestige among the group of Magic City's top rich second-generation. When he opened his mouth to speak, the other few rich second-generation had nothing to say. The face of Uncle Li still had to be given. However, Xiao Tianyuan was still unforgiving. Young Li, this is out of order. Since when can a Wuling Hongguang race with us top supercars? I, Xiao Tianyuan, cannot afford to lose that person, Xiao Tianyuan said in a cold voice. He and Li Shubua were on the same level, both being the top rich second generation in Magic City. Moreover, they were usually a bit at odds and thus did not give each other face. Kid, you'd better drive away in your broken Wuling. Even if this Wuling of yours is a modified car, it's not qualified enough to race with this Pagani Ghost Son of mine. Xiao Tianyuan despised Wuhan. He had his pride, letting his limited edition Pagani Ghost Son race with the Wuling. He couldn't do it. Wuhan, why don't we go? Told you to buy an imported luxury car. You had to buy a Wuling and spent money on modifications. Now people racing cars won't even play with you. Wuhan's girlfriend Lin Sinyu said with a stern face. Today, Wuhan brought her to participate in a racing event in a hurry. As a result, these rich kids didn't even play with Wuhan and had to drive them away, which made her feel humiliated and disgraced. Xinu, why are you saying such things too? It's them who are dog-eyed and don't dare to race with my Wuling Divine car. Wuhan looked at Lin Xinu with a face of disbelief. It was even if others disparaged his Wuling Divine car, but his own girlfriend actually couldn't look down on his Wuling Divine car as well. This made him sad and hurt. What's so good about the Wuling? You even spent more than $1 million to modify this Wuling crap car. You might as well listen to me and go buy an Audi R8, and you wouldn't be looked down upon now, Lin Sinyu said with a cold face. She and Wuhan had been boyfriend and girlfriend for 2 years. When they were on the university campus, they thought it was cool that Wuhan drove a Wuling Divine car. However, after graduation, she felt more and more that the Wuling that Wuhan drove was not up to par. Several times it made her lose face in front of her colleagues and friends. She persuaded Wuhan to buy Audi, buy BMW, this kind of luxury car. But Wuhan simply do not listen to her, but also spend money to modify the Wuling. Wuling is my faith. I'm going to drive the Wuling divine car and become the god of car in Siming Mountain, Wuhan stubbornly said. The fact that he was going to drive the Wuling divine car to become the god of the 4 bright mountain cars originated from watching a racing movie. He had always thought that Lin Xinyu would understand him. Wuhan, you're too middle-aged. You're still driving a Wuling divine car to become the god of the 4 mine mountain car. How are you going to become a car god when you drive this Thai car and people don't even play with you? Lin Xinu sneered. She used to find Wuhan's middle-agedness cute, but now she only found it very laughable. Women were fickle. During her university days, she felt that Wuhan's middle-agedness was an advantage. However, after entering society, Wuhan's middle-agedness became a disadvantage. I'll call my brother Ye Kun. If they don't play with me, I'll race with Kun, Wuhan said, pulling out his cell phone and about to make a call. Forget it, Wuhan. It's useless for you to call Ye Kun. These Magic City's top rich kids are partying here. If Ye Kun comes, they won't let you guys go to the racetrack, Lin Xinyu said. She knew that Wuhan's good brother Ye Kun was somewhat capable. However, no matter how good Ye Kun was, in the end, he was still no match for the top rich second generation of Mordor who drove tens of millions of dollars of supercars. This beauty. Is there any interest in sitting in the passenger seat of my Pagani ghost son? At this time, Xiao Tianyuan revealed a teasing smile to Lin Xinyu and flirted. He saw that Lin Xinyu had good posture and was actually a school beauty. Moreover, it seemed to be a gold-digging woman, so he got up the idea of playing around. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. He felt that this Lin Xinyu, it was hard to resist the temptation of the Pagani ghost son's passenger seat. Pretty Boy customized multiple roles are out. To tailor the role of the Pretty Boy to go to the book review area, roll floor message. As long as there are characteristics will be arranged to appear. Chapter 75 Racing for Wuhan. Racing for colors. Should I sit in the passenger seat of the Pagani ghost son? Lin Xinu really hesitated after hearing Xiao Tianyuan's words. The Pagani ghost son. This was a super divine car worth over $76 million. She usually didn't have the chance to sit in this kind of heavenly car. If she could take advantage of the opportunity to get on such a super rich second generation, then she would be able to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. You actually molested my girlfriend in front of my old man. Wuhan was also a violent temper. Hearing that Xiao Tianyuan actually seduced his girlfriend in public, he directly rushed over and was about to punch Xiao Tianyuan. However, just as he rushed up, he was controlled by a few rich second generation. Young Xiao, aren't you going a bit overboard playing like this? Uncle Li Bo frowned, a little unable to look at him. It was even if Xiao Tianyuan didn't allow people to participate in the racing, but he also had to seduce other people's girlfriends. Excessive? It's not like I'm forcing anyone else. I'm just giving this beauty one more chance to choose. Xiao Tianyuan stared at Lin Xinyu and teased. There were plenty of women who were willing to sit in the passenger seat of the Pagani ghost son. He was only acting on a whim, wanting to see if this Wuhan's girlfriend could resist the temptation of the Pagani god car. If Lin Xinu didn't want to, he wouldn't force her. He was playing with people's hearts, which would give him a perverted pleasure. Xinu, don't go over there. Wuhan couldn't help but show a pained look when he saw that Lin Xinu actually took a step towards the Pagani ghost son. Wuhan, we are not suitable. Break up. Lin Xinu revealed a cold and determined look, as if she had already made up her mind. Why? Could it be that our 2 years of affection is still no match for a Pagani's passenger car? Wuhan growled. He couldn't believe that Lin Xinu was actually cruel enough to break up with him in order to sit in the second-generation rich man's Pagani's passenger seat. This was too ed up. I don't think the Wuling god car is suitable for me. I still prefer the Pagani ghost son. Lin Xinu coldly smiled and stepped towards the Pagani ghost car. Reality wasn't a movie. She had had enough of sitting in the Wuling. She also had the face value of a schoolgirl and a hot body. Why couldn't she sit in a godly car like the Pagani? In the past, she didn't have the chance to meet a super rich second generation who drove a Pagani car. Now, a chance to meet a super rich second generation was right in front of her. She couldn't miss it. Although Wuhan wasn't very poor, the $70+ million Pagani ghost son was something he couldn't afford even if he worked hard for the rest of his life. Since there was a better choice, why couldn't she choose a better one? Lin Xinu, he's just toying with you. Can't you see that? He doesn't love you at all. Wuhan's heart was cold, still unwilling to give up on Lin Xinu. I'd rather sit in a Pagani ghost son car and cry than sit in a broken Wuling car and laugh. Lin Xinu sneered and directly sat in the passenger seat of the Pagani ghost son. Lin Xinu, you'll regret it. Wuhan clenched his fists and roared angrily. It was so damn bull **** that this kind of would actually happen to him. Buddy, I'm sorry for your loss. It seems you don't know your girlfriend well enough. She liked the Pagani, not the Wuling. Oh, no, she's not your girlfriend anymore. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianyuan laughed out loud and patted Wu Han's shoulder, revealing a victorious stance. Bastard, dare to compete with me in a race car? I want to prove that my Wuling is no worse than your Pagani. Wu Han clenched his fists and stubbornly said, wake up, buddy. So what if you win? And I still say that your Wuling doesn't have the qualifications to race with me. Xiao Tianyuan coldly said. There was no chance at all for Wu Han to race with him. Just then, Ye Kun walked over. He saw from afar that his good buddy Wu Han was being pressed to death on the ground by two rich second-generation men. Ye Kun rushed over and directly kicked the two rich kids to the ground, freeing Wu Han. He swept his eyes over the entire scene and saw the sky Xiao Tianyuan again. At this time, Shan Yueshio and Lin Zichen and the others also followed him over before they took control of the situation. Wu Han, what happened? Ye Kun asked Wu Han, deciding to understand the situation first. Brother Cohen, they wouldn't let me drive the Wuling Shin car into the Siming Mountain Circuit. And Wu Han told the matter to Ye Kun one by one. He came to play a race car and his girlfriend was actually abducted. 2 add up. Ding. Trigger random task. Stand up for good buddy Wu Han. Mission reward, 1 random draw opportunity. After Ye Kun heard Wu Han's narration, the system's beep sounded in his head. This time, even if the system didn't release the mission, he would still stand up for Wu Han. Wu Han, go ahead. How do you want to resolve this matter? I'll make the decision for you, Ye Kun said indifferently. He also knew Lin Xinyu. We were all college classmates. At first, Wu Han had gone through a lot of trouble and licked Lin Xinyu for a long time before he chased after her, and the two of them had been together for almost 2 years. He did not think Lin Xinyu in order to sit Pagani God car, actually kicked Wu Han to kick. A college romance, after all, lost to reality. Brother Cohen, I'm going to race with that asshole once and use my Wuling God car to win his Pagani ghost son. Wu Han clenched his fists and stubbornly said, Wu Han, even if you win him, you and Lin Xinyu won't be able to return. Do you understand? Ye Kun reminded Wu Han. Once a woman changed her heart, there was no point in retaining it. Once a mirror created a crack, it was impossible to go back to the initial appearance. I understand, Brother Cohen. I'm not trying to prove anything, nor do I want to undo anything. I just want to fight for my breath. Wu Han clenched his fists. He wasn't stupid and understood what Ye Kun meant. It's good that you understand. I'll do it for you. Ye Kun patted Wu Han's shoulder. He then walked to Xiao Tianyuan and said coldly, Wu Han is my brother. He wants to race with you. You can't refuse. His tone was calm but full of dominance, not allowing for refusal. Xiao Tianyuan also stared at Ye Kun and said, he is not qualified to be my opponent, unless you are willing to race me. After he was slapped in the face by Ye Kun in the bar last time, he had been trying to find a chance to save face. Now, the opportunity had come. His car skills were considered outstanding within the amateurs, and with a divine car like the Pagani Ghost Sun, he was confident that he could win over Ye Kun. Okay, then add me. How do you want to compare? Ye Kun faintly said, it's very simple. Run the Ning mountain track. Whoever reaches the finish line first counts as the winner. However, the racing must be colorful. Xiao Tianyuan said. What colorful head? Ye Kun asked. If I lose, my Pagani Ghost Sun goes to you. If you lose, you must take out a supercar of equal value and apologize to me in public and call me Grandpa 3 times, Xiao Tianyuan said in a cold voice, still remembering the time he was punched in the face by Ye Kun at the bar. If you lose, the Pagani Ghost Sun belongs to me, and you must apologize to my brother and call my brother 3 times Grandpa again. Can you do it? Ye Kun coldly stared at Xiao Tianyuan. Chapter 76, Godly Old Driver's Car Skills. Fine. I'll agree to your request. However, my ride is the Pagani Ghost Sun, the king of racing. It's impossible for me to lose. Xiao Tianyuan sneered. He was driving a super godly car like the Pagani Ghost Sun. If he lost to the domestic red flag in Wuling, then he could go eat. This racing is getting more and more interesting. My sun god Apollo is also going to compete. Chang Yueshio also came over to join in the fun and said, eager to try. Her golden sun god Apollo, the most expensive supercar in the room, led the pack. Cousin, my Ferrari Enzo requests to fight, a sweet and cute looking girl said as she took Chan Yueshi's arm. Her name was Lin Shintong, and her car was a red Ferrari Enzo, of which there were not many in the whole country. My Pagani Silver Wing is the fastest divine car. A teenager with a schoolboy-level face revealed an unruly look. His name was In Shen, and he was the young master of the In group. His car was a Pagani Silver Wing, all silver in color, dazzlingly cool. Moreover, the global ball was limited to 2 units, even rarer than the Pagani Ghost Sun. It was a divine car that belonged to private customization. He felt that his Pagani Silver Wing was faster than Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Ghost Sun. Ha ha ha. Running the track still has to look at my Bugatti Veyron. Li Shubo also laughed. His car was a Bugatti Veyron that was white in color. To say racing, his Bugatti Veyron was definitely a king. Ha ha. Mr. Yi, there's no problem for everyone to race together and compete for the title of the God of Cars of Siming Mountain, right? Lin Zichen laughed at Ye Kun. His car today was the Aston Martin Vulcan, which was also a super rare god car, limited to 24 units worldwide. No problem. It's only fun when everyone races together. Ye Kun nodded his head. The scene was full of godly cars, but he was the only car god, running the Siming Mountain circuit. His red flag supercar was enough to crush all the godly cars on the scene. Alright then, everyone decide the starting order by drawing lots. Lin Zichen, as the vice president of the Magic City Ultra Racing Club, was responsible for coordinating today's racing activities. Wu Han, when you run the track in a while, don't be impatient, be steady, I'll help you out. Ye Kun patted Wu Han's shoulder and said, although Wu Han's car skills were professional level, his Wuling modified car really didn't have much of an advantage in front of a bunch of super god cars. Okay, brother Cohen, I know. Wu Han nodded his head, but his gaze was dead set on Xiao Tianyuan's Pagani Ghost Son. Ye Kun also walked towards his own red flag supercar, only to see Gu Linger already waiting over there playfully. Brother Ye Kun, I want to sit in your passenger seat and race with you, okay? Gu Linger went up and hugged Ye Kun's arm, pouting. She fell in love with Ye Kun at first sight, and had a feeling of hating each other. At this time, it was even more hateful to stick to Ye Kun and not separate for a moment. Can I say no? Ye Kun was helpless. Gu Linger's favorability towards him directly climbed to 90. This was to chase him backwards. No, Linger is so cute. Brother Ye Kun, how can you afford to reject Linger? Gu Linger blinked her big watery eyes, revealing a cute and innocent delicate look. At the same time, she kept shaking Ye Kun's arm to pout. One should know that she had a lowly face value as well as an amazing size of 36D. As soon as she shook Ye Kun's arm, her own pair of peaks also followed and kept shaking. Really, waves undulating, rippling waves, surprising waves, spectacular. Moreover, since Gu Linger was holding Ye Kun's arm, this swaying, Ye Kun's arm inevitably had subtle contact and friction with her perilous peak. Good guy, who could stand this? Don't shake, any more nosebleeds. The invincible Ye Kun still lost to Gu Linger, a childish lowly. He. Then brother Ye Kun is agreeing to Linger sitting in your passenger seat? Gu Linger revealed another quirky smile, a look of a successful plot. I'm afraid of you. Get up here. Ye Kun opened the butterfly door of the red flag supercar. He. Gu Linger joyfully sat on the passenger side of the red flag supercar. Ye Kun, on the other hand, sat in the driver's seat of the red flag supercar. Boom! Ye Kun started the red flag supercar. The moment he gripped the steering wheel with his hands, he had the marvelous feeling of being one with the car. Brother Ye Kun, are you a good driver? Gu Linger sat on the passenger side of the red flag, blinking her big eyes and asking curiously. She hadn't experienced brother Ye Kun's car skills yet. However, the way brother Ye Kun held the red flag supercar with one hand was really super handsome. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. It was worthy of being the super charismatic brother Ye Kun. Don't worry, your brother Ye Kun is an old driver, guaranteed to be able to take you flying. Ye Kun smiled at Gu Linger. In terms of car skills, he claimed to be second and no one dared to call him first. It was that bullish. The car god's car skills were no joke. Various poses. Show to fly. Can show until your scalp goes numb. Really? There are a lot of cars here today, all competing for the title of the god of cars of Siming Mountain. Brother Ye Kun, can you take the first place? Gu Linger's beautiful eyes stared at Ye Kun's handsome side face and asked. Today, there were a super number of godly cars that came to participate in the 4 Bright Mountain racing. Although Ye Kun's red flag, Tang's supercar performance is not bad, but it is definitely not considered the best. Even, it is not ranked in the top 10, because, there are too many limited edition supercars on the scene. At this time, the driver's skills will be tested. Only the strongest god driver could win the title of the god of 4 Mingshan car. Ha ha, see Ming Mountain god of car, it's not me. Ye Kun laughed, confident beyond measure. He had godly car skills. Who could compete with him? No matter what godly cars other people drove, they couldn't shake his position as the god of cars. He. Brother Ye Kun is so confident. Then Linger will have to experience brother Ye Kun's car skills. Gu Linger playfully laughed. Brother Ye Kun dared to call himself the god of the 4 Bright Mountains car, so he should be very good. Fasten your seatbelt and sit tight. The car god will take you flying, guaranteeing that you'll be screaming and having a blast. Ye Kun laughed. The car god's car skills were absolutely out of this world and wonderful. In a moment, Gu Linger would be able to experience the thrilling feeling. He. Brother Ye Kun, take me to fly. Linger is not afraid. Gu Linger laughed playfully. She checked the seatbelt again and found no problem. It was very stable, just strangled a little tight. Soon, the 4 Bright Mountain racing officially started. Ye Kun's red flag supercar was at the end of the line, and in front of it were all kinds of top cool supercars, one more than the other. However, among them, there was also Wuhan's Wuling Divine car, which appeared to be very abrupt. In mid-air, there were dozens of drones hovering. The drones will be tracking the whole record of this racing. To read the author's other book God Magnificent War God Pretty Boy, click on the author's avatar to be transported directly there. You can also search for God Magnificent God of War. I'm invincible in the beginning. Invincible God Magnificent God of War. You deserve it. Chapter 77, Let Them Run 1,000 meters first. This Ximing Mountain car race was the top supercar racing event in Magic City, and the scene could be said to be filled with godly cars like clouds and luxury cars like dogs. Limited edition cars that are usually rare to see abound here. McLaren P1, Porsche 918, Ferrari Rafa, the traditional 3 big god car. In this luxury fleet, all seem to pale in comparison. Ferrari Enzo, Aston Martin Vulcan, Pagani Ghost Sun, Lamborghini Poison, Koenigsegg 1, Pagani Silverwing, Bugatti Veyron, Golden Sun God Apollo. Each individual pull-out are enough to blind ordinary people's eyes. Super god car, Ye Kun's red flag supercar. In a crowd of divine cars, all seem mediocre. As for Wuhan's Wuling Divine car, it was more like a jerk, as if a commoner had mixed into a noble's party. Very eye-catching and abrupt. Wuhan actually drove a broken Wuling car to race with this group of super-rich second generation. It's simply too embarrassing. Lin Xinu sat on the passenger side of the Pagani Ghost Sun, as if she had become noble herself, scoffing at Wuhan and the Wuling with great disdain. Luckily I decisively kicked Wuhan and fell for a super-rich second generation like Xiao Tianyuan. If I want a body with a figure and a face with a face, I should ride in a divine car like the Pagani Ghost Sun. Lin Xinu began to dream of marrying a super-rich second generation, or even marrying into a rich family. However, Xiao Tianyuan was ignoring her and did not even look at her squarely. Young Xiao, this Pagani Ghost Sun of yours must be the most expensive sports car in the entire venue, right? Lin Xinu touched the luxurious interior of the Pagani and asked with an excited face. It was the first time she had the chance to sit in a supercar worth over $70 million. A woman who had been pampered by an eagle could no longer look down on a sparrow. The ass that had sat in a Pagani supercar could no longer sit in a Wuling. Even, she felt that sitting in an ordinary luxury car like BMW Audi was an insult to her ass. Her ass, in the future, would only sit on 10 million level supercars. Right, this standard cannot be lowered. Oh, this Pagani Ghost Sun of mine doesn't dare to call it the most expensive. See, that Golden Sun God Apollo in front is worth $350 million, and money can't even buy it. Xiao Tianyuan sneered and looked at Lin Xinu with great contempt. Then, he pointed at the Golden Sun God Apollo in the front row. How could he possibly look at a gold-digging woman like Lin Xinu? At most, he would play around and throw it away. It was simply delusional for Lin Xinu to want to fall for a super-rich second generation like him and then marry into a rich family. His real target was the Chang's daughter who drove the Golden Sun God Apollo. Top rich second generation like them always put their interests first, including looking for a marriage partner. Xiao Tianyuan was very eager to marry the Chang clan, but unfortunately, both of the Chang clan's Qianjing couldn't see him. This made him very depressed and unwilling. 350 million? Golden Sun God Apollo. Lin Xinu was directly stunned and scared silly. She had thought that the $70+ million Pagani Ghost Sun was already the top of the line in supercars. She didn't realize that there were still supercars worth hundreds of millions of dollars in the world. The Sun God Apollo whose entire body was made of gold. Is this the world of the godly rich? Dirtbag. Stupid woman. Xiao Tianyuan glanced at Lin Xinu with great contempt. Then, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a secret message. When the race starts, screw that red flag and Wuling for me. I don't want any unforeseen circumstances to occur in the racing. Xiao Tianyuan revealed a sinister smile after sending the message. He had already arranged for a few of his ponies to screw Ye Kun and Wuhan on the way to the race so that they couldn't race properly. Although he didn't think that Ye Kun's red flag supercar and Wuhan's Wuling wreck could pose a threat to his Pagani Ghost Sun, he wouldn't give his opponents a chance to win against him. As the saying goes, if it's not poisonous, it's not husbandly. As long as he can win, he will do whatever it takes. The words are divided into two ends. Ye Kun was sitting on the red flag car, looking at a cool and windy limited edition supercar in front of him. The divine car lineup for this competition could be described as luxurious, but there was only one god of the 4 bright mountains. It wasn't that you could become a car god just by driving a limited edition god car. Only the pretty boy with the best car skills could become that one and only car god. Brother Ye Kun, our starting order is so backward. There are so many supercars lined up in front of us. Gu Linger beamed, very dissatisfied with this starting order. Brother Ye Kun is so disadvantaged. Doesn't matter. I can let them run 1,000 meters first. Ye Kun laughed and said that it didn't matter. There was no pressure. He had god-level car skills, and running the track with these amateur racing enthusiasts was simply abusive. What was the harm in letting them run 1,000 meters first? Oh, wow. Letting them run 1,000 meters first. Brother Ye Kun, you're great. Gu Linger stared at Ye Kun with a face of adoration. Brother Ye Kun simply has the demeanor of a car god. Too cool. Ding. Gained Gu Linger's adoration value blast plus 666. Ha! Ye Kun was slightly stunned. Just one sentence had made Gu Linger worship him. This little ninny. She was a bit blindly worshipping him. However, it couldn't be considered blind worship, right? He would indeed let the other cars run 1,000 meters first. This was the temperament and self-cultivation of a car god. Soon, there was a sexy racing girl holding a sign and walking to the front of the racing team. After the racing instructions were given, the Ximing Mountain racing officially started. Boom! Boom boom boom! Boom boom boom! A group of racing cars simultaneously emitted a beastly wild sound wave, deafening, and making people's blood boil and adrenaline instantly soar. The Pagani Silver Wing driven by Chen, the youngest young master of the Yin clan, took the lead and rushed out with a catapult. The Golden Sun God Apollo driven by Chang Yueshio followed closely behind and quickly chased after him. Lin Zichen's Aston Martin Vulcan let out an angry roar and rushed in third right behind him. Then, there was the Pagani Ghost Sun driven by Xiao Tianyuan, which was like a ghost speedily chasing after it, followed by Porsche 918, Ferrari Enzo, Lamborghini Poison, Koenigsegg 1, McLaren P1, Bugatti Veyron, one after another. The godly cars emitted wild sound waves, and one after another, they quickly rushed towards the Ximing Shanpan mountain circuit. Even the Wuling Divine car driven by Wu Han was not willing to lag behind and chased after it. Ye Kun was the only one who was leisurely and calm. He watched as one supercar quickly rushed out, and was indifferent. The red flag supercar under his seat was still parked at the starting point, not even starting the engine. Brother Ye Kun, are you really going to let them run 1,000 meters first? Gu Linger was stunned. Brother Ye Kun wasn't joking. He really intended to let the others run 1,000 meters first. What kind of confidence and temperament was this? Only a true car god would dare to be like this, right? That's right. After saying that I'll let them run 1,000 meters first, let them run 1,000 meters first. Ye Kun laughed. The god of cars had the pride of a god of cars. Chapter 78, Crowning Mission. This one is up to no good. After all the supercars that participated in the Ximing Mountain car race had all rushed out, Ye Kun's red flag supercar was still parked in the same spot. It was very calm. Ye Kun just wanted to let the other supercars run 1,000 meters first. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring to win the championship easily? He was going to start from last place and catch up with one supercar after another in front of him, enjoying the fun of chasing the race. And at this moment, the drone hovering in the sky had already captured the scene, sending the image data to the monitoring room of the supercar club. This Ye Kun, it's a bit interesting. A mysterious figure was sitting on the president's seat, monitoring everything during the racing. A tent was in place, and everything was under control. From the graceful and delicate figure, it could be seen that she was a woman. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in Ye Kun's head. Ding! Triggering random mission, winning the 4 Bright Mountain Racing Championship. Reward 1, receive the title of Ximei Mountain Racing God. Role, racing enthusiasts will worship you as the god of motorsports, with a certain chance of triggering the bow and worship effect, becoming the host's loyal little brother. Reward 2, a Bugatti Spirit Supreme worth $500 million. It's great. If you win the championship of the MT Ximing Racing Championship, you can obtain the title of MT Ximing God of Cars. This title actually has the effect of collecting minions. It's very peculiar. Moreover, it also rewards a Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Medal, which is a super god car worth $500 million. The key is that money can't buy this kind of god car. He had driven the Bugatti Spirit Fantasy Supreme and understood that the performance of this car was definitely at the super god level. Brother Ye Kun, why don't you drive yet? Those race cars in front of you have run more than 1,000 meters. Gu Linger couldn't help but get anxious when she saw Ye Kun delaying to drive. Don't be anxious. Brother will take you flying right away. Ye Kun laughed and started the red flag supercar under his seat without any hurry. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The red flag supercar let out a beastly roar. Then a catapult start, like a flying arrow off the string, directly rushed into the Ximing Mountain circuit. Oh, wow! Ejection start. Brother Ye Kun is so great. Gu Linger instantly turned into Ye Kun's little fangirl, looking at him with little stars in her eyes. Calm down, calm down. Brother still has even better stunts that haven't been used, ha. Ye Kun laughed blandly. Base, do not 6. At the same time, he furiously stepped on the gas pedal. The red flag supercar towards the front of the Ferrari Enzo quickly chased up. On this C Ming Shan disc track, the red flag supercar showed excellent performance power. Under the control of Ye Kun's god-level car skills, the red flag supercar was like a cheetah with an agile and athletic body, quickly catching up with the first prey in front. Ha! That one in front is Sister Lin Shinton's Ferrari Enzo, Gu Linger said excitedly, obviously recognizing the owner of the Ferrari Enzo in front. An acquaintance? Then let's go up and say hello. Ye Kun stepped on the gas and quickly chased towards the Ferrari Enzo. At the same time, Lin Shintong in front of her also realized that Ye Kun's red flag supercar was chasing after her, so she couldn't help but also step on the gas and accelerate. She also didn't want to be easily caught up by Ye Kun. However, soon there was a mountain curve in front of her, causing her to slow down. She was only an amateur racing enthusiast, but she didn't dare to accelerate through the curves in this mountainous track. However, Ye Kun's speed did not decrease at all, and even accelerated up. Prick, jab, 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 prick la 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 la. The red flag supercar and the ground have a violent friction. Friction, crazy friction. Ye Kun drove the red flag god car in a direct drift through the corner and quickly caught up with the Ferrari Enzo driven by Lin Shintong. Oh, wow. Drifting through the corner, yeah. Brother Ye Kun is superb. Gu Linger was excited again. Her little face swelled red with excitement. Ding. Gained Gu Linger's Super Blast Adoration value plus 6,666. Ha! Super Blast cult value. Ye Kun's heart was also slightly happy. It seemed that it was right to bring Gu Linger, this cute loli, by his side. On this journey, it was estimated that Gu Linger could contribute a lot of worship value to him. A childish loli like Gu Linger was really cute. At this time, Ye Kun's red flag supercar also caught up with Lin Shintong's Ferrari Enzo. The two cars were driving side by side, only to see that Lin Shintong in the driver's seat was also a top-notch beauty with a very sweet and cute look. Sister Shintong, I'm Linger ah. Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat and waved at Lin Shintong to greet her. Sister Linger. When Lin Shintong saw Gu Linger, she also revealed a sweet smile and gave a warm greeting. Afterward, she also smiled politely at Ye Kun, appearing very cultured. Bye, and goodbye. Ye Kun didn't stay much longer. Just after a simple greeting with the beautiful Lin Shintong, he drove the red flag supercar and accelerated away. Brother Ye Kun, this Lin Shintong's sister is Lin's daughter. Her boyfriend is not simple oh. It's the national male god Tang Nan Yi. Gu Linger sat in the passenger seat and said to Ye Kun, national male god Tang Nan Yi? Ye Kun revealed a thoughtful look. Tang Nan Yi had a great reputation in the Dragon Kingdom. Elegant, calm, and with much wealth and billions of dollars. He had the title of national man god. His Tang's plutocracy was even a giant multinational group, involved in various industries, and even controlled the economic lifelines of some small countries. No one knew exactly how much assets this Tang Nan Yi had. Yeah, Tang Nan Yi is the president of Tang's plutocracy, rich as a nation. His family background is very deep. His grandfather is a general of the imperial capital's military department. Gu Linger said, her family background was equally uncomplicated, thus she knew a lot. Oh, his grandfather is a military general? That background is really not simple. Ye Kun nodded slightly, remembering this Tang Nan Yi. After becoming a divine magnate, his eyesight had also greatly increased, knowing that the water in this world was deep and not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Some hidden tycoons didn't make it to the Forbes list, but they held immeasurable wealth and energy. Still in the midst of racing, Ye Kun didn't think much about it, but furiously stepped on the gas pedal and chased towards the McLaren P1 in front of him. Boom! Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The red flag supercar emitted beastly wild sound waves, quickly closing the distance with the McLaren P1 in front. He mastered the divine car skills, and the human car was one. It was easy to catch up with the McLaren P1 in front of him. However, the McLaren P1 actually played snakeskin with him, constantly moving the cars but, moving left and right, even a car hogging two spaces, just not letting Ye Kun's red flag overtake. Oops, what's wrong with that McLaren in front? This is deliberately messing up, right? Even Gu Linger realized something was wrong. This one is trying to mess things up. A light smile appeared on the corner of Ye Kun's mouth. He didn't slow down in the slightest. Instead, he stepped on the gas and frantically chased after it.